Chapter 1 The Sulaf, the abandoned farm girl. Woo-woo, mother, mother, please wake up, mother. In the dilapidated room, a little girl wept sorrowfully, shaking the woman sleeping on the bed. Muyan found the noisy unbearable, the incessant wailing buzzed in her ears. She furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. What garret hair weighs aside off slightly moldy wooden planks? She paused, bewildered. Where wash? It felt so strange. Mother, please don't leave, you so scared, woo-woo. Hearing Thecheld screes, Muyan turned at her gazette the side. There, in a ruined wooden hut, stood 12 filth-ickled drenal, a girl crying bitterly, her small face streaked with tears. The little boy beside her had redrimideus but remainsolent, his expression filled with fear and helplessness. They looked at her like pitiable. Woo-woo, mother, you're finally awake, woo-woo. Upon seeing Muyan open her eyes, the little girl lunged into her embrace, holding her tightly. The chilled small body trembled from her sobs. Muyan was taken aback. She had never been this close to anyone before, feeling somewhat awkward, yet, instinctively, her arms reached out to hold the girl. Feeling the child's frail form, she gently patted her back. In the next instant, a flood of memories that did not belong to her surged through her mind. It dawned on her that she had transmigrated after her death. The original owner of this body's had her name Muyan, a Theojophif. She had been cast aside to be her family when her father decided to take a stepmother, deeming her existence as the legitimate daughter a burden. Consequently, her grandmother sent her to a farm, where she endured relentless hardships. After struggling for a decade, she was brought back home at 15, only to discover that their family had not really remembered her. They intended to harass upon to curry favor with the powerful, seeking to marry her off to the hierophant Marquis. Howeas rumored to be on the brink of death and crippled, unable to walk. His temperament was volatile and unpredictable. Even if he survived, marrying him would mean a life of suffering and despair. Her future would be bleak. The original Muyan refused to be discarded in such a manner, unwilling to sacrifice her life for a family that cared little for her well-being. Thus, Sheko set a flee. However, on the day of her escape, while passing by a dilapidated temple, she was assaulted by an unknown assailant. Terrified, she fled that very night, enduring a month of hardship before finally finding refuge in a village. As absorbed the original owner's memories, Muyan couldn't help but lament the cruel twists of fate. The original Muyan had suffered greatly throughout her life, enduring countless trials and injustices. Mother, are you feeling better? You and Bayo went to make a something to are you hungry? The boy's tender voice pulled Muyan back from Araviri. She looked at them, a 3-year-old, fine and small, with a waxy complexion that indicated malnutrition. Hearing his words, Muyan felt a pang of warmth in her heart. The original memories indicated the thief and helped the original Muyan with cooking and gathering firewood, displaying remarkable obedience and understanding. Yuan Bao, come here. Let mother hold ya, she beckoned. In her previous life she had grown weary of a life filled with violence and chaos, yearning instead for a peaceful and carefree existence. Tochi of Ethis, she had taken on numerous arduous tasks for her superiors without expecting a single award. Yet she had never anticipated being betrayed by her closest friend and partner, leading to her untimely demise. She had thought her life a hidden dead there, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. It was fortuitous no pain, becoming a mother, and having 2 adorable children. She envisioned as a simple, tranquil with them, for removed from the bloodshed of her past. Working by day and resting by night with a son and daughter was this Philipesha had sought in her previous existence. Fata had not been entirely unkind to her. With a Seth Hots, Muyan felt a surge of happiness as Miley gracing her previous like old face. Yuayat Yuan Bao, from no one mother will protect ya, we'll live together as a family, she declared, embracing Thetwakal dream with a look of contentment. Yuan Bao Han felt his mother's embrace a long time. Hairless shed the scent of her, a delightful smile spreading across himel face. Mother, when you grow up, you'll be able to protect you and my sister, just wait for him, okay? Thino sent word softy little boy warmed Muyan shart, and she smiled with satisfaction. Alright, Yuan Base a brave boy, Thestrin Jestifald mother will wait for ya. Uayasubs gradually subsided, and in a soft, determined voice, Shachimodin, Andy Uaya will also grow up to protect mother. Muyan smiled warmly and did, yes, are you yasa good? She playfully pinched to Ya's adorable face. Fafsha lamenteth a look of flesh and the chilled cheeks to it one adequate nourishment. Suddenly, the tender sinuous interrupted by a loud, scolding voice. Muyan, you little wretch, get to there, did you said you to me husband, this morning, did I bring out what you found, hand them over, you little harlot, how do you eat my family's? Muyan instinctively pulled Thetwakaldrin closer to her. She turned to see a woman barging in juncture, the daughter-in-law of Tivalashchief. She was large and coarse, dressed in a grey nendress, wielding a stick menacingly. Dante Odera hitmather. Hearing the familiar voice, Yuan Bao wriggled free from Muyan's embrace, standing defiantly in front of her, a fierce expression on himel face, his dark eyes betraying a flicker of fear but still determined to shield his mother. Muyang gazed in astonishment at the small figure standing protective lie in front of her. Awavio femotion was shinjaver her heart. These was the fierce timies omion ad shielded here in such a manner, and the feeling was both sweet and overwhelming, causing curious toasting. She took a moment in her composure and turned her attention to Zhangshi. These women hate a penchant for creating trouble for the original Muyun, stemming from her band spas desirito take the originalis a concubine proposition the originalid viam largicted, and which Zhangshi had also forbidden. Ultimately, the matter had been dropped, but not without lingering resentment. Despite this, the village Ekusen Zhu Sheng frequently harassed the original Muyun, appearing unexpectedly with gifts of fraser flower, persistently entangling her in his unwelcome attentions. This relentless pursuit left the original Phalangics parade Daito fearful to fend him, for the village Ekith held the power to determine what her she could remain in the village. Zhangshi, unable to control her band, frequently sought out the original Muyun townly her frustrations. You little wretch dare to block me way, I'll show you what happens when I ud of him. With that, Zhangshi swung her stick towards Yuan Bo. In a panic, Muyun quickly their daughter down and sprang forward, pulling Yuan Bei into her embrace just into me to shield him from Theblo. Festic misadites target entirely, inciting Zhangshi's fury. Soyo Doretta Dodge, today, it will teach you a proper lesson, Yusham Leshasasi, fordering to entice another woman Shuspand. With that, she met Festic at Muyun and Semor. Muyun Latauta Kolot grasping the descending stick firmly. Zhangshi's Ayaswood and in shock she could hardly believe thought the usual item at Muyun was daring to hers, and with such strength, the stick had become ensnared in Muyun's grasp, and Zhangshi found herself unable to claim it. With a newfound fierceness, Muyun's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her gazeter and Desias had dressed Zhangshi, have not consumed dasing gayonifio your precious eggs, I feo possessed any courage, ya would manage our own husband instead of sticking to Melakiel. Muyun have never accepted anything had has brought. Even if I were to starve you would not covet anything from your household. With a vigorous motion, Muyun flung the stick aside, and Zhangshi, still gripping tightly, Wei Zhanka along and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Yuan Bao, peeking over his mother's shoulder, caught sight of Zhangshi sprawled on the ground, his dark eyes widening in astonishment. When had his mother become so formidable? Muyun, how dare you strike him, you have a nerve, he will return to my father-in-law and have you expelled from Uha village, Levangia homeless. Ash spoke, Zhangshi clumsily picked herself up, slamming the stick against the ground in frustration before storming out. However, up and stepping outside, she paused, perplexed with absence of any sounds of pursuit from Muyun. Awavio. Washadover in the past, Themari mention of reporting Muyun would send her into a panic, begging Zhangshi to take actions. Why was excellent today? Fuming, Zhangshi stomped her foot in irritation and dashed back inside. Muyun, Dante out I will indeed have a father-in-law expel you. Returning to the doorway, she glared fiercely at Muyun, the latter, busy preparing to fetch something to offer her children, merrily chocolate derisively. Go ahead, let's see if the village Akif will heed your words. Zhangshi fell silent, taken aback by Muyun's unexpected calmness. Was he truly unafraid of being cast out? With her chin held high, Zhangshi tried to bolster her own bravado. The village Akif my father-in-law of course, Hellistonstone, what are you anyway, doi oriolating quould stand up for you, you are retroli deluded. As Muyun get from the kitchen, she deliberately stepped in Zhangshi's food, eliciting little puff pain from her. Unfazed, Muyun continued in her way, leading her children toward the kitchen. Zhangshi was left dumbfounded, unable to process how Muyun had suddenly grown so audacious. Ah, you little harlot, you'll have me revenge, you Dorito tramplian, have you eaten the heart of a bear? You claim to not care about my families, yet where have those at woigs gone? My mother-in-law didn't take them, my father-in-law didn't take them, nor did I quasir respand wa brought temptom, you would tell them, and die to steal denieth out cowardly. As Muyun entered the kitchen, Zhangshi limped after, still brandishing Thestic and Derlinge insults. Speak up, don't pretend to mute. Zhangshi shouted in frustration. Muyun, gathering firewood, paused to look upon Zhangshi. Today, Harajulidamida sparkled with an unusual brightness and determination. Zhangshi felt a shiver run down her spine under Muyun's piercing gaze, which simmed to penetrat her versal. If I wish to know where our family sake shaved on, you might want to pay a visit to Widow Libeth the riverbank, perhaps a veno, your husband is there with her. With that, Muyun resumed her to scoff and into the fire. Zhangshi shart sank at Muyun's serious expression and tone, causing Gajadanuni azito settle within your. It felt as if Muyun was nallying, and Thethotov being deceived left the rune zettled, forgetting her injured. She stammered, what do you mean? Zhangshi's words became disjointed, her mind racing with confusion and suspicion. Muyun glanced noticing the anxiety on her face, and Calden felt but smile. Do you not understand what I mean? If I were unclear, perhaps you should see the truth for yourself and I'll mebada prepare me meal, and if I return after our visit with an apology, you might consider sparing, but should you choose an auto comeback, do not blame me for what follows. Zhangxia tormenteth the original Muyan for far too long. Muyan wash determinento seek justice for the wrongs inflicted upon her predecessor. The original's life had been filled with sorrow, and now with this body and her children, Muyan felt a profound sense of gratitude at that shine tan dead torpe. Chapter 2: The Abduction of Yueya. Upon hearing Muyan's words, Zhangxia latudadaris of Esnier apologize. Muyun haviolosti ormond, you can't forget about me for apologizing toy with this lifetime. Zhangxia sfiso asama scoff disdain. To expect an apology from Zomionius destituti and hell pluses Muyan was nothing short of ludicrous. Suit yourself. Im not for sinjato apologize zimmerly suggesti our refrain from regret and jid ladder. You shoot right to the Ivor bank, I fayudale, you might miss everything. Other words, Zhangxia hesitated for a moment. Seeing the sincerity in Muyan's expression, she turned and strode away briskly. Muyang glanced up, a cold smile playing on her lips. Zushen gaden deed desired to take the original Muyan as a concubine, viewed upon her refusal, had duly list interest. However, his wife, Zhangxia, continued to seek out the original Muyan, persisted like causing her trouble. That original, timid and soft-hearted, had endured bully and gone to vent physical abuse on several occasions. Eventually, the original Muyan had inadvertently witnessed Zushengand widow's Angbethiver bank and an intimate exchange, observing how consistent lie brought her gifts. It was then that she realized why Zhangxia was always harassing her. The misunderstanding stemmed from Zhangxia's belief that those gifts were intended for the original Muyan, prompting her incessant confrontations. Knowing this, the original Muyan had been too afraid to speak up, fearing Zhu Sheng's wrath as the Sanaft Hevalash chief and scholar. Zhu Sheng wielded significant influence and Hevalash as a solitary orphan should not provoke Samionis so powerful. Mother, wherever you know for sea and flyer, Yuan Bei lamented, holding up theme to sacks with a look of helplessness. Muyan paused, momentarily start let she had completely forgot ten about their dwindling supplies. Glancing at the fire she had kindled, she hesitated to extinguish it, remembering that wild rabbits often roam the mountains behind the Rome, an idea sparked in her mind. Yuan Bao Uaf, you twist stay Harry and wait for mother. Ilbuk just going to Thebak mountain, is that alright? Thetwakal drenadi dobiantly. Muyun filled a pot with water and satito wall, then cautioned them and smuranato andaroff before she's it out. The reason for not bringing the children along was simple. She could move faster alone. Years off being gaskilled as a sin had honed her speed and reflexes, but the current state of air body left her somewhat lacking in stamina. After Muyan left, Yuan Bao took his sister with a hand and phased at the kitchen door. Their small figures per Chidona wood and stole, gazing expectant layeth entrance. Brother, what is mother going to do in the mountains? You asked, her voice as oftanly said with curiosity. In contrast, Yuan Bao exhibit to maturity beyond this years. He gent lipided his sister Shadandri assured her, mother is going to find a zamathing to it shall be big farison. At the mention of food, Yueya's stomach rolled audibly, and she blushed, feeling embarrassed. Brother, it had been forma to make thon was. Yuan Bao felt a pang of sympathy for his sister. It's alright to understand, mother will return shortly, and then wakani it. However, Yueya's small face was clouded with worry. But the vegetable sand mushrooms from Thebak mountain have already been gathered by mother. There is nothing else for her to bring back. She might return empty-handed. Yuan Bao was aware of this as well, yet they felt powerless. For now, they couldn't wait for Thermother's return. If she truly found nothing, he would seek court to earn some food, even if it meant facing rejection. Hebeli evid that with sincerity and effort, there would be kind-hearted individuals willing to help him. Yuan Bao's young mind was consumed with thoughts of how to find work Kandirn and how to feed his mother and sister. Suddenly, a small stone fell at their feet, striking Yuan Bao's leg with thud. He sprang to his feet and peered toward the entrance. Behind a larger tree in the distance, three around heads speaked out several older boys from the neighboring Qinghe village. Recognizing them, Yuan Bao felt to Sergio Fangzi 80, what were Thedo and Gathi show? Brother, it's Li Daly and his friends, Arathe here to bully Wagain. Uiasi is brimmed with tears, her feet are palpable. Yuan Bao comforted her by putting air back. It's fine. We want got well wait for mother here, the want Darato come inside. Meanwhile, outside under the large lacustry, the three boys grew impatient as Yuan Bao remained inside. What if he doesn't come out, Dolly? Should we just go and drag him out for a beating? How dare he hide from us? Li Dolly, a robust 10-year-old, towered over theatre children, his strength intimidating female, most kids obeyed him, but Yuan Bao was different. Thief and defied Dolly, refusing to follow his commands during their games. Yet, for Yuya's sake, Li Dolly had tolerated Yuan Bao until he had suggested a king Yuya homies a killed bride. Fisse de had unridged Yuan Bao, ho had pushed Li Dolly away and declared that his sister would never got a his house. Li Dolly, humiliated in front of his peers, had retaliated BB-aiding Yuan Bao. Since then, every encounter had turned into contestofwills, with Dolly promising to claim Yuyasha's bride. Yuan Bao, each to consumed with anger, had fought back, but predictably he was no match for Li Dolly, ending up bruised and battered after each skirmish. He returned home, too afraid to confess to his mother, often making excuses about falling while playing. For several days, Yuan Bao had stayed indoors to echo his mother's illness, and without seeing Yueya, Li Dolly had come looking for them. Seeing that the siblings were still inside, Li Dala grew frustrated. Let's check if his mother is home. His accomplice Lu Dahu, with a calculating glint in his eyes, suggested, Dolly, if his mother isn't home, we could just take you out. You can bring air back and have your parents pay a little, and then you all be your child bride. Lida Lycia's brightened at the suggestion, but uncertain to crept in, is the tabitron, what if my father finds out, hellskolm. Luda huskoff adatishi citation, what's there to fear, your father is the village ekifofshingha, uias mother sen outsider without no relative shara. The villagers off you won't intervenio can take you without a worry. Thea T-rolled fushing hesitated, owereth a was from Yuha village, not Jingha village, heffeltasen zoft trepidation about Thea deof abducting Sami O'Neil's sister. Brother Dolly, I can go with the autosnatcher, I feel wanted, you can go alone, I'm leaving. Luda has sneered, gripping Thenapia fusion neck with a firm hand, want to leave, if I were not afraid of us beating Olader, then go ahead, warrior brother sure was share blessing send endure hardships dozer, besides, watery wa afraid of, brother daily ashir. Fushing, timid by nature, was intimidated by Luda husband acing gaze. Lidila looked in vias liath the sibling sitting bethedor, wishing heckle play with you as well. Brother Dolly, it seems Thermother really isn't home, should we go inside? Lidila hesitated for a moment, Butha nodded, let's gun and take a look. With that, they stepped out from behind the triandwaka directly toward Yuanba and Duea. Uea, feeling frightened, timidly hid behind her brother. Yuan Bei instinctively shielded his sister. Hezea scold Lithicadon the three approaching boys. Yuanba wa haven't you been out of place the past few days, are you avoiding? Lidala questioned, his al fool was it jed with displeasure. Yuan Bei repletisily, whether we go out of play or no to snonofio your business. Lidala found Yuan Bei's demeanor particularly irksome, despite his tenderage. Yuan Bei insisted on presenting himself as composed and mature. Moreover, Ua only seemed to favor her brother, refusing to play with him, which made Lidala's irritation toward Yuan Bei grow. I'm the boss around her, so of course, it's my concern. Luda interjected with a swaggering arrogance, Yuan Bao, you're being rather ungrateful. If your sister becomes brother Dallas child bride, you'll be family with him. If you a village do S20, you can commodoching her village brother Dallas father will make arrangements for you. Why are you so foolish? Lidella dead in agreement, exactly, I'm doing this for our own good. If I don't appreciate it, that's a nothing, but we doyo you look so angry. Yuan Bao, you're a real I quitted him. Yuan Beoze is blazed with Foridadli Dali, I've told you out for, my sister will not be your child bride, get lost, and don't tell her such nonsense again, or I want Lydia easily. Yuan Beo Waisindi handsome, yet the small face often Boreanis a expression that kept with her sat bay, children his age typic littered to approach him, but Li Dali, being older, felt no fear. I, Li Dali, always get what I want. I want you as my kill bride, if you'll read spoken with me prince, and the agree, as long as we javeo your mother sememony, you all belong to my family, shall call my brother and willingly play with him. Yuya burst into tears, woo-woo brother, I don't want to go to Sami O'Neil shows, you want to stay with the one mother, woo-woo. Yuan Bao, heart-aching for his sister, gently comforted her, Yuaya don't listen to him brother wantle to go anywhere, y'all always be with men mother. Yuaya, Harry is brimming with tears, clutched her birthers hurt, frightened at the thought of being separated from him and Thermother. Brother Dolly, since Anunia shown, the size of perfect opportunity. Let's just take you back to our house. Upon hearing this, Fusion felt a surge of fear but to reassure himself. It would be fine. Uia's mother was just an orphan, and none would commit thyroid. Lidala's father was the village chief, and Disinkel was a county official. The Lithomoli was powerful, they would surely not fear Yuan Ba's mother. With this thought, Fusion felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 3 of the ferocious Yuan Bao. Upon hearing Lu Dahu's words, a chill immediately flickered in Yuan Bao's eyes. Lu Dahu, should you dare to incite again, I shall spare you no mercy. Do you truly believe I will not kill you? A fierce determination glimmered in Yuan Bao's dark, glistening gaze, exuding an ominous aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. He was acutely aware of his own frailty, realizing he could not possibly protect his sister. Though anxiety surged within him, he understood the necessity of concealing his vulnerability. Should his adversary perceive his weakness, they would launch an unrelenting assault. What he needed to do now was to maintain his composure and buy time until their mother returned. Once she was back, his sister would be safe. Lu Dahu laughed arrogantly, his sallow face betraying a palpable disdain in his small, beady eyes. Faced with Yuan Bao, who was so much younger, he felt no fear. Yuan Bao, if you possess the ability to kill me, then by all means, come at me. I am not afraid of you. Lu Dahu's tone dripped with mockery. Regardless of how formidable Yuan Bao might appear, he was merely a 3-year-old child, easily toppled. Yuan Bao's expression hardened, ever vigilant, as he positioned himself defensively to shield his sister behind him. Li Dali directed his gaze towards Yuaya and approached the siblings. Yuaya, come home with brother Dali. From now on, I will have my mother prepare delicious meals for us every day, ensuring you become plump and even more beautiful. Yuaya shook her head vehemently. No, I do not want to go to your home. Stay away from me. Yuan Bao quickly bent down to pick up a stone from the ground, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of an enraged wolf cub as he glared at Li Dali. If you approach again, I shall not hold back. Li Dali found Yuan Bao's defiance amusing. Yuan Bao, you are so small. How could you possibly contend with us? Step aside, and you might spare yourself some suffering. Lao Dali, I will hold Yuan Bao down, you take Yuao away. Lu Dahu suggested, a malevolent glint sparking in his eyes, causing unease to settle in the hearts of onlookers. Li Dali nodded, casting a grateful glance at Lu Dahu, patting his shoulder. Good brother, you truly understand me. Lu Dahu chuckled, reveling in his triumph. Yuan Bao and Yuaya retreated in fear, their hearts racing. Suddenly, Lu Dahu lunged towards Yuan Bao. In comparison to Yuan Bao, Lu Dahu's stature was imposing. The mere 3-year-old Yuan Bao was utterly dwarfed by him and was swiftly knocked to the ground due to malnutrition. Yuan Bao lacked the strength to push Lu Dahu off, even when fueled by rage. Li Dali, laughing, scooped up Yuaya and fled, while Fuxing hurriedly followed, not daring to linger. Yuaya's cries of distress echoed through the air, and upon hearing his sister's frightened wails, Yuan Bao felt his blood boil with fury. Unable to overpower Lu Dahu, he resorted to biting Lu Dahu's arm with all his might. Ah, ah, ah. Lu Dahu's agonized cries pierced the air. Even Li Dali, who was running away, heard him and felt a twinge of guilt, urging him not to linger as he hastened back to Qinghe village with the sobbing Yuaya in his arms. Fuxing quickly altered his course and ran home alone. Lu Dahu's anguished screams attracted the attention of nearby villagers, who rushed towards the source of the commotion. Upon discovering the children entangled on the ground, they hurried to separate them. As they approached, they found Yuan Bao fiercely clinging to Lu Dahu's arm, his teeth sunk deep into the flesh. Recognizing Lu Dahu, the villagers called for his parents, soon reprimanding Yuan Bao to release him. Yet Yuan Bao appeared oblivious to their pleas, continuing to gnaw at Lu Dahu's arm, his eyes flashing with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, striking fear into the hearts of those witnessing the scene. Yuan Bao, if you persist, your mother and sister will be driven out of Yuhe village. Release Dahu at once. Before long, Lu Dahu's parents rushed onto the scene. Upon seeing their son injured, Lu Dahu's father erupted in fury, striking Yuan Bao on the head. Feeling the sting of pain, Yuan Bao bit down harder, causing Lu Dahu to wail, ah. Father, mother, it hurts, my arm is in agony. As more and more villagers gathered, Yuan Bao's eyes brimmed with tears that he knew no one would come to his aid. These people would only support Lu Dahu. Clinging fiercely to Lu Dahu, he vented his pent-up rage, each bite eliciting torrents of tears and snot from Lu Dahu, who cried inconsolably. Lu Dahu's parents were frantic, yet they refrained from striking Yuan Bao again. The moment they did, he would bite down even harder. Lu Dahu's father, a tall and robust man accustomed to slaughtering pigs, seized Yuan Bao by his hair, attempting to pry his mouth open. However, as soon as he grabbed Yuan Bao's hair, the boy's expression grew even more ferocious, his teeth clamping down with renewed intensity. Lu Dahu's agonized cries rendered it impossible for his father to act further. What kind of venomous child is this? He is gnawing the flesh off Dahu's arm. Indeed, how could this happen? What did Dahu do to deserve such brutality? Just look at that expression. I am terrified. How can a child so young possess such a fierce demeanor? Truly remarkable. It seems someone has taken his sister away. That Li Dali from the neighboring village. Dahu and Li Dali are in cahoots. Yuan Bao is merely venting his fury. Poor child, left alone with no support. This orphan child may find himself in an even more pitiable situation, having offended the Dahu family. His life will surely become more difficult. As the crowd grew larger, the murmurs escalated. Upon hearing the mention of his sister's abduction, Lu Dahu's father bellowed in rage, "Your sister has been taken? Go after the one who snatched her. Why do you bite my son, you little beast? Release him, or I will make you pay dearly." Lu Dahu's father stomped furiously, his eyes burning with a desire to devour Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao's gaze remained resolute and fierce. He silently vowed to wait for their mother's return. If he released Lu Dahu now, he would be beaten to death by Lu Dahu's father. He understood the gravity of the situation. Were it not for the thought of needing to coexist with his mother and sister in this place, he would genuinely wish to bite Lu Dahu to death. "You little beast, release my son, or I will kill you." Lu Dahu's mother was already in tears, her face streaked with sorrow, her heart aching as she pounded the ground in frustration, too fearful to strike Yuan Bao, lest her own son suffer. Seeing Yuan Bao's refusal to relent, Lu Dahu's father's expression hardened. "Fine, choose your own demise, but do not blame me for the consequences." Dahu's father, this Yuan Bao is a pitiful child. Do not be too harsh. A villager interjected, concerned that Lu Dahu's father might inadvertently harm the boy. The villagers knew Lu Dahu's father well. His temperament was notorious for being violent and protective, making him an adversary to contend with. Yuan Bao's family was sure to face dire repercussions. "Silence, do you not see what has happened to my son? Today, I demand this wretched child's arm." With that, Lu Dahu's father stormed into Mu Yun's kitchen, retrieving a knife and advancing menacingly towards Yuan Bao. Fear rippled through the crowd as they witnessed him brandishing the knife, none daring to approach or plead for mercy, only casting sympathetic glances at Yuan Bao, fearing the worst for the child. A villager, alarmed at the prospect of a fatal outcome, hurried to summon the village chief. Yuan Bao, in despair, watched as Lu Dahu's father approached with the knife. In that moment, he went into a frenzy, biting down ferociously, tearing a chunk of flesh from Lu Dahu's arm, before swiftly scrambling to his feet. "Ah! Mother, I'm dying, it hurts, mother." Lu Dahu screamed, rolling on the ground in agony. Lu Dahu's mother, shocked, rushed to embrace her son but found it impossible to restrain the flailing child. All eyes turned to Yuan Bao, his mouth stained with blood, his expression cold and unfeeling. He disdainfully spat out the bloody morsel, his visage terrifying. At such a tender age, he resembled a vengeful spectre, his gaze devoid of warmth, fixated on the crowd, causing them to shudder involuntarily. For the first time, they felt fear emanating from a mere 3-year-old Lu Dahu's father. Witnessing the blood-soaked arm of his son and the sight of Yuan Bao discarding the flesh, descended into a frenzy, brandishing the knife towards Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao fled, but he was too small. Lu Dahu's father swiftly closed the distance. Just as the knife was about to descend upon Yuan Bao, a stone whistled through the air, striking Lu Dahu's father's arm with a resounding thud, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a figure dashed into the courtyard. Yuan Bao, are you alright? Are you hurt? Mu Yun panted anxiously, her face etched with fear. She had caught 2 rabbits in the mountains and, feeling uneasy about leaving the 2 children alone, had hastened her return. To her horror, she arrived just in time to witness Yuan Bao being pursued with a knife. Had she delayed even a moment longer, he would have met a dire fate. Mu Yun's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Seeing Yuan Bao's bloodied mouth, she fretted, checking for injuries while urgently inquiring about his well-being. Chapter 4 of the village chief's favoritism. Upon seeing his mother, Yuan Bao felt as if he had glimpsed a beacon of hope. The once lifeless and indifferent expression in his eyes finally shifted, and he stammered, "Mother, my sister, we must hurry to save her. She has been taken away. That mother, Yuya has been snatched away." In that moment, Yuan Bao finally allowed himself to cry, his voice hoarse and his sobs pitifully incessant. Hearing this, Mu Yun grew increasingly anxious. "What has happened, Yuan Bao? Speak clearly to your mother. Do not be afraid. I have returned, and together we shall rescue Yuya. With me by your side, nothing shall happen to her. Do not worry, my child." She hurriedly comforted him, her heart aching at the sight of his distress. Before Yuan Bao could explain, Dahuda had once again seized a kitchen knife, charging forward. "You little wretch, today I shall take care of both you and your mother." Despite the injury to his arm, Dahuda's fighting spirit remained undiminished. The sight of his son so grievously harmed left him seething, and he dismissed the lone widow with 2 dependents as inconsequential. Witnessing Dahuda's advance, Mu Yun's gaze turned icy. Without waiting for him to approach, she leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. She then swiftly followed up, stepping onto his chest, eliciting pained cries from him. "You butcher, dare to lay a hand on my son, and you seek death." Her eyes glinted with a fierce intent as she delivered another crushing blow to his chest, causing him to spit blood, a sight that horrified the onlookers. Dahuda's wife, in a frenzy of worry and anger, knelt by her husband. "Mu Yun, how dare you? It was your son who bit mine first. Look at my son, he has lost a piece of flesh from his arm because of your child. As a mother, my heart breaks at the sight." Her genuine concern for her child fueled her hatred towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun turned her gaze towards Lu Dahuda, who was still wailing in pain. "My Yuan Bao does not bite without reason. Your child must have committed an unforgivable act." Yuan Bao looked at his mother, feeling warmth spread through him. She seemed different somehow. "Yuan Bao, come here and tell your mother what transpired. I will not allow anyone to bully you." Yuan Bao obediently approached and recounted the events, and Mu Yun's fury escalated as she listened. "How audacious! In broad daylight, they dare to abduct a child. They must be truly reckless. You hear this, you lament the injury to your child, yet my daughter has been taken from me. Does my heart not ache as well? Lu Dahuda must pay for his actions. A mere piece of flesh is too lenient a consequence." Dahuda's wife, feeling a twinge of guilt, defiantly retorted, "The one who abducted is Li Dali from the neighboring village, not my Dahuda. You should seek him out. Why do you bully my Dahuda here? Are you, Mu Yun, simply preying on the weak?" Just then, the village chief arrived. Having learned of the situation on his way, he felt a surge of anger towards Lu Dahuda and Li Dali's actions. However, mere anger would not resolve the issue. He needed to find a way to address it. Upon witnessing Mu Yun standing over Dahuda, he was astonished how had she transformed so drastically in just a few days. "The village chief is here." A villager called out, and the crowd parted to make way for him. The chief approached Mu Yun, frowning as he scolded, "We must discuss matters calmly. Violence is not the answer. Mu Yun, this is unacceptable." Mu Yun gazed at the chief, doubting he had not been informed of the details before arriving. His demeanor suggested he would not advocate for her family. She sighed inwardly. After all, she was merely an outsider, and with the Lu clan's numbers in Yuha village, it was only natural for the chief to side with them. Preoccupied with her daughter's safety, Mu Yun did not wish to prolong the confrontation. She addressed the chief directly. "You are aware of the situation, so how do you intend to deal with Lu Dahuda? Will you simply let this matter go, disregarding the plight of a widow and her children?" The chief was taken aback by her boldness. The timid Mu Yun of the past seemed to have vanished. His discomfort was palpable as he realized they might appear to be bullying the weak. However, the reality was that the Lu family had many supporters in the village, while Mu Yun stood alone, lacking any allies. With a serious expression, the chief replied, "Mu Yun, look at Dahuda's condition. Isn't this punishment enough? I will take responsibility for this matter and ensure that the Lu family does not pursue you further. Please, do not make this more complicated. Dahuda has already sustained injuries, and that should suffice as a lesson. Yet you never mentioned you possessed martial skills. We took you in due to our pity for your plight, but it seems you have hidden things from us. Such deception reflects poorly on your character." The chief's displeasure was evident. Mu Yun scoffed, "Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave from Yuha village. I am grateful for your hospitality over the years." With that, she looked down at Dahuda, who was still struggling beneath her foot, utterly humiliated. Fixating her icy gaze upon his corpulent face, she lifted her foot only to swiftly stomp down upon his arm. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a bone dislocating, prompting a piercing scream from Dahuda. "Yuan Bao, let us go and find Yuya." Mu Yun withdrew her foot, her voice calm as she extended her hand to her son. Yuan Bao hurriedly ran to his mother's side, gripping her hand tightly. The village chief was taken aback by Mu Yun's newfound assertiveness, struggling to comprehend the shift in her demeanor. Although he was self-serving, he was not devoid of compassion. Recognizing the challenges faced by Mu Yun and her children, he offered, "Mu Yun, I do not intend to force you to leave. You may continue to stay here. As for UAS situation, perhaps you could consider it positively. It is difficult for a woman with 2 children to survive. Your children appear malnourished. If UAA goes to the Li family, her life may improve significantly, at least in terms of food and clothing." Mu Yun's icy stare pierced through him, sending a shiver down his spine, yet he could not deny the truth in his words. "Village chief, I appreciate your assistance these years, but even if I am struggling, I will not abandon my children." With that, Mu Yun departed with Yuan Bao, taking along the 2 rabbits she had hunted. The villagers watched the pair leave, murmuring amongst themselves. Following the route to Qinghe village from her memories, Mu Yun and her son soon arrived at their destination. Though the 2 villages were distinct, they were not far apart. They inquired among the villagers for the address of Li Dali's home until they finally stood before it. Li Dali's father was the village chief of Qinghe village, which was predominantly inhabited by the Li family. Their residence was quite grand, surrounded by relatives, and it was said that Li Dali had an uncle serving as a magistrate in the county, which bolstered the family's arrogance. Knowing she was outnumbered and accompanied by 2 children, Mu Yun realized she could not act recklessly without understanding the situation. If she were alone, wandering freely would be a viable option, but with 2 children, she needed to proceed cautiously. Hence, she had gathered as much information as possible about the Li family along the way. It seemed that immediate revenge was not feasible. However, Mu Yun reassured herself that she would soon ensure that all those who had wronged Yuya and Yuan Bao would face consequences. "Yuan Bao, today I may not be able to avenge Yuya, but do not be disheartened. I promise you that before long, all those who have harmed you and Yuya will pay the price and kneel before you both to apologize. Do you trust your mother?" Mu Yun gazed at Yuan Bao with a mix of tenderness and guilt, realizing that regardless of where one was, status and power were indispensable. If she were unencumbered by attachments, things would be simpler. However, with dependence and vulnerabilities, she needed a formidable facade for protection. In that moment, a new resolve began to take root within her. Though young, Yuan Bao understood much. He nodded earnestly. "Mother, I will not blame you. It is alright. I will remember the grievances against Yuya and you, and when I grow up, I will ensure that those who have wronged us are taught a lesson and made to pay." Seeing her perceptive son, Mu Yun felt a surge of comfort, smiling as she ruffled his hair before taking his hand and knocking on the door of the Li residence. Chapter 5 of Finding the Li family. The door was opened by a woman adorned with a traditional hairstyle, dressed in a blue gown. Unlike many of the village women, this lady wore a finer cotton dress rather than the coarse linen typical of the area. She also sported a simple silver hairpin, suggesting she hailed from a household of relative comfort. "Who are you looking for?" the woman inquired, her gaze filled with scrutiny and confusion, as she had not previously encountered Mu Yun and her son. Mu Yun replied coldly, "We are searching for Li Dali. Is this his residence?" Noticing the icy demeanor and the flicker of anger in Mu Yun's eyes, the woman felt a pang of unease. "I am Dali's mother. May I ask who you are?" With a disdainful snort, Mu Yun retorted, "Madam Li, your son brazenly abducted my daughter in broad daylight. Are you aware of this?" Mrs. Li's expression turned to one of shock. How could this be? Dali would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Mu Yun was not inclined to discuss the character of Li Dali. Her sole desire was to reunite with her daughter. The mere thought of her daughter's frightened tears tugged painfully at her heart. "Mrs.Li, is my daughter Yuya in your home? I must see her. She is so young and must be terrified by this ordeal. If you possess any compassion, please do not obstruct my path to my daughter." A sudden dread gripped Mrs.Li as she recalled the sobbing child within the house. Could it be that Yuya was indeed taken by Dali? What a predicament this was. Mrs.Li felt cornered, unsure of how to navigate the situation. "What is this, Mrs. Li? Are you considering breaking the law? The crime of forcibly abducting a child is no trivial matter. Does your family believe they can wield their influence to oppress others?" At these words, Mrs.Li was instantly taken aback, her resolve faltering. She quickly bade Mu Yun to enter. Mu Yun hurriedly stepped inside, cradling her son Yuan Bao in her arms, fearful he might lag behind. The Li residence was a courtyard-style home, modest in size. Upon entering, Mu Yun immediately heard the faint sounds of Yuya's sobbing. She followed the sound, swiftly making her way to the door of a room, and kicked it open with force. The sudden noise startled Li Dali, who had been trying to comfort Yuya. He looked up, frozen in disbelief upon seeing Mu Yun and Yuan Bao. Outside, Mrs.Li rushed to another room, calling for her 13-year-old daughter to fetch her husband, overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before her. Within the room, Yuya's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of her mother and brother. Momentarily forgetting her tears, her face was streaked with weeping, her large, grape-like eyes glistening with redness and swelling. Seeing her daughter in such a state caused Mu Yun's heart to ache. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gently set down Yuan Bao and swiftly embraced Yuya, her heart heavy with compassion. "Do not fear, Yuya. Mother is here," Mu Yun whispered, cradling her daughter tenderly and soothingly patting her back. Yuya, exhausted from her tears, had lost her voice. Upon seeing her mother, a sense of calm enveloped her, and she could no longer cry, resting her small, quivering frame against Mu Yun, stifling soft sobs that only deepened Mu Yun's heartache. Yuan Bao, witnessing his sister's distress, felt a weight lift from his heart. As he gazed at the tender embrace shared by his mother and sister, his expression softened. However, upon catching sight of Li Dali, his gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy glare. Li Dali, feeling a surge of panic, had not anticipated that Yueya's mother would come to his home. That hadn't Li Dahu and Fuxing said that she was timid and wouldn't dare speak up if bullied? How had she discovered their whereabouts and come knocking at his door? Feeling guilty and frightened, Li Dali's mother glanced at her son, her eyes betraying a hint of reproach. Dali felt a pang of guilt. He had told his mother that Yueya was abandoned and that he had brought her home because they could not care for her, and now, faced with this situation, he feared his mother would blame him. Moreover, he dreaded what his father would do if he learned of his actions. He would undoubtedly be met with a beating. Regret washed over him, though it was too late to turn back now. Yueya's mother, this is all a misunderstanding. My son Dali said that Yueya was unwanted and could not be cared for, which is why he brought her here. We already have many children, there was no need to forcibly take yours. This must be a misunderstanding. Please, have a seat, and we can clarify matters. Upon hearing Mrs. Li's words, Muyan turned with Yueya in her arms, but the moment Yueya's gaze met Li Dali's, she shrank back in fear, causing Muyan's heart to ache anew. Do not be afraid, Yueya. Mother is here. Muyan reassured her gently. MRS.li, it is a fact that your son has committed abduction. The people of Yuha village are well aware of it. His accomplice, Lu Dalu, took advantage of his age to overpower my son, allowing Li Dali to carry Yueya away. At my home, Lu Dalu even suffered a chunk of flesh bitten from his arm by my son. Lu Dalu's father also received a broken hand due to this incident. Both father and son have paid a price, and your son, as the principal offender, must face consequences as well. Li Dali looked incredulously at Yuan Bao, unable to fathom that such a small child could be so fierce, having bitten off a piece of Lu Dalu's arm. It was utterly terrifying. Yuan Bao, noticing Li Dali's fright, could not suppress a cold smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth, casting an unsettling aura. MRS.li, equally astonished, regarded Yuan Bao with wide eyes. This small, sprightly boy was remarkably fierce, and Yueya's mother seemed extraordinary as well, her gaze sending shivers down one's spine. They had clearly entangled themselves with formidable individuals. Mrs. Li's heart raced with concern, praying for her husband to return swiftly and resolve the matter, for she could not allow harm to come to her only son. Yueya's mother, children do not understand the gravity of such threats. Talk of severing limbs is too gruesome, it is better not to frighten the children further. Mu Yun found this amusing. MRS.li, have you not seen the state my Yueya is in? If your daughter were abducted, would you let the perpetrator go unpunished? Feeling helpless, Mrs. Li recognized the tenacity of this family but resolutely refused to allow anyone to harm her son. Yueya's mother, regardless of the circumstances, this is our family's fault. How about this? We will offer compensation. Just state your conditions, and we shall do our utmost to comply, as a means of atoning for our wrongs against Yueya. What do you think? MRS.li, being timid, dared not confront Muyan directly and instead proposed alternative terms, hoping to appease her. Just as Muyan was about to respond, her peripheral vision caught sight of a hurriedly returning man, presumably the village chief of Qinghe, and Li Dali's father. She averted her gaze and addressed Mrs. Li, I seek no compensation, I simply want justice for my daughter according to the law. Abducting a child is a serious crime, but if you are reluctant to impose punishment upon your son, then let the authorities handle it. If you cannot raise your child properly, then let the law educate him. Upon entering, Li Dali's father heard Muyan's words. While he felt little fear, he understood that a resolution was imperative to avoid leaving any loose ends. Young lady, my son Dali has erred and must be punished. Please, share your thoughts on an appropriate punishment, we are eager to hear your opinion. When the search for his daughter began, the village chief had dispatched someone to Yuha village to gather information, which confirmed that his son was indeed at fault. While he felt frustration at his son's actions, he had no choice but to defend him. Though there was little consequence to facing the authorities, having a brother in the ranks meant no major repercussions. However, a visit to the magistrate would tarnish their family's reputation, and the Li family held their dignity in high regard. Chapter 6 Compensation from Father Dali. Muyan observed that this family displayed no genuine remorse, and she could not help but scoff inwardly. Did they believe she would not make a fuss? Village chief Li, what do you think should be the punishment? Perhaps we ought to adhere strictly to the law. I do not require anything beyond its punitive scope. Upon hearing this, Father Dali's countenance darkened, and displeasure quickly surfaced in his eyes. Little sister, the law is of no consequence to children. At your age, you ought to comprehend that. Muyan retorted with a cold smile. Village chief Li, whether the law is applicable to Li Dali is not for you or I to decide, nor is it for your brother, who serves as a county official. If the county magistrate cannot advocate for my daughter and me, we still have the governor to turn to. His surname is certainly not Li. You. Father Dali was taken aback by Muyan's audacity. His face turned ashen. His brother's future was paramount, and family should not be a liability. Muyun, you are but an outsider. Are you truly prepared to be relentless in your pursuit of justice? Although Father Dali's tone carried an undercurrent of threat, there was also a hint of helplessness. Muyan, with utmost seriousness, declared, no one shall bully my children. Should anyone harm my two kids, I shall fight them with every ounce of my strength. Fight, you, a frail woman, believe you can contend with anyone? I have heard that you will no longer reside in Yuha village. How about moving to Qinghe village instead? I will ensure you are allotted land, guaranteeing that you and your family will have enough food to eat. Father Dali recognized that ultimately, his family was at fault and endeavored to make amends. In earlier times, Muyan might have acquiesced, as having enough to eat was extraordinarily important in this era. However, for the Muyan of today, securing sustenance was a simple matter. She had no need for this compensation yet, seeing that the Lee family was not entirely wicked, their transgressions were not unforgivable, moreover, she currently lacked the means to act upon her desires and could not demand too much. She knew that Father Dolly would not agree to anything that might jeopardize his son's hands. Let us proceed this way, village chiefly. I perceive that your family is not devoid of conscience. I do not seek compensation nor do I wish to harm Lee Dolly's hands, instead, I require him to serve as a servant to my family, Yuan Bao and Yue, for 3 months, using his hands for labor and demonstrating his remorse through action. It was not permissible to torment Lee Dolly physically. However, inflicting some emotional distress could serve as a form of retribution. Mother Dolly immediately felt a pang of sympathy. How can this be? My Dolly has never worked, he has never suffered, he is meant to pursue his studies. Mu Yun replied, then he may labor for us after school. She specifically desired someone unaccustomed to work, as it would be more effective to impose upon him. Father Dolly, observing Mu Yun's unyielding demeanor, was quite vexed. This will not do. If word gets out, how will my son maintain his dignity? The Lee family held great regard for their reputation. Mu Yun scoffed, her tone laced with mockery. Does village chief Lee believe that a 10-year-old child who has learned to abduct young girls would find such a reputation appealing? He is still to study? If Lee Dolly is fortunate enough to achieve anything in his studies, the news of this incident will surely ruin his prospects, for how respectable can a person be who committed such acts at the tender age of 10? Father Dolly's heart quaked at this realization. With a brother serving as a county official, he understood the significance of reputation. To rise above the ordinary, one must cultivate a good name. He had never envisioned his son leading a life as a mere farmer. Even working in the county office would be preferable to the lot of an ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, Father Dolly spoke, very well, I consent, but I have conditions. First, you must ensure my son's safety while in your care. He must not sustain any injuries. Second, you will reside in Qingha village, and I shall allocate land to you. Though it may not be extensive, it will suffice to feed your family of 3, provided you do not encounter any disasters. This shall serve as compensation. Thirdly, you must not verbally or physically mistreat my son. Old Lee, how can you agree to this? Mother Dolly exclaimed, her face etched with concern. Li Dolly, too, was anxious, instantly feeling stripped of dignity. His previously dark expression turned crimson. Father Dolly shot a warning glance at his wife, signaling her to remain silent. He then turned back to Mu Yun and inquired, what say you, will you accept my terms? I, Li Jingguang, do not engage in acts of humiliation. My son has erred, and I must make amends. I have acquiesced to your requests, provided you ensure my son's safety and well-being. Father Dolly had always believed his son to be somewhat unruly. He was unresponsive to admonishment, yet he was reluctant to chastise him physically. Perhaps this opportunity to temper his character might yield some improvement. Mu Yun agreed, feeling moderately satisfied with Father Dolly's dealings, and her ire subsided somewhat. Very well, we shall proceed as village chief Lee has suggested. Qingha village was neither too large nor too small, and there were currently 2 vacant houses. One had belonged to the Zhou family, who had moved away after their business prospered, selling both their land and home to the village chief. The other was situated by a small creek, nestled near a forest. The house rested beneath the trees, with the creek beside it and land surrounding it. Though the terrain was mountainous, yielding less than optimal crops, this dwelling had once been occupied by an elderly doctor who had since been invited elsewhere and had not returned. Mu Yun visited both locations and ultimately chose the one by the forest. Although the house was not particularly pleasing and the land was not ideal, she adored the environment. With some renovations and the planting of flowers and greenery, it could become a modest paradise. This was the kind of dwelling she had cherished in her past life. Village chief, I have chosen this place. Thank you. Mu Yun expressed her gratitude, concluding that while Lee Dolly was indeed despicable, his parents were not entirely without merit. They still possessed a semblance of conscience, albeit perhaps a rather meager one. Seeing her selection, Father Dolly shook his head in resignation. Clearly, the other option was superior, but it mattered little to him. Very well, this shall be your home from now on. As village chief, I extend a warm welcome to you. We shall be neighbors and must strive to coexist harmoniously. Father Dolly hoped to elicit some happiness in Mu Yun, wishing she would refrain from tormenting his son excessively. Mu Yun smiled, thank you, village chief, you may return now, we must begin tidying our new home. The village chief glanced at his son, knowing that this was the opportune moment for labor, and Mu Yun would undoubtedly keep Dolly occupied with chores. With a resigned sigh, Father Dolly turned and departed. Li Dolly cast a pleading glance at his father, pitifully calling out, Father. With a hardened heart, Father Dolly refused to look back, turning to Mu Yun to say, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. You and your children are indeed in a pitiable situation, and I will assist as much as I can. Mu Yun nodded, her anger having dissipated significantly. Remembering that her 2 children had yet to eat, she looked to the village chief and said, Village chief, may I borrow a fire starter? The village chief nodded and retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, handing it to her. Thank you, village chief. Please return home now, do not delay us in our preparations. Mu Yun urged him to leave, wishing to prevent him from feeling sympathy for Lee Dolly as he worked. With yet another resigned sigh, the village chief turned and walked away. As Lee Dolly prepared to step outside, Mu Yun shot him a cold glare. Ahem. Hearing the sound, Lee Dolly turned to see Mu Yun's icy gaze, and he instantly froze, no longer daring to move. With the village chief gone, only the 4 of them remained at the entrance of the house. Li Dolly felt too guilty and fearful to make any unnecessary movements. Mu Yun spoke in a frigid tone, Lee Dolly, your father has departed. From now on, you shall remain here as a servant. You will do as Yuanbao and Yuei instruct you, understood? Should you dare to disobey, I have my methods of dealing with you. Li Dali lifted his chin, striving to muster some semblance of authority. My father said you are not to harm me, humph. Faced with a seemingly frail woman, Li Dali was not overly intimidated. He merely felt guilt, unable to meet Mu Yun's gaze, believing he had nothing to fear from a weak female. Mu Yun chuckled derisively. Oh, not harm you, do you really believe my words? That was merely to deceive your father. Now that he is gone, I can do as I please. Yuanbao, Yueta, go wait by the creek for your mother. Once I arrive, we shall wash the rabbits together, and later, I will roast them for you. Yuanbao took Yueya by the hand and led her to the creek. Once she confirmed that the two children were out of sight, Mu Yun picked up the two rabbits lying on the ground, swiftly breaking one by the neck with a decisive snap. The once lively rabbits fell lifeless in an instant. This violent display horrified Li Dali, who stared at Mu Yun in terror, unable to fathom how this seemingly frail woman could possess such strength. Mu Yun relished his expression, smiling as she said, Li Dali, if you wish to avoid having your neck snap like these two rabbits, you will immediately get to work, otherwise, I will not hesitate to let you experience the sensation of having your neck broken. Go clean every corner of the house until not a speck of dust remains. Should you fail to do so, prepare to spend time in the jail. Your father only agreed to my terms to prevent you from ending up there. If you think you can simply run home, you are sorely mistaken. Li Dali looked at Mu Yun in astonishment. How did she know what he was thinking? As Mu Yun walked towards the creek with the rabbits in hand, she continued, when I return after roasting the rabbits, if you have not completed your chores, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chapter 7. The ideology of male supremacy. By the brook, Yuanbao and Yueya were perched upon a stone, eagerly awaiting their mother's arrival. As soon as they spotted her approaching, they both exclaimed, Mother! Mu Yun, calculating the time, surmised that the two children must be quite famished. She tossed the rabbit aside by the brook, glancing around the desolate surroundings, where withered branches lay in abundance, perfect for kindling a fire. Stay put, my dears, mother will gather some firewood to roast the rabbit for you, she said. With swift movements, Mu Yun collected the twigs, and then retrieved a fire starter to ignite the flames. Yuanbao led Yueya to the fire, finding a larger stone for her to sit upon before scurrying off to gather more wood. Once the fire blazed, Mu Yun ventured into the house to fetch a large pot for boiling water. She noticed Li Dali quietly scrubbing the area with a furrowed brow and felt a sense of satisfaction, opting not to disturb him. After the water reached a boil, she quickly blanched the rabbit, plucking its fur and rinsing it in the brook, her hands moving with remarkable speed until both rabbits were cleaned. She then produced bamboo skewers she had prepared in advance, threading the meat onto them and placing them over the fire to roast. Observing Yuanbao's diligent collection of firewood, Mu Yun smiled and praised, Yuanbao, you are truly remarkable, helping mother gather so much wood. You are simply extraordinary. Yuanbao, placing the wood down, shyly grinned, Mother, if there is anything you need me to do, just call. I've grown up and can help, please don't bear the burden alone. A warmth spread through Mu Yun's heart. Her children were endearing and dutiful, and she felt incredibly fortunate to be their mother. Thank you, Yuanbao, could you check inside the house for some salt? If there isn't any, please ask Li Dali to fetch some. Mother needs it for cooking. Yuanbao nodded and stood to head toward the house. Mu Yun settled onto a nearby stone bench and beckoned Yueya, come here, Yueya. Mother wants to hold you. Having endured distress and fright that day, Mu Yun felt a pang of compassion and yearned to embrace her. Yueya approached quietly, nestling into Mu Yun's arms like a docile kitten, eliciting affection. Did anything frighten you today, Yueya? Speak to Mother. Mu Yun wished to alleviate any shadows the day's events might cast over Yueya's heart, aiming to help her voice her fears so she would not dread recalling them. Yet, upon remembering the morning's ordeal, Yueya trembled. Despite her efforts to push those thoughts away, the sudden mention instilled fear within her. Mu Yun tenderly comforted her, do not be afraid, my darling. Mother is here. You must understand that no matter what happens, I will always come to your rescue. I will never allow you to fall into danger. You must trust me. All right, Yueya nodded, feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, her anxiety gradually dissipating. If you ever find yourself in danger, you must not see or why. Be strong and brave, and find a way to protect yourself from harm while waiting for Mother to come to your aid. Do you understand? Yueya obediently nodded, and Mu Yun lovingly stroked her head, contemplating the need to teach them some self-defense skills. Both children were rather frail. The first step was to nourish them adequately before embarking on the journey of imparting essential self-defense techniques. She needed to devise a way to earn money first. In her previous life, her most lucrative skills were assassination and intelligence gathering. Aside from her missions, she had lived the life of an ordinary person, having done various mundane jobs such as food delivery, street vending, office work, and floral arrangement, all of which did not yield substantial income. In her past life, she had longed to be an ordinary person, so during bouts of boredom, she would explore various lifestyles, relishing the notion that each new identity allowed her to experience a different life. It was quite an enjoyable sensation. In this ancient era, earning a living should prove relatively easier. She possessed considerable knowledge, yet the initial lack of capital posed a slight challenge. Tomorrow, she would venture into the city to seek out profitable opportunities. Sensing the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit, she refocused her attention on the task at hand. Yuanbao approached with a bag of coarse salt, exclaiming, Mother, I found some. I thought we had none, but I sent Li Dali out to search, and then spotted it in a corner of the kitchen. I am not sure if it's still good, though. Please have a look. After Li Dali left, Yuanbao had taken a moment to survey the house, resolving to assist with the cleaning once they finished their meal, eager to settle into their new home with his mother and sister. Mu Yun accepted the somewhat dusty bag from Yuanbao, releasing Yueya and carrying the bag to the brook to wash. She found a clean stone to empty the salt onto before continuing to wash the bag. Mother, the rabbit is going to burn, Yuan Bao called out. Mu Yun hurried back to turn the meat, and by this time, the tantalizing aroma of the rabbit wafted through the air, its fats rendering beautifully. Yuan Bao and Yue, already ravenous, found their hunger intensifying with the delightful scent. Yue's stomach growled audibly as she swallowed repeatedly. How much longer do we have to wait? Mother, I'm so hungry, she said, patting her flat stomach, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the meat over the fire, wishing fervently to eat it immediately. Mu Yun, charmed by the children's eager expressions, smiled indulgently. It won't be long now, just a few more minutes, and it will be ready. Please bear with me a little longer, Yue. Yue nodded obediently, and Mu Yun sprinkled salt over the meat, enhancing the aroma further. Just then, Li Dali approached, carrying a pot along with some salt and wheat flour. This is from my father for you, he said, placing the pot on the ground, though his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the roasting rabbit. How delightful it smelled. It was the first time he had encountered such an enticing scent of meat. Mu Yun noticed the look in his eyes and smiled slyly. Her roasted rabbit was indeed a culinary masterpiece. Even during her missions in the wild, she never deprived herself of a good meal, and roasting rabbits and wild chickens was her specialty, her most adept culinary skill. Have you finished cleaning the house? Mu Yun inquired, her tone frosty. Li Dali quickly averted his gaze, replying coolly, not yet, I'm not adept at cleaning, these chores were always handled by my sisters, I never had to do them. Mu Yun, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. I never would have guessed, a male such as yourself, unable to perform tasks that even young girls can manage. What a disgrace, how dare you even admit it? I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Per mocking demeanor filled Li Dali with shame and indignation, his youthful face flushing with anger, though his darker complexion somewhat concealed it. A man is meant to undertake great endeavors. I only need to study. Domestic chores are for women. I'm a man and shouldn't be expected to do such things. If you weren't making things difficult for me, I wouldn't have to endure such tasks for a lifetime. Li Dali spoke stubbornly, harboring dissatisfaction toward Mu Yun, yet fearing his father and feeling a vague sense of guilt for having taken Yue away, he refrained from resisting her commands. However, Mu Yun's derogatory remarks wounded his pride, and he found her words contemptible. From a young age, he had been taught that he need only eat and study, while the womenfolk took care of the household chores. Feeding the chickens and cattle, farming, chopping wood, cooking, and washing were all the domain of women, as his mother had instructed him. When his grandparents were alive, they often reinforced this belief, ingraining in him the notion that men were to pursue education, while women were responsible for all else. Mu Yun coldly retorted, who decreed that men are to study and seek honors while women are relegated to cooking and household chores. Is it you who sets these rules? In this vast world, do you believe everything is dictated by your words? Li Dali, feeling ridiculed by Mu Yun's sardonic expression, perceived her as looking down on him, and it infuriated him. He raised his voice, everyone is like this, the village is like this. Mu Yun chuckled derisively, just because everyone else behaves this way, you choose to follow suit, do you lack your own judgment? Do you have no independent thought? If others are foolish, must you also be foolish? If others eat excrement, will you join them? Li Dali's face flushed crimson with anger, he felt unjustly treated and shouted back, you're just trying to twist my words? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Mu Yun found it amusing, you cannot counter my arguments, it's not that you're disinterested in conversing, but rather that you lack reason. Have you never heard the saying, with reason, one can traverse the world, without reason, one cannot take a single step. Do you know what that means? Would you like me to explain it to you? Li Dali seethed with rage, convinced that he was correct, yet unable to articulate his point against Mu Yun. A feeling of profound frustration welled within him, but he wished to cease the conversation, fearing that continuing would only exacerbate his anger. I am going to clean the house, I can't be bothered to converse with someone like you, such a scoundrel. With that, he hurried away, his demeanor filled with urgency, as if fleeing from the sound of Mu Yun's voice. Chapter 8 New Neighbors. Mu Yun cast a glance at the retreating figure and gently withdrew her gaze. Yuya, the rabbit is ready. You wait a moment while I prepare it for you. It's still hot. Mu Yun faced her daughter with a beaming smile, her eyes soft and tender, in stark contrast to the expression she had just displayed when confronting Li Dali. Yuan Bao, observing from the side, couldn't help but smile along with his mother. He felt a surge of admiration for her prowess, both in conversation and in combat. Though he was unsure of how his mother had suddenly transformed, he found himself preferring this new version of her. Yuya, unable to contain her anticipation, felt her stomach rumble once more, her grape-like eyes sparkling as they fixated on the rabbit meat, swallowing her saliva in an utterly covetous manner, which elicited a mix of amusement and affection from Mu Yun. She swiftly divided the rabbit meat in half, placing it on a clean stone she had just prepared for her two children. This is for Yuya, and this is for Yuan Bao. Blow on it before eating, don't burn yourselves. Yuya nodded eagerly, taking a bite without hesitation. The rich flavors of fat and meat melted in her mouth, and a look of pure satisfaction spread across her cherubic face, rendering her utterly delightful. Mother, it's delicious, she exclaimed in a soft and tender voice. Yuan Bao tore off a piece of meat and offered it to Mu Yun. Mother, you eat. Yuya quickly followed suit, tearing off a piece and presenting it to Mu Yun. Mother, let us eat together. Mu Yun felt deeply touched as she observed Yuan Bao offering her the meat without having tasted it himself. This child, how remarkably considerate he was. With a hint of tenderness in her heart, she patted Yuan Bao's round head and smiled gently. You too enjoy, this portion is for your mother, see, it's also perfectly roasted. The other rabbit was nearly ready, but fearing the children would be hungry, she prioritized their meals. Yuan Bao stubbornly refused to retract his hand, prompting Mu Yun to yield and take the meat he offered. Mother, there is more, Yuya chimed in, holding up another piece of meat for Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled as she opened her mouth to accept it, relishing the delightful feeding from her two children. Only after seeing her eat did Yuan Bao begin to indulge himself. The rabbit meat was simply exquisite, leaving an indelible impression in Yuan Bao's young heart. He would forever remember the sensation of his first taste of meat. The three of them sat by the babbling brook, enjoying the cool breeze while savoring the fragrant roasted rabbit. This scene stirred envy in Li Dili, who was busy tidying up nearby. The enticing aroma wafted over, proving to be irresistibly tempting. Li Dili, having lost focus on his chores, could not help but swallow repeatedly, his mind fixated on the thought of requesting his mother to prepare a rabbit for him upon his return home. As he continued to hastily clean, his own stomach began to rumble, and in his vexation, he quickened his pace, hoping to finish his tasks and return home for a meal. The mouth-watering scent drew the attention of nearby villagers engaged in work. Upon encountering the unfamiliar trio, one curious soul inquired, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." In this vicinity, where households were situated closely, the villagers were intrigued by the sudden appearance of the mother and her two children. "Auntie, we have just moved in. My name is Mu Yun, and these are my two children, Yuan Bao and Yuya." Mu Yun replied politely, glancing at the woman wielding a hoe. However, her courteous demeanor and cheerful smile were met with a sharp and envious glare from the woman, who resented others indulging in such appetizing fare. "Just moved in? Living here?" The woman pointed towards the house ahead, spotting Li Dili cleaning at the entrance, her tone suddenly softening with surprise. "Are you related to the village chief?" Mu Yun discerned that this woman was not particularly amiable, prompting her to adopt a cooler tone. "No, I previously resided in Yuhi village, and I just relocated today." Upon hearing Mu Yun's denial, the woman appeared puzzled, glancing between Li Dili and Mu Yun with a scrutinizing gaze. "Miss, what exactly are you roasting? It smells delightful, I could smell it from afar." A robust male voice interjected as a young couple approached, their curiosity piqued by the remnants of the rabbit meat in Mu Yun's hands. Mu Yun turned to see a seemingly honest couple, evidently preparing to head home after a day's work. "Brother and sister, you've just finished work. I'm roasting a rabbit that was hunted in the mountains," she replied, enjoying the amiable conversation. The young woman, encouraged by Mu Yun's friendliness, joined in the dialogue, and the three began to engage in pleasant chatter. To thrive in this new environment, it was essential to become acquainted with the neighbors. After all, distant relatives pale in comparison to close neighbors. Although she had been an assassin in her previous life, she did not particularly enjoy solitude. As they conversed, the earlier unpleasant woman was momentarily forgotten. The elderly woman, wearing an expression of discontent, scoffed, "You're not from a wealthy family, indulging in such extravagant eating. You clearly don't know how to manage a household. Are you perhaps a woman abandoned by your husband, seeking refuge in our village?" Before Mu Yun could respond, the young woman could no longer contain herself. "Aunt Chunlan, what kind of remark is that? How can you speak so thoughtlessly about someone? A woman's reputation is paramount. Your words could tarnish Miss Mu Yun's standing." After a round of conversation, they had all introduced themselves. Aunt Chunlan was a widow, known for her penchant for gossip. Perhaps out of boredom or some other reason, she had taken to prying into others' affairs and spreading rumors, a habit that had worsened over the years. In the past, her husband had kept her in check, but following his death, her gossiping had intensified, leading many to find her insufferable. If not for decades of neighborly relations and her son and daughter-in-law being decent people, the villagers would have likely avoided her altogether. Aunt Chunlan dismissed the young woman's words with disdain. "De Chang's wife, why do you meddle in others' business? No wonder people say you're foolish." "Mother." The daughter-in-law beside Aunt Chunlan felt embarrassed but dared not speak out. De Chang's wife flushed with embarrassment, aware of her own shortcomings and the whispers behind her back. Being publicly chastised by Aunt Chunlan left her feeling humiliated. Observing his wife being bullied, Zhou De Chang, tall and robust, exuded an intimidating presence when angered. Casting a displeased look at Aunt Chunlan, he asserted, "Aunt Chunlan, my wife is quite intelligent. Who in the village can match her cleverness, kindness, and virtue? As for you, Aunt Chunlan, you ought to know that just yesterday, while I was driving cattle past the village entrance, I overheard others speaking about you. As for the content of their words, I believe you're aware of it. I am not one to gossip or fabricate tales, so there rests no need for you to inquire further. Miss Mu Yun, we must take our leave now. Welcome to Qinghe village. Should you require assistance in the future, please feel free to reach out to your sister-in-law." Zhou De Chang, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the single mother, spoke kindly. His wife nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mu Yun, if you need help, don't hesitate to come to me." Mu Yun smiled and nodded, genuinely appreciating the kindness of this couple, feeling that fostering a connection would indeed be beneficial. Not wishing to engage further with Aunt Chunlan, the couple bid farewell to Mu Yun and headed home. "Ah you, tomorrow I will also hunt a rabbit to roast for you. However, we may need to consult with Miss Mu Yun on how to prepare it to achieve such delicious results." The voices of the couple gradually faded as they walked away. Mu Yun was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Zhou De Chang sought her advice on roasting a rabbit for his wife. A smile crept onto her face. He truly was a good husband. In this era, men like him, who treated their wives with such care, were indeed rare. After the departure of the couple, Aunt Chunlan also made her exit, while her daughter-in-law offered Mu Yun an awkward smile before hastily following suit. However, Aunt Chunlan veered off midway to the village chief's home to inquire about Mu Yun's background. Her daughter-in-law, feeling helpless, hurried home to inform her husband, fearing that her mother-in-law's inquiries might lead to gossip, making life difficult for them as a couple. Chapter 9 of the Filial Good Son. After the three of them finished the rabbit meat, they all felt invigorated, both in body and spirit. Mu Yun instructed Yuan Bao to take Yuya to play by the stream while she went about tidying the house. Relying solely on Li Dili's help, she wondered how long it would take to clean up. It was already afternoon, and nightfall would come soon. She needed to hurry, or they would have nowhere to sleep that evening. Li Dili only did a cursory job of cleaning, lacking attention to detail. Mu took a cloth and some water to meticulously wipe down the cabinets and other surfaces in the house once more. Observing her actions, Li Dili felt a pang of resentment, believing she was dissatisfied with his efforts, yet he dared not voice his objections. He was already intimidated by her. Li Dili, do you have any new bedding at home? Go ask your father to sell me some. I'll pay him within 3 days. Just bring me 2 sets of bedding, Muyin said, feigning ignorance. Li Dili chose to ignore her, but Muyin shot him a glance, and when he continued to disregard her, she picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it near him. With a thud, the stone struck the table in front of him, creating a small dent. Li Dili was taken aback, turning to look at Muyin, who remained unmoving, her gaze icy. If you continue to ignore me, that stone will find its mark in your head, she warned. Li Dili dropped the rag in his hand. Understood, I'll ask, he replied reluctantly before walking away. Muyin resumed her cleaning. The major dust had already been cleared by Li Dili, and with another swipe of the cloth, the place was quite tidy. After finishing the house, she turned her attention to the yard, which had become overgrown with weeds due to neglect. A small shed outside was filled with farming tools, all somewhat rusted. Muyin grabbed a hoe and a sickle, seeking a stone by the stream to sharpen them, as they had dulled from disuse and required a thorough honing. Mother, I really like it here. Can we really stay here forever? Yuya exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement as she saw Muyin approach. Seeing her happiness, Muyin couldn't help but smile. Yes, as long as Yuya likes it, we will stay here. Yuan Bao came over, eager to help Muyin carry things. Mother, let me do it. Muyin chuckled, feeling a swell of pride at how considerate and filial her son was. Yuan Bao, these items are too dangerous for children. You mustn't touch them. Mother will handle it, and if there's something you can help with, I will call for you. Speaking gently to her children, Muyin felt an overwhelming surge of maternal love. They seemed so well-behaved and adorable. Yuan Bao, understanding he could not assist, did not protest, obediently accepting his mother's words. Muyin found a sharpening stone and honed all the tools until they were sharp. After a busy afternoon, Li Dili returned, carrying 2 large bundles of bedding. Muyin took the bedding inside to prepare the bed. Looking at the pristine bedding, she felt a sense of satisfaction. With her efforts, life would gradually improve, and she would ensure her children had a better life. Mother, I really like this bed. Can we sleep on it together tonight? Yuan Bao asked. With only one bed in the house, Muyin had planned for herself to have one and the 2 children to share another, but now they would all have to sleep together. Though she might find it a bit uncomfortable, she thought to herself that her well-behaved children would surely not be a bother while sleeping. She quickly accepted the situation, knowing she could arrange for another bed later on. The room was spacious enough for one more. Yes, we will sleep together. Mother will snuggle with both of you, Muyin said, admiring her newfound role as a mother. She marveled at how quickly she adapted to this role, proving her resilience as a top-tier assassin. With her hands on her hips, Muyin stood by the bed, beaming with joy, and Yuan Bao and Yuya couldn't help but join in her laughter. Li Dili, observing from the doorway, was puzzled by the warmth radiating from this small family, living in such a dilapidated house with scant provisions yet still finding joy. Yuya, Yuan Bao, let mother wash your feet clean so you can sleep on the bed, Muyin said, fetching water to help the 2 children wash up before putting them to bed. They were still just 3 years old, having spent the day playing and surely feeling tired, especially Yuya, who had cried for most of the morning. Once the children were settled, Muyin stepped outside. In the yard, Li Dili was cutting weeds with a sickle, having already cleared away most of them. Muyin took up the hoe and began uprooting the weeds, the 2 working in silence. Before long, the yard was cleared, and Muyin directed Li Dili to move the piles of weeds farther away. As the sky darkened and the moon began to rise, she instructed him to return home, reminding him that he needed to attend school the next day. After he left, Muyin sat in the yard, gazing at the house, the yard, and the rising moon, filled with the fresh scent of nature. A contented smile spread across her face. The feeling of organizing her life with her own hands was truly gratifying, simple and unadorned, devoid of life and death struggles, intrigues, or exploitation. With a satisfied sigh, she contemplated fetching water to wash up but suddenly remembered she had no clean clothes. Reluctantly, she decided to forego bathing for the moment. After a long day, it was uncomfortable to skip it. Searching the house yielded no clean garments, and she resigned herself to endure the discomfort, planning to buy a few outfits for herself and the children the next day, though she had no money at present. She would have to devise a plan, with hopes for a better future. Muyin went to bed, the 2 children already fast asleep. She carefully lay down beside them and soon drifted off as well. The next day, Muyin was awakened by the chirping of birds outside, their cheerful cacophony pulling her from slumber. As she opened her eyes, the sunlight streamed through the window, momentarily blinding her until she adjusted. Brother, can you really do it? I think there's not enough water, Yuya's voice broke through, and Muyin gradually became aware of her surroundings. She had crossed over, and she had 2 children now. They were in Xinghe village. Quickly, she put on her outer garment and stepped outside. Seeing their mother awake so early, the 2 children appeared somewhat flustered. Yuan Bao stood on a stool, kneading dough on the kitchen counter, while Yuya held a bowl of water in her hands. The fire in the stove was crackling, and a pot of water was boiling merrily. Mother, how come you're awake? Yuya asked softly. What are you 2 doing? Muyin inquired, noticing their serious expressions. Yuan Bao stood on the stool, unsure why his mother seemed upset. Yuya, suppressing her fear, spoke softly. Mother, we wanted to make you breakfast since you worked so hard yesterday and must be tired. We thought you could sleep a little longer. Hearing this, Muyin sighed helplessly. While most parents would be troubled by mischievous children, she found herself fretting over how responsible her children were. She approached and lifted Yuan Bao down from the stool, speaking firmly. Did I not tell you that children cannot engage in dangerous activities? Those tools yesterday were hazardous, as is the fire today, and the kitchen knife is also dangerous. You must wait until you are older to help with cooking. Oh, we understand, please don't be angry, mother, I won't do it again, Yuan Bao replied, his tone filled with disappointment. Muyan felt a pang of sympathy and affection, ruffling his hair. She softened her expression. Yuan Bao, be good and grow up healthy, only then can you help mother live a good life. If you were to get hurt while cooking or cut your hand while chopping vegetables, you wouldn't be able to work or study, and how would you take care of me when I grow old? That wouldn't do. Yuan Bao and Yuya nodded obediently. We understand, mother. Seeing their compliance warmed Muyan's heart. Alright then, just wait patiently over there while I prepare breakfast. However, staring at the dough on the cutting board, Muyan felt at a loss. When it came to making noodles, she was utterly clueless. How do I even go about this? Should I make noodles to boil? As she recalled the process, she felt overwhelmed. If only she had a smartphone to look it up. Yuan Bao, what were you planning to make just now? Noodles? Yuan Bao shook his head. No, mother, this is buckwheat dough, used to make buckwheat buns. What? Buckwheat buns? Muyan was puzzled, reflecting carefully on the memories of her predecessor, Jiang Yang. She finally understood what buckwheat buns were. They were essentially steamed buns made from buckwheat flour. The original owner had made them before. While they were not particularly tasty, they would suffice to fill their stomachs. Rolling up her sleeves, Muyan began her first foray into making dough. Chapter 10: A trip to the city. After much toil, the black steamed buns were finally ready, albeit not particularly aesthetically pleasing. Their dark hue and lopsided forms rendered them quite unappetizing. Muyan felt a twinge of helplessness. Cooking proved to be a rather challenging endeavor. Mother, is it done? Yuyue called out, unable to contain herself as she noticed Muyan standing motionless before the pot. Muyan snapped back to reality, contemplating whether she should find someone else to cook. Relying on her culinary skills to nourish her two children seemed futile. The goal of plumping them up might be difficult to achieve if she could only roast meat. Surely, they could not subsist on grilled fare alone. Yes, it's ready, come and take some. Upon hearing this, the two children hurried over, but upon seeing the dark, lumpy buns in the pot, Yuyue exclaimed, Mother, why do today's buns look so ugly? They reek quite unsightly. Yuyue's remark made Muyan feel rather embarrassed, and she laughed awkwardly. Perhaps it's been a long time since I made these, and I've lost my touch. Though they may lack in appearance, they are still edible. Do give them a try and let me know how they taste. Obediently, the two children picked up the buns and took a bite. Under Muyan's hopeful gaze, Yuan Bao endeavored to overlook the dry texture of the bun and smiled, saying, They're delicious, mother. Yuyue nodded in agreement, albeit with some difficulty. Only then did Muyan relax, smiling as she took a bun for herself. A few moments later, her expression soured. This dry, slightly bitter concoction was hardly worthy of the term delicious. Yuan Bao, Yuyue, perhaps we should stop eating. This is truly unpalatable, Muyan said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Yuan Bao, undeterred, replied, Mother, as long as it fills our bellies, it will suffice. If we don't eat this, there is nothing else at home. Muyan, resigned, nodded, indeed, let us eat for now. Filling our stomachs is what matters. Yuan Bao, Yuyue, later I will take you to the city. We will earn some money and buy clothes and food. Yuan Bao's brow furrowed with worry, a small child already learning to frown. Mother, we have no money, so we cannot buy anything. My clothes are fine, there is no need to buy me more. Seeing his little figure, Muyan couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think mother has no money? Yuan Bao nodded, Mother, we truly have no money. It is not just my assumption. Muyan patted his head, smiling as she said, We can find ways to earn money. Today, I will take you both out to make some. Yuan Bao's curiosity piqued, Mother, how do we earn money? What can we do to make some? He wished to learn how to earn money to buy beautiful dresses and treats for his mother and sister. Noticing Yuan Bao's eager gaze for knowledge, Muyan patted his head and replied, There are many ways to earn money, but I can't explain it all at once. Today, I will take you to the city to explore opportunities and methods for making money. Yuan Bao nodded, his face alight with anticipation. The three of them managed to eat just one black bun each before they could consume no more. It was simply too dry to swallow. As long as their bellies were somewhat full, they couldn't manage any more. Muyan secured the door of their home and took the hands of her two children, leading them towards the village entrance. She recalled that there might be a bullock cart there, transporting those wishing to enter the city. However, she was uncertain about the fare and whether they would be willing to take them, allowing her to pay later upon returning. As they arrived at the village entrance, several individuals were already waiting there, alongside two bullock carts parked by the roadside. Rumors had spread throughout Yuhua village overnight about the new widow who had moved in with her two children. It was said she was quite young and rather attractive. Upon seeing Mu Yun and her children, a few villagers began to whisper among themselves. Their chatter ceased only as Mu Yun approached, though their eyes remained fixed upon her, scrutinizing her every feature. Though her attire was shabby and worn, her beauty was undeniable. Fair skin, a slender figure, and exquisite features that set her apart from the rustic villagers. Her delicate nose, bright and glistening eyes, and naturally red lips all contributed to her striking appearance. What a seductive visage! TCH. A voice, neither too loud nor too soft, pierced the air with a hint of scorn, directed at Mu Yun. It belonged to a young girl dressed in a plain blue cotton dress, adorned with an ordinary silver hairpin and carrying a basket filled with what appeared to be artificial flowers. With an air of arrogance, her slender eyes looked down upon Mu Yun, her slightly thick lips curling in disdain as she let out a derisive snort. Are you referring to me? Mu Yun stepped forward, directly addressing the girl. Chun Yu, taken aback by Mu Yun's boldness, faltered for a moment before quickly regaining her composure, raising her chin defiantly. Who said that? I said, seductive visage, are you one? Chun Yu, don't be like that. Another girl beside her tugged at Chun Yu's sleeve, disapproving of her provocations. Leave me alone, it's none of your business. Chun Yu snapped, tossing her hand aside, nearly causing the other girl to stumble. Quick as a flash, Mu Yun steadied her. Surprised by Mu Yun's assistance, Chunlan hesitated before expressing her gratitude. Thank you, elder sister, you must be Mu's sister who recently moved to our village, welcome. Chunlan spoke softly, her own beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower, pleasing to the eye. Mu Yun smiled, no need for thanks, it was merely a reflex. TCH. A bunch of fools, they're just annoying to look at. Having expressed her disdain, Chun Yu climbed onto the bullock cart, refusing to glance back. Mu Yun, uninterested in engaging with her further, focused on the pressing matter of earning money to buy clothes and food. There would be time to address unsavory characters later, there was no need to rush. Ah, Mu Yun's sister, are you also heading to the city? Zhou Daxiang and his wife approached, each carrying a chicken, their surprise evident upon seeing Mu Yun. Brother Daxiang, sister Daxiang, are you also going to the city? Mu Yun responded with a smile. Zhou Daxiang placed the chickens onto the bullock cart, prompting Chun Yu, who had already taken her seat, to exclaim in annoyance, why are you bringing chickens along, Brother Daxiang, this cart is for people, not for chickens. How can we fit? Ignoring her, Zhou Daxiang continued to secure his chickens before assisting his wife onto the cart, while Chunlan followed suit. Just as Mu Yun was about to inquire who was driving the cart, Zhou Daxiang took the reins and turned to Mu Yun, saying, Sister Mu Yun, come join us on our cart. We can fit you and your 2 children if we squeeze a bit. Mu Yun was taken aback to discover that Zhou Daxiang was the driver of the bullock cart. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, Brother Daxiang, Sister Daxiang, I currently have no money. Would it be possible for me to pay you upon my return? I plan to pawn some items in the city, we have no money left at home, and that is my only option. Mu Yun fabricated a plausible excuse. If word got out that she had earned money, the village gossips would surely concoct all sorts of tales about her, and the village was rife with idle chatter. Zhou Daxiang glanced at his wife, seeking her opinion through a silent exchange. She smiled and said, it's alright, Sister Mu Yun, you don't need to pay this time, you can settle it next time. It's not easy for you to manage with 2 children. Before Mu Yun could respond, Chun Yu interjected, dissatisfied, Sister Daxiang, you're offering a free ride to a stranger, yet you won't waive our fare? How unfair, you're simply being foolish. Sister Daxiang appeared flustered but replied, I'm just trying to assist Sister Mu Yun in her time of need. Chun Yu, your family is not in such dire straits. You earn plenty selling hairpins in the city, so you're not in need of this fare. You and Sister Mu Yun are not in the same situation. Upon hearing about selling hairpins, Chun Yu's expression turned haughty. Humph. My ability to earn comes from my own talent, I don't need your fare. I merely think it's unfair, in terms of relations, I am closer to you, yet you choose to offer her, an outsider, a free ride while denying me. It's infuriating. Chapter 11. Entering the city. Mu Yun, accompanied by her 2 children, climbed aboard. Chunlan extended a helping hand, to which Mu Yun smiled gratefully. Thank you. Chun Yu cast a disdainful glance at Mu Yun and her children, turning away in indifference. Sister Daxiang, are you taking these 2 chickens to sell? Mu Yun inquired curiously. Sister Daxiang nodded, yes, we have plenty of chickens at home, so I thought I would catch a couple to sell. Mu Yun acknowledged this, realizing that farmers at this time sought to earn money primarily through selling their native chickens and eggs. Noticing the hairpin flowers in Chun Yu's basket, and seeing Chunlan carrying a basket of her own, Mu Yun smiled and asked, what is Sister Chunlan selling? Chunlan cheerfully unveiled her basket, showing Mu Yun, Sister Mu, I am selling handkerchiefs that I embroidered. They should fetch a decent price. Mu Yun glanced at them and praised, Sister Chunlan, your handiwork is exquisite. Chunlan shyly replied, Sister Mu, you flatter me, my embroidery is quite ordinary, there are others whose skills far surpass mine. Those are truly remarkable. Mu Yun responded with encouragement, Sister Chunlan, you are still young, and to be able to embroider so beautifully at your age is impressive. As you grow older, your skills will undoubtedly continue to improve, and in the years to come, you will become a master of embroidery. Sister Daxiang chimed in, indeed, Chunlan's embroidery is exceptional. The things she creates are truly beautiful, she is the best embroiderer in our village. Chun Yu could no longer contain her disdain and huffed audibly, humph, a bunch of naive fools, not fearing being laughed at by the world. A master of embroidery, how absurd, if that's how you flatter someone, then you truly lack discernment. Chunlan's smile faltered, and she awkwardly returned a smile to Mu Yun and Sister Daxiang. Mu Yun turned to Chun Yu and remarked, Sister Chun Yu, those hairpin flowers are rather unimpressive. Can they truly be sold? With the topic now on her, Chun Yu beamed with pride, of course, mine is worth far more than Chunlan's, what would someone like you know? Recalling her previous life, Mu Yun remembered seeing more exquisite hairpin flowers on her sister's heads, ones that appeared far more refined and were made from materials that seemed much more luxurious. Chun Yu's offering resembled a cheap imitation, while it had some semblance of beauty, closer inspection revealed its shoddy craftsmanship and inferior materials. Mu Yun smiled, yours is rather ordinary, I have seen much more appealing ones. This remark infuriated Chun Yu, her expression darkening immediately. You. What do you know, you country bumpkin? My hairpin flowers are favored by the noble women of the city, clamoring to purchase them. Have you truly seen anything better? If you had, you wouldn't be here unable to afford even a ride on a bullock cart, begging for charity. What a boast. Mu Yun remained unperturbed by her words, responding lightly, circumstances change, whether you believe it or not. Chun Yue, disinterested, turned her gaze to the road ahead. Mu Yun inquired, Sister Dashan, how much longer until we arrive? The transportation in ancient times was indeed inconvenient. Despite traveling for a while, it felt as though they had not progressed far. Sister Dashan smiled, it's still early, we haven't even covered half the distance. We may need another hour or so. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a sense of fatigue. Accustomed to the speed of modern airplanes and high-speed trains, the pace of this bullock cart was, to be honest, slower than her own walking pace. The remainder of the journey passed in silence, with Mu Yun cradling Yuan Yue and allowing Yuan Bao to lean against her leg. The bullock cart meandered along until, after about an hour, they finally reached the city. As they entered for the first time, both Yuan Yue and Yuan Bao were filled with curiosity, their wide eyes taking in the surroundings. After coordinating a meeting spot with Sister Daxiang for later in the afternoon, Mu Yun led the two children toward the bustling street. The city was lively, with stalls lining both sides of the street, selling a variety of goods, including fabrics, jewelry, and even restaurants. Mother, there are so many people here. And so many things I have never seen before, Yuan Yue exclaimed in awe, captivated by the novelty surrounding her. Yuan Bao, though more reserved, could not hide his curiosity, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Mu Yun observed her children and felt a pang of heartache. She needed to earn more money to expose them to the world, to ensure they had what others had. Her gaze wandered, contemplating how to earn her first sum of money. Clothing and food had been the foundation of commerce since ancient times. Where should she begin? Clothing or food? These two were the most common commodities on the streets, perhaps selling design sketches to clothing stores? That seemed unfeasible. While she could draw, her knowledge of ancient attire was limited, and she feared she could not produce anything appealing. Wait a moment, recipes. In ancient times, recipes seemed to be closely guarded secrets, but in the modern era, recipe books and instructional videos were ubiquitous, showcasing various ingredients and dishes. As a solitary individual, she had contemplated cooking for herself on several occasions, wishing to avoid takeout, which led her to explore numerous recipe books and videos, even enrolling in a class. Unfortunately, she lacked a natural talent for cooking. Despite following the procedures correctly and achieving decent presentation, the flavors never matched her expectations. However, she retained all the recipes she had learned. As a top-tier agent, her excellent memory was one of her most unassuming strengths. A smile finally graced Mu Yun's face as she conceived a method to earn money without any initial investment. She glanced at a nearby restaurant. Noting its modest size, she wondered if they would be willing to pay a fair price. After some deliberation, she approached someone for directions to the best restaurant in the city. The man she approached was lively and, upon noticing Mu Yun's beauty and polite demeanor, eagerly shared the histories and reputations of the two prominent eateries in the town. His explanation was rather detailed, perhaps overly so. In simpler terms, he was somewhat verbose. After listening attentively, Mu Yun gleaned the useful information she needed, losing interest in the rest of his chatter. I understand, thank you so much, kind sir. I am in a hurry, so I shall take my leave. May you be blessed with good fortune and safety in your endeavors. With that, Mu Yun hurriedly took her children and left. The man, charmed by her politeness, felt a sense of joy in having helped her and smiled as he turned away. Following his directions, Mu Yun walked forward and soon arrived at the two restaurants. The establishments faced each other, their decor and exteriors strikingly different. One was resplendent and opulent, while the other was understated and reserved, yet, both exuded an air of prosperity. The lavishly adorned restaurant was bustling with patrons, while the more subdued establishment appeared desolate, devoid of any customers. According to the man, the opulent Li's restaurant had recently opened, nearly 3 months prior, while the understated Pang's Tavern had been a long-standing establishment for over a decade previously. The affluent and elite favored dining at Pang's Tavern, but since the chef had been replaced 6 months ago, the quality of the dishes had declined, and the absence of new offerings led to a gradual decrease in clientele. The opening of Li's restaurant had effectively drawn away the remaining patrons from Pang's Tavern. After considering this information, Mu Yun decided to approach Pang's Tavern, as the man had mentioned that it was owned by the wealthiest family in the county, the Pangs, while Li's restaurant was run by an ordinary merchant. Although the merchant seemed to be expanding his business, potentially rivaling the Pangs, the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse, and the Pangs could likely offer her what she sought and needed. In contrast, the Li family appeared to be thriving, likely prideful and not in need of her recipes, which would not benefit her future endeavors. Mu Yun led her children toward Pang's Tavern, and the attendant, my family is facing difficulties, and I am reluctantly parting with them to inquire if your establishment might be interested. With a pained expression of sacrifice, the attendant was convinced. However, he realized that this matter was beyond his authority. After some thought, he said, let me consult with our manager. Please, come in and have a seat for a moment. The attendant ushered them inside, and those across the way, who had been watching, doubled over in laughter, mercilessly mocking Pang's Tavern for having fallen so low as to entertain what appeared to be a beggar and her children. Truly, it seemed they were beyond redemption. Chapter 12 of the Pang Family Tavern. Upon entering the interior of the Pang Family Tavern, Mu Yun couldn't help but marvel at the opulence surrounding her. Indeed, the Pang family was wealthy. The decor was exquisite yet understated, with the tables and chairs crafted from the finest wood, exuding a palpable sense of quality. As she surveyed her surroundings, a middle-aged man accompanied by a waiter approached her. Owner, this young lady claims she wishes to sell a family recipe. The owner scrutinized Mu Yun and her child. Although their attire was modest, the trio possessed striking features and an ethereal grace that set them apart from the typical peasantry. Having seen much of the world, the owner was adept at assessing character and readily believed Mu Yun's claims of hardship, surmising that they must have once belonged to a prominent household. "My dear young lady," the owner inquired, "might I see the recipe you speak of?" Mu Yun shook her head. "Regrettably, due to certain circumstances, I have destroyed the recipe. However, I remember all its contents and can transcribe them for you on the spot. You may then have your chef prepare the dishes and judge their flavor." The owner hesitated. He had not intended to entertain this matter further, but the waiter had already brought her in, so he merely inquired out of courtesy. "To be frank, we are on the verge of closing our establishment. While I find your recipe intriguing, I fear it may not salvage our tavern. I am reluctant to purchase it." Mu Yun was taken aback. "You are closing? Such a fine establishment as this would be a great loss. All this decor and furniture would go to waste." Observing the tavern's splendor, she truly felt a sense of regret. The owner sighed in resignation. "We do not wish to close, but alas, we are unable to sustain business. We continue to incur losses. Remaining open would only exacerbate our predicament." Mu Yun pondered briefly before responding, "Owner, it is entirely natural for businesses to experience both gains and losses. If one is prepared to shut down at the first sign of adversity, it merely indicates a lack of aptitude for commerce. Competition is an inherent aspect of business. When faced with challenges, one must seek solutions rather than evade them." The owner sighed again. "You do not understand, young lady, we have explored numerous avenues to no avail. Sometimes, fate is unyielding, and there is little we can do." Mu Yun could not bear to witness his self-defeating demeanor die in this world. If one relinquished hope for oneself, there would truly be no salvation. As someone who had emerged from the depths of despair, she was the least likely to succumb to self-pity. Regardless of her circumstances, she would strive to ascend, never permitting herself to be weak or to surrender. She could not tolerate such resignation in others either. It was simply too disheartening to witness. "Owner, here is my proposal. I shall provide you with the recipes, and you must immediately have your chef prepare them for tasting. If everyone finds them delectable, you may compensate me. If they prove to be of no value, I shall require no payment. It would be a pity to close this tavern. If you do not wish to shut down, I will assist you in devising a strategy to reclaim business from across the street, restoring your former prosperity. What do you think?" The owner hesitated at her words. He had already reported the closure to the junior proprietor, and now to suggest continuing operations felt somewhat awkward. Moreover, he doubted that a woman could possess the means to revive his business. He had managed this tavern from its inception, profiting handsomely from it, not merely in monetary terms, but as it represented his blood, sweat, and tears. If possible, he truly did not want to close. Seeing the owner silent, Mu Yun pressed on. "Owner, in any case, things cannot get worse than they already are. Why not take a chance? What if things improve?" Mu Yun was not particularly motivated by altruism. Her own interests were at stake. If she could indeed help revitalize this tavern, it would greatly benefit her future. The owner, seeing her confidence and her persistent encouragement, felt his own reluctance wane. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us give it a try." If it did not work out, he would finally resign himself to the inevitable. Mu Yun affirmed, "Please bring me paper and a pen. I will first write down several recipes for you to try. The fundamental aspect of any tavern lies in its food, which is of utmost importance. We can discuss the rest later." The owner nodded and summoned a waiter to bring the necessary materials. Having studied calligraphy in her previous life, Mu Yun's writing was decent, not spectacular, but certainly presentable. The owner observed her handwriting and concluded that her former circumstances must have been respectable. It was evident that she had fallen from grace. Mu Yun swiftly penned over a dozen recipes, encompassing both meat and vegetable dishes, along with 2 dessert preparations. The owner glanced over the recipes. While he recognized many of the ingredients, the methods and combinations were unfamiliar to him. With a sense of trepidation, he instructed the waiter to deliver the recipes to the chef, urging him to prepare a selection for tasting. What followed was a lengthy wait, during which Mu Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain if the recipes would yield favorable results, and the prospect of failure loomed large. As time passed, several chefs and waiters emerged, each bearing plates of steaming dishes. Upon their arrival, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The owner, catching a whiff of the delightful scent, felt his spirits lift, filled with anticipation. The head chef entered last, beaming with excitement. "Owner, you must sample these dishes." The chef was visibly animated, eagerly awaiting the owner's response. The owner, already restless with anticipation, seized his chopsticks and began to taste. The first dish he sampled was the steamed mandarin fish, a subtle flavor, devoid of any fishy odor, yet fragrant and tender. It surpassed his expectations in deliciousness. The owner's eyes sparkled. This was infinitely superior to their previous offerings. They had served steamed fish before, but its taste paled in comparison. He continued to sample the braised pork ribs, not in the typical red braised or boiled style, but rather deep-fried, then stir-fried again with the specified ingredients, yielding a dish that was both aromatic and spicy, impossible to resist. After savoring the meat dishes, he proceeded to the vegetable dishes and desserts, sampling each one in turn. Suddenly, he found himself reinvigorated with hope for the tavern's revival. The chef, eager to hear the owner's thoughts, inquired, "Owner, what do you think of these dishes?" The owner nodded enthusiastically. "They are quite remarkable. Though these are common dishes, the flavors are astonishingly distinct, far superior to our previous offerings." The chef nodded in agreement. "Indeed, owner, where did this recipe originate? It is remarkably detailed, even specifying how to handle the ingredients." The dishes prepared according to these methods turned out splendidly. If we had more recipes like this, our tavern might just be saved. The chef was equally invested in the tavern's survival, for the compensation and treatment provided by the owner were commendable. Losing this job would jeopardize his ability to support his family. The owner turned to Mu Yun with a serious expression. Miss Mu, thank you, I accept your proposal. I will purchase every recipe you possess. Price is no object. Mu Yun sighed in relief. The chef's proficiency was evident. Using the same methods, she produced dishes that were bland, whereas he conjured vibrant flavors. Truly, culinary talent was an innate gift. Chapter 13 Shopping with Wealth. Shopkeeper, I possess an abundance of recipes. As for the pricing, I leave that to your discretion. I have merely penned some straightforward recipes thus far. Allow me to compose a few more, as certain ingredients require intricate preparations and considerable time. The shopkeeper nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Miss Mu. Upon learning that the recipes were authored by the young lady before him, the chef eagerly approached, keen to explore what other culinary delights she had devised. Mu Yun quickly wrote down dozens more recipes. Much to the chef's exhilaration, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm to experiment with these dishes and ascertain if they were equally delectable. Yuan Bao and Yuya watched the table laden with food, their mouths watering. Noticing their eager expressions, the shopkeeper promptly summoned a waiter to bring chopsticks for the two children to enjoy the meal. Mu Yun glanced over, witnessing the children's delighted consumption, and a silent smile crept across her face. Soon, having completed the recipes, Mu Yun set down her brush, gently blew on the ink, and handed the parchment to the chef and the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, you may provide me with a modest sum for now. The remainder can be settled once you ascertain the marketability of these dishes. I find myself in need of funds at present, hence a partial payment would be appreciated. The shopkeeper readily agreed. Of course, that seems reasonable. I would feel remiss giving you an insufficient amount, and yet I cannot afford to overextend myself, as our establishment is currently facing a downturn in business. I tend to speak candidly, so please do not take offense, Miss Mu. Very well then, I shall give you 50 taels of silver for now, and once our business picks up, I will ensure the remainder is settled. Furthermore, should our profits increase this month, I will take the liberty of sharing half with you. Does that sound agreeable? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes brightened significantly. Half of a month's profit was no insignificant sum, and she readily accepted. Excellent, let it be as you suggest, shopkeeper. After reaching an accord, Mu Yun shared additional recommendations with the shopkeeper, advising that the tavern close for a few days to prepare for a grand reopening. She articulated her thoughts at length, and the shopkeeper diligently noted each suggestion. As the dishes began to cool, Mu Yun picked up her chopsticks, continuing to eat while discussing matters. After a quarter of an hour, she finally concluded her points. Knowing that the success of her ventures hinged upon her attentiveness, she anticipated earning at least 100 taels once profits materialized. As she exited the Pang's tavern, Mu Yun felt the comforting weight of silver coins in her pocket, a smile illuminating her face. Earning money was not as arduous as she had imagined, she mused, and she promptly took the hands of her two children to embark on a shopping excursion. Her first stop was a ready-made clothing shop, intending to purchase several outfits for herself and her children, as their current attire was rather shabby. Upon entering the shop, however, she was met with disdain from the attendant. If you seek alms, kindly step outside. We do not wish our establishment to be sullied by your presence. The disdainful gaze of the attendant immediately soured Mu Yun's mood. She shot a cold glare at the shopkeeper. What manner of person are you? How dare you address a customer in such a fashion? Is this truly how your establishment conducts its business? Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of others within the shop, who scrutinized the trio. The attendant, taken aback by Mu Yun's rebuke, flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated under the collective gaze. In a fit of indignation, he retorted, Did I speak incorrectly? With appearances such as yours, is it not akin to begging? Dressed in such rags, can you truly afford anything from our shop? Mu Yun responded with a cold laugh. Summon your shopkeeper. I wish to inquire if all your staff are so lacking in discernment. Never before had she endured such humiliation, and anger surged within her. The shopkeeper soon emerged, casting a dismissive glance at Mu Yun, his expression laced with contempt. My dear lady, we are not a charitable institution. We cannot provide for you. I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. The patrons murmured amongst themselves, disapproving of the shopkeeper's demeanor, yet none dared to voice their objections. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Mu Yun clenched her fists at her sides, struggling to suppress the urge to retaliate against these contemptuous individuals. Very well, I shall remember you. Await the day when you find yourselves on your knees, begging for mercy. With that, she led her children out, casting a lingering glance at the shop's name, committing it firmly to memory. In her current state of powerlessness, lacking both influence and funds, she could not openly confront these individuals. She would bide her time with the shopkeeper, dismissive of Mu Yun's words, scoffed lightly before returning to his business. Mu Yun soon found another establishment, markedly different from the previous one, where the staff treated her with courtesy rather than disdain. She purchased several outfits for a mere 2 taels of silver, marveling at the low prices of the era. Once clad in new garments, the trio appeared transformed, their countenances brighter and more cheerful. They continued their shopping spree, ultimately spending only 10 taels of silver. Had she not been burdened with parcels, Mu Yun would have purchased more. Surveying their bountiful haul, she expressed, Yuan Bao, Yuya, do you wish for anything else? If not, we shall head home. Both children shook their heads, equally pleased with their new clothes, toys, and an array of delight. What brings you here? A child's voice rang out, and Mu Yun looked up to see several youths, including Li Dili, Fu Shang from Yuhe village, Tainyo, Jin Bao, and a few unfamiliar faces. It was Tainyo, tall and slender, who called out to Yuan Bao and Yuya upon spotting Mu Yun and her children. Li Dili appeared astonished but quickly averted his gaze, remaining silent. Tainyo approached with enthusiasm. Yuan Bao, Yuya, how delightful to see you. I've heard about your family's circumstances from my grandmother. Yuya, are you well? Tainyo, being straightforward, expressed his concern without any pretense. Yuya nodded slightly. Tainyo Gij, I am well. We are living happily with our mother in Qinghe village. Hearing this, Tainyo's worry dissipated, and he nodded in relief. That's wonderful. Yuya offered Tainyo a piece of her candy, beaming, this is for you, Tainyo Gij. Mama bought it for me, and it's delicious. Tainyo declined, no, Yuya, you should enjoy it yourself. I do not care for sweets. Yet Yuya insisted, that's not true. Last time, when you shared your candy with me, you said it was your favorite. Muyun interjected with a smile, please accept Yuya's kind offering, Tainyo. She has mentioned how considerate you are when playing together. We truly appreciate your kindness. In the original memories, Yuya had often spoken of her playmates, with Tainyo being particularly attentive and Li Dili occasionally sharing treats with her. However, Li Dili's domineering nature made Yuya feel somewhat intimidated, while Fu Shang was timid and always followed Li Dili and Lu De, whose lead, Tainyo, slightly bashful, scratched his head with a shy grin, ultimately accepting the piece of candy. Muyun cast a glance at the others, noticing Fu Shang retreating behind Li Dili, his small frame quaking at the thought of Muyun's gaze upon him. He had witnessed the fates of Lu Dehu and Dehu's father, and nightmares plagued him at night. Muyun merely regarded the group with a cold stare before retracting her gaze. Yuya, Yuan Bao, we must return to the school now, we shall take our leave. Though Tainyo felt a pang of reluctance, their playtime was drawing to a close, and he wished for more moments with Yuya and Yuan Bao. As the three children bid farewell, Muyun contemplated the importance of education. Indeed, Yuan Bao and Yuya had reached the age where learning was essential. Though they were merely 3 years old, their intelligence warranted the acquisition of basic knowledge. Yet, sending them to a formal school would be premature and distant. They would need to reside in the city for that, but she was not yet inclined to move there, nor was it presently feasible. With these thoughts in mind, Muyun resolved to begin their education at home. She then led her children to a bookstore, purchasing ink, brushes, paper, and a copy of the 3-character classic to teach them how to write and recognize characters. Chapter 14. Returning to the village. When Muyun finally arrived at the meeting point, everything was in order, and everyone had gathered. Upon seeing Muyun approach, laden with numerous items, Chunyu's already foul mood found an outlet. Muyun, you certainly have quite the privilege, making us wait for you for so long. We had all agreed on a time to return, yet you still arrived late. If you didn't wish to return, you could have mentioned it. Is our time not valuable, to keep everyone waiting for you alone? You truly have some nerve. Chunyu unleashed a torrent of complaints, her already unattractive visage now appearing even more acerbic. Sister Dechan quickly interjected, no, we just arrived not long ago as well. Mu Yun, why did you buy so many things? The bundles surrounding Mu Yun nearly obscured her, clearly indicating that she had spent a considerable sum. The three of them had also donned new clothes, appearing more vibrant and appealing. Mu Yun, too preoccupied to engage with Chunyu, hurriedly placed her belongings onto the ox cart before addressing Sister Dechang. I seldom have the chance to go into town, so I thought I might indulge a little. My apologies, Sister Dechang, for making you wait for me. Sister Dechang shook her head, it's nothing, really. We're neighbors, no need for such formality. After securing her items, Mu Yun lifted the two children onto the cart before finally climbing aboard herself. As the cart began to move, she noticed the two chickens still aboard. Sister Dechang, Haven Tea, you sold these chickens, why are they still on the cart? With a resigned expression, Sister Dechang replied, I offered a price that no one accepted. If I lower it further, I really don't want to part with them, so I brought them back. Mu Yun nodded, casually inquiring, what price do you want for them? I'm not quite familiar with the current market. Sister Dechang explained, normally, they should fetch at least 7 or 8 copper coins each, but today, the best offer was only 5 copper coins. That is far too low for my liking, so I decided not to sell. Mu Yun agreed that it was indeed a bargain and thought to buy the two chickens to nourish Yuan Bao and Yuya upon her return. Chunlan spoke up, it seems last year's harvest was not as bountiful as in previous years, which has left many without the means to purchase goods. Brother Dechang added, indeed, we are faring better here, but I've heard that in Yi County, many are struggling to find food due to last year's drought. For farming families like ours, we survive on stored grain. Not if this year's harvest is poor, we may face hunger next year, and life will become truly difficult. This was Mu Yun's first genuine encounter with the hardships of ancient life. Unlike the modern era where food security was taken for granted, here, being able to eat well each year was considered a fortunate existence for the common folk. She felt a wave of empathy, realizing how challenging life could be for people today. Indeed. Thankfully, we are not facing drought here, otherwise, I cannot fathom how we would manage. Sister Dechang chimed in, observing Mu Yun's multitude of purchases. Sister Dechang wisely remarked, Mu Yun, you are still young and may not fully grasp the struggles of life. Raising 2 children alone is no small feat, it's wise to save where you can and plan for the future. Understanding that Sister Dechang was offering a kind-hearted reminder, Mu Yun smiled, I appreciate your concern, Sister Dechang. I am quite aware of my situation. Sister Dechang smiled back, pleased that Mu Yun did not take her words amiss, and felt encouraged to share more. Chunyu, eyeing Mu Yun's heap of goods and her attire, found her mood further soured. As the group continued their chatter, she felt increasingly neglected and dissatisfied. Sister Dechang, you are worrying for nothing, just look at her clothes, they must have cost a fortune. She enters the city as if she were robbing it, buying everything in sight. After pawning some valuables, she splurges indiscriminately, and soon enough, she will find herself in dire straits. You have such misplaced kindness, even offering her free transport. Does she truly need that small amount of money? Having chosen not to engage with Chunyu previously, Muyun would not let her remarks slide any longer. Noticing Chunyu's tightly covered basket, she surmised that perhaps she was in a foul mood due to unsold hairpins. Guessing the cause, Muyun turned to her. Sister Chunyu, you seem particularly irritable today. Do take care. When a girl's temper flares, it can lead to skin blemishes. I believe I see one on your face. Is it that your temper often gets the better of you? Chunlan glanced at Chunyu, confirming that she indeed had a habit of losing her temper, with blemishes that seemed to appear and disappear incessantly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Chunyu hastily raised her hand to shield her face and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chunlan, earnest in her demeanor, replied, "Sister Mu, do you have any knowledge of medicine?" It does seem that Chunyu frequently loses her temper, and her skin troubles persist. While they may heal eventually, if this continues, it could damage her complexion. Even when the blemishes fade, her skin may never return to its former state. Chunyu felt humiliated, barking back at Chunlan, "Mind your own business, Chunlan. Keep your opinions to yourself." Faced with Chunyu's wrath, Chunlan chose to remain silent, feeling resigned. Muyun chuckled, "I am no expert in medicine, but I do know a bit about wellness. Sister Chunyu, your issue stems from excessive internal heat, which requires nurturing. You must learn to control your temper and avoid spicy or stimulating foods. The most important thing is to manage your emotions. Is your mood today sour because of unsold hairpins? Sister, you mustn't let it affect you. Maintaining a positive mindset is crucial. In business, there are ups and downs. Wide well on it." Chunyu instinctively tightened her grip on her basket, wishing to conceal her unsold hairpins, particularly from Muyun, fearing she would mock her. "I sold all my hairpins long ago. This basket holds my purchases, just some items for women. What do you know?" Muyun smiled, "Oh, really? If you sold out, why is your temper still so volatile? No wonder you have so many blemishes. Perhaps you should work on controlling your temper." Chunyu felt a surge of anger rise within her, on the brink of another outburst. However, recalling Muyun's words, which echoed those of a doctor she had consulted previously, she restrained herself. Struggling to suppress her emotions, her face contorted slightly. She rubbed the bumps on her face, feeling frustrated. She had spent a considerable amount of silver trying to remedy this issue, yet it persisted. This condition left her anxious about finding a suitable husband. Lost in her thoughts, the cart fell silent for a moment. As Muyun noted Chunyu's quietude, she withdrew her gaze and chose not to engage further. As the sun began to set, casting a gentle twilight over the land, the ox cart finally entered the village. Chunyu and Chunlan were the first to disembark. Given the proximity of Dechang's home to Muyun's, they kindly offered to help carry her items inside. Muyun felt deeply touched, having yet to pay them. Brother Dechang and Sister Dechang truly possessed kind hearts. Upon reaching her doorstep, Brother Dechang assisted in bringing her belongings to the entrance. Muyun presented silver coins to Sister Dechang for the transport fare. Though she initially hesitated to accept, Muyun insisted, and ultimately, Sister Dechang had no choice but to accept. "Sister Dechang, please sell me these 2 chickens. I wish to nourish Yuan Bao and Yuya. Here are 20 copper coins for you." Muyun pressed the coins into Sister Dechang's hand and reached for the chickens, but she was halted by Sister Dechang. "Muyun, this is too much. They usually sell for 7 or 8 copper coins each. How about this? I'll let you have both for 12 copper coins, so I won't be at a loss." Sister Dechang, feeling sympathy for Muyun as a single mother, found it hard to accept her money. Muyun, feeling that the money she offered should not be retracted, pushed Sister Dechang aside with determination, stating, "Sister Dechang, these chickens are worth this price. Please do not refuse. Now hurry home, the sun is setting, and I still need to prepare dinner for the children. I shan't keep you longer." With that, she firmly closed the door behind her, leaving Sister Dechang outside. Exchanging glances with Brother Dechang, they both sighed and returned to the cart, heading home. Chapter 15. Taking up the hoe to cultivate the land. Early the next morning, as Muyun rose, she was greeted by Dechang's sister-in-law, who bore some eggs in her hands. "Muyun, my dear, you are up. I was heading to the fields and thought to bring a few eggs for your 2 children to bolster their health. Please cook them some." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the generous amount of money Muyun had given her the previous day, Dechang's sister-in-law decided to bring a few eggs today. After exchanging pleasantries, Muyun graciously accepted the offer. Noticing that Dechang's sister-in-law still held a hoe, she inquired, "What are you planning to plant, Dechang's sister-in-law?" With a smile, she replied, "Oh, it's not planting season anymore. I am just going to clear some weeds and gather a bit of pig feed." Muyun nodded and, after she departed, took the eggs to the kitchen to start a fire for boiling. There were many provisions purchased yesterday, so she decided to keep the 2 chickens for later, intending to stew them after the bought items were consumed. Without a refrigerator, anything left uneaten for too long would spoil. For breakfast, after boiling the eggs, both Yuya and Yuan Bao awoke and joined Muyun in consuming 2 eggs each. Afterwards, Muyun took them to inspect the land allocated to them by the village chief. With Li Dilly away at school, there was no one else to assist, leaving Muyun to shoulder the hoe herself and venture into the fields. Qinghe village was relatively flat, with few mountainous areas, yet the land designated for her was all hilly terrain, which she had chosen herself. Fortunately, it was not far from home, requiring only a short walk. Most families cultivated rice and wheat, along with potatoes and corn. Now that summer had arrived, the planting season had passed, prompting Muyun to consider what else she could grow on her land. As she reached the hillside, confronted by a patch overrun with weeds, she felt somewhat disheartened. Surely they wouldn't expect her to till such a vast area by hand. That would be utterly exhausting. Young lady, you must be the new arrival called Mu Yun, am I correct? A hard-working woman nearby approached Mu Yun with a friendly tone. Mu Yun nodded. Yes, ma'am, that is indeed me. You're still quite young and perhaps haven't realized, but this land is difficult to cultivate. Why didn't you choose another plot? Over there is much better. It is well kept and the village chief has crops growing there. Just look at this mess. Such mountainous terrain won't yield much grain. The woman gestured towards a nearby field as she continued. This plot is mine. We plant a few potatoes each year, but the harvest is poor. Yours will likely turn out the same, just a few potatoes here and there. Mu Yun had yet to decide what to plant. While she possessed some knowledge of agriculture, thanks to her past experience where she befriended an agricultural expert for the sake of gathering information, she had studied extensively about farming practices. Engaging in many discussions with that expert had deepened her understanding, leading her to initially believe that agricultural knowledge was of little use in her line of work, yet, unexpectedly, she found herself in need of it now. Reflecting on that period of study, she deemed it worthwhile. Ma'am, I will consider my options before deciding what to plant. With so much land, I couldn't possibly consume all the potatoes. The woman chuckled at Mu Yun's innocent demeanor. You certainly don't look like someone accustomed to farming. You resemble a young lady from a wealthy family, all fair and delicate. After a bit of tidying up, Mu Yun appeared even more striking, especially with her air of cool elegance, setting her apart from the typical farmer. Mu Yun smiled but remained silent, acknowledging that the original owner of her body was indeed not a peasant girl but rather a noble lady. In fact, she had plans to deal with her former family, who had treated her so poorly. Yes, when she had the chance, she would return to settle matters with those so-called relatives. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Yun grasped the hoe and struck the ground, squatting to examine a handful of soil. The earth was loose and sandy, ideal for crops such as sweet potatoes and peanuts. She turned to the woman beside her and asked, Ma'am, does anyone in our village grow sweet potatoes or peanuts? Shaking her head, the woman replied, No, those seem to be grown over in E County. I am not quite sure. Here, we mainly cultivate rice and wheat, which are staples for everyone. Mu Yun nodded, relieved that she had purchased a variety of seeds the previous day, including vegetables, fruits, sweet potatoes, peanuts, garlic, and scallion seedlings, intending to plant a bit of everything for convenience in the future. Ma'am, how do you loosen the soil in your fields? Upon hearing this, the woman realized Mu Yun's intent. If you want to loosen the earth, you should borrow old Zhang's ox. His ox is very adept at tilling the land. It makes the task much easier. Unfamiliar with old Zhang, Mu Yun asked, Could you please take me to borrow the ox? Also, what do people usually bring as offerings when borrowing it? The woman chuckled, You've come to the right person. I have a good relationship with old Zhang, so after we finish working, I'll ask him for you. As for offerings, just bring something. I don't have any specific suggestions. Mu Yun nodded, Thank you very much, ma'am. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Just call me Aunt Zhang, everyone refers to me that way. Mu Yun nodded, pulling out some provisions she had bought the day before, offering a portion to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, this is my lunch for today. I had planned to eat after finishing my work, but it seems I won't be able to today. Please take this to enjoy. Aunt Zhang hurriedly declined, feeling embarrassed to accept someone else's food. However, Mu Yun insisted, and after pressing the food into her hands, she called for Yuan Bao and Yuya to leave. Mu Yun understood well that there is no such thing as a free favor. Even when people are kind-hearted, one should always offer something in return. Since she could not cultivate the land today, she decided to take the two children up the mountain to see if they could hunt a hare or two. The children needed to eat more meat to grow quickly. This was Yuan Bao and Yuya's first time climbing the mountain with Mu Yun, and both found it delightful. Mother, I want to learn to hunt too. Will you teach me? Yuan Bao asked eagerly, his small face alight with aspiration, wishing to become as formidable as his mother. Mu Yun smiled and replied, Of course, in the future, I will teach you not only how to hunt but also martial arts, so you can become stronger and more capable. Then, no one will dare to bully you. Yuan Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. Really, oh mother, I want to learn. Mu Yun nodded, Yes, truly you are a young man, and it is essential to become strong so that you can protect your sister. Yuan Bao earnestly agreed, Yes, and I must also protect you, mother. Mother, look. There is a beautiful flower over there. Yuya pointed to a corner of the forest, where clusters of red flowers bloomed vibrantly against the lush greenery. Mu Yun glanced over and asked, Would you like it, Yuya? I can dig it up for you so we can plant it in our yard. Yuya beamed with joy, nodding vigorously, Yes, thank you, mother. Mu Yun approached and, with a few deft strokes of her hoe, uprooted the flowers, continuing deeper into the mountain with them. Mother, there are many more pretty flowers over there. Look. Yuya exclaimed upon spotting more blossoms. Mu Yun followed her finger and chuckled, Yuya, those aren't tea flowers, they're mushrooms. Let us go check them out. Yuya, not understanding what mushrooms were, mistook the round shapes for flowers. As they drew closer, Mu Yun noticed the ground was covered with large clusters of yellow mushrooms. Recognizing them as chicken fat mushrooms, she recalled they were considered quite delicious, though she had never tasted them, only seen them online. There were numerous videos about wild mushrooms, and during the season, many people in Yun City ended up in the hospital after accidentally consuming wild fungi, yet, despite their mishaps, they continued to seek out these mushrooms, sparking curiosity about their taste. Consequently, wild mushroom videos became quite popular, with many people specifically looking to sell them for a substantial profit. As Muyan surveyed the expansive patch of chicken fat mushrooms, an idea formed she could collect some to offer to the Pang family restaurant, creating a new wild mushroom dish. However, since wild mushrooms weren't always available, she was unsure if other areas of the mountain had them. Deciding not to pick any yet, she marked the location for future reference and continued her walk with Yuya and Yuan Bao. Suddenly, she heard rustling in the grass. Yuan Bao, Yuya, crouch down and stay still, it seems something is nearby. Chapter 16 Trouble approaches. The two children crouched down cautiously, their hearts racing with unease. Brother, could it be a wolf? Yuya whispered anxiously, tugging at Yuan Bao's clothing. The adults often told tales of wolves lurking in the mountains, and the mere thought filled Yuya with dread. Yuan Bao felt a twinge of anxiety as well, but he did his best to reassure his sister, it's alright. Mother is here, and we are safe. Yuya nodded, too frightened to move an inch. Muyan softened her footsteps, slowly advancing towards the rustling grass, her steps so light that the rabbit digging below remained blissfully unaware of her approach. Once she discerned that it was indeed a rabbit, her worries dissipated, and she swiftly pounced, cradling the creature in her arms. Startled, the rabbit struggled fiercely but could not escape her grasp. Yuya, Yuan Bao, you can move now, Muyan called back to the two children. Hearing her words, they dared to shift, and upon standing to see the rabbit nestled in Muyan's embrace, Yuya rushed over joyfully. Wow, mother, this rabbit is so beautiful. Muyan glanced down. Indeed, this rabbit was a sight to behold, far more exquisite than the others they had encountered. Its fur was pure white, and its long ears bore a delicate blush, pristine and unblemished. Seeing her daughter's delight, Muyan smiled and said, if you like it, Yuya, we want to eat this rabbit, we shall take it home for you to care for and play with. Yuya's eyes sparkled with glee, her voice bubbling with excitement, really? Mother, that's wonderful, I can play with the little rabbit from now on. As Yuya reached out to hold the rabbit, Muyan worried that her daughter might not have the strength to keep it from bolting, so she held it herself instead. After lying in wait for a considerable time without spotting any further prey, Muyan's interest waned, and she decided to return home with the children. However, upon arriving at their doorstep, they were met by a group of individuals standing in their way. Muyan furrowed her brow in confusion and, upon approaching, recognized them as villagers from Yuha. Muyan has returned, one of them called out, prompting the others to turn and look. Spotting Dehu and Dehu's wife among them, Muyan sneered, what brings you here? Dehu had come accompanied by several strong men from his clan, unable to shake off the humiliation he had endured previously. The villagers had been gossiping about it, deepening his sense of disgrace. After much hesitation, he had summoned a few brothers from his clan to confront Muyan, hoping to regain his lost honor by demanding an apology and compensation for the grievances suffered by him and his son. Upon hearing that Muyan had ventured into town the previous day to pawn some items and had returned with money, Dehu was even more determined to extract compensation from her. With a scowl, he leveled a fierce gaze at Muyan, his demeanor imposing enough to intimidate an ordinary person. Muyan, I demand a formal apology from you for what transpired earlier, as well as an apology from your son to mine, accompanied by compensation. Otherwise, the entire Lu family will not let you off easily. Yes, Muyan, you are merely an outsider. We, the people of Yuha village, have sheltered you for these past few years, yet you repay our kindness with ingratitude. This is utterly unacceptable. Dehu's arm is still injured, preventing him from attending school. The tuition is exorbitant, and yet he cannot learn. You must compensate for this loss. And Dehu's hand is fractured. He has been unable to butcher pigs during this time. You are also responsible for that, or this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Chimed in other members of the Lu family. They sought to leverage their kinship to pressure Muyan into apologizing and compensating them. Muyan counted the individuals before her. With Dehu and his wife, there were 8 in total, 6 of whom were burly men. For an ordinary individual, any one of them would suffice to overpower her. However, Dehu was well aware of Muyan's prowess in combat, which was why he had brought along so many allies to ensure success. What if I refused to compensate? Muyan inquired, placing the flowers she held down and securing the rabbit's legs before handing it to Yuya. She then instructed the two children, go inside and wait for mother. Do not come out. Yuan Bao was concerned and reluctant to comply, but Muyan silenced him with a look. Gently patting his head, she reassured him, trust in mother. Be good and wait inside. Yuan Bao finally relented, guiding Yuya around the group and into the house. Muyan, you should temper your arrogance, one must remain humble. Do not presume that just because you possess some martial skills, you can act without consequence. If you persist in your obstinacy, we shall teach you a lesson today, one man declared, his eyes glinting with malice, his gaze leering at Muyan, making her skin crawl. Very well. I, too, am curious to see how you intend to teach me. It is quite pathetic that you, a group of men, would come to harass a lone woman, but I suppose it is only fitting for the Lu family to have such thick skin, Muyan retorted with sarcasm. The news of the Lu family's confrontation with Muyan had spread, and many curious onlookers had discreetly gathered to witness the spectacle. The sight of a mere woman mocking several burly men was intolerable, and their expressions darkened. Muyan, do not think that just because you are a woman, we will hesitate to strike you. Look at my second brother's arm, it is in shambles. If you refuse to apologize and compensate, we shall return the injuries inflicted upon him and Dehu to you, one of the men warned. Unfazed, Muyan replied coolly, fine, but let me make one thing clear, if you cannot defeat me, do not bother me again, that would be truly embarrassing, wouldn't it? The men felt her words were mere bravado. If they, a group of strong men, could not best her, they would indeed be humiliated beyond measure. Alright, since you are so arrogant, do not blame us for what follows. Wait, older brother, fourth brother, let me go first. This little woman has delicate skin, be careful not to injure her, I would feel heartbroken, let me have the first turn to spar with her, one man said, his eyes filled with a lewd glint as he approached Mu Yun. The other Lu men exchanged glances, their laughter echoing, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Mu Yun harbored an intense disdain for such lecherous men, believing them to be deserving of contempt. Before the man could close the distance, she dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The scene unfolded so swiftly that everyone was rendered speechless, staring in shock as the man crashed heavily before the group. It took them a moment to collect themselves and rush to help their fallen comrade. Mu Yun's icy voice broke the silence, dripping with disdain. Do not cast your repugnant gaze upon me, lest I lose my temper and gouge out your eyes. At this, the Lu men no longer dared to underestimate her. They exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was spiraling beyond their control. Chapter 17 The Lu family's defeat. Let us all go together and capture her. I refuse to believe that we, so many in number, cannot subdue a mere woman, declared one man, clearly unwilling to be intimidated by Mu Yun, a mere girl, as it would be utterly disgraceful. The others nodded in agreement and advanced towards Mu Yun. A cold smirk graced Mu Yun's lips. These individuals possessed no martial prowess, merely a modicum of strength, rendering them no match for her, truly an exercise in futility. She remained still, waiting until they encircled her, then disdainfully smiled. With a swift push off the ground, she soared into the air, executing a series of sweeping kicks, sending 3 of the 7 men flying. As she landed, Mu Yun did not pause, she continued to extend her long legs in a sweeping motion. The remaining men felt sharp pain in their ankles before collapsing in unison. The 3 who had managed to rise charged at her once more, their robust bodies colliding towards her. Mu Yun slightly sidestepped, then swiftly extended her foot, causing one to fall in a most undignified manner. She then placed her foot upon him, eliciting a cry of agony as he felt as though his very bones were being crushed beneath her. Witnessing this, the others hastily swung their fists at Mu Yun. She scoffed disdainfully, retaliating with precise strikes, engaging several of them in combat. The Lu family members were nothing more than empty posturing. Despite their imposing stature, a single punch was all it took to incapacitate them. Before long, several lay moaning on the ground, while the remaining few merely managed to hold on, Mu Yun refraining from delivering fatal blows, instead targeting their most sensitive areas. Though painful, it inflicted no significant harm, merely ensuring they tasted defeat. Approximately half an hour later, all 7 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only the timid De Hunyang trembling at the side. The villagers who had hidden nearby were astounded by Mu Yun's formidable prowess, their eyes widened, mouths agape, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. Aunt Chunlan, witnessing the scene, suddenly regretted her previous impolite remarks to Mu Yun. She pondered whether Mu Yun held grudges. If so, how would she fare in the future? Would Mu Yun come to strike her as well? Gazing at the Lu family brothers on the ground, Aunt Chunlan felt a pang of sympathy. Enough! You may all leave now. Should you dare return, I shall break your legs. Lu Dehu aired, and instead of guiding him towards repentance, you come here to cause trouble. With parents like you, it is only a matter of time before your child encounters misfortune. Can you truly protect a child who only knows how to cause trouble but lacks the ability to resolve it? Indulging a child is akin to killing them. Reflect upon this and educate your child properly to avoid future calamities and loss of life. Casting one last glance at the fallen men, she stepped into the courtyard, choosing to disregard them. The Lu family members outside felt a burning humiliation wash over them. They had come with great fanfare to confront Mu Yun, only to be soundly defeated by a single woman. Their family's reputation was surely in jeopardy. The dejected men clumsily rose, not daring to glance at Mu Yun's courtyard as they made their way towards the village exit. A few steps later, they encountered the villagers of Qinghe, many of whom had been hiding behind trees and rocks to observe them. Now, they stepped forward, their faces alight with curiosity and judgment, scrutinizing the Lu family members. TSK, how embarrassing, 7 strong men unable to best a frail woman. It seems the Lu family is not as formidable as claimed. Indeed. We thought Mu Yun would be the one to suffer, yet it is these hulking men who have been humiliated. Truly astonishing. Mu Yun appears so delicate and petite, how is she so formidable? It is quite frightening. We should all keep our distance to avoid unintentionally offending her. Absolutely, one must never judge by appearances. Remember to steer clear of Mu Yun in the future. The villagers of Qinghe engaged in a lively discussion, their voices neither loud nor soft, yet all falling upon the ears of the Lu brothers, who lowered their heads in shame, quickening their pace to escape the scene. Lu Dehu waited at home for a long time, hoping to hear good news from his parents. When they finally returned, he rushed out to greet them, only to be met with the sight of his usually proud uncles and aunts, all with their heads hung low, looking utterly defeated and disheveled. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Dehu. Father, mother, what happened? What is wrong with the uncles? Father Dehu sighed in resignation, unable to voice the truth, instead gravely advising, Dehu, do not provoke that family again. Avoid them whenever you can, and under no circumstances should you associate with Mu Yun and her companions. Lu Dehu was perplexed. But father, Mu Yun is merely an orphan, are we truly to fear her? Mother Dehu burst into tears, her face a mask of distress as she retreated into the house. The other relatives shot Lu Dehu disapproving glances, their dissatisfaction evident. Had he not caused trouble, their family would not have suffered such disgrace. Dehu, you must temper your temper. If you offend the wrong people, we will all suffer the consequences. You are no longer a child, your parents work hard to send you to school, study diligently and do not squander their efforts on foolishness. Uncle Dehu admonished, turning to leave. The other side, offering a few more words of reproach before departing as well, left alone in the courtyard were just Lu Dehu and his father. Father, who did this to the uncles? Lu Dehu asked, though he had his suspicions, he was reluctant to believe it. If Mu Yun were truly so powerful, why had she been so weak before? Hadn't the village chief's daughter-in-law often bullied her without opposition? It was Mu Yun, she is formidable, not an ordinary person. What you saw before may have been a ruse, she does not appear to be an ordinary girl. Dehu, stay away from those children in the future. After his father spoke, he wearily retreated into the house. Having endured this ordeal, all pride had evaporated from him, he merely wished to focus on his work of butchering and selling meat, avoiding any further conflict. Lu Dehu furrowed his small brow in confusion, struggling to comprehend how things had changed so dramatically. The Yuan family had once been timid, consistently bullied, yet now they had suddenly become so formidable that he glanced at his arm, the pain still fresh in his memory, one he could not easily forget. Instead of entering the house, he left and headed towards Fu Shang's home. Aunt Song, is Fu Shang at home? It was only after he spoke that Lu Dehu recalled Fu Shang was likely at school. Fu Shang's mother, upon seeing Lu Dehu, was filled with trepidation. The recent events had caused quite a stir, and she was well aware that Fu Shang often played with Lu Dehu and Li Dili, and when she inquired about it, Fu Shang, being timid, had revealed everything. Upon learning this, she confined Fu Shang to the house, allowing him only to leave for school. She thought the matter had passed, but upon seeing Lu Dehu, she suddenly felt a wave of fear. Rumor had it that Mu Yun was now as fierce as a she-demon, exceedingly powerful. She could only think of how Mu Yun might one day come knocking at her door. Her family lacked the multitude of relatives that the Lu family had to rely upon. Die in an instant, Fu Shang's mother contemplated many things. Fu Shang has gone to school, why aren't you there, Dehu? Chapter 18. Young yet cunning Lu Dehu began, Aunt Song, are you not aware, my arm was bitten by Yuan Bao, and a chunk of flesh was taken out, causing me excruciating pain. I bled several bowls worth and cannot attend school for the time being. Lu Dehu's gaze was dark and menacing, and his words were laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Fu Shang's mother glanced at Lu Dehu's injured arm, where the white bandages were already seeping with bright red blood. The vivid image of Yuan Bao biting into human flesh startled her, and she instinctively took a few steps back, nearly collapsing had there not been a wall behind her. Lu Dehu was keenly aware of Fu Shang's timid nature, and he thought it unjust that he alone bore such severe injuries after their shared endeavor, while Li Dali and Fu Shang remained unscathed. Seeing Fu Shang's mother in fright, Lu Dehu pressed on. Aunt Song, my parents took my 6 uncles to seek revenge for me today, but little did they know, Mu Yun is a formidable opponent with exceptional martial skills. My uncles were all injured in the scuffle, they just returned and are now bedridden, unable to move. I didn't act alone in taking away the crescent moon, I was merely concerned for Fu Shang's safety, which is why I came to check on her. Fu Shang's mother was once again alarmed, her eyes widening in shock. You mean your uncles were all hurt? And quite severely. Lu Dehu nodded, yes, and my father too, his previous injuries have yet to heal, and now he bears new wounds. Aunt Song, I heard that Mu Yun's family went to the city yesterday. I wonder if they saw trouble with Fu Shang. Perhaps you should inquire in Xingha village whether Mu Yun has done anything to Fu Shang. The city is too far. My father said Mu Yun declared that no one should dare bully her child, or else she wouldn't be so gracious. With a concerned expression, Lu Dehu appeared genuinely anxious for Fu Shang's well-being. Fu Shang's mother felt herself teetering, struggling to maintain her composure. Dehu, everyone believes it was just you and Li Dali who took the crescent moon. Fu Shang is too timid to engage in such matters. You should return home and rest, wandering about will only worsen your injuries. She recalled her husband's advice, forcing herself to remain calm, assuring herself that Mu Yun likely remained unaware of Fu Shang's involvement. As long as Lu Dehu and Li Dali kept silent, no one else would know. Upon realizing that she wished to distance Fu Shang from the incident, Lu Dehu felt a surge of disappointment and anger, though he masked his true feelings. I am merely worried about Fu Shang. If you are unconcerned, so be it. Perhaps I am overthinking it. If Fu Shang was with us, and both Yuan Bao and the crescent moon are aware, this cannot be hidden. Aunt Song, I shall take my leave now, but I will visit your home again another day, Lu Dehu declared before turning to leave. Once his back was turned to Fu Shang's mother, his expression darkened. This Aunt Song was surprisingly astute today. In the past, she would have been easily swayed into action. Was she suddenly too timid, or had she become wise? When it came to Fu Shang's safety, she did not even bother to inquire, opting instead to absolve Fu Shang of any involvement. Such fanciful thinking, Lu Dehu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He did not wish to suffer alone, someone needed to share in his plight. As he approached the village chief's home, he overheard a commotion inside. Zhu Shang, you scoundrel, you have no shame. Are you so desperate that you would pursue a widow? Have you lost your mind? If you dare betray me, I will make sure you pay dearly for it. Listening to the uproar, Lu Dehu snickered disdainfully. He had known about this affair for quite some time but had kept it to himself. Whenever he encountered the village chief's daughter-in-law, he would suddenly mention seeing Zhu Shang delivering rice to Mu Yun, when in fact, that rice was intended for widow Zhang by the riverbank. As a result, the village chief's daughter-in-law would frequently cause trouble for Mu Yun, and every time, Yuan Bao would feel sorrowful. As long as he witnessed Yuan Bao's distress, he found joy in it. After all, everyone's attention was solely on Yuan Bao, but if he did not meddle, Li Dali and Yuan Bao would likely become good friends, along with Jin Bao and Tiniu, all of whom favored Yuan Bao and enjoyed playing with her. Just a mere 3-year-old child, did he really have to contend with her? He harbored disdain for Yuan Bao, even loathing her, and now his feelings had evolved into full-blown hatred. If it weren't for Mu Yun, I would still be kept in the dark. I previously thought you had given everything to Mu Yun and had scolded her multiple times. Zhu Shang, you are a wretch, devoid of conscience. I have toiled to bear your children, served your in-laws, and managed the household. What have I done to deserve this? You seek out that widow Zhang, do you even have any shame left? You call yourself educated? Bah, you are shameless, and that wretched widow Zhang, just wait, I will make sure to deal with her one day. Through the wall, the voices in the courtyard were loud, and Lu Dahua realized that Mu Yun was indeed aware of Zhu Sheng's affair with widow Zhang. When had she discovered it, Lu Dahu's small mind was racing with thoughts. He could not comprehend why Mu Yun, if she were so formidable, had not resisted the village chief's daughter-in-law before, enduring scorn and beatings instead. If she had been so weak in the past, why had she suddenly become assertive now? Hadn't it been better to remain meek? Having grown weary of the quarrels coming from the village chief's courtyard, Lu Dahu returned home in a dejected state. Meanwhile, the village chief's family faced disgrace due to Zhu Sheng's entanglement with widow Zhang, who demanded accountability from him. Zhu Sheng, however, found himself at the mercy of his father, his wife, and his mother, living a life filled with despair. This matter gradually spread, overshadowing Mu Yun's family's affairs, and the gossip of the villagers shifted from the trio of Mu Yun and her children to the misfortunes of the village chief's household. In Qingha village, Mu Yun was busy repairing the entrance to her courtyard. She had gathered some wooden sticks to replace the dilapidated fence and tidy up the yard. Yuan Bao and the crescent moon were digging holes to plant the flowers they had unearthed from the mountain today. Mu Yun had provided them with small shovels to keep them engaged in labor, which was beneficial for their health. The two children were happily digging in the mud, while Mu Yun worked on the fence, keeping an eye on their activities. The original yard was rather small, and she intended to expand it a bit to provide ample space for the children to play. She was a restless spirit, often lost in thought when seated, which was why she had traversed various experiences in her past life to keep herself occupied. The trio of mother and children busied themselves in the yard, laughter echoing from time to time, creating a heartwarming scene bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Noticing that the sun was about to set, Yuan Bao exclaimed, "Mother, shouldn't we start preparing dinner?" When engrossed in tasks, Mu Yun often lost track of time. Without Yuan Bao's reminder, she might have forgotten to cook. However, the thought of cooking made her head ache, for her culinary skills were likely to leave her children unsatisfied. Yuan Bao, crescent moon, is my cooking truly so unpalatable? Mu Yun set down her wooden stick and rope, directing her question towards the two children. Both small heads shook vigorously. "No, mother, your cooking is delicious." The crescent moon chimed in, "Mother, the meat you roast is the best." With a wry smile, Mu Yun replied, "You two are quite the flatterers at such a tender age. Truly a pair of clever little rascals. Once I earn some money, I shall hire a capable maid to cook for you, for I am well aware of my own limitations in the kitchen." As she spoke, Mu Yun headed towards the kitchen. She couldn't manage overly complicated dishes, so she planned to prepare simple meals for the next few days, ensuring they had enough to eat. In a few days, she would venture into the city to see if she could find someone proficient in cooking to bring back home. Chapter 19 Midnight Thief. Mu Yun prepared a simple meal of steamed rice accompanied by stir-fried meat and vegetables. The three of them sat down to eat. Though the dish was not exquisite, it was far from unpalatable. For Yuan Bao and Yuya, accustomed to far less, such a meal was already a delightful treat. After finishing their dinner, Mu Yun heated water to bathe the children, and after a flurry of activity, night had fallen. The children emerged from their baths looking even more adorable and lovely. Previously, the original owner had bathed them only once a month, and during winter, not at all. It was not due to laziness, but rather because she could not afford bathing supplies, and the children had barely 2 sets of clothes to wear. Recalling those days from the original owner's memories, Mu Yun could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for both the children and the original owner. A genuine woman of the ancient times, she had once been a miss from an official family. Though not favored and cast aside to a rural estate, she at least had enough to eat and drink, along with a maid to attend to her. While her life was not one of luxury, she need not worry about her next meal. However, after fleeing, the original owner had to struggle for survival and was pregnant. By the time she realized her condition, her belly had already begun to swell, leaving her no choice but to give birth. Lacking familial affection, she eagerly anticipated the arrival of these two children. After their birth, she exerted great effort to provide for them, learning to farm, foraging for wild vegetables, and mending clothes in exchange for food. She did her utmost to nurture them. Her life had been arduous. Aside from the first 2 years after their birth, she had never truly experienced a good life. Gazing at the now clean and fresh-faced children, Mu Yun's eyes shimmered with tenderness. She vowed to care for them diligently, ensuring they would have good food, clothing, and a bright future. She hoped that the original owner could find peace in the afterlife, knowing her children would be well looked after. "Mother, I smell so nice today, come, take a whiff," exclaimed Yuya, having just bathed and donned fresh undergarments, her face alight with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Mu Yun smiled as she leaned in to sniff. "Indeed, you do. Yuya is fragrant and truly delightful, and you are the most beautiful little girl I have ever seen." Mu Yun's praise made Yuya beam even brighter, her clear laughter resonating through the room, prompting Yuan Bao to join in the merriment. After lulling the children to sleep, Mu Yun finally stepped out to bathe herself. As she gazed at the bathing tub, she suddenly longed for the conveniences of modern water heaters and showers. After quickly washing up, she returned to her room, just as she was about to settle down for the night, when she heard footsteps outside. Hastily, she grabbed her outer clothing and moved closer to the door, waiting for the approaching figure. The footsteps drew nearer, then stopped at the entrance, remaining still, confirming that someone was outside. She placed her hand on the door, then swiftly opened it. Upon seeing the shadow at the threshold, she acted quickly, seizing the intruder. "It hurts, it really hurts," exclaimed the man, his voice sharp and grating. Fearing the commotion would awaken the children, Mu Yun kicked him out into the courtyard. When he attempted to flee, she swiftly pursued him, pinning him down once more, then bound his hands and feet with a rope. It was too dark to see clearly, and lighting a fire would be troublesome. Mu Yun decided to secure him for the night and deal with him in the morning. Confident in her binding skills, she thought to herself that once he was in her grasp, escape was out of the question. After tying him up and stuffing a rag into his mouth, she unceremoniously tossed him into a corner of the kitchen before retiring to bed. Feeling at ease the following day, Muyun rose early, dressing Yuya in her clothes. As she opened the door, she heard the voice of Aunt Zhang calling out, Muyun, have you risen yet? Muyun opened the door and looked towards the entrance of the courtyard, where Aunt Zhang smiled and said, Old Master Zhang has agreed to lend you the ox for plowing. Do you have time now? Come with me to fetch it. Muyun glanced towards the kitchen before walking to the entrance and opening the wooden gate, inviting Aunt Zhang to enter. Aunt Zhang, last night we had a thief in our home. I caught him and tied him up. It was too dark to see his face, and I was thinking of calling the village head this morning to take a look, but I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Aunt Zhang was immediately taken aback. A thief? How could that be? Our Qinghe village hasn't seen a thief in many years. Quickly, let us see who it is. Surely, it can't be someone from our village. Muyun led Aunt Zhang to the kitchen, where the bound man lay, unable to move or escape, and had surprisingly fallen asleep. Muyun looked at him, at a loss for words. She approached the water vat, took a bucket, and doused the man's face with water. He jolted awake with a start, cursing in irritation. Aunt Zhang, recognizing the familiar figure, sighed in exasperation. This Liang Dazhu is incorrigible. How dare he continue his thieving ways? Whoa, Liang Dazhu, muffled by the cloth over his mouth, could not make a sound. Muyun noticed his pleading gaze directed at Aunt Zhang and stepped forward to remove the cloth. Aunt Zhang, save me, this woman intends to kill me. She has imprisoned and tormented me for an entire night. It's utterly excessive. Muyun looked quizzically at Aunt Zhang and inquired, Aunt Zhang, do you know this man? Aunt Zhang sighed in resignation. Muyun, this man is Liang Dazhu, a notorious troublemaker in our village. He is greedy and lustful, fond of gambling, and a thoroughly despicable character. He has committed numerous thefts in the past, and after being warned by the village head that he would be reported to the authorities if he continued his misdeeds, he had managed to refrain for 2 years. I can't believe he has fallen back into his old habits today. Liang Dazhu, short and stout, had a shifty appearance that repulsed Muyun. This man intended to rob me of both my money and virtue last night? He must be turned over to the authorities. Having such a person in our village puts everyone's property and safety at risk. Aunt Zhang replied, let us first report this to the village head. Village matters must be communicated to him before further action can be taken. Muyun nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. After all, he was merely a thief. It mattered not who dealt with him, as long as he was dealt with. Muyun addressed Aunt Zhang, I will take him to the village head now. You may wait here. I will return shortly after handling this, and then we can go borrow the ox together. Aunt Zhang quickly responded, no need, I'll accompany you. I also wish to see how the village head handles Liang Dazhu. Muyun nodded, very well, then let us go together. Taking Yuya and Yuan Bao along, Muyun found a rope and led Liang Dazhu toward the village head's residence. Along the way, they attracted quite a crowd, curious about the commotion and following closely behind. Upon reaching the Li family's entrance, they knocked, and after a moment, Aunt Dolly came to open the door. Upon seeing Muyun, she was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Liang Dazhu tied up behind her along with a throng of villagers, prompting her to call for her husband. Oldly, someone is looking for you. Hearing the commotion, the village head emerged and upon seeing Muyun, felt a tightening in his chest, quickly asking, what is the matter? With a tug and a kick, Muyun sent Liang Dazhu sprawling at the village head's feet. The village head had not yet discerned who it was but was startled nonetheless. What has happened? Who is this Dazhu? How could it be you? What have you done this time? Only when Liang Dazhu raised his head did the village head recognize him. Village head, save me. This woman is ferocious, she has beaten me, and I fear my bones may break. The village head was skeptical of his claims and turned to Muyun, asking, what is going on, Muyun? Muyun replied coolly, last night, as I was about to sleep, I heard footsteps outside. I got up to investigate and found this man attempting to steal from my home. I have heard that Liang Dazhu is not only greedy but also lecherous, having committed many thefts in the past. Village head, had I been merely an unarmed woman, I would have faced not only financial loss but possibly my life as well. What do you propose we do about this matter? Chapter 20 Borrowing the ox for plowing. The village chief immediately kicked Liang Dazhu, exclaiming, you wretched scoundrel, I've warned you countless times to refrain from such behavior, yet you seem incapable of learning your lesson. Very well, since you insist on defying reason, I shall hand you over to the authorities for judgment. The village chief was not only furious but also felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for Liang Dazhu's elderly and pitiable mother still being alive, he would have long since sent this scoundrel to the officials to spare the community from his incessant trouble. Please, chief, don't do this. I realize my mistake now and promise I won't repeat it. I was merely curious and wanted to see Muyun's home. I had no ill intentions. Please don't turn me over to the authorities. What will happen to my mother if I'm imprisoned? She is far too old to endure such a burden. The village chief snorted coldly. Now you care about your mother's ability to endure? Why didn't you consider that before engaging in your reckless actions? You are utterly hopeless. Aunt Zhang leaned closer to Muyun and remarked, Liang Dazhu has an elderly mother, over 80 years of age, who requires care. Aside from him, she has no one else. In the past, when he got into trouble, he was nearly taken away to prison, but out of concern for his mother, the village chief compensated the victim to prevent him from being sent to the authorities, allowing him to stay and care for her. Liang Dazhu had been quiet for a while, but it seems he has stumbled into trouble again. This time, I suspect the village chief is truly fed up and unwilling to intervene any longer. Muyun mused to herself, realizing that the village chief indeed had a kind heart, worrying about a lonely old woman and even willing to pay to keep Liang Dazhu at home to care for her. Muyun, I will take this man to the authorities and let the magistrate punish him. Rest assured, aside from him, there are no such individuals left in the village. The village chief was genuinely enraged, feeling exasperated at Liang Dazhu's lack of improvement despite his assistance. Liang Daju was like a piece of rotten clay, incapable of being molded. Upon hearing of his impending transfer to the authorities, Liang Daju was truly frightened and he crawled before the village chief, pleading desperately, "Please, chief. I was wrong, I truly know my mistake now, I will never engage in such behavior again, I beg you, please don't send me to the authorities." The village chief remained unmoved, stating, "When one breaks the law, one must face the consequences. You have had your chances before." The villagers outside murmured among themselves, expressing their disdain for Liang Daju, though they felt pity for his mother, they all belonged to the same village. Liang Daju's parents had once been well regarded, and there was a certain camaraderie among the neighbors. However, since Liang Daju took charge and failed to marry, he had gradually become intolerable, leading to widespread aversion towards him. Seeing that the village chief showed no favoritism, Mu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. "Chief, I leave this matter in your capable hands, I must take my leave now, I have other matters to attend to." The village chief nodded, "Very well, go on with your business." Mu Yun departed with Aunt Zhang, carrying a small sack of rice. Aunt Zhang was astonished to see her bringing rice to borrow an ox, for rice was the most precious grain, and in their rural community, few could afford to consume much of it. Most families subsisted on flour and cornbread. Mu Yun's willingness to part with rice was indeed quite generous. Upon arriving at Uncle Zhang's home, Mu Yun politely greeted him and his wife. Although they initially refused her rice, Mu Yun insisted, feeling it was inappropriate to retract her offering. Uncle Zhang, resigned, eventually inquired whether Mu Yun knew how to plow. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, "I've never done that before, but I'm quite clever and can learn quickly." Uncle Zhang chuckled, "Never mind, I'll plow for you. You've given me such fine rice, it's only fair I help you in return." The elderly man spoke candidly. Mu Yun, feeling a bit bashful, smiled and said, "But won't this delay your own tasks? I can manage it myself." Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively, "Not at all, we don't have much land to tend, and the workload is light." Aunt Zhang chimed in, "Since Uncle Zhang has offered, you shouldn't refuse. He is quite skilled and fast at plowing. If you attempt it alone, it would take you an eternity, but he can finish it in a day." Mu Yun nodded, no longer insisting, and the group set off to the fields with the ox. Mu Yun allowed them to go ahead while she returned home to prepare some food, anticipating the need for sustenance after a day of labor. Yueya and Yuanbao trailed closely behind her, resembling little shadows, following her wherever she went. Once home, she packed a variety of snacks and water, ready to embark on their farming adventure. By the time they reached the field, Uncle Zhang had already begun plowing with the ox. Mu Yun watched closely, learning as she observed, and after a while, she decided to give it a try herself. Uncle Zhang did not deter her, handing her the plow to see how she fared. To her delight, she discovered that she was indeed quite adept, learning quickly, finding it enjoyable. Mu Yun continued plowing while Uncle Zhang sat nearby, chatting with the two children, allowing her to work independently. It wasn't until she had plowed a significant area that Uncle Zhang stood up to take over, wiping the sweat from her brow. Mu Yun handed the plow back to him and took a moment to rest. "This farming work is truly exhausting. I am utterly spent. Mother, water." Yueya promptly offered the water flask, displaying great thoughtfulness. Mu Yun smiled, ruffling her hair, then took a hearty swig from the flask and reclined under a tree, savoring the gentle breeze. "What a delightful sensation this is, the freedom of the wind, the essence of liberty. Mother, when shall we return?" Yueya inquired softly, her expression weary. Observing her, Mu Yun gently stroked her little face and asked, "What's wrong, Yueya? Are you feeling unwell?" Yueya shook her head, "No, mother, I'm just tired and want to sleep." It suddenly dawned on Mu Yun that both Yuanbao and Yueya were merely 3 years old and needed their afternoon naps. Glancing at the sun, she realized it was still early, taking the children home to sleep would not do, and she could not leave Uncle Zhang to toil alone. After contemplating her options and surveying the surrounding woods, she decided to gather some branches and leaves to construct a small shelter for the children to nap nearby. "Yueya, wait here, dear. Mother will build you a little house to sleep in, all right?" Mu Yun spoke soothingly to her daughter. Yueya nodded, intrigued, having never seen a tent before. Mu Yun took a sickle and ventured to the edge of the woods, selecting leafy branches to cut down. After gathering a bundle, she returned to the field to begin constructing the small tent. Yuanbao, curious, followed along, eager to learn, and Mu Yun patiently guided him. Before long, a simple little tent was erected, with leaves laid on the ground and a garment spread atop. Mu Yun called for Yueya and Yuanbao to come inside for their nap. The children found the makeshift shelter fascinating, as they had never seen such a small branch house before. Mu Yun sat nearby, watching them drift off to sleep. From her vantage point, she could see much of Qinghe village, where most residents were working diligently in the fields, bustling about their tasks. This, she realized, was the true essence of rural life. The idyllic agricultural existence portrayed in modern tales was merely a luxury for the affluent, while in this era, farming was an essential labor for everyone. Recalling the agricultural knowledge she had once learned, Mu Yun felt inspired to undertake something more meaningful. She approached Uncle Zhang and engaged him in conversation to learn about the various farming practices in Qinghe village. Qinghe village was situated near Yuhe village, separated by a river, yet the terrain differed greatly. Yuhe village possessed more favorable land, primarily flat and fertile, whereas Qinghe village was more mountainous, with only half of its land being arable. Contemplating the people of Yuhe village, Mu Yun felt a mischievous notion arise within her. She must make them aware of what they would lose without her. Mu Yun, however, she knew that farming results could not be rushed. Until she produced tangible results, no one would believe in her capabilities. As the sun gradually set, Mu Yun exchanged the plow with Uncle Zhang and worked on her half of the field, finishing before darkness fell. After waking the children, they wrapped up for the day and began their journey home. She invited Uncle Jean to join them for dinner, but he politely declined. In the end, she did not press the issue, for her culinary skills were merely a formality. Chapter 21 of the reopening of the tavern. On the following day, Muyin chose not to venture outside. Instead, she busied herself at home, encouraging the sweet potatoes to sprout while tidying up the courtyard. Just as she was immersed in her tasks, a visitor arrived at the doorstep. It was the young waiter from the Pang's tavern, delivering news that the establishment would reopen the next day, and the proprietor had invited Muyin to attend. Inviting the young man into the courtyard, Muyin recalled the mushrooms she had seen with Yuya. She gathered the waiter and her children, Yuan and Yuan, and together they set off to collect mushrooms. After they had finished gathering, Muyin returned home to write down the culinary methods for the mushrooms, which she entrusted to the waiter to take back. After a busy morning, as the young man departed, Yuan inquired, "Mother, are we going to the city tomorrow?" Muyin nodded, "Yes, do you wish to go?" Yuan replied eagerly, "Wherever mother goes, I shall follow." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Muyin, what on earth are you doing? It looks quite peculiar." Aunt Chunlan approached the courtyard gate, smiling inquisitively. Since witnessing Muyin defend herself, Aunt Chunlan had refrained from displaying any ill will towards her, fearful of incurring her wrath. Seeing that it was Aunt Chunlan, Muyin adopted a neutral expression, "Nothing much, just amusing myself." She preferred to ignore her, but Aunt Chunlan pushed the wooden door open and entered without invitation, her curiosity piqued by the objects strewn on the ground. "Isn't this a sweet potato? Why did you cut it and leave it here?" Muyin continued her work, replying nonchalantly, "I cut it for fun." Sensing Muyin's disinterest, Aunt Chunlan snorted disdainfully, though she dared not show it overtly. She forced a smile and continued, "I just saw someone come to your house, carrying a basket of goods. Who was that? I've never seen them in the village before." Muyin glanced at Aunt Chunlan, understanding her intentions. She smiled and replied, "It was a worker from the tavern in the city. You wouldn't know him, Aunt Chunlan." "A worker? What did he come to see you for? What did you give him?" Aunt Chunlan pressed eagerly. Muyin chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing, Aunt Chunlan, please don't disturb me while I work, go about your own business." As the most gossipy person in Xingha village, Aunt Chunlan could hardly contain her curiosity. She felt uneasy unless she had all the details. "Muyin, have you taken a liking to him? Is he your new beau?" When Muyin remained silent, Aunt Chunlan began to speculate. Muyin rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing the source of the rampant rumors about her. "No, he merely came to buy something. Aunt Chunlan, mind your own tongue, refrain from spreading any rumors about me. If I hear anything defamatory, it will be traced back to you, and you shall not find me courteous." Aunt Chunlan laughed awkwardly, "Oh, surely not, I was only asking, I wouldn't spread any rumors." Muyin's demeanor remained frosty. "It is best that way. Otherwise, my fists are not to be trifled with. By the way, Muyin, what are you selling?" Seeing her persistence, Muyin was truly fed up. "Aunt Chunlan, I sell gold, would you like to purchase some?" Realizing she had angered Muyin, Aunt Chunlan became a bit apprehensive and chuckled nervously, "No. I'll take my leave, you carry on with your work." Once Aunt Chunlan exited, she couldn't help but scoff quietly, "Humph, is asking a question such a crime? Who knows what shady dealing she is up to? Truly shameless." Muyin resumed tending to her sweet potatoes, waiting for them to sprout before planting them. Since she needed to go to the city the next day, she retired early that evening. The following morning, she rose early to boil a few eggs for her children before setting off to the village entrance. Typically, the ox cart from Brother Daqiang's family was driven by his father, but Daqiang and his wife had ventured into the fields that day. They had fortuitously crossed paths with Muyin a few days prior when they were also heading to the city. Muyin opted to ride in the cart driven by Daqiang's father and unexpectedly encountered the sisters Chunlan and Chunyu, along with their grandmother. "Sister Muyin, are you heading to the city again?" Chunlan asked cheerfully. Muyin nodded, "Yes, I have some matters to attend to." Chunlan nodded back and assisted her grandmother onto the cart. Once everyone was seated, the cart set off. Muyin turned to Chunlan and asked, "Are you going to sell something? I noticed you didn't bring a basket." Chunlan smiled gently, "No, we're visiting relatives." Beside her, Chunyu was excitedly preening herself, occasionally checking her reflection in a small copper mirror and adjusting her hair and attire. Muyin observed, thinking she resembled a young girl preparing for a date. The sisters were elegantly dressed, their garments made of fine cotton, and they adorned themselves with silver hairpins, their hairstyles evidently styled for the occasion. Muyin nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further questioning. The ox cart soon arrived in the city. After paying the fare, Muyin led her children towards the Pang's tavern, while Chunlan, Chunyu, and their grandmother headed in the opposite direction. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pang's tavern, Muyin was taken aback by the bustling scene before her. The tavern's entrance, once desolate, was now vibrant and lively, adorned with red silk banners, a lion dance troupe, and numerous stalls offering a plethora of dishes, hot and cold, meaty and vegetarian, along with snacks and tea, all enticingly displayed. In stark contrast, the opulent Lee's tavern across the street stood quiet and empty, with only a handful of patrons in its grand hall. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious, it's divine. What is this dish called?" "It's exquisite. This cold chicken feet are delightful, and boneless, simply perfect. Is this duck meat roasted? It smells heavenly. Is this truly tripe? How can it be so delectable, crispy and fragrant? I could eat another bite. How is this braised meat prepared? It is so aromatic. This fish is also delicious. This roasted chicken is simply phenomenal. The air was filled with enthusiastic praises as people eagerly sampled the tasting portions, their appetites whetted for more. Unfortunately, each person was limited to just a small sample, and those wishing for seconds had to make reservations for dinner. This strategy, devised by Mu Yun, aimed to attract customers through free tastings. If the food was delectable, business would thrive, followed by a reservation system for the evening's dinner. Having squeezed through the crowd, Mu Yun finally entered the tavern, where the young waiter warmly escorted her to the proprietor's office on the upper floor. Upon seeing Mu Yun, the proprietor was visibly elated. "Miss Mu, did you see? Our tavern is absolutely overflowing with patrons today. The dinner reservations are already full, and many have been rescheduled for tomorrow. Ivy never felt our establishment was too small until now, unable to accommodate so many guests at once." The proprietor spoke with palpable excitement, his face flushed with joy and enthusiasm, embodying a spirit of vitality. Chapter 22. Under scrutiny, Mu Yun smiled lightly as she approached the window, gazing down at the throngs of people sampling dishes and those who had made reservations at the establishment below. With a serene smile, she remarked, "There is no need for the proprietor to worry any longer. It seems the restaurant will not have to close its doors now." The proprietor nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. This is all thanks to you, Miss Mu. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I would surely be facing the closure of my business." The proprietor felt a sense of relief as he spoke. Mu Yun smiled again, pleased, for this meant her own financial gain was imminent. "There is no need for such formality, dear proprietor. I am merely here to earn a living, and we are both benefiting from this arrangement." The proprietor chuckled, "Miss Mu, your magnanimity is truly admirable. Rest assured, I have already informed the owner about this month's profits. After deducting costs, we shall split the earnings evenly." Mu Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall not be overly polite, for I indeed require these funds." The proprietor acknowledged her with a nod. "Of course, Miss Mu. Please wait here while I instruct the kitchen to prepare some dishes for us. I must attend to some matters. Sometimes the staff below lack initiative." Mu Yun nodded, encouraging him to tend to his duties, and returned to her perch by the window to observe the scene below. Yuya and Yuanbao sat obediently at a table, whispering amongst themselves. Across in the other restaurant, Li Xiaoping wore a sullen expression, fixating intently on the However, it was regrettable that she had chosen to oppose him, displaying a lack of awareness of the danger she was courting. "Have someone stationed at the entrance. The moment this woman steps out of the Pang family tavern, bring her to me. I am quite curious to learn what idea she imparted to the tavern that allowed it to rise from the brink of closure. Such remarkable skill." The subordinate nodded and promptly went to make arrangements. "Young master, most of the guests in our private room have departed, leaving only those who maintain a good rapport with you. The rest have gone to the other establishment to join the festivities," reported the proprietor, his face etched with concern. Li Xiaoping sneered, "Humph, a flock of fair-weather friends. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. The Pang family will not last long." "Yes, young master," the proprietor replied, feeling somewhat reassured by his words. Watching the familiar patrons gathering below in the other tavern only fueled Li Xiaoping's ire, compelling him to feign indifference, a pretense that contorted his face in frustration. Meanwhile, the dishes arrived promptly at Mu Yun's table, far more abundant and delectable than the previous offerings. A lover of fine cuisine, Mu Yun relished this meal after several days of eating her own cooking, deeming it a heavenly delight. The two children had never tasted such sumptuous fare before and were thoroughly enjoying themselves, exchanging dishes with one another in a heartwarming display of familial affection. Outside the Pang family tavern, the aroma of the meals wafted through the air, intensifying the hunger of those waiting outside, who yearned to savor such delectable offerings. The meager samples they had tasted were insufficient to quell their appetites, leaving them eager for more. The crowd was overwhelming, and the staff inside the tavern could scarcely keep up with the demand. The proprietor had no choice but to request additional help from the owner. At that moment, in the Pang residence, Pang Qingyun was poring over the accounts, grappling with significant losses that plagued his mind. Just as he was deep in thought, a servant reported, "Young master, the tavern's manager Zhou has sent word, stating that there are too many patrons and they are overwhelmed. He requests that you send some staff to assist." Pang Qingyun paused, taken aback. "What did you say?" Suddenly, he recalled that manager Zhou had mentioned a few days prior that he had found a way to revive the tavern, but he had been preoccupied and hadn't paid close attention to the details. Manager Zhou, being a long-standing member of the Pang family, commanded Pang Qingyun's trust, granting him considerable authority to make decisions autonomously. "Young master, manager Zhou insists that the tavern is exceedingly busy and requires your assistance," the servant reiterated. Pang Qingyun set aside his ledger, curiosity piqued about the sheer number of patrons that would prompt manager Zhou to seek reinforcements. Finding the accounts too vexing, he decided to take a stroll. Rising from his seat, he addressed the attendant beside him, "Let us go and see for ourselves. Summon the other servants to accompany me." "Very well, young master," the attendant replied. Pang Qingyun settled into a comfortable sedan chair and made his way to the tavern. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, having enjoyed a hearty meal, Mu Yun planned to take her children for a leisurely stroll, as they had yet to explore the city streets properly. Their previous visit had been solely focused on shopping. The busy proprietor was preoccupied, and Mu Yun felt her presence would not be of assistance, so she decided to venture out. Informing the young waiter of her intentions, she stepped outside, unaware that several individuals in the crowd exchanged glances and discreetly followed her at a distance. The bustling streets were filled with passers-by, and Mu Yun remained oblivious to her pursuers as she guided her children to a nearby stall to browse. "Yuya, this hairpin is lovely. It would suit you perfectly, let us buy it. Yuan Bao, this safety pendant is beautiful, I shall get one for you and your sister, she declared joyfully, purchasing various items as they continued on their way. Mother, this hairpin is exquisite. You should buy one too, I see others wearing them. Yue pointed to a silver hairpin displayed at a nearby stall. Yuan Bao glanced at their mother, noticing her hair was bare. Mu led her children over to examine the hairpin. While not particularly vain, she did enjoy adorning herself on occasion. In her modern life, she had occasionally indulged in makeup, mastering the art to a satisfactory degree, which always lifted her spirits. Mother, this one is beautiful, Yuan Bao exclaimed, pointing to a hairpin adorned with red agate. He believed it would look splendid in his mother's hair. Mu Yun, observing the selection chosen by her son, smiled and replied, so you favor the sparkly ones, Yuan Bao, they are indeed lovely, but rather ostentatious for village life. Yuan Bao, puzzled, asked, why not, mother? Is it not permitted in the village? With a gentle laugh, Mu Yun explained, not quite, it's more because no one else wears such things in the village. If I were to don it alone, it would draw attention, and that would be too conspicuous. But mother, even without the hairpin, you are still eye-catching and would attract attention because you are far more beautiful than anyone else. People cannot help but gaze upon you, Yuan Bao countered. Mu Yun burst into laughter, amused by her son's sweet words. The stall owner, a kind woman, chimed in, Miss, your son possesses quite the silver tongue, far sweeter than my own mischievous child. Yet, he speaks the truth, you are truly beautiful, no wonder you have such lovely children, I envy you. This agate hairpin indeed requires a face like yours to truly shine, your fair complexion is perfect for such vibrant colors. Wearing it would certainly captivate all who behold you. The stall owner, skilled in flattery, managed to sway Mu Yun with both her son-s and her words. How much for this? Mu Yun inquired. The stall owner replied promptly, Miss, this is an agate hairpin, so it is a bit pricey, costing 1 tael of silver. She looked at Mu Yun nervously, fearing she might not buy it. There is only this one. My husband brought it back from abroad originally, I intended to sell it for 2 taels, but the price was too steep for anyone to purchase, so I reluctantly reduced it to 1 tael. Selling it for 1 tael means I make no profit, but keeping it is of no use, so I hope to sell it quickly. Very well, I will take it, Mu Yun replied without hesitation, surprising the stall owner who had not expected such a quick agreement without negotiation. She quickly regained her composure, showering Mu Yun with auspicious remarks as she wrapped the hairpin carefully. Chapter 23 The slave market. After purchasing the hairpin, Mu Yun continued to lead the 2 children forward, while a group of individuals trailed closely behind, biding their time for an opportune moment to strike. As Mu Yun contemplated the errands she needed to accomplish in the city, she approached a passerby for directions. Excuse me, dear sister, do you happen to know where the slave market is located? Given her lack of culinary skills, she considered acquiring a maid who could cook, alleviating her future worries about meal preparations. This would ensure that Yue and Yuan Bao received adequate nutrition, and it would provide her with someone to care for the children whenever she needed to step out. Given these considerations, obtaining a maid had become a pressing necessity. The woman she queried gestured towards the street to her left. Proceed through this alley, take a few turns, and you will arrive at the slave market. You can inquire again ahead, and you will find your way. Mu Yun nodded in gratitude before turning into the left alley. Observing the opportunity, the men behind exchanged glances and hastily followed her. Once Mu Yun had ventured deep into the alley, 4 men swiftly encircled her. Upon hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Mu Yun became immediately alert. Just as she paused, the men closed in. Regarding the unfamiliar men with furrowed brows, she demanded, Who are you, what do you want? The leading man, bearing a sinister expression, spoke menacingly, You'll find out if you come with us. Mu Yun's mind raced with possibilities. She pondered if she had offended someone, perhaps a relative of the original owner, yet, the situation did not seem to support that theory. Come with you, that depends on whether you possess the capability to compel me. Seeing her resistance, the man sneered, You refuse to heed our warning. You are courting disaster. They dismissed her as merely a woman, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to seize her. Mu Yun instinctively pushed the 2 children behind her, urging them to stand against the wall. She then sprang into action. Though these men possessed some martial skills, they were no match for her. In mere moments, the 4 men were left groaning in pain, sprawled on the ground in agony. Will you now reveal your identities? Why do you wish to capture me? The man, his face marred by a swollen eye, glared at her with intensity. You think yourself important, our master demands to see you, and you dare refuse? Offending our master will bring you suffering in the future. Mu Yun was perplexed. Who was this master? Impatiently, she pressed her foot against the man's chest, her voice cold, I will ask you again. Who sent you to capture me? Who are you? If you do not answer, I shall break your arm and render you a cripple. As she began to apply pressure to his arm, the man's fear became palpable, and he quickly acquiesced. We are from the Li family tavern, and our master is the tavern's proprietor. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun released his arm and inquired frostily, I bear no grievances against your Li family tavern. Why, then, do you wish to seize me? The man retorted angrily, No grievances, if it weren't for you, would the Pang family tavern be in its current state? You assisted them in stealing our business. Thus, we undoubtedly have a score to settle. Finding amusement in his ire, Mu Yun replied sarcastically, You are truly tyrannical. Why helping the Pang family tavern does not equate to a vendetta against you. In the world of commerce, success ebbs and flows. Today one establishment thrives, and tomorrow another may flourish. For such trivial matters, you seek to apprehend me. Your master must possess an exceedingly petty spirit. Such a person cannot achieve greatness. Humph, you know not what you speak. Our master is of noble standing, he does not concern himself with trifling matters, yet, you oppose the Pang family on our behalf. Be wary for your life. Muyan scoffed. If he truly disregards such matters, then why pursue me? It appears he harbors a deep-seated grudge with such a small-minded individual at the helm. You shall achieve little success. My advice to you is to sever ties with him post-haste. She lifted her foot, ceasing her pressure on the man. He immediately struggled to rise, only to be knocked back down by another kick from Muyan. I prefer you to converse with me while prostrate. Standing only irritates me. The man, seething with indignation at being insulted by a woman, found himself powerless to retaliate. For today, I shall spare you. Return and inform your master to refrain from provoking me. Should your men dare to approach again and fall into my hands, they shall face dire consequences. With that, Muyan took the hands of Yuanbao and Yueya and continued on her way, leaving the four men helplessly watching her depart, unable to stop her, let alone capture her. Yueya and Yuanbao gazed at their mother with admiration. Though it was not their first time witnessing her in a fight, they were still pleasantly surprised. Mother, may I become as formidable as you? Will you teach me martial arts? Yuanbao earnestly asked, genuinely wishing to learn. Muyan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall begin teaching you upon our return. However, training in martial arts is arduous. Can you endure it, Yuanbao? Yuanbao vigorously affirmed, yes, I can do it, mother. Yueya chimed in, and me too, mother, I wish to learn as well and be as strong as you. Muyan looked at her children with a fond smile, nodding her consent. Very well, I shall teach you both. The trio chatted and laughed as they arrived at the slave market. Although it was termed a slave market, it was rather modest, situated within a courtyard where only a handful of patrons were present, most of whom were the enslaved themselves. These individuals were confined within specially designed cages, heads bowed, fearful to utter a sound. Witnessing this scene, Muyan felt a wave of discomfort. Such a transaction of human beings as mere commodities was difficult for her modern sensibilities to accept. Esteemed guest, are you in search of a slave? What type do you require? I can assist you. The proprietor approached her with a beaming smile, eager to please. Muyan's brow remained furrowed, reluctant to expose her children to such sights, yet unable to leave them outside alone. Yueya clutched her mother's hand tightly, a mix of curiosity and fear evident on her face, while Yuanbao appeared more intrigued than frightened. Suppressing her discomfort, Muyan addressed the proprietor, I wish to purchase a maid who can cook. Do you have anyone suitable? The proprietor nodded vigorously. Indeed, we have several, allow me to show you. He led her to a cage containing 3 or 4 young girls, all seemingly no older than 14 or 15. Lift your heads. Let the esteemed guest see you properly, he commanded sternly. The girls slowly complied, looking up at Muyan. Can any of you cook? Muyan inquired. The 4 girls hesitated for a moment before one timidly replied, I can cook. The others appeared uncertain, with 2 remaining silent. Esteemed guest, when questioned, you must respond appropriately, lest you invite punishment, the proprietor interjected, his tone threatening. Muyan focused on the girl who had spoken. She was delicate in appearance, with charming features that gave her a certain beauty. How much for this one? She asked, pointing at the girl. The proprietor grinned widely. This is the most beautiful of the lot. Naturally, the price is higher, 10 taels of silver. Muyan frowned, assuming she found the price steep. The proprietor hastened to add, the others, being less attractive, are priced at 6 and 8 taels of silver. This one possesses a good temperament and is diligent in her work, she will serve you well. Muyan was disinclined to listen to his sales pitch and promptly produced the required coins. Very well, I shall take her. Seeing her readiness, the proprietor beamed as he accepted the silver. Thank you, esteemed guest. I will fetch her contract immediately. As the proprietor bustled off to retrieve the documents, Muyan surveyed her surroundings, finding the atmosphere stifling and oppressive. Chapter 24 Purchasing the comatose boy boss, there's new merchandise. Come take a look at how much we can fetch. 2 burly men entered, carrying a small boy, and announced loudly as they stepped in. The proprietor, busy within the confines of the room, responded promptly, wait a moment, I shall be right out. Muyan furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the boy. He appeared to be around 5 or 6 years of age, clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with dirt. He seemed to be unconscious, a gash on his forehead marked by dried blood. The owner emerged with a contract in hand, handing it to Muyan before instructing a servant to unlock the iron cage. He approached the 2 hulking men to inspect the newly arrived goods. It's a boy? That won't sell well. The owner began, attempting to negotiate a lower price, a habitual practice of his. As the cage was opened, the girl Muyan had chosen approached her, standing awkwardly beside her. Muyan's gaze remained fixed on the owner and the 2 men, keen to observe their transaction. How could that be? This child is quite handsome, he will surely sell well, and the price will not be low. The owner scrutinized the boy and continued, but he is too young. If it were a girl, it would be much easier to sell. A boy of this age is not in demand. How about this, 1 or 2 taels of silver, and you can have the boy. The owner's words elicited immediate discontent from the 2 men. We've known each other for years. To offer merely 1 or 2 taels for such a fine piece of merchandise is quite heartless. Indeed, Yuan boss, that is exceedingly unreasonable. 1 or 2 taels is simply impossible, 3 taels, and the boy is yours. One of the men interjected, as this was the price they had anticipated. They had incurred no costs in acquiring the child, so whatever Yuan boss offered would be profit. However, greed took hold of them. Compared to past transactions, this child was certainly better, thus they sought to demand more. Yuan boss, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Alright, I can add 51, but that is my utmost limit." Mu Yun, witnessing their behavior, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. To haggle over a child as if he were mere merchandise, to think that one could purchase a child for just a couple of taels, life in this era seemed alarmingly cheap. "Mother, is this little boy to be sold? Where is his mother?" Yuya tugged at Mu Yun's sleeve, her voice laced with concern. Mu Yun, noticing the sympathy in her daughter's eyes, replied helplessly, "I don't know, perhaps he has no mother." In this era, the selling of girls was common, but boys were seldom sold. Thus, Mu Yun speculated that the child likely had no family. "Mother, let us buy him. If he is sold to someone else, will they not beat him and deny him food?" I once heard Arya say that sold children are very pitiable, often starved and beaten. Arya's grandmother often threatens to sell her, which terrifies her into nightmares. Listening to her daughter's words, Mu Yun, upon observing Yuya's tender demeanor and glancing at the boy, felt her heart soften. "Yuan boss, 2 taels of silver. My brother and I shall not ask for more." As the three continued to negotiate, Mu Yun stepped forward. "Sell him to me for 2 taels of silver, good sir. With so many slaves here, you need not be concerned about losing one small child. Moreover, I see this boy's complexion is pale, he remains unconscious, and he may very well be ill. If he is truly sick, buying him would not be a wise investment." Yuan boss, displeased by Mu Yun's attempts to outbid him, maintained a cordial demeanor, for she was a customer. "If the esteemed lady desires him, you may purchase him from me once I acquire him. It is rather unseemly to compete for business in such a manner." Mu Yun paid no heed to his words, directly addressing the two men, 3 taels of silver, this child shall be sold to me. The men nodded eagerly, very well, sold to you, sold to you. You have keen eyes, miss, this child is indeed quite remarkable. Mu Yun offered 3 taels, a sum Yuan boss was unwilling to match, leading him to fall silent, his expression darkening. "Do you have a contract?" Mu Yun inquired. "Yes, indeed." One of the men hurriedly produced the boy's contract and handed it to Mu Yun. She glanced at it, retrieved her purse, and paid them. The boy was unceremoniously tossed into her arms, still in a state of unconsciousness. Anxious, Mu Yun called after the 2 men who were about to depart, "What is wrong with him? He isn't truly ill, is he?" The men turned back, hastily explaining, "No, he simply fell and hit his head, which caused the unconsciousness. He will awaken shortly." Mu Yun nodded, allowing them to leave. Yuan boss, having lost the sale, no longer exhibited warmth, ignoring Mu Yun entirely. Looking at the comatose boy, Mu Yun could only hoist him onto her back. "Yuan Bao, Yuya, let us first take him to see a doctor. I cannot hold both of you right now, you two must hold hands and walk in front of me." The children obediently nodded, hand in hand as they walked ahead of Mu Yun. Madam, may I assist in leading the 2 young masters?" a timid voice broke in. Mu Yun, recalling that she had just purchased a maid, took a moment to process. "I nearly forgot about you, yes, please guide Yuan Bao and Yuya." However, Yuan Bao refused, saying, "Mother, we can walk by ourselves. No need to hold hands." He disliked anyone besides his mother holding his hand. Seeing his serious little face, Mu Yun chuckled helplessly, "Very well, we shall do as you wish. By the way, what is your name? How old are you?" Mu Yun asked the girl. The girl hurriedly replied, "This servant is 15 years old and has no name. I humbly request the lady to bestow a name upon me." Mu Yun regarded her, saying, "You may keep your former name. Here, there is no need for you to refer to yourself as a servant." The girl, however, insisted, "I dare not. I beseech the lady to grant me a name. I am a dead servant, destined to remain the lady's servant unless sold by you." Mu Yun, feeling exasperated, pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. From now on, you shall be called ZZHU. Do you like this name?" The girl replied quickly, "I like it, thank you, madam, for bestowing this name." Mu Yun nodded, understanding that the mindset of people in ancient times was often rather rigid, and it would not be resolved with just a few words. She chose not to correct Ziju's self-reference. "Madam, may I carry this child?" Ziju suggested, feeling somewhat uneasy as she stood idly while her mistress worked. Mu Yun shook her head, "No need. You appear to be in no better condition, you look so frail, like a child yourself. I fear you would struggle to carry him even a few steps." Ziju looked ashamed. "Yes, I will certainly improve my strength in the future." Seeing her earnestness, Mu Yun couldn't help but smile. "I bought you to cook. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Ziju replied, "Whatever I do is my duty, I only wish to remain by your side, with food to eat and clothes to wear." Noticing her humble aspirations, Mu Yun smiled, "One must have ambitions in life. As long as you follow me, you shall not suffer. I will provide you with a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver, and once I earn more, I shall increase it." Ziju, taken aback, gazed at Mu Yun in shock. 1 tael a month? Is that truly so much? Seeing her eyes widen in surprise, Mu Yun chuckled, "I keep my promises. I have but one request, that is your loyalty, and you must not betray me." Ziju quickly assured her, "Rest assured, madam. Ziju shall never betray you. Should I do so, may I be struck by lightning." Mu Yun nodded, spotting the medical clinic ahead. She said, "There lies the clinic, let us enter and see. Please keep a close watch on Yuya and Yuan Bao." Zijou nodded, attentively observing the two children, her eyes not daring to blink. Chapter 25 Of the request of Pang Qingyun, Muyan entered the medical hall, seeking the physician to examine the boy. The elderly doctor instructed her to place the child on a nearby couch before proceeding to take his pulse. Watching anxiously from the side, Muyan hoped fervently that the child was not truly in peril. The child is not in any serious danger, madam. There is no need for concern, he merely bumped his head, which has led to his fainting. I shall administer 2 needles, and he will awaken, the doctor reassured her. Upon hearing this, Muyan's heart instantly lightened. Thank you, doctor. The old physician retrieved his silver needles and began his work on the boy's head. Before long, the boy's eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. Muyan approached him, casting a gentle gaze, while Yuya and Yuanbao curiously stepped closer. The boy's eyes were strikingly beautiful, bright and expressive, with long, curled lashes. Yet, there was a cloud of confusion and bewilderment in his gaze. Who are you? The boy inquired, his tender voice slightly hoarse. Muyan, with a soft smile, responded, Do you know where your home is? Where are your family? Were you sold by them? The boy's eyes brimmed with confusion, as if he could not comprehend Muyan's words. I don't know. I don't remember anything, he suddenly exclaimed, clutching his head in visible distress. Muyan furrowed her brow, wondering if he had lost his memory. Doctor, what is happening to him? Children of this age should not forget where they come from. The physician conducted a thorough examination of the boy, finally stating, he has likely sustained a head injury that has caused a blood clot, resulting in temporary amnesia. However, this condition should be fleeting, he will gradually recover. Muyan nodded, then inquired, Doctor, will he need any medication to take home? Please check if there are any other issues with his health. The doctor shook his head, no, the child is in good health. The only injury is on his forehead, which I can treat and bandage. If you wish to avoid scarring, you may return once the wound has healed to have a scar removal ointment prepared. Muyan agreed, very well, thank you, doctor. After settling the payment, Muyan led the children out of the medical hall. Child, do you remember your name? Muyan asked. The boy shook his head, his expression somber and disheartened, fearful of the unfamiliar surroundings and people. Muyan sighed, then how about you give yourself a name, can you come up with one? The boy continued to shake his head. Yuya chimed in softly, Mother, why don't you name this brother, your names are lovely. Muyan turned to the boy and said, You were purchased from a trafficker. My daughter felt pity for you and begged me to buy you. If you remember your home, I can help you return, but as you have forgotten everything, you will have to live with us for now. Do you agree? The boy nodded, I agree. Please don't leave me, I am afraid. The boy felt a deep sense of unease, with no recollection of anything. He sensed that Muyan, Yuanbao, and Yuya were kind-hearted individuals. Instinctively, he believed that staying with them was the best choice. Seeing his timid demeanor, Muyan's eyes glimmered with compassion. Being sold at such a young age, he must have endured much hardship. He was indeed pitiable. Raising one more child was not a burden. She would take him home to keep Yuya and Yuanbao company. Do not worry, we will not abandon you. You shall live with us from now on. Would you like to share my surname? I will give you a name. Muyan smiled, gently ruffling his hair. The boy nodded, I would like that, thank you, auntie. Hearing his polite gratitude and address, Muyan smiled, finding him quite courteous. What do you think of the name Muyang? It means sunshine, Muyan suggested, glancing at the sun above. The boy nodded, a hint of a smile finally illuminating his face. I like this name very much, thank you, auntie. Muyan chuckled, you are welcome, little Muyang. Seeing Yuya's beaming face, Muyang could not help but smile shyly, responding, Hello, sister Yuya. Hello, brother Yuanbao, thank you for taking me in, I look forward to learning from you all, Muyang said politely. Muyan observed the courteous Muyang and sensed an air of distinction about him, as if he were not an ordinary child from a peasant family, even in his amnesia. She speculated that his background might be quite remarkable. Yuanbao nodded, maintaining a cool demeanor. Muyan stifled a laugh, finding Yuanbao's mature facade amusing, it was endearing. Alright, let us be on our way. Muyan took Yuya's hand, while Yuanbao and Muyang followed behind, with Zijou bringing up the rear, watching over them. Upon returning to the entrance of the Pang family tavern, the crowd was still substantial, though not as overwhelming as before. Most patrons had made reservations and departed, as lingering was of no use. Upon seeing Muyan enter, the shopkeeper promptly approached, Miss Mu, our master has arrived and is waiting for you upstairs with the manager. Muyan nodded and followed the shopkeeper up the stairs. When Pang Qingyun arrived, he was taken aback by the scene at the tavern entrance. After inquiring about the guest reservations and numbers inside, his astonishment only grew. He instructed the manager to prepare a feast, eager to sample the delectable dishes from the menu Muyan had provided, which had drawn so many patrons. However, regrettably, he had yet to see Muyan. Just as he lamented this, he heard the shopkeeper's voice call out, Master, the Miss Mu has returned. At this, Pang Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Please, show her in. As Muyan and her companions entered, Pang Qingyun immediately stood up, his curiosity piqued. Muyan merely glanced at him for a moment before averting her gaze. Miss Mu, you have finally returned. Allow me to introduce you. This is our master, the head of the Pang family, the manager announced. Pang Qingyun addressed Muyan with polite formality. I am Pang Qingyun. I am grateful for your assistance, Miss Mu. Dressed in a long blue robe, with well-defined features and a gentle demeanor, Pang Qingyun spoke in a warm, measured tone, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. Mu Yun smiled. You are too kind, Mr. Pang. We are merely meeting each other's needs. No thanks are necessary. Pang Qingyun then turned his attention to the children behind Mu Yun, smiling as he spoke. Miss Mu, I wish to seek your counsel on a few matters, if you would be so gracious. Mu Yun nodded, anticipating the inquiries he might pose. She glanced at the children and Zijou before speaking, but the manager interjected. Miss Mu, I will take Yuanbao and the others to the adjacent private room for their meal. Master has instructed the kitchen to prepare a variety of dishes for your return. Mu Yun nodded, recognizing that Yueya and Yuanbao were likely not very hungry, but Mu Yang and Zijou probably were. Zijou, please take the 3 children to eat. You may join them and sit down together to fill your bellies. Zijou nodded in agreement. Yes, madam. The manager led the group out, and Pang Qingyun invited Mu Yun to take a seat, then began. Though you are a woman, Miss Mu, your talents rival those of men. Our Pang family tavern owes its current success to your contributions. Mu Yun smiled, adept at exchanging pleasantries. There is no need for flattery, Mr. Pang. The compensation you provided was substantial. I have not been at a loss. Pang Qingyun chuckled. The manager has informed me of the remuneration. You shall receive half of the profits for the first month. Rest assured, I, Pang Qingyun, keep my word and will not go back on my promise. Mu Yun nodded, reassured by the commitment of the proprietor. She felt more at ease regarding her earnings. It seems you possess considerable insight into the business realm, Miss Mu. To be candid, I am currently facing some challenges and wish to humbly inquire if you might share your thoughts. Although Mu Yun had gleaned some understanding of the current state of the Pang family's affairs, specifics remained unclear. Intrigued by Pang Qingyun's request, she asked, What matters are you facing, Mr. Pang? Please, do share. Pang Qingyun began by explaining the circumstances surrounding the Pang family, before delving into the details of his business difficulties. Chapter 26 Staying overnight in the city. Miss Mu, to be candid with you, I fear that the vast fortune of the Pang family might be squandered under my stewardship, and should that occur, I would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Pang clan in the afterlife. Pang Qingyun found himself at an impasse. Otherwise, he would not have sought counsel from a woman. Zhang Yang had anticipated this very outcome from the moment she approached the Pang family tavern. Her aim had been to achieve precisely this result. In order to thrive in this era, relying solely on her own efforts was an insurmountable challenge, as she lacked both capital and connections, making it inconvenient to pursue endeavors alone. Although her understanding of the Pang family was still limited, at present, Pang Qingyun appeared to be a most suitable partner. He seemed devoid of ulterior motives and was indeed a person with whom collaboration was feasible. Boss Pang, if you trust me, I would appreciate the opportunity to visit your establishment. I believe I can assist in revitalizing your business. However, I too shall require compensation for my efforts, she proposed to Pang Qingyun, realizing she possessed genuine solutions, was instantly elated. Naturally, compensation is not an issue, provided that Miss Mu was willing to assist. Nodding, Mu Yun replied, Then, Boss Pang, please enlighten me regarding the nature of your establishments and their operational models. Once I am acquainted with the details, I can better devise necessary changes. Pang Qingyun readily agreed, launching into a discussion about the various enterprises under his purview. The more they conversed, the more astonished he became. Many of Mu Yun's ideas were refreshingly novel, illuminating his mind and sparking a flurry of new concepts. As their dialogue deepened, an undeniable rapport blossomed between them, leading Pang Qingyun to feel an acute sense of regret for not having met her sooner. As time meandered by and the sun began its descent, Mu Yun, noting the waning daylight, brought their conversation to a close. Boss Pang, it has grown late, let us pause for today. I shall not return to the village tonight but will stay at an inn tomorrow. We can visit the shops together before I head back. Pang Qingyun nodded in agreement. Very well, I apologize for the inconvenience, Miss Mu. I own an inn, allow me to escort you there for your stay. In the morning, we shall set out together to explore the various shops. Mu Yun nodded, surprised to learn that he was also involved in the hospitality industry, indicating the breadth of his business. Through her recent inquiries, she discovered that the majority of the shops in the city belonged to him, and that his family's enterprises also extended into several other counties, demonstrating the significant scale of their operations. Boss Pang, your business is indeed extensive. I trust your inn is not operating at a loss? Pang Qingyun chuckled wryly. Fortunately, it is not at a loss, but neither does it yield much profit. I have considered shutting it down. Mu Yun smiled. Let us go and take a look. Summoning Zijou and the 3 children, the group made their way toward Yunqing Inn. Meanwhile, at the Li family tavern across the street, Li Xiaoping's gaze darkened as he observed Pang Qingyun and Mu Yun walking together. The fact that they had caught Pang Qingyun's attention suggested that this woman was no ordinary person. Find someone to investigate this woman's background. For now, we shall refrain from taking any action against her, Li Xiaoping instructed coolly. Understood, young master. His subordinates promptly set off. Watching Pang Qingyun and Mu Yun disappear from view, Li Xiaoping rose to depart. Upon arrival at the inn under Pang Qingyun's guidance, a waiter rushed to greet them upon noticing the boss's presence. Mu Yun surveyed the surroundings and the flow of patrons until Pang Qingyun completed his exchanges with the waiter, then she returned her focus. What do you think, Miss Mu? Is there anything lacking in my inn? Mu Yun shook her head. Not at all, it is quite satisfactory, with commendable decor and ambience. Pang Qingyun smiled politely. I have arranged accommodations for you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I have already instructed the staff accordingly. Mu Yun nodded gratefully, thank you. Then, Miss Mu, please do take your rest. I shall not intrude further, we will reconvene tomorrow, he said warmly. Mu Yun nodded, and the waiter promptly approached to lead her upstairs. Regarding the matter of sleeping arrangements, Mu Yun felt a twinge of concern. If she shared a bed with Yuya and Yuan Bao, would it be appropriate to leave Mu Yan alone? Yet, it was impractical to accommodate all three children in a single bed. Excuse me, do you have a room with 2 beds available? She inquired. The waiter shook his head. Unfortunately, all our rooms contain only 1 bed. Mu Yun felt this was quite inconvenient for those traveling with children. What about other inns? She asked. The waiter replied, no, all inns in the vicinity offer only 1 bed per room. Feeling disheartened, Mu Yun pondered how they would manage to sleep tonight. Suddenly, Yuan Bao spoke up, Mother, I can share a room with Mu Yang. You can sleep with the little sister, and Sister Zijou can have her own room. Mu Yun glanced at Yuan Bao in surprise. His thoughtfulness tugged at her heartstrings. This child was far too perceptive for his age. Before she could voice her concerns, Zijou interjected, Madam, there is no need for a separate room for me. I can watch over the young master in his room, allowing you to rest easy. Mu Yun responded with gentle insistence, no, you should have your own room. Please follow my instructions. She then turned to Yuan Bao, speaking softly, if you are frightened, you may sleep with me. Alternatively, I can watch over all 3 of you in one room. Yuan Bao shook his head, it's all right, Mother. I'm not scared. Besides, Mu Yang is with me, and we are both brave boys, we won't be afraid. Mu Yang added, Auntie, I am the older brother, I will protect Yuan Bao, so you need not worry. In truth, Mu Yang felt a sense of unease confronting the unfamiliar surroundings and people, yet he found it difficult to articulate his fears. He recognized Mu Yun's concern for Yuan Bao, but he also understood that if Yuan Bao did not sleep with him, he would be frightened. Thus, he selfishly chose not to refuse, silently apologizing to Yuan Bao as he cast his gaze downward, unable to meet their eyes. Mother, I shall share a room with Mu Yang, and you can sleep with Yuya, Yuan Bao proclaimed with the seriousness of a little adult. Mu Yun smiled and ruffled his hair. Very well, Yuan Bao is growing up and can be independent now. That is commendable. We shall do as you suggest. Watching the exchange, Mu Yang felt a tinge of envy. It reminded him of a time when someone had also gently patted his head. He wished to recall more memories, yet his mind turned to a blank slate. With the sleeping arrangements resolved, Mu Yun instructed Zijou to summon the waiter for water to wash up. Observing the attire of Zijou and Mu Yang, Mu Yun facepalmed in exasperation. She had completely forgotten to purchase clothes for them. Their current garments were woefully inadequate for the weather. Chapter 27. The harassed young woman, recalling that the night had yet to fully descend and the shops remained open, Mu Yun sought out the shopkeeper, requesting his assistance in procuring 2 sets of clothing tailored to the figures of Zijou and Mu Yang. The shopkeeper, taking the money with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Fortunately, our master owns a ready-made clothing shop on the street. Miss Mu, please wait, I shall return shortly. Grateful, Mu Yun expressed her thanks and offered a small fee for his errand, which further brightened his spirits. Before long, the shopkeeper returned, bearing 2 brand new garments. Mu Yun handed the attire to Zijou and Mu Yang, advising them to prepare for the following day. As night fell, Mu Yun retired to her chamber, accompanied by Yuya, and peacefully drifted into slumber. The following morning, Mu Yun was abruptly awakened by a cacophony emanating from downstairs. The soundproofing in this ancient establishment left much to be desired, and the early disturbance was hardly welcome. Reluctantly, she donned her clothes and stepped outside, only to find a commotion in the hall below. Opting to remain on the 2nd floor, she peered down to observe the scene. A young woman, her face flushed with anger, pointed accusatorily at a man, on the verge of tears yet unable to articulate any curses. You are utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, you dare to bully a weak woman. Where is the law? The man across from her chuckled derisively. Law? Do you not know, in Lingxi County, I, Shui Chang, am the law. His tone dripped with arrogance, his companions echoing his laughter, their lewd demeanor eliciting disgust from onlookers. Frowning, Mu Yun surveyed the crowd. Many stood by, mere spectators, unwilling to intervene. It seemed this insufferable man held some influence. Since you are a visitor, I, Shui Chang, shall play the gracious host. Come, allow me to invite you to my home, he declared, reaching out to grasp the terrified girl. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mu Yun dashed down the stairs, swiftly kicking the man away from the young woman. The sudden turn of events startled the crowd, and the girl gazed at Mu Yun in astonishment at her display of strength. In broad daylight, how can you behave like a rogue? Do you not feel ashamed? Mu Yun's voice was cold, her gaze filled with disdain directed at the group. Several of Shui Chang's lackeys hurried to assist their fallen leader, concern etched on their faces. Chang Ge, are you all right? Have you been hurt? Shui Chang's expression darkened as he looked up and caught sight of Mu Yun, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Although her attire was not particularly ostentatious, her fair complexion, delicate features, and bright, clear eyes gave her an air of ethereal beauty that set her apart from the crowd. Who are you to dare strike me? Shui Chang demanded, his anger subdued somewhat by the sight of her. It matters not who I am, Mu Yun replied coldly. She then turned to the young woman, asking, Where do you reside? Dear lady, you ought to return home at once, this place is not safe, do not venture out alone in the future. The girl, dressed in elegant blue, exuded a delicate beauty, her attire clearly crafted from fine silk. It was evident she hailed from a wealthy family, yet Mu Yun pondered why she was out alone. I am here to find my fiancé, thank you, elder sister, for rescuing me, the girl replied, her voice soft and grateful as she looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun inquired further, Where does your fiancé reside? Do you know? Leave now, I shall ensure these men do not bully you again. Wait, who are you to speak so boldly to me? Xue Chang interjected, his arrogance unabated. And you, searching for a fiancé? You should instead accompany me, I will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. Mu Yan scoffed at his bravado. Are you truly planning to abduct a maiden in broad daylight? How many lives do you possess? Do you treat the laws of the land as mere trifles? Xue Chang merely snorted, unfazed by her words. Abduct, who has witnessed such a thing, ask them if they saw anything. His brazen demeanor was infuriating. Mu Yun, undeterred, resolved not to allow this scoundrel to intimidate the young woman any longer. Go now, dear lady, trust me, Mu Yun insisted with conviction. Chun Ning, looking worried, hesitated. Sister, will you be alright? If you suffer harm because of me, I would be filled with regret. Let us leave together. Once I find Brother Ning, he can protect us. Observing the girl's navette, Mu Yun smiled reassuringly. Fear, I possess martial skills, they cannot harm me. You must leave, I can handle them. Chun Ning contemplated for a moment, glancing at Xue Chang and his entourage. Sister, I am Chun Ning. Do not be frightened. I shall seek Brother Ning at once. Wait for me, I will return to rescue you. With that, she gathered her belongings and exited the inn. Xue Chang attempted to pursue her, but Mu Yan blocked his path. His anger turning to mockery, he said, Very well, then you shall take her place. You drove that little beauty away because you wished to serve me, is that it? With a sinister grin, he reached toward Mu Yun, his hand poised to strike her face. Unfazed, Mu Yan stood her ground, her voice steady as she warned, If you wish to keep your hand intact, do not touch me, consider this a warning. Xue Chang laughed derisively, a warning? In Lingxi County, no one warns me, I am the one who issues warnings. You are quite amusing, I am eager to test you. As he reached out to grasp her, Mu Yun, having lost her patience, seized his outstretched hand and twisted it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as he let out a howl akin to that of a wounded animal. Ah, it hurts, let go of me, I swear I will kill your entire family. Xue Chang's bravado crumbled as he realized the gravity of his situation, his rage blinding him to reason. You. Let go of our Changgu, do you know who he is? He is the brother-in-law of our county magistrate, if you dare to harm him, you will face dire consequences. Mu Yun scoffed, the brother-in-law of the magistrate? Even the emperor's kin cannot justify the harassment and abduction of a maiden, do you think the law is a mere decoration? Xue Chang, both furious and smug, retorted, Ha, what law? Here, my brother-in-law's word is law. If you dare lay a finger on me, my brother-in-law will ensure you rot in prison. Mu Yan tightened her grip further, addressing the bystanders, Have you all heard? This man claims his brother-in-law's word supersedes our laws. Remember his words, he is not to be trifled with. With one final twist, she released his hand. With newfound freedom, Xue Chang felt relief wash over him, a smug grin returning. Ha, I thought you were fearless. Feigning trepidation, Mu Yun quipped, Oh yes, I am so very frightened. She rolled her eyes, glancing around to ensure the girl had distanced herself before preparing to leave. Just as she intended to turn away, Xue Chang stepped forward, blocking her path with a wicked grin. Trying to leave, do you think it will be so easy? You will not escape without coming home with me. Mother! Yuan Bao and Yuya appeared from above, with Yuya calling out in distress. Zijou descended with the three children, concern etched on her face. Madam! Xue Chang, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes as he looked from Mu Yun to the children. You are married? Your children are so grown. His voice faltered, disbelief evident in his tone. Mu Yun nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, is there a problem with that? Xue Chang's expression shifted to one of disappointment. He had little interest in married women, preferring the charm of innocent young maidens. Chapter 28, Dealing with Trouble. You truly are insufferable, you've driven this young master to the brink of fury. Xue Chang seethed with rage, feeling utterly duped. That girl had indeed been a genuine maiden, and her escape was a lamentable loss. It was all the fault of the woman before him. Someone, teach this woman a lesson, she has ruined my plans and is practically courting death. Xue Chang declared with a scowl, hands on hips, exuding an air of menace. His companions hesitated momentarily, for the crowd around them was rather dense, and they were uncertain if trouble would ensue. However, they dared not disregard Xue Chang's command. After a fleeting moment of uncertainty, they opted to take action. Mu Yan let out a disdainful scoff, You overestimate yourselves. If you're truly capable, then do not whine when you lose. A proper man should not stoop to bullying a weaker woman. If I injure you, and you run home to complain like a petulant child, you should feel utterly ashamed. Her scornful remarks left the burly men blushing. Xue Chang, puffing out his chest with bravado, retorted, We won't complain. We're not the sort of ineffectual men who would do that, but if you lack the skill and fall into our hands, then surrender quietly and come home with me. Having achieved her aim, Mu Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. Very well, I shall hold you to your word. Upon her words, several men lunged towards Mu Yan. Zijou, observing from the side, was immediately filled with worry, unable to remain still. Yuan Bao spoke up, Sister Zijou, do not fret, mother will be fine, she is quite formidable. Zijou glanced with surprise at Yuya and Yuan Bao, noting their calm demeanor despite their underlying concern, which inadvertently soothed her own nerves. Mu Yan quietly asked, Yuan Bao, is auntie really going to be alright? Yuan Bao nodded lightly, his gaze fixed intently on his fighting mother. As Mu Yan engaged in combat with the men, only one possessed any martial skill, while the others relied merely on brute strength. Just as Pang Qingyun entered, she witnessed Mu Yan's prowess firsthand. With agility, every kick and punch landed squarely on her opponents, who, despite their numbers, were rendered powerless and swiftly overwhelmed. Seeing Xuecheng at the side, Pang Qingyun furrowed her brow. This troublemaker was indeed a source of annoyance. Noticing that Mu Yun was faring well, she chose to remain silent, standing by to observe. In mere moments, the men were left unable to rise, clutching their abdomens and legs, their expressions a mix of pain and resignation. Brother Chang, this woman is a veritable tigress. We truly cannot compete. One man lamented. Mu Yun smirked derisively. You claim I am a tigress for besting you, you are truly something. I could just as easily call you a bunch of helpless chicks. Each of you is as fragile as a newly hatched chick. With a mere flick of my wrist, I could crush you. At her words, the onlookers erupted in laughter, only to suddenly hush when they remembered Xuecheng's presence. Their mirth quickly stifled as they lowered their heads to stifle their giggles. The men's faces turned crimson, acutely aware of the derisive gazes directed at them. They felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, utterly humiliated. Such a comparison to weak chicks was far too insulting. Xuecheng felt a twinge of relief that he had refrained from intervening, as the embarrassment now lay squarely on his lackeys, not him. Secretly exhaling, he wished to disengage from the situation. He could not overpower her, nor could he seize her. Borrowing his brother-in-law's influence had proven ineffective, as his brother-in-law had grown increasingly displeased with him after dealing with numerous matters on his behalf. He dared not risk his brother-in-law's wrath over a mere woman, lest he find himself in dire straits. Enough, everyone, get up, you're all making fools of yourselves. Xuecheng shouted, casting a glance at Mu Yun, letting out a reluctant snort before storming off. His companions hurriedly scrambled to follow him. A local bystander exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen that troublemaker Xuecheng suffer a setback. It's truly gratifying. Indeed, it's quite satisfying. This lady is truly a force to be reckoned with. The crowd began to praise Mu Yun, each offering her warm smiles. Pang Qingyun approached with a smile. Miss Mu, I had no idea you were so skilled in martial arts. It's truly impressive. Mu Yun returned the smile. You flatter me, boss Pang. It's merely rudimentary skills, just enough to protect myself. Pang Qingyun explained, the inn's staff came to find me, and I hurried here. Seeing you were unharmed, I chose not to intervene. I hope Miss Mu does not mind. Not at all, boss Pang. There is no need to concern yourself, Mu Yun replied with a smile. Pang Qingyun nodded and invited Mu Yun to sit at a table, instructing the staff to prepare a meal, and then proceeded to discuss Xuecheng's character. After their conversation, Mu Yun's worries were dispelled. Here, she dared not underestimate the power of the influential. If they truly wished to capture someone, any pretext would suffice. Still, she felt reassured. Without children, she feared nothing. Alone, she could traverse the world freely, but with children in mind, she needed to exercise caution. That's good to hear. I always believed there must be some law in this world. If the governor is wise, he would not allow Xuecheng to jeopardize his future. Anyone capable of holding an official position must possess a modicum of intelligence. It would be foolish to act otherwise. Pang Qingyun agreed. Indeed. As long as we don't fall victim to Xuecheng's schemes, we'll be fine. He lacks the ability to retaliate afterward. Governor Li is currently tempering his approach. The new county magistrate is said to be quite influential, hailing from the capital and connected to a prominent family. Though Governor Li holds a higher rank, this magistrate has powerful backing and is no longer as arrogant as before. If he were to inadvertently let news of his misdeeds reach the capital, his official position would be in jeopardy. Previously, the magistrates were mere puppets of Governor Li, which only inflated his official prestige. This new magistrate, however, is not aligned with him and cannot be easily swayed. After hearing this, Mu Yun felt completely at ease. If she encountered Xuecheng again, she would not hesitate to teach him another lesson. That's good, Mu Yun said. The meal arrived promptly, and after they finished eating, they accompanied Pang Qingyun to inspect the shop. Shortly after their departure, Chu Ning arrived at the inn with her fiancé, but upon finding no one there, they could only leave regretfully. Chapter 29. Inspecting the shops together. The Pang family possesses numerous shops along this street. Some are leased to others while some are managed by themselves. Business used to thrive, yet ever since the emergence of Li Xiaoping, their trade has gradually declined, culminating in a deteriorating state. Pang Qingyun, accompanied by Mu Yun and others, first arrived at a jewelry store. It was evident that business was indeed poor, with only a handful of scattered customers. The shop's decor was commendable, exuding an air of sophistication. The jewelry offered a diverse array of exquisite designs. There are still customers. This shop must not be in significant deficit, right? Mu Yun inquired of Pang Qingyun. Pang Qingyun sighed in resignation and replied, it relies on a few loyal customers to stay afloat. The losses are minimal. Just look at the Li family shop across the street. It's bustling with people. Their prices are lower than ours, but I've examined it closely. Although many of their pieces appear similar, the materials differ. I am not disparaging them, but the quality at Li's is rather lacking, though they benefit from their competitive pricing. Mu Yun nodded. I see. I shall go take a look. Please wait for me here. Pang Qingyun assented. Very well, go ahead. Mu Yun instructed Zijou to tend to the three children and made her way to the jewelry shop across the street. Upon entering, she was greeted warmly by the shop assistant. Mu Yun declined the assistant's offer for assistance, preferring to browse at her leisure. Noting her modest attire, the assistant refrained from pressing further, cheerfully stating, please take your time, and if you find something you like, do not hesitate to call for me. Once the assistant departed, Mu Yun began to survey the jewelry store. It was spacious and elegantly designed, with various types of jewelry displayed separately, separated by beaded curtains and delicate gauze. A subtle floral fragrance lingered in the air, creating a delightful ambience. Compared to the Pang family's shop, this one seemed more vibrant, perhaps due to the larger crowd or the thoughtful arrangement. As she examined the merchandise, she admired the intricate craftsmanship of each piece. The variety was impressive, and the prices were clearly marked for convenience. Mu Yun found herself somewhat impressed by Li Xiaoping's acumen. No wonder his business flourished. However, she remained unperturbed, having encountered many innovative concepts in the modern world and possessing a fair understanding of business. After observing the store's layout, Mu Yun noticed people heading upstairs and decided to follow suit, only to be stopped by the assistant. "Dear guest, I apologize, but the upstairs is reserved for esteemed clients. You cannot go up," the assistant informed her. Mu Yun felt no anger, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. This arrangement was akin to modern VIP rooms, accessible only to those who spend sufficiently. Upon returning to the Pang family shop, Mu Yun found Pang Qingyun in the manager's office upstairs. "Boss Pang, this shop has no major issues, the location is excellent, and it enjoys substantial foot traffic, making it conducive for business," she stated. Pang Qingyun nodded. "In theory, that is correct, but we currently only have a few loyal customers. Attracting new clientele to this location is no easy feat." Mu Yun affirmed. "I understand, leave it to me. We shall continue to inspect other shops, and afterward, I will summarize my findings." Pang Qingyun agreed, and the group proceeded to the next establishment, which was not far, merely a few steps away. "This fabric shop also belongs to me. Miss Mu, please come in." Upon entering, Mu Yun recognized the shop as the very one where she had been scorned by the assistant and the manager when she came to purchase clothing. She chuckled softly. What a coincidence, it seemed that vengeance would not need to wait. As they stepped inside with Pang Qingyun, the assistant immediately approached upon recognizing the proprietor. "Master, you have arrived. The manager is currently attending to customers." Pang Qingyun nodded before turning to Mu Yun, saying, "Miss Mu, feel free to browse at your leisure." The assistant's gaze fell upon Mu Yun, who seemed familiar. As he pondered, a sudden clarity emerged in his mind. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he realized who she was, but he quickly lowered his head, too embarrassed to look further. Aware of the owner's presence, the manager soon appeared, hurrying to greet them. As Pang Qingyun accompanied Mu Yun in examining fabrics and garments, he casually remarked, "Do not mind me, please attend to your duties." The manager cast a curious glance at Mu Yun, intrigued as it was the first time he had seen the owner bring a woman to the shop. She appeared vaguely familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen her before. Recognizing that his presence was not required, the manager returned to the counter, where the assistant quickly pulled him aside. "Manager, do you find that woman somewhat familiar?" the assistant whispered. The manager nodded eagerly. "Indeed, do you also sense a familiarity?" Curiosity piqued, the manager looked at the assistant, pondering whether this could be the future mistress of their master, given that he was not yet married. The assistant continued in hushed tones, "She is the one who came to buy clothes a few days ago, dressed in rags, and we turned her away. Take a closer look, could it be her?" Upon hearing this, the manager's expression soured as realization struck. How could it be her? What is going on? What is her connection to our master? The assistant shook his head. "I do not know, but it appears the master treats her with great courtesy. I wonder if she mentioned our previous encounter." Their furtive conversation caught Mu Yun's attention, and she smiled inwardly, curious about what strategies they might devise. Having assessed the fabric shop, Mu Yun spoke up, "Boss Pang, it is understandable that this fabric shop struggles. There are too many issues here." Her voice was somewhat elevated, drawing the attention of the manager and the assistant. Upon hearing her words, both felt a surge of apprehension, but the manager felt relieved upon hearing Mu Yun's formal address to Pang Qingyun, indicating that their relationship was not particularly close, or else she would not refer to him so distantly. Pang Qingyun replied earnestly, "I would appreciate Miss Mu's guidance." Mu Yun approached the counter, followed closely by Pang Qingyun. The assistant, feeling increasingly anxious, wished he could bury his head in the ground, like an ostrich, hiding behind the manager. After glancing at the two of them, Mu Yun said to Pang Qingyun, "Let us discuss this back at the inn. I will organize my observations and suggestions, and then we can share them together." Pang Qingyun nodded, showing great respect toward Mu Yun. As they prepared to leave, the manager hurried to see them off, glancing at Mu Yun, hesitating to speak, feeling embarrassed and reluctant to apologize. Until their departure, Mu Yun refrained from addressing any matters in front of Pang Qingyun, leaving the manager and assistant relieved yet anxious, uncertain whether Mu Yun would voice her thoughts later. Their spirits dampened, the two resumed their tasks, their expressions heavy with concern. Back at the inn, Mu Yun secluded herself in her room to contemplate matters while instructing Zijou to let the three children play in the courtyard. She began sketching modern, exquisite jewelry designs and contemplated modifications to the interior design of Pang Qingyun's jewelry shop. As for the fabric shop, the challenges were somewhat greater. The Pang family lacked its own weaving workshop, sourcing all fabrics externally, resulting in exorbitant costs and no competitive edge. Without the ability to continue purchasing and selling, Mu Yun realized that revitalizing the business would prove difficult. She was familiar with some weaving and dyeing techniques. If she could establish a weaving workshop and produce beautifully designed fabrics herself, that would indeed lead to substantial profits. In her past life, her partner was a renowned design master, celebrated internationally, who not only designed stunning garments but also immersed herself in ancient luxurious fabric weaving techniques to create the desired materials. For a single outfit, she would forego food and sleep for days, her passion bordering on obsession. She had once mentioned that once they both retired, she would become an ordinary designer, with Mu Yun as her model. Yet later, she expressed a desire to continue her career, abandoning her once beloved designs, instead trailing after a man, leading to a growing distance between them until Mu Yun was ultimately betrayed, losing her life. Reflecting on the past, Mu Yun sighed. Love truly can be a destructive force. Had Mu Qing not encountered that man, their bond would not have soured, and she would not have fallen victim to Mu Qing's treachery. Contemplating Mu Qing's final words, Mu Yun let out a self-deprecating smile. You were too naive. How could there be genuine friendship in this world? Family ties are unreliable, love is fickle, and friendship is the most precarious of all. Mu Yun, all those years as a spy were in vain. You did not perish due to my betrayal, but rather because of your own naivety. Do you understand? At that moment, she felt profound sadness and regret for not having lived life to the fullest before her demise, yet she had not anticipated that death would lead her to this world, granting her complete freedom, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Chapter 30 of the exceptionally skilled Mu Yun. After a prolonged wait, Pang Qingyun finally welcomed Mu Yun, who approached the table and took a seat, handing him the drawing she held in her hands. Let us first discuss the matter of the jewelry shop, she began. Pang Qingyun nodded, perplexed as he picked up the drawings Mu Yun had passed to him. To his astonishment, they depicted exquisite jewelry designs. Miss Mu, you are also capable of designing jewelry and sketching, he exclaimed. Pang Qingyun felt overwhelmed by Mu Yun's myriad talents, her exceptional martial skills, her extensive knowledge of culinary recipes, and now her artistic prowess in jewelry design truly set her apart as remarkable. Mu Yun chuckled softly. I know a bit. What do you think of these designs, Boss Pang? Do you believe the craftsman can replicate them? Pang Qingyun perused several sheets of paper, each filled with Mu Yun's intricate illustrations, rendering him awestruck and exhilarated. Miss Mu, I have never encountered styles like these. They are far more refined and aesthetically pleasing than our existing pieces, and they possess a refreshing novelty. Mu Yun nodded in agreement. If you find them satisfactory, that is all that matters. Your jewelry shop is well located, and I notice that your current clientele consists of loyal customers, many of whom hail from affluent families, so they are not lacking in funds for jewelry. The Li family across the street has merely lured away a handful of customers with their low prices. We shall not engage in price wars. Instead, we will continue to operate in the high-end market, attracting more noble women and affluent ladies to our shop. Let the Li family's budget store flourish as it may, it will gradually become synonymous with low quality. In time, as their reputation solidifies, only those with a modicum of wealth will seek us out, for our shop offers genuine quality. Though our prices may not be the cheapest, the craftsmanship and designs are superior, constituting a high-end product that is widely recognized. This trend will naturally follow, and our business will thrive as a consequence. Pang Qingyun nodded, though he found himself bewildered by the terminology Mu Yun employed regarding labels and brand identities. He voiced his confusion, and after receiving Mu Yun's explanations, he was left in awe of her intellect. Her ability to conceive such concepts was indeed impressive. Miss Mu, you present a compelling argument, but how do we attract those wealthy clients? As you mentioned, establishing our own brand identity will take time and requires cooperation from customers. If they do not embrace our jewelry, crafting that identity will prove challenging. Mu Yun smiled. This is not a difficult task. Let us also discuss the fabric store. Clothing and jewelry are inextricably linked. After we address the fabric store, I will share strategies for attracting customers, particularly through a synergistic approach involving both shops. Pang Qingyun's interest piqued further at her words. Mu Yun produced another sheet of paper and handed it to him. Boss Pang, regarding the fabric store, selling fabric alone yields minimal profit. High profit margins deter sales, while low margins result in losses. Hence, I propose that you consider establishing your own weaving workshop to produce and dye fabric, which you can then sell or wholesale to others. This approach would be far more lucrative. Pang Qingyun sighed. Miss Mu, I have indeed contemplated that. 3 years ago, I even acquired a fabric workshop, but ultimately incurred significant losses. Weaving and dyeing are not as straightforward as they seem. Mu Yun pointed to the document in his hands, remarking, this contains materials on weaving and dyeing techniques that I have compiled. I possess knowledge of various skills in this domain. The fabric produced using my method will certainly not be ordinary. Yet if you have workers available, we can conduct a trial run to gauge the results before proceeding further. Pang Qingyun could hardly contain his astonishment. Miss Mu, you also understand weaving and dyeing? What is it that you do not know? You truly astound me. He felt a sense of shock that Mu Yun could continuously surprise him. With a shy smile, Mu Yun admitted, I tend to explore various subjects when I find myself bored, and inadvertently, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Boss Pang, what is your opinion on my proposal? Pang Qingyun nodded. Very well, I shall seek out workers immediately. However, this must remain confidential. If word gets out, it could be detrimental. Yet, we cannot withhold this information from the craftsmen. Without their insight, they will be unable to produce the fabric. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and inquired, are the workers you intend to hire from another workshop? Pang Qingyun replied, they are from the workshop I sold 3 years ago. The owner is an outsider, and his family specializes in weaving. After acquiring the workshop from me, they have struggled to maintain a viable business, but they managed to scrape by. Last year, they inquired if I would like to buy back the workshop, but it no longer served any purpose for me, so I declined. They have not approached me since. Mu Yun stated, now that the workshop would be beneficial to you, you could repurchase it and establish a contract with the workers, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding the confidentiality of your techniques. Pang Qingyun hesitated. Miss Mu, that workshop, while small, would still cost around 1 to 200 taels of silver. I can manage that amount, but in the past, a loss like that would have been inconsequential. Now, however, if I were to incur such a loss, it would be an additional burden for my family. Once, 1 or 200 taels had been a trifling sum to him, but now, it had become significant. Mu Yun nodded in understanding and said, Boss Pang, engaging in business carries inherent risks. I cannot guarantee that you will make a profit, so the decision rests with you. What I can assure you is that the fabric produced using my methods will differ from what is currently available in the market. The production costs will be lower, and the process will be more efficient. As long as we can produce it, sales will not be an issue. Pang Qingyun hesitated only briefly before resolutely deciding to heed Mu Yun's advice. After all, 200 taels was a manageable risk. He had made larger investments in the past, and given the current circumstances, there was little left to fear. With a determined glint in his eyes, he declared, Very well, Miss Mu, I shall follow your guidance and proceed to repurchase the workshop. I will expedite the production of the fabric you envisioned. Mu Yun nodded approvingly. Excellent, Boss Pang. It appears you are destined for greatness as a businessman. Have confidence. Who knows, you may even ascend to the position of the wealthiest individual in the entire Disya nation. Pang Qingyun had never considered the possibility of becoming the wealthiest person in Disya. His primary concern was merely to preserve the legacy his father had left him, and he was content with that. Chapter 31. The village chief sees her sweet potato seedlings having resolved her matters. Mu Yun took the 3 children and Zijou to purchase food, clothing, and 2 large quilts before returning to Yuha village. The villagers, having not seen her for 2 days, were filled with curiosity and speculation. Upon her return, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces, their intrigue only deepened. Mu Yun, where have you been? We haven't seen you for 2 days, inquired an unfamiliar aunt, her eyes filled with curiosity yet devoid of malice. Mu Yun responded amicably, Aunt, I went to the city for a brief errand, which delayed my return until today. Aunt Lu nodded, Oh, are these your relatives? I haven't seen them before. Mu Yun replied, You could say that, this is my distant cousin, and this is the child of a friend. With no one left at home, they have come to seek refuge with me. She casually assigned identities to Zijou and Mu Yan, for she was aware of the village's gossiping nature. If she were to claim they were her purchase servants, it would only shift the focus of speculation onto her. It was better to keep things simple for the time being. Aunt Lu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Upon arriving home, Mu Yun immediately checked to see if her sweet potato seedlings had sprouted. Zijou and Mu Yang were busy surveying their new home, with Zijou surprised to discover that her new mistress resided in a village, rather than being a merchant of some standing. Yet, regardless of Mu Yun's status, Zijou recognized her as her master and remained merely curious, without harboring any ulterior motives. As Mu Yun examined her sweet potato seedlings, the village chief arrived, accompanied by Li Dali. Mu Yun, you have finally returned. Dali came by your house last night but found no one home. He asked me where you had gone. Li Dali had just returned from a brief holiday and, upon his arrival, remembered his responsibilities. He visited Mu Yun's home, only to find it empty, which caused him some worry. After checking again that morning with no success, he felt conflicted. Part of him hoped they would not return, sparing him the laborious tasks he had been avoiding. Yet, he also realized that they should return, for he owed them for his past mistakes and hoped that Yuya and Yuanbao would forgive him in time. Li Dali followed closely behind his father, his head bowed, cautiously peeking at Yuya and Yuanbao. Mu Yun, recognizing the village chief, casually gestured for him to enter and take a seat. Yuya, with Mu Yang in tow, introduced him to their home. Brother Mu Yang, do you like our home? We will be living together from now on. Yuya took a liking to Mu Yang, who, after bathing and donning fresh clothing, revealed his handsome features. Although he paled in comparison to her brother, he was nonetheless the most attractive young man she had encountered aside from him. Yuya happily pulled Mu Yang around to explore, while Li Dali observed the scene with envy. He had never received such warmth from Yuya, who had always been wary of him and avoided close contact. As Li Dali gazed longingly at the trio, the village chief, curious, turned to see what Mu Yun was busy with. What are you growing in the soil? It has sprouted, the village chief inquired with interest. While watering the seedlings, Mu Yun replied, These are sweet potato seedlings. I intend to cultivate sweet potatoes. Most of the land you provided is hilly, which isn't suitable for growing other crops, but sweet potatoes thrive in such terrain. The village chief was astonished. You can grow sweet potatoes? How do you do it? No one in Yuha village had ever cultivated sweet potatoes. In fact, not even the nearby villages had anyone skilled in growing them. They would purchase sweet potatoes from the city whenever they wished to eat them. Sweet potatoes were primarily produced in the He County area, known for their large size and sweetness, making them quite delectable. Mu Yun continued watering as she responded, First, you let them sprout, then you plant the seedlings evenly in the ground. The village chief's face lit up with understanding. Ah, so it's done that way. Previously, someone in our village attempted to grow sweet potatoes by planting them like potatoes, but while the leaves grew, the tubers produced were no larger than a thumb, rendering them inedible. Eventually, no one wanted to try again. Mu Yun, how did you know to plant them this way? Have you grown sweet potatoes before? Mu Yun replied, I observed others doing it back in my hometown and noted the method. The village chief nodded, I see. Mu Yun, may I share your sweet potato growing method with the villagers? I will inform them that this idea originated from you, and they will remember your kindness. Our village has plenty of hilly land. If we can cultivate sweet potatoes using your method, we will no longer need to fear hunger. Mu Yun agreed. Of course, anyone who wishes to plant them should feel free to do so. Seeing Mu Yun's generosity, the village chief's impression of her improved further. It was clear she was not a petty individual. Thank you very much, he said, glancing at his son. Dali, come here and see if your Aunt Mu needs any assistance. Get to work and don't slack off. Mu Yun, feel free to call on me. I will take my leave now. Muyan nodded, realizing she had not called upon Li Dali for help in several days. Straightening up, she instructed him, please go to the bamboo grove and fetch some bamboo for me. Zizhu, you go too. After Li Dali cuts the bamboo, help him bring it back. I will make you a bed. There is only one bed in this house, and it will not suffice for all of us. Zizhu nodded, understood, madam. Zizhu, from now on, please call me Sister Yun. This is a village setting, and it would not be proper to address me as madam, lest it become a topic of gossip. Zizhu hesitated briefly at Mu Yan's earnest demeanor before eventually agreeing, alright, Sister Yun. Mu Yang, eager to help, chimed in, I want to go too. Mu Yan replied, you may join, but be cautious. Watch your step, the bamboo grove has many stumps, and falling on one could be dangerous. I understand, mother, came the distant voices of Yueya and Yuanbao as they dashed away. Mu Yan turned to gaze at their retreating figures, a fond smile gracing her lips. Chapter 32. The Dechang couple comes to help. The group of bamboo cutters worked with enthusiasm, and with so many companions, Li Dali found the task enjoyable rather than tiring. However, aside from Zizhu, no one spoke to him, which left him feeling quite dejected. Yuanbao and Yueya assisted in dragging the bamboo back to their yard, each pulling one at a time, while Mu Yang, being older, managed to carry two. Zizhu worked alongside Li Dali to cut the bamboo. Despite her small stature, she exhibited considerable strength. Watching the bamboo pile grow, Mu Yan took up her knife and began trimming the excess branches, ensuring the bamboo was smooth and polished. She needed to complete the bed swiftly, for without them, Zizhu and Mu Yang would have no place to sleep that night. Mu Yan worked quickly, stacking the polished bamboo neatly. Mother, does Li Dali think we have enough bamboo? Yuanbao asked as he dragged another piece over. Mu Yan glanced at the pile and replied, tell Li Dali that around 10 more should suffice. Yuanbao nodded and dashed back to the bamboo grove. Although Mu Yan had never constructed a bed before, she had built simple shelters in the wilderness and figured that crafting a bed should not be more challenging than that. Once she finished processing the bamboo, she began the construction. She tied the poles together with rope, tightly bundling them in rows until she reached the desired width before continuing to bind the second row. She continued this process until the shape of a bedboard emerged. Having completed the last of the bamboo cutting, Li Dali and the others returned with their load, and when they saw that Mu Yan was nearly finished with the bedboard, Zizhu was taken aback. Despite her delicate appearance, which suggested she was a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, her ability to handle such strenuous work was nothing short of astonishing. Madam, Sister Yun, let me help you, Zizhu instinctively exclaimed, only to quickly correct herself. Mu Yan nodded, pondering that while the bedboard was ready, she lacked support beams. If only she had bricks, she could easily stack a few to create a stable and sturdy frame, but alas, bricks were unavailable. Zizhu, please check the bamboo grove for 8 sturdy bamboo poles and bring them back to me. And you too, Li Dali. Zizhu nodded and called for Li Dali as they made their way back to the grove. Mother, is there anything else we can do to help? Yuanbao asked, eager to assist Mu Yan. Mu Yan smiled and pointed to the trimmed branches scattered on the ground. You three can help me gather these and take them to the kitchen door. Once they dry, we can use them for kindling. The 3 children nodded and quickly got to work. Mu Yang, seemingly having forgotten much of his everyday knowledge, bombarded the others with questions. Resembling a curious little child, Yueya answered the questions she could, while she turned to Yuanbao for those she couldn't. Listening to the children's innocent chatter brought a smile to Mu Yan's face. While she continued her work, she kept a watchful eye on them. Outside the yard, De Chang's wife approached with a handful of wild vegetables. Upon seeing Mu Yan at work, she smiled and made her way inside. Mu Yan, I found a bounty of wild vegetables on the mountain today. They are quite delicious when stir-fried, so I brought you some to try tonight. Mu Yan invited De Chang's wife to sit on a stool and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, De Chang's wife. I will sort them shortly. Noticing the pile of bamboo, De Chang's wife curiously inquired, what are you making with all this bamboo? Mu Yan explained her intention to build beds for her newly arrived cousin and nephew, prompting De Chang's wife to call her husband for assistance, claiming he was skilled at such tasks. Before Mu Yan could refuse, De Chang's wife had already gone to fetch him. Mu Yan could only chuckle helplessly. While she preferred to avoid owing favors, she appreciated De Chang's wife's enthusiasm, which warmed her heart. In no time, the couple arrived, with De Chang's booming voice ringing out, Mu Yan, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Such labor is best suited for men. There is no need for you to be polite. Once De Chang arrived, he immediately began working after inquiring about the specific design of the bed Mu Yan envisioned. He set to work without delay. Li Dali and Zizhu returned with the sturdy bamboo, and Mu Yan directed Zizhu to prepare dinner, taking her to the kitchen to familiarize her with the layout of the utensils. Seeing Li Dali assisting in the effort, both De Chang and his wife were taken aback. Dali, I didn't expect you to be so helpful. You've really grown up. De Chang praised him. His wife chimed in with compliments as well, but Li Dali felt embarrassed, his face flushing. Though others were unaware of the reasons behind his presence, he felt the burden of guilt for his past actions, which made him uncomfortable. Noticing his silence and bowed head, De Chang and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating whether to inquire further. Just then, Mu Yan approached and said, Li Dali is quite the helpful lad. He has assisted us greatly, though he is a bit shy. The couple chuckled, suspecting that Mu Yan's words were not entirely truthful, but they chose not to press the matter further. Li Dali moved away to join Yuanbao, Yueya, and the others, eager to help with gathering branches instead of remaining with the adults. Yuanbao, Yueya, I'll join you in gathering the branches. Yuanbao and Yueya ignored him, while Mu Yan, curious, glanced at Li Dali and then at the 2 siblings before leaning closer to Yueya and whispering, Yueya, why don't you talk to him? Is he a bad person? Yuya nodded. Yes, he is bad. We don't like him. Her voice was not particularly quiet, and Li Dali heard her disdain for him, which saddened him and made his expression instantly forlorn. Yuya, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. This marked the first time Li Dali had sincerely apologized to Yuya, a heartfelt admission. Yuya, upon hearing his apology, chose to disregard him and turned away. Yuanbao continued to ignore him, focusing solely on his own tasks. Mu Yang cast a sympathetic glance at Li Dali, shaking his head in disappointment. Later, upon learning the full extent of Li Dali's actions, he would feel no sympathy, wishing instead to confront him. But that was a matter for another time. Li Dali, seeing that they paid him no mind, fell silent and resumed his work. In the kitchen, Zijou was busy preparing the meal, incorporating the wild vegetables De Chang's wife had brought. Muyan had also purchased pork and ribs, and to express her gratitude for De Chang and his wife's assistance, she instructed Zijou to prepare a more sumptuous dinner. Given the workload involved in making 2 beds, Muyan remained busy, continuing to bind the bedboards, aiming to finish before nightfall. With only a few support pieces left to procure, De Chang himself went to cut more bamboo. As the three of them chatted idly, the aroma of the cooking wafted through the kitchen, causing Muyan's eyes to light up with delight. Indeed, she had made a wise purchase. The food smelled delectable, and she knew it would taste just as good. With Zijou in charge of cooking, she no longer had to worry about meal preparations. Feeling satisfied, Muyun allowed a smile to grace her face. Muyun, your cousin is quite the cook. This aroma is simply irresistible, De Chang's wife joked. Muyun wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. I am not skilled in cooking. Having Zijou is truly a blessing. Sister, you and De Chang should definitely enjoy Zijou's culinary talents. Although they were about to decline, Muyun interjected, to show my gratitude, I made sure Zijou prepared extra for you. If you don't partake, it would be a waste, as we cannot finish it all. De Chang's wife chuckled shyly, you are too kind, how can you always be so polite, you mustn't be so formal next time. Muyan smiled as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the 2 beds gradually took shape, completed just before nightfall. Zijou's meal was ready, and after moving the beds inside, Muyan called De Chang and his wife to dine. Zijou had prepared braised ribs, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, braised eggplant, spicy stir-fried cabbage, a cold tofu salad, and a pot of cabbage and tofu soup. The lavish spread left De Chang and his wife speechless, while the children were equally delighted. Yuya exclaimed, Sister Zijou, your food looks so delicious. Yuya couldn't help but swallow hard, the aroma was simply too enticing. Flattered by the praise, Zijou smiled shyly. Such recognition sparked a flicker of confidence within her, making her feel valued in her previously isolated and humble life. Muyan warmly urged, Zijou, Muyang, and her own 2 children were also not neglected. This was Muyan's first experience of such bustling activity during dinner, but given the unique circumstances of their initial gathering, it was understandable that she needed to cater to everyone. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Muyan felt she was becoming more attuned to social etiquette. The meal left everyone satisfied, and after dining, De Chang's wife assisted Muyan in tidying up the other 2 rooms, ensuring the beds were properly arranged before the couple made their way home under the moonlight. Muyan assigned rooms to everyone. She shared a room with Yuya, Muyan, and Yuanbao had their own, and Zijou occupied a separate space. Once settled, she leisurely sat in the yard to enjoy the moonlight. This serene and beautiful atmosphere lifted her spirits immensely. Gazing at the empty yard, she contemplated setting up a swing and rocking chair, along with planting more flowers and plants, envisioning this space as a hidden paradise in the future. Chapter 33. The 3 little ones begin their martial arts training. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, Muyan awoke and opened her door, only to find Zijou tidying up the courtyard. The kitchen was filled with the gentle wisps of rising smoke, accompanied by the crisp melody of chirping birds that echoed around her. In a cheerful mood, Muyan stretched lazily and greeted, Good morning, Zijou. Zijou, upon seeing her, smiled back and replied, Good morning, Sister Yun. Muyang and Yuanbao were already up, while only Yuya remained asleep. Muyan chose not to call for her. The morning air was invigorating, and recalling Yuanbao's desire to learn martial arts, she thought it was the perfect time to make arrangements. Let us begin this beautiful morning. With that thought, she called out to the 2 children, Yuanbao, come here. Didn't you say you wanted to learn martial arts? Shall we start today? Yuanbao beamed with joy, his small face radiating excitement. Yes, mother. Muyang also expressed his interest, looking at Muyun with eager eyes. And Yun, can I learn too? I want to become strong. Muyan nodded, of course, but learning martial arts is arduous. If you have decided to pursue this, you must not shy away from the challenges and commit to it. The 2 nodded in agreement. Muyan first instructed them to adopt a horse stance to stabilize their foundations. Though their postures were initially imperfect, she guided them a few times, and they corrected themselves, managing to execute it reasonably well. Before long, Yuya emerged from her room, curious about her brothers practicing their stances. Brothers, Muyang, what are you 2 doing? Muyang cheerfully replied, We are learning martial arts, Aunt Yun is teaching us. Yuya eagerly chimed in, I want to learn too. Mother, I want to learn, she exclaimed, running to Muyun and tugging at her arm playfully. Muyun affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled, Alright, you can join. Go fetch a comb, I will tidy your hair, and then you can practice with your brothers. Yuya laughed joyfully, nodded eagerly, and skipped back to her room to find a comb. When Li Dali arrived, he found Yuanbao and Muyang engrossed in their stances and felt a flicker of curiosity to inquire, but he hesitated, thinking they might ignore him, and thus he paused. After a moment's contemplation, Muyan replied, Let us go to the stream and gather some stones, about this size. A bit larger or smaller is fine, but they must be flat. Gather plenty, and if you can't carry them, don't force yourself. Once you've collected them, I'll come to help. Although Li Dali appeared quite tall for his age, being only 10, Mu Yun had no desire to burden the child with stones that might be too heavy or injurious, so she instructed him to let her handle the heavy lifting. Li Dali nodded and made his way towards the riverbank. "Mother, I can't hold on much longer," Yuan Bao and Mu Yang both exclaimed, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads after squatting for over 10 minutes. Mu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. "Aunt Yun, I can't hold on either," they admitted, secretly competing against each other, determined not to be the first to give in. Yuan Bao thought to himself that if he could endure despite being younger, he wouldn't let Mu Yang outdo him. Conversely, Mu Yang felt compelled to persist as long as Yuan Bao did. However, after a brief moment, he finally succumbed and spoke. Fortunately, Mu Yang also voiced his fatigue, allowing Yuan Bao to feel less defeated. Mu Yun chuckled, "Alright, that's enough." Upon hearing her words, both children sprang to their feet, only to feel their legs wobble beneath them, nearly causing them to fall. After steadying themselves, Mu Yun observed them with a smile. "Now you understand that practicing martial arts is no easy feat. To achieve anything worthwhile requires effort. There are no rewards without toil, understood?" They nodded in unison. "We understand, mother." "We understand, Aunt Yun." To Mu Yun's surprise, Yuya was still holding her position. Although she had started later than Yuan Bao and Mu Yang, she had managed to squat for quite some time. "Yuya, can you still hold on? If you can't, it's alright to stand up." Mu Yun called to her daughter. Yuya's eyes sparkled with determination, her tone sweet and soft. "I can still do it, mother, just a little longer." From the way she spoke, it was evident she could endure a bit more, so Mu Yun refrained from pressing her further. She felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter enduring hardship yet recognized the value in teaching her self-defense skills. At that moment, she began to understand the adage that a doting mother often spoils her child. In her heart, both Yuya and Yuan Bao were her precious children. Watching them struggle tugged at her heartstrings, yet she knew that for their future, she must temper her affection, as excessive indulgence could ultimately harm them. Yuan Bao and Mu Yang exchanged surprised glances at Yuya, astonished that their seemingly delicate sister was so resilient. They felt a twinge of shame, vowing to themselves to endure longer next time. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen caught Mu Yun's attention. She turned to Zijou and inquired, "Zijou, what delightful breakfast are you preparing? It smells wonderful." Mu Yun silently praised Zijou for her culinary skills. In the past, their breakfasts had been hard and unpalatable, and now, with Zijou around, they could enjoy delectable meals every day, making life increasingly promising. "Sister Yun, I steamed buns filled with pork and green onions." "They will be ready shortly," Zijou replied. Mu Yun nodded, relishing the fragrance and feeling her spirits lift. "Zijou, I still have 2 chickens from the last time I bought them. Could you stew them for lunch?" "Do you know how to slaughter a chicken?" The chickens purchased from De Chang's wife had yet to be eaten, and they were growing thin. As Zijou shook her head, "I've never done it before, but I can learn." "Don't worry, Sister Yun, I know how to make chicken soup." Mu Yun nodded, "No problem, I'll handle the slaughtering, and you can prepare it afterward." Given that Mu Yun had experience with such tasks, she felt it best to spare Zijou, a young girl, from the potential distress of killing a chicken. "Yuya, it's time. You can stop squatting and come eat breakfast with mother." Noticing that Yuya had not yet called it quits, Mu Yun spoke up, concerned that her little daughter might struggle to endure. She approached and wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling as she praised, "Our Yuya is truly remarkable. If you eat a bit more today, you'll become even more formidable." Yuya beamed at her mother's praise, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence, her features adorably brightened. Mu Yun couldn't help but pinch her little face affectionately. And Yuan Bao and Mu Yang are also impressive, managing to endure so well on the first day. She made sure to commend the other 2 as well. Zijou brought the buns and porridge to the table, and Mu Yun led the children to wash their hands. "Zijou, could you please call Li Dali and ask him to join us for breakfast before he resumes his work?" Mu Yun instructed. Zijou nodded, "Alright, Sister Yun." At the riverbank, Li Dali had already collected numerous stones. When he heard Zijou calling him for breakfast, he was a bit surprised. "I've already eaten, you all go ahead," he replied dismissively. Zijou persisted, "Sister Yun asked me to call you. If you don't come, she'll have to come herself." Li Dali continued to keep his head down, focused on his work. "I really have eaten. You all enjoy your meal." Seeing his reluctance to join, Zijou had no choice but to return. "Sister Yun, he says he has already eaten and 1 tea come." Mu Yun nodded, "Let him be." "Zijou, please take a seat, we'll eat first." Meanwhile, Li Dali at the riverbank couldn't help but glance over repeatedly. After a considerable wait without seeing Mu Yun approach, he felt a pang of disappointment yet thought it only natural. Why would Mu Yun come to call him? Zijou's words seemed dubious, yet he had foolishly believed them. Li Dali returned to searching for stones, and his fleeting disappointment quickly faded. Chapter 34. Pang Qingyun arrives after Mu Yun had a hearty breakfast. She made her way to the riverbank, carrying 2 steamed buns. Upon seeing Li Dali, who was busy moving stones, she approached him and offered him the buns she held. "Here, eat these before you continue working." Li Dali looked up at her in surprise, initially intending to decline, but Mu Yun added, "If you don't want to delay your work, you should eat quickly and get back to it. There's much to do today. Don't refuse. If you do, you'll owe me an additional 6 months of hard labor." At her words, Li Dali swallowed the protest that had risen in his throat. Setting down the stone, he accepted the bun from Mu Yun. Taking a bite, he was astonished to find it filled entirely with savory meat, juices oozing out, the delightful aroma of the meat mingling with the fragrance of green onions, overwhelming his palate. He stared in disbelief at the bun in his hand. The flavor was exquisite. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Eagerly, he took a second and third bite, finishing the bun in just 4 bites. Is it delicious? Ziju's buns are quite remarkable, aren't they? Muyun inquired. Observing his joyful consumption, she counted the stones Li Dali had gathered, seemingly enough for the task at hand. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he attempted to mask his discomfort and replied softly, "It's delicious." He regretted not eating when Ziju had called for him earlier. After finishing the 2 buns, Li Dali continued to savor the lingering flavor, finding it utterly delightful. Even now, his mouth was still filled with its essence, leaving him wanting more. The stones are sufficient for now. You should take a break, Muyun suggested, mindful not to overexert him, as he was still just a child, and she feared for his well-being. Li Dali asked, "Should we move these to the courtyard?" Muyun nodded, "Yes. I'll help you carry them," he offered. Muyun quickly declined, "No need, you're still young, and these stones can be dangerous. The distance to the courtyard is considerable, and it poses a risk of injury. If you were to drop one on your foot, you could end up with a limp." Li Dali looked at her in confusion. "Shouldn't you be pleased if I were injured or overworked? After all, I am your adversary. My suffering should bring you some comfort. Why do you care?" Muyun gazed up at him, her tone calm yet firm, "Because you are still a child. I am not so devoid of conscience as to harm you, nor can I bear the thought of you becoming disabled. While you may have committed wrongs, they do not warrant a death sentence. You deserve an appropriate punishment." Li Dali struggled to comprehend this. If he were in her position, he would relish the sight of his enemy in pain. "Enough, focus on atoning for your sins. You must work diligently, and most importantly, you must obey." Li Dali remained silent as Muyun lifted a stone and returned to the courtyard, only to turn and see him also carrying a smaller stone. Seeing her glance his way, he said, "I'll take these smaller ones, you handle the larger ones." Noticing he appeared to manage his load effortlessly, Muyun ceased her objections. Ziju joined them, and the 3 little ones, Yuanbao included, were not allowed to carry stones. Instead, Muyun instructed them to fetch some pebbles from the river using shovels, for the river was abundant with them. The family collaborated swiftly and efficiently. The 3 children rolled up their pant legs and splashed in the stream, the sun shining brightly overhead, warming the air and rendering the water pleasantly warm. Mu Yang discovered a round red stone and presented it to Yueya with a flourish. "Yueya, look at this beautiful stone, it's for you." Yueya extended her chubby little hand to receive it, her curiosity piqued as she had never seen such a vibrant red stone before. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on it. "It's so pretty, where did you find it, brother Mu Yang?" Mu Yang smiled, feeling a surge of joy at the sight of Yueya's crescenite smile, which always brightened his heart. If you like it, I'll find more for you." Seeing her delight only intensified Mu Yang's happiness, and his smile became even more radiant. "Thank you, brother Mu Yang," Yueya sweetly expressed her gratitude, which made Mu Yang even happier. Meanwhile, Yuanbao furrowed his brow and approached to inspect the red stone in his sister's hand, dismissively commenting, "It's nothing special. I'll find you a much prettier one." With that, Yuanbao began searching in the stream, but after a long while, he found nothing of note and felt quite disheartened. Muyin fetched a basket and collected the pebbles the children had gathered, depositing them in the courtyard. She intended to create a stone path, leaving the remaining area open for planting crops and flowers. This was a considerable undertaking, and by the time she completed it, several days had passed. Her sweet potato seedlings had also sprouted abundantly, and she contemplated the opportunity to plant the sweet potatoes when Pang Qingyun unexpectedly paid her a visit. After purchasing the weaving workshop, he had given the secret recipe to the weavers, urging them to weave some fabric for him to inspect. They worked tirelessly for several days and nights, finally producing the fabric. Upon seeing the finished product, Pang Qingyun was utterly astounded. The recipe Mu Yun had provided yielded a high-quality fabric that was not only soft and smooth but also incorporated intricate patterns directly woven into the material, eliminating the need for embroidery. Most impressively, the raw materials for this weaving were not costly. Despite the numerous steps involved, the process was straightforward and manageable, producing it in-house drastically reduced costs while allowing for a high selling price. This was a lucrative venture, and Pang Qingyun began to envision wealth flowing in from all directions. Initially, he intended to send someone to fetch Mu Yun to the city, but ultimately, he could not resist the urge to seek her out personally. Mu Yun was equally surprised to see him. The two spent a considerable time discussing strategies to enhance the fabric shop's business. "Boss Pang, it's futile to discuss everything at length now. We should focus on producing the various fabrics first. I have several weaving methods and types of raw materials, as well as all the necessary techniques regarding fabric production. By creating a diverse array of fabrics, we can expand our market significantly. One day, our fabric shops could be found throughout the entire Xia country, or even across the entire realm. This is no trivial business." Pang Qingyun was left in awe by Mu Yun's words. He had never imagined that his business could one day span the entire Xia country, or even the world. It had seemed unrealistic, a mere fantasy, yet now, he found himself contemplating that perhaps it was indeed achievable. Chapter 35 Mu Yun's request. Boss Pang, let us momentarily set aside the topics of weaving and business, for those matters are quite secure. Instead, I wish to discuss the division of profits between the two of us. The items I have presented are not for naught. As a businessman, you must understand this, Boss Pang, correct? Pang Qingyun nodded. "Indeed, Miss Mu. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to express them, and we shall deliberate together." Mu Yun nodded in agreement and then spoke. "I shall be forthright. Should you find any aspect unsatisfactory, do let me know, and we can negotiate further." Pang Qingyun acknowledged her with a nod. Yun continued, regarding the weaving workshop, I wish to claim 30% of the shares. The accounts of the weaving workshop and the fabric store must be separate, the workshop will belong to us both, with you holding the majority. Pang Qingyun nodded, that is acceptable, but 30% is rather modest. Instead, let us agree on 40% for you and 60% for me. This weaving workshop has boundless potential, which is contingent upon your contributions. Without you, there would be no workshop, nor such a promising future. Thus, the 40% is rightly yours. Muyan felt quite pleased with Pang Qingyun's generosity. If he proved to be a trustworthy individual, a long-term collaboration could indeed spare her considerable effort. As for the fabric store and the jewelry shop, I shall allocate 10% of the shares from each to you, and 20% from the tavern. However, Miss Mu, you must be actively involved in the operations of these establishments. It is imperative that their businesses flourish. Should they decline or incur losses, our prior agreements shall be rendered void. What do you think? The attendant who accompanied Pang Qingyun appeared pained, wishing to advise his master but hesitated due to Muyan's presence. Muyan smiled, appreciating Pang Qingyun's open and forthright demeanor, yet she declined his proposal. I am truly grateful for your kindness, Boss Pang, but aside from the weaving workshop, I cannot accept anything else. The compensation from the tavern is half of this month's income, as we had previously agreed. As for the fabric and jewelry stores, I merely offered some suggestions, there is no need to allocate shares to me. If you feel compelled, a design fee for the jewelry sketches will suffice. I truly cannot accept shares. Pang Qingyun was taken aback by her refusal, feeling perplexed, yet he found himself increasingly eager to collaborate with her. He sensed that Muyan possessed untold potential. With her involvement, his various enterprises seemed poised for new growth, a feeling that resonated strongly within him. Does Miss Mu find my offer too meager? He pondered, unable to fathom her reluctance. Muyan chuckled softly, not at all, I believe you are offering too much. I am not greedy, having shares in the weaving workshop is sufficient for me. Then, Miss Mu, do you have any future plans? Have you contemplated entering the business world, or do you prefer the pastoral life and intend to remain in the village? Muyan shook her head, I am uncertain for the time being, but I do not plan to stay in this village forever. I cherish traveling and experiencing diverse landscapes. However, for now, with the children still young, I must remain here. Observing the yearning for freedom reflected in Muyan's expression, Pang Qingyun nodded, Miss Mu, you are a commendable mother. I see your two children are nearing the age for schooling. Do you not intend to send them to the city for their education? Muyan affirmed, that is indeed my intention, but they are still quite young. Waiting another year or so before sending them is acceptable, for now, I prefer to stay here. She had longed for the pastoral life in her previous existence, and now that she had the chance to experience it, she felt it would be a pity to leave too soon. I believe you possess a remarkable talent for business, which is why I wish to collaborate with you. Should you decide to pursue business ventures in the future, feel free to seek my partnership. I pride myself on not being greedy, and I trust we would have no disagreements regarding profit sharing. You strike me as a person of great generosity and openness. Noticing his repeated mentions of collaboration, Muyan recognized his earnest desire to work together and thus contemplated the idea. After some reflection, she proposed, what if I were to demand 50% of all your assets in exchange for my collaboration, how would you respond? Are you out of your mind? The attendant could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his words escaping before he realized the impropriety of his interruption. Pang Qingyun shot him a cold glance, step outside and await my return. The attendant, suddenly aware of the awkwardness, quickly retreated. Muyan smiled at Pang Qingyun, inquiring, do you think I am mad, Boss Pang? Or perhaps that I am being overly demanding? Observing her light-hearted demeanor, Pang Qingyun replied with a chuckle, your request may seem excessive at first glance, yet if you can persuade me, I find it not entirely impossible. Seeing that Pang Qingyun remained composed and rational, Muyan admired his steadiness. Working with such an individual would surely be more reassuring. The reason is simple, I can elevate you to become the wealthiest individual in the Xia Kingdom, even the wealthiest in the nation. Do you find this rationale compelling, Boss Pang? Pang Qingyun regarded Muyan, whose confidence was palpable, as she spoke without a flicker of doubt in her eyes, akin to someone who was certain of victory. On what basis does Miss Mu believe she can make me the wealthiest in the Xia Kingdom, let alone the entire nation? You must provide me with a glimpse of hope, for only then can I place my trust in your words. Muyan replied with a smile, I can ensure that Pang's tavern flourishes throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. I can transform the jewelry and clothing stores into highly sought-after establishments among the ladies of the realm. Furthermore, I can establish a chain of Pang's inns across the land, making your family's ventures renowned and well-known to all. Her claims were undeniably grandiose, and even Pang Qingyun, with his calm demeanor, found it difficult to suppress a chuckle. Muyan continued, I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but consider this, if I possess an extensive array of delectable recipes, is it not plausible that I could possess even more? There are countless culinary delights in the world, how can you be certain I do not possess more lucrative recipes? Moreover, with the weaving secrets and jewelry designs, I can craft exquisite garments that will not only enhance the sales of our fabrics but also ensure the clothing store thrives. As for the inns, I have innovative design concepts that will create a unique chain of establishments. These are my capabilities. When I say I can make you wealthy, it is not mere boasting, but rather a reflection of my confidence. Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative. After hearing her words, Pang Qingyun earnestly began to contemplate the proposal. Given the current circumstances, his assets were not substantial, his shops were all operating at a loss, and half of his wealth was likely only a few thousand taels of silver. In other words, offering half of his assets to Mu Yun amounted to relinquishing approximately 2,000 taels. If her vision were to materialize, those 2,000 taels would seem trivial in comparison. When considering the alternative relying solely on himself, Pang Qingyun realized his ventures might only wither away, potentially leaving him with nothing. With this in mind, he promptly agreed. In fact, he felt an eagerness to proceed. Without Mu Yun's presence, even being an ordinary wealthy individual seemed an unattainable dream. Having come to a resolution, Pang Qingyun eagerly declared, "Miss Mu, I accept your terms. We shall split everything 50-50, without any objections." His determination was evident in his gaze. Seeing his agreement, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed she too would have a share in the position of wealth. She smiled and said, "Boss Pang, you are indeed magnanimous. In the years to come, you will surely be grateful for this decision." "Then, Boss Pang, may our collaboration be fruitful," Mu Yun said, extending her hand with a smile. Pang Qingyun, somewhat perplexed, instinctively reached out, and Mu Yun grasped his hand firmly. "To a successful partnership," Mu Yun beamed. Pang Qingyun felt a flush of embarrassment at the contact, finding it somewhat awkward. "To a successful partnership," he echoed, albeit with a hint of bashfulness. Mu Yun soon released his hand and resumed discussing their business plans. After a brief moment of reddening, Pang Qingyun quickly regained his composure and continued the discussion with her as if nothing had happened. Chapter 36, The Framed Sister-in-Law de Chang. The arrival of Pang Qingyun delayed Mu Yun for nearly an entire day. By the time he departed, the sun was already descending. The sweet potatoes could not be planted as planned and would have to wait until tomorrow. Pang Qingyun brought news that the tavern required more wild mushrooms, urging Mu Yun to procure as many as possible from the villagers. Having not ventured into the city for several days, Mu Yun's household provisions were dwindling. Upon learning this, Pang Qingyun promised to send someone with supplies the following day, along with the wild mushrooms. Reflecting on her diminishing need for income from selling mushrooms, Mu Yun resolved to extend this opportunity to her sister-in-law, De Chang. The couple, De Chang and her husband, were genuinely good-hearted individuals, and Mu Yun was more than willing to assist them. After instructing Zijou to prepare dinner and oversee the 3 children at home, Mu Yun set off towards De Chang's residence, intending to invite her to join in the mushroom foraging the next morning. Having never been to De Chang's home, Mu Yun relied on inquiries to find her way. Along the path, she encountered the sisters Chunlan and Chunyu, who were returning home with baskets on their backs. Upon seeing Mu Yun, Chunlan greeted her with a smile. "Sister Mu, where are you headed?" Mu Yun replied with a smile, "I am going to De Chang's house. What are you carrying, Chunlan?" Chunlan chuckled, "I went out to cut pigweed. I'm just about to head home." The villagers generally raised pigs, along with chickens and ducks, as meat was too expensive for many to afford. Those who raised pigs could enjoy a more substantial diet. Mu Yun nodded. "In that case, you should hurry home. I'm off to De Chang's." Chunlan agreed, "All right, Sister Mu." As Mu Yun walked further away, she overheard Chunyu's dismissive remarks, dripping with disdain. "Why are you greeting her? What is so special about a widow?" Chunlan, in a disapproving tone, retorted, "Chunyu, you really need to curb your tongue. Sooner or later, you'll offend someone. Sister Mu has done nothing to provoke you. Why do you always greet her with such a sour expression? If you aspire to marry into the city, you should learn to control your words, or you'll find yourself in trouble." Chunlan genuinely meant well for her sister, but unfortunately, Chunyu did not share her perspective. "Humph. You're just jealous of me. Don't think I can't see it. You've been sulking these past few days because the Jia family didn't choose you but instead favored me, right? What is there to be upset about? You were never as pretty as I am." Chunyu's voice oozed with arrogance, revealing her current mood, which struck Mu Yun as amusing. Where did Chunyu's confidence stem from, believing herself more attractive than Chunlan, despite her face being dotted with blemishes, which, although improved, were still apparent? As the sisters' voices faded into the distance, Mu Yun quickened her pace. However, upon reaching the entrance of De Chang's home, she was met with a cacophony of shouts from within. "De Chang, it has been 2 years since your marriage, and you have yet to bear a child. Your sister-in-law finally conceived, only to have you cause her to miscarry. Are you a harbinger of misfortune, determined to extinguish the Zhou family line? You dare to feel aggrieved when scolded. How can you face yourself?" Peering through the crack in the door, Mu Yun beheld an acerbic old woman berating De Chang, who stood to the side, tears streaming down her face. Beside the old woman sat an elderly man, De Chang's father-in-law, whom Mu Yun recognized from having ridden in his ox cart. There were also 2 men and 2 women present. One woman was weeping, while a man comforted her gently. "Older sister-in-law, you're just jealous of my pregnancy. You cannot treat me this way. This child is also your nephew. How could you be so cruel? I always trusted you, believing you to be a good person, and now I realize I was mistaken." The sobbing woman spoke with a tone of sorrow and regret, accusing De Chang. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I did not put safflower in the soup. I am not jealous of you, sister-in-law. I am genuinely happy for your pregnancy. Please believe me." De Chang pleaded through her tears, yet no one seemed to trust her. De Chang's mother-in-law interjected, "Humph, if it wasn't you, then who could it be? You, the harbinger of misfortune, the seductress, always whispering ill to De Chang, driving him away from us. I have long seen through your intentions. You dare to commit such heinous acts. I must take you to the authorities." "Enough, mother, it was not you who put the safflower in the soup." I can attest to this. Safflower must be purchased from the apothecary. You can inquire at every apothecary in the city to confirm whether you ever bought safflower. This incident is clearly a deliberate frame-up. I cannot fathom the motive behind it. I initially thought we were a family, and that we should tolerate and accommodate one another, but now I realize my error. Some individuals will only take advantage without appreciating our efforts. In that case, let us separate. From now on, we shall each live our own lives, and there will be no more discord. Zhou Daqiang's voice was cold and resolute as he stepped forward, wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders, casting a soothing, "With our parents still alive, you ungrateful son, are you truly willing to disregard the parents who raised you for 20 years for the sake of this woman?" Daqiang's mother wore a sorrowful expression, angrily pointing at her eldest son's face. Daqiang's expression hardened. He had grown weary of his parents' favoritism and did not want his wife to continue suffering alongside him. He was determined not to endure it any longer, his face resolute with conviction. "Father, mother, let us separate. I have had enough of your preferential treatment over the years. We have all grown up now. It is time to divide our lives. Each of us will follow our own paths, and no one will feel wronged. As for the safflower incident, mother, if you wish to report it to the authorities, then do so. It would be an opportunity for the officials to investigate and uncover who put the safflower in my sister-in-law's soup. When the authorities arrive, they will surely clear our names." Upon hearing Daqiang's words, the second sister-in-law could no longer sit idly and quickly rose to speak. "Elder brother, we must not air our family's grievances in public. If this matter goes to the authorities, the entire village will know, and how will everyone perceive our sister-in-law? Elder brother, you are not considering her feelings." Daqiang's gaze turned fiery as she addressed her younger sister-in-law. "What Daqiang is doing is in my best interest. I agree to report it. I have nothing to hide. I fear no repercussions for actions I did not commit." At her words, a flicker of guilt crossed the second sister-in-law's eyes, and she turned to persuade their mother once more. Chapter 37 Clearing Daqiang's sister-in-law of suspicion. Upon hearing her second daughter-in-law's words, Daqiang's mother also felt that reporting to the authorities was inappropriate. Family shame should not be aired publicly, as it would indeed sound unpleasant if it got out. Moreover, she did not wish to push Daqiang into a corner, for fear that they would no longer be able to benefit from their family in the future. "Very well, then we shall not report it. We will resolve this within our household." "No, mother, I must report it. This concerns a life, my child's life, that I absolutely refuse to allow those who harm my child to roam free. They have taken my child's life without any consequence. How can such a thing exist in this world?" The younger daughter-in-law disagreed vehemently with her mother-in-law's stance, her usually cheerful demeanor now transformed into one of fierce defiance, leaving others somewhat taken aback. Daqiang's mother, her face pale and weary, expressed her impatience. "Third daughter-in-law, we can handle this matter privately without causing a scene at the magistrate's office. I will ensure that your sister-in-law provides you with an explanation." With tears in her eyes, Daqiang's wife interjected, "I will not admit to something I did not do, and as for any explanations, they are irrelevant." "Third sister-in-law, report it. I did not place the red flower. I am innocent. I fear nothing. Let the officials come and investigate, and they will restore my name." Observing her sister-in-law's resolute demeanor, completely unafraid of the potential consequences of reporting it, the third daughter-in-law felt a twinge of doubt. Could it truly not be her sister-in-law? After all, the red flower had been found in her room. The third daughter-in-law's heart was in turmoil. Seeing her eldest daughter-in-law's ignorance, Daqiang's mother was enraged. "You foolish girl, if you report this, it is our family's reputation that will suffer. Otherwise, I will ensure you face the magistrate." Outside the door, Muyun had overheard the unfolding situation and was contemplating how to assist Daqiang's sister-in-law in clearing her name when she suddenly turned and spotted a small green snake resting on a nearby tree, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the snake was a vibrant green, resembling emerald, with a slender head and exquisite appearance. Initially mistaking it for a venomous snake, she observed it closely and realized it was a harmless jade snake. Although its coloration was similar to that of a bamboo viper and a green mamba, the differences in their tails and heads were evident. The former two were indeed venomous, while this jade snake posed no threat and was merely ornamental. Confirming its harmlessness, Muyun seized the opportunity and caught the small snake. It was pitifully tiny, yet its brilliant green hue was captivating, stirring a fondness within her. Strangely, the little snake did not attempt to escape. It only squirmed slightly before remaining still, leading Muyun to wonder if it was perhaps rather dim-witted. Nonetheless, the snake could aid her. She thought to herself that it could frighten people, so she carried the little jade snake and pushed open the door to the Zhou household. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to look at her. Daqiang's sister-in-law, upon seeing Muyun, hastily wiped her tears, feeling embarrassed that Muyun should witness her in such a state. "Xiao Yun, what brings you here?" After regaining her composure, Daqiang's sister-in-law inquired. Having spent more time together, the relationship between Daqiang's sister-in-law and Muyun had grown significantly warmer, and she now addressed her differently. Muyun smiled. "Sister-in-law, I've been here for quite a while. I just overheard everything at the door." At this, the expressions of those present soured, their gazes toward Muyun filled with disdain for her eavesdropping. Just as Daqiang's mother opened her mouth to speak, Muyun interjected, "It is quite simple to uncover who placed the red flower in the soup. I can help you identify the culprit." "And who do you think you are? You shamelessly eavesdrop at our door and now have the audacity to speak so boldly. This is none of your concern. Leave at once." The second daughter-in-law hurriedly dismissed her, casting a disdainful glare at Muyun. Muyun chuckled, "Why the haste? I am here to assist you." Daqiang's sister-in-law looked at Muyun with anticipation. "Xiao Yun, do you have a plan? Please, share it with us." De Chang's husband also regarded Mu Yun with curiosity, eager to learn of her proposed solution. Mu Yun presented the small jade snake, causing everyone to gasp in surprise and instinctively distance themselves from her. The second and third daughters-in-law let out startled cries. De Chang's wife was equally alarmed, retreating until De Chang comforted her with a reassuring embrace. What do you intend to do? The second daughter-in-law stammered, her eyes wide with fear. She harbored a profound dread of snakes, especially one that appeared so peculiar, suspecting it to be venomous. Mu Yun reassured them with a smile, fear not, this is my pet snake, entirely harmless. Its sense of smell is exceptionally keen and it detests the scent of red flowers. It can detect even the faintest trace of the odor. The scent of the red flower is not too subtle. Let me have this little jade snake sniff it first so it can remember, then I will let it smell each person here, and should anyone carry the scent of the red flower, the snake will flick its tongue, indicating its disapproval. This way, we can ascertain who brought the red flower. Upon hearing this, the second daughter-in-law immediately objected, her voice raised. This is absurd, a mere snake cannot distinguish scents, you are merely fabricating lies. You must have deceived many with your tricks. Mu Yun approached her with a smile, I see that you, dear sister-in-law, are quite lively, why not be the first to try? Sister-in-law De Chang, do you have any red flowers left? Please, hand me some. The wife of De Chang hastily retrieved the red flowers, which were wrapped in a white cloth and had just been discovered in her room. Handing the flowers to Mu Yun, she anxiously asked, Sha Yun, is this truly feasible? Mu Yun nodded, of course, sister-in-law. Why would I deceive you, I know my jade snake best. She waved the red flowers in front of the snake's nose, and indeed, the jade snake flicked its tongue in response. Did you see that? It can detect the scent of the red flower. Mu Yun then casually plucked a leaf and presented it to the snake, observing it remain still, not flicking its tongue at all. The onlookers began to feel a measure of belief in her claims. Take note, it does not react to other scents. I believe this lively sister-in-law should be the first to try. Subsequently, Mu Yun approached the second daughter-in-law with the jade snake. Terrified, the second daughter-in-law hid behind her husband, exclaiming, stay away, husband, save me, this person means to harm me. Mu Yun quickly clarified, I can guarantee with my life that this snake is harmless. If it were to hurt you, I would forfeit my own life in compensation. This lady, the second son of the Zhou family interjected, this is our household, kindly refrain from causing trouble and leave immediately. Mu Yun addressed the crowd, you forbid me to report to the authorities, and you also reject my assistance in identifying the perpetrator. It seems you wish to unjustly blame De Chang's sister-in-law, is that not so? Is this how you intend to bully her? Seeing Mu Yun stand up for her, De Chang's sister-in-law felt deeply touched. De Chang's mother hurriedly protested, who was blaming her, if the red flower was not placed by her, then who did? The evidence was found in her quarters. Mu Yun coldly retorted, old lady, what about your 3 daughters-in-law? Besides the one who suffered a miscarriage, there is still the second daughter-in-law, you suspect only the eldest daughter-in-law, without considering the second, do you not find that unfair, or is it that you have always been this biased? Mu Yun's words left the elderly matriarch feeling quite embarrassed. She had indeed favored one daughter-in-law over the others, yet she could not abide others pointing out her partiality. She often boasted of her harmonious family, claiming to treat all 3 sons equally, refusing to allow anyone to slander her. You, an outsider, have no business meddling in our affairs. You know nothing and need not concern yourself, leave at once. De Chang's mother admonished, her displeasure evident. Mu Yun scoffed, asserting, I have no desire to involve myself in your family matters, but De Chang's sister-in-law is my friend. You cannot bully her or tarnish her reputation, this matter must be resolved fairly. As for your other issues, I have no right nor intention to meddle, you need not worry about that. De Chang's sister-in-law was so moved she nearly cried. She had not anticipated such support from Mu Yun, and in that moment, she thought to herself that Mu Yun would henceforth be like a sister to her, anyone who dared to bully Mu Yun would have to answer to her. Hey, you two, do you wish to uncover the true culprit behind the harm done to your child? Mu Yun addressed the couple from the third household. They both nodded eagerly, of course, we do not wish to wrong De Chang's sister-in-law, we only wish to find the one responsible for this red flower that was indeed found in her room. The third son spoke, his honest demeanor suggesting he was simple-minded. Mu Yun nodded, very well, then tell me, who was the first to shout about searching for the red flower? Zhou's third son pointed at the second daughter-in-law. It was the second sister-in-law. When my wife saw the blood, the second sister-in-law suggested that perhaps it was due to something she shouldn't have eaten, and then said it must have been the soup that was the problem. When we checked the bottom of the bowl, we found the red flower later. The second sister-in-law also claimed to have seen De Chang's sister-in-law sneaking around the kitchen, and after a considerable time, she emerged from her room. The suspicion arose that perhaps De Chang's sister-in-law had hidden the red flowers, and lo and behold, when we searched, we indeed found them. The second daughter-in-law, feeling guilty, erupted with indignation, you. What are you all saying? Why do I suddenly find myself implicated? Are you trying to slander me? Mu Yun ignored her, turning her attention to the others. You are truly foolish, just look at how your second sister-in-law fervently dissuaded you from reporting to the authorities earlier. The likelihood that she is the one who placed the red flower is quite high. Your sister-in-law De Chang has been insistent on reporting this. Based on that alone, she could not possibly be the culprit. Moreover, her refusal to let me use the jade snake to detect any red flower sent on her further demonstrates her guilt. Mu Yun's reasoning struck a chord, and the gazes of the onlookers shifted toward the second daughter-in-law. Realizing the tide was turning against her, the second daughter-in-law panicked and began to explain, I did not, why would you trust an outsider's baseless accusations, she is merely here to sow discord. Her intentions are malicious. Chapter 38 Mu-yun, accused of being meddlesome. Am I speaking nonsense? Ha, I am a person who never lies. My friends, this matter is rather straightforward. We can either have my little green snake sniff this lady to discern whether she has encountered the red flower, or we can report it to the authorities and have them investigate. It's such a simple issue, yet you insist on bickering endlessly. What is the point? Sister De Chang chimed in eagerly, yes, father and mother, we can either report it or let Xiaoyun snake smell each of us to identify who has touched the red flower. I stand firm in my integrity. As long as I can clear my name, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Sister De Chang was not foolish, she could sense who had plotted against her. Just as the others were about to speak, the previously silent Father De Chang finally interjected, enough, this matter was not caused by the eldest daughter-in-law, let it end here. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Father De Chang. Mother De Chang furrowed her brow, old man, what do you mean, do you know something? Father De Chang replied coldly, the eldest daughter-in-law is not that sort of person, after all these years, I understand her temperament. Seeing that her father-in-law still believed in her, Sister De Chang's tears of grievance flowed once more. Mu-yun, is it? You may return now, our family affairs are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. I trust the eldest daughter-in-law, and I have my suspicions about who is responsible, I will not wrong your friend. Father De Chang addressed Mu-yun. Understanding that it was inappropriate for her to linger, Mu-yun did not wish to interfere in others' matters, she simply could not bear to see such a good person as Sister De Chang being bullied and wronged. Oh, since you will not let my sister-in-law be wronged, I shall take my leave. Sister Yun. Sister De Chang felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to explain on behalf of her father-in-law, but Mu-yun pulled her aside and whispered, Sister, I came to find you for a reason. Tomorrow morning, let us go to the mountain to gather mushrooms together. Are you familiar with the Pangas restaurant? Sister De Chang nodded. Mu-yun continued, I know the owner well, they require a substantial amount of mushrooms and offer generous compensation. Come with me tomorrow to gather them, and they will collect them from my house at noon, paying you on the spot. Sister De Chang looked at Mu-yun in surprise, not expecting such a fortunate opportunity to be extended to her, which made her feel even more touched. Xiaoyun, it is not easy for you to manage alone with a child. You should earn this money for yourself, just go gather the mushrooms. Although Sister De Chang was tempted, she felt that Mu-yun needed the money more than she did and thus declined. Mu-yun, feeling helpless, insisted, Sister De Chang, I do not need this money, I have other ways to earn a rest assured, come find me tomorrow morning, and we will go together. If you do not come, I will give this opportunity to someone else since I do not need it. Upon hearing this, Sister De Chang became anxious. You stubborn girl, why won't you listen? Who would ever think there is too much money? If you have other means, you can still earn from this. Mu-yun laughed, the other means I have are even more lucrative. Of this opportunity is for you, will you come? If not, I shall offer it to someone else. Sister De Chang, feeling helpless, rolled her eyes at her but spoke affectionately, fine, I will come. Mu-yun nodded in satisfaction, alright, then I shall return. You may take your time resolving your family matters. After Mu-yun departed, she only learned about the Zhu family's affairs the following day from Sister De Chang. They had divided their household, choosing to live separately from then on, no longer entangled with one another. The second daughter-in-law admitted to having caused the red flower incident, and during the division, they compensated the third family generously, thereby quelling their anger. It was evident that Sister De Chang was quite pleased. With the addition of Zhu, Mu-yun no longer needed to carry two children everywhere she went. Today, while gathering mushrooms, it was just her and Sister De Chang. Speaking of mushrooms, Sister De Chang mentioned that there were many atop a nearby hill, so Mu-yun followed her there. After a considerable climb, they finally reached the summit. Upon seeing the ground covered in mushrooms, with many decaying from lack of harvest, Mu-yun felt a pang of regret. The rainy season is when mushrooms thrive the most. It has been over 10 days since it rained, and now many have spoiled, what a pity. Sister De Chang echoed her sentiments, indeed, what a shame. Xiaoyun, are these mushrooms all edible? I am not very knowledgeable about them. Mu-yun nodded, all except for the red ones are safe to eat. Sister De Chang's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly began to gather the mushrooms. Mu-yun also squatted down to join in the harvest, relishing the delightful experience of continuously picking mushrooms. As their basket filled, both women felt a surge of happiness. We shall return with an abundant harvest today. Sister De Chang shared in the joy, though she was unaware of how much the mushrooms could fetch, she was simply glad for any money at all. After a brief period of gathering, they had collected all the mushrooms, filling every bag they had brought. Mu-yun smiled, Sister, thank goodness you brought large bags, otherwise, we would have struggled to carry all these mushrooms. Sister De Chang nodded, noticing Mu-yun alternate between calling her sister and Sister De Chang, she decided to say, Xiaoyun, from now on, just call me Jia, sister. Sister De Chang doesn't sound quite right. Mu-yun laughed and nodded, very well, I agree that Sister De Chang sounds awkward, but I was unsure of your surname and name, hence my hesitation. My name is Lu Yu. You can call me Yu Jia, Sister Yu, from now on. Mu-yun nodded, complimenting, Yu Jia, your name is truly beautiful. Lu Yu smiled shyly, my father chose it, he is a scholar, and many people in our village seek him out for naming, saying he has a talent for it. Mu-yun nodded as they chatted all the way down the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance of her home, they spotted a carriage parked outside. It was the staff from the restaurant who had come to deliver goods. To ensure that Muyin received her supplies, the manager had sent a worker with the cart, bringing ample provisions for her. Chapter 39 Making Money with Sister-in-law. Chang Muyin led Liu into the courtyard, where the inn waiter, upon seeing her, promptly stood up and said, "Miss Mu, the owner instructed me to bring you some items. Please see if this is sufficient." The waiter pointed to a pile of goods nearby, which included both food and utensils, with food being the most abundant. Muyin glanced over and smiled, "It's more than enough. Please convey my gratitude to your owner." With the acquisition of more weaving secrets, Pang Qingyun was busy instructing the workers in the art of weaving. Muyin planned to visit in a few days. After all, they were now partners, and it wouldn't be prudent to leave everything to them. The waiter chuckled. "Very well, Miss Mu, the owner asked me to see if you collected mushrooms." "Did you?" Muyin nodded. "Indeed, I just returned with them. Let me weigh them." The waiter nodded and promptly took out the scales, weighing the mushrooms that Muyin and Liu had collected. Liu was somewhat exhilarated, curious about how much these mushrooms could sell for, and she eagerly anticipated the outcome. "Miss Mu, this batch weighs 5 pounds, priced at 20 won per pound, totaling 100 won. And this batch weighs 15 pounds, which amounts to 300 won." Liu was utterly astonished. 20 won per pound, how can it be so expensive? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the waiter. The waiter nodded. "These mushrooms are fresh, and our patrons favor them. As for Miss Mu, being a valued guest of our inn, naturally, we must offer the most appropriate price for her goods." Liu was internally amazed. She hadn't realized Muyin had such a close relationship with the inn. The respect shown by the waiter was evident. Liu couldn't help but admire Muyin's prowess. Muyin smiled. "This is my sister Yu. Henceforth, I will entrust the mushroom gathering to her, and she will deliver them to the inn for you. I have too many responsibilities to handle this business myself." Liu looked at Muyin in shock. "Xiaoyun, you." Muyin smiled at her. "Sister Yu, every year during mushroom season, you should seek out fresh mushrooms to bring to the inn." The waiter promptly added, "Splendid, we shall collaborate with this lady Lu from now on." After taking the mushrooms, the waiter hopped onto the cart and departed, eager to return and prepare additional meals for the customers. Once the waiter left, Liu produced 100 won and handed it to Muyin, saying, "Xiaoyun, we gathered the mushrooms together. This money should be split between us." Muyin smiled helplessly. "I only gathered 5 pounds. The rest was all you're doing." "I cannot accept this money," Liu insisted. "Xiaoyun, I know you wish to assist me by introducing me to this mushroom gathering work. You have already helped me immensely, and I am truly touched. You must take this money, even if we don't split it, just for your help today alone. You deserve it all." Muyin declined again, explaining that she was not in need of such a small sum. However, seeing Liu's determination, she finally said, "Then how about this, Sister Yu? Do you still have chickens at home?" Liu nodded. "Yes, we do." Muyin smiled. "Those 2 chickens were delicious last time. If you truly wish to thank me, you could send me a chicken. The money is unnecessary." Liu no longer pressed the matter, realizing that after much persuasion, Muyin would not accept the money. Agreeing to send a chicken instead felt much better than giving nothing at all. "All right, I will bring you a chicken as soon as I return," she said, excitedly hurrying back, her heart brimming with joy as she anticipated sharing this delightful news with her husband. Upon returning home, she found Chang was not there, so she quickly caught 2 chickens to send to Muyin before heading out to find him in the fields. Chang was busy working in the fields when he saw his wife approaching and smiled, standing up to greet her. "You, you're back." Liu nodded, unable to contain her joy as she ran towards him. Chang, do you know what I did today?" Chang, noticing his wife's bright demeanor, felt as if he were seeing the cheerful girl he had fallen for before they wed. "What has you so happy?" he asked, his eyes filled with affection as he set down his hoe to catch her. Liu looked at him with a mysterious smile. "Guess." Chang sighed. "I can't guess. You might as well tell me." Liu, unable to wait, pulled out the 300 when she had earned that morning and presented it to him. "This is the money I made today." Counted. Chang stared at her in disbelief. "You earned this morning?" Liu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes." He quickly counted the money, 300 won in total, dumbfounded by the amount. How could one earn so much in a single morning? Is this really what you earned today? What did you do to make such a fortune?" Liu delighted in her husband's astonished expression and eagerly shared how Muyin had helped them. After hearing her tale, Chang found it hard to believe but soon turned serious, saying, "Sister Muyin is truly a good person. We must never forget her kindness." Liu nodded. "Yes, I understand." The couple felt elated, sensing that their future seemed brighter. After separating from the family, it truly felt like things were going more smoothly. Meanwhile, Muyin, with some free time, began planting sweet potato seedlings on her land, bringing along the entire family with food and drink to work in the fields together. Zizhu was quite diligent, and Muyin smiled as she spoke to her. "Zizhu, did you ever imagine you'd be bought just to work the fields? You've had quite the misfortune. Had I gone to a wealthy family, I would surely be living a better life." Zizhu disagreed, believing that living with Muyin and the children was a joyful experience, free of burdens and the need to serve cautiously. Life with them was indeed lighthearted and cheerful. "Elder sister Yun, I don't see this as a hard life. We eat well every day, cook together, tidy up the courtyard, and do some work in the fields. These activities are all quite easy, and I am very happy seeing the growing smile on Zizhu's face." Muyin felt pleased. She had merely wished to gauge if Zizhu could adapt to this lifestyle. If not, she would have let her leave. Forcing someone to stay was not ideal, and though she held Zizhu's contract, she could not bring herself to mistreat someone unwilling to stay. If Zizhu was willing and could adjust to this life, it would be perfect. She would not shortchange her. "That's great. I was worried you wouldn't adapt." After a brief exchange, they continued planting sweet potato seedlings. Mu Yang, along with Yuya and Yuan Bao, also helped out, passing the seedlings to Mu Yun and Zizhu, while the three children handled the passing, and Mu Yun and Zizhu took charge of planting. While they were busy, the village head arrived. Mu Yun, I figured you'd be here planting sweet potatoes. I came to see how you're doing. Mu Yun looked up. Village head, what is so interesting about this? The village head sighed. Last time I shared your method with the villagers, but unfortunately, they didn't believe me. They claimed they had tried planting many times before without success and refused to trust that your method would work. They said if your approach was effective, why didn't you plant it when you were in Yuha village? Clearly, they are skeptical. The village head was quite troubled by this situation, having thought of various ways to improve the villagers' lives but to no avail. While planting sweet potatoes might not lead to wealth, at least it would alleviate hunger. Families living on mountainous terrain often faced food shortages, forcing them to purchase grains. For farmers, buying food was a luxury they could hardly afford. Mu Yun smiled and asked, so, village head, do you believe in it? The village head nodded. I do believe you. You don't seem like the type to undertake endeavors without confidence. Mu Yun chuckled. Since you believe, then let us await the results. Some matters cannot be rushed. Once they see my sweet potatoes growing, they will naturally be convinced. The village head nodded. That's what I think too, but it's a pity we missed the season. We'll have to wait until next year. Mu Yun agreed. Indeed, why not lead by example and plant some yourself? Do you have any mountainous land? You could plant sweet potatoes there. If you take the lead, perhaps others will follow suit. The village head nodded. I was thinking the same. I have already prepared the sweet potatoes. They're just waiting to sprout. However, I'm worried about making mistakes, so I was hoping you could come and oversee us. That way, we'll avoid any errors. Mu Yun did not refuse. Alright, once I finish here, I'll come and take a look. The village head nodded, pleased with Mu Yun's willingness. Mu Yun, I truly feel that you are extraordinary. You will surely rise to greatness in the future. Mu Yun found the village head's flattery amusing, shaking her head with a smile. As they chatted, the village head joined in to help with planting, stating he wanted to familiarize himself with the process to teach his family back home. Chapter 40 of the fabrication of rumors. With the village chief's involvement, the sweet potato seedlings were swiftly planted. Many witnessed the chief assisting Mu Yun in her agricultural endeavors, and within no time, rumors began circulating in the village, suggesting that the chief had taken a liking to the newly arrived Mu Yun. As Mu Yun returned home after her day's work, passers-by cast curious glances in her direction. Although they had observed her before, today's scrutiny felt markedly different. Puzzled by the sudden attention, Mu Yun wondered what had transpired to prompt such gazes. As she approached several households, she overheard discussions emanating from within. I always found it peculiar that the chief would be so generous, providing her with land and housing. It seems he has taken a fancy to her. But I must admit, Mu Yun is indeed as beautiful as a flower. I have yet to encounter a woman in the city who surpasses her in looks. What does beauty amount to? If one's character is lacking and one does not adhere to virtuous conduct, that is enough for others to speak ill of her. The chief rarely engages in manual labor. His willingness to toil in the fields for her clearly indicates his fondness. You all should refrain from gossiping, lest she overhears and seeks retribution. What does it matter? Can she not be spoken of just because she can work? I detest those who present a facade of virtue while indulging in vice. The chief is over a decade her senior. If she is attempting to seduce him, it is utterly shameless. Unable to endure their slander any longer, Mu Yun handed her hoe to Zizhu, instructing, hold this, and wait by the door for me. Do not move. She then strode directly into the courtyard, pushing open the door, which silenced the chatter inside. 4 women, seated together, turned to face her, momentarily taken aback by her presence. You have been discussing me behind my back, haven't you? Spreading rumors, fabricating lies, distorting the truth, and tarnishing my reputation. Have you not been reprimanded for your gossiping ways? Mu Yun approached them, her voice firm and accusatory. The 4 women had never witnessed Mu Yun in a confrontational light. Though they had heard tales, they assumed them to be exaggerated. Mu Yun appeared gentle and frail, hardly resembling someone capable of overpowering multiple men at once. However, being caught in their own malice left them feeling awkward. After a fleeting moment of embarrassment, one woman lifted her chin defiantly and declared, if one were to hear such talk, they would be so mortified they'd wish to hide and weep. How do you have the audacity to confront us? Clearly, you are an unsophisticated wildling, lacking understanding of social customs. Surely, you must be an orphan. The woman who spoke was the wealthiest daughter-in-law of the Tao family, whose husband owned a successful bun shop in the city. Initially, she had eagerly relocated to the city, but after a month, she returned, claiming boredom as her reason. Since then, she had not engaged in any work, instead spending her days gossiping about others' affairs. The remaining women were equally notorious for their laziness. When they gathered, they had an endless supply of tales to share. Typically, those with even a modicum of decorum would avoid mingling with such a crowd. Mu Yun, however, was unfamiliar with their ways and only knew that she was not one to suffer indignities. Since she had overheard their words, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Moreover, this woman was utterly reckless in her speech. It seems you are not well acquainted with my character, so allow me to clarify. I am a person of little patience for slander. I typically retaliate immediately when wronged. Therefore, today, you have 2 choices: either apologize to me now, or I will compel you to do so through force. The choice is yours to make. Will you choose? Mu Yun's tone was measured, devoid of visible anger, yet brimming with disdain and contempt for them. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family, known for her boldness, did not believe Mu Yun would dare to strike her. Apologize for what? We have not spoken falsely. The chief has indeed come to work the fields for you, and it is evident to anyone with eyes that there is something more between you two, she retorted. Before she could finish, Muyan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Muyan's strength was formidable, and the sound echoed loudly. Curious villagers, including Zizhu and others, paused to witness the unfolding drama. The crowd was taken aback by the unexpected display, with only a few who had seen Muyan confront the Lu family from Yuha village remaining unfazed. Zizhu, concerned about misinterpretations, hastily explained the situation, eliciting sympathy from the onlookers who understood that Muyan's fury was justified. After all, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance, and such slander was intolerable. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family, momentarily stunned, clutched her stinging cheek in disbelief. "You wretched girl, how dare you strike me? I will not back down." "Ah!" Before she could advance, the daughter-in-law's shrill screams filled the air, her hands raised as she lunged at Muyan. Muyan sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift kick to the woman's rear, sending her sprawling to the ground in utter humiliation. "You are the most despicable of individuals. Not only do you spread baseless rumors, but you also dare to insult me, calling me an orphan wildling. I, Muyan, cannot abide such grievances. If you seek to hurt my spirit, I shall ensure you suffer physically in return." The other three women stood frozen in fear, each scrambling to offer excuses. "No, it wasn't us. We were merely echoing what the Tao family daughter-in-law said. We meant no harm. Yes, we did not initiate the rumors. We were just agreeing with her. If anyone is to blame, it is not us." Muyan regarded their cowardly demeanor with disdain. "You are spineless and timid, yet still dare to speak ill of others. Your behavior is truly repugnant." Their faces flushed with embarrassment, and as they felt the weight of the villagers' gazes upon them, they longed for a hole to hide in. "Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, then apologize to me, and I shall let this matter rest." Muyan's tone was calm, yet the daughter-in-law of the Tao family, consumed by rage, once again charged at her. Seeing her relentless approach, Muyan scoffed, swiftly seizing the woman, her grip firm enough to make the daughter-in-law wince in pain. "Ah, let go, you little wretch, let me go. Such foul language. Clearly, your mouth has not yet learned its lesson," Muyan replied as she delivered two sharp slaps, the sound resonating painfully in the air. Chapter 41 A lesson to the unruly. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family could hardly believe that she would one day be subjected to such humiliation. It was utterly mortifying. Her face turned a deep shade of green with rage as she struggled fiercely to free herself from Muyan's grip, her mouth spewing profanities. "Ah, you little wretch, you filthy harlot. I swear I'll kill you. If I don't, then I am no longer human." Despite her frantic attempts to escape, she remained trapped in Muyan's hold, which only fueled her irrational fury, a suffocating sense of powerlessness enveloping her, igniting an inferno of anger within her. "Let me go. You bastard, an orphan without father or mother, what else could you be but a bastard? I heard that during your time in Yuha village, you had an affair with the village chief's son, provoking his wife to confront you multiple times. Am I wrong, and yet you still argue, striking me, such shameless trash? Bah! Slap, slap." A series of resounding slaps echoed as the daughter-in-law of the Tao family had barely finished her tirade when her face swelled from the blows. The stinging pain radiated across her face, leaving her utterly miserable, tears brimming in her eyes. Muyan's gaze was as cold as ice as she looked at her, slowly stating, "You are quite audacious. You are the first person bold enough to provoke me in such a manner. Today, I shall show you the consequences of crossing me." With that, Muyan mercilessly struck her again, delivering several more slaps that rendered the daughter-in-law speechless, her face now a painful shade of red and swollen, every attempt to speak met with excruciating agony. Despair washed over her mouth was truly unable to move, tears streamed down her cheeks as she felt the pain in her face, her mouth, her teeth everywhere hurt. I will report this to the authorities. I will report you." The daughter-in-law forced the words out, each syllable causing her more pain, making her reluctant to utter another. Muyan scoffed, nonchalantly replying, "Do as you please. The one at fault is you. I merely defended myself against the slander and abuse directed at me. As for how the authorities will rule, you'll have to wait and see. Will they punish me by slapping you 20 more times to teach you to keep your mouth shut and stop spreading baseless rumors, or will they blindly support you?" A flicker of unease crossed the daughter-in-law's mind, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt. She had indeed spoken ill of others, but surely, she did not deserve such a beating. She believed she was in the right. As she attempted to leave, Muyan blocked her path, commanding, "Wait. Apologize to me, you won't leave until you do." Upon hearing this, the daughter-in-law's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Muyan dare to be so brazen? After beating her to this extent, she still demanded an apology. Wasn't that akin to inviting further humiliation? Yet, seeing the coldness in Muyan's demeanor, she realized that without an apology, she would not be permitted to leave. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and offered her apology. Finally, the daughter-in-law fled, and the onlookers instinctively parted to let her through. Witnessing this scene only deepened her humiliation, and she ran away in tears. The other women in the courtyard hurriedly apologized to Muyan, fearful of suffering a similar fate, the sight of which was truly painful to behold. Seeing their earnest apologies, Muyan decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, she had made her point. She warned them, "However, this is your first chance. I can overlook your apologies this time, but should there be a second instance, it won't be as simple as an apology. I have a rather short temper and am prone to violence. In the future, if anyone wishes to gossip behind my back, they should consider whether they can withstand a beating." With that, Muyan left, taking her hoe from Zizhu and heading home. As she walked, the crowd instinctively drew back, some wary of her presence. "Big Sister Yun, you truly are remarkable." After spending a few days together, Zizhu had become more lively and chatty. Mu Yun replied, if one is not formidable, they will only be bullied. You all should learn from this. If someone dares to bully you, do not swallow your anger but retaliate immediately. Do you understand? The three little ones nodded in unison. Upon returning home, while it was still light, Mu Yun recalled the village chief's request and decided to visit his home alone, leaving Zizhu to prepare dinner and watch over the three children. When Mu Yun arrived at the Li family's residence, she overheard raised voices within, faintly catching mention of her name. Sighing at the idle gossip, she thought to herself how tiresome these gossips were. She knocked on the door, and the village chief's eldest daughter answered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Yun before coldly asking, "What do you want?" Hearing the argument between her parents, Li Danai felt a twinge of displeasure towards Mu Yun, her tone reflecting this sentiment. "Who is it?" The village chief emerged from inside, and upon seeing Mu Yun, he quickly said, "Mu Yun, you're here. Thank you for coming." The village chief's wife followed, her eyes still red, indicating she had recently been crying. Mu Yun stated matter-of-factly, "Village chief, on my way home from work, I encountered someone spreading rumors about me, which infuriated me, so I gave them a beating." The village chief was taken aback. "Oh? Who did you hit?" The village chief's wife and daughter turned their curious gazes toward her. Mu Yun replied indignantly, "Of course, I hit the one who was slandering me. A group of people gathered to say I was enticing you into working for me." "How absurd, village chief. Even if I were blind, I would never be attracted to someone as old as you. You came to me to ask for help with your family's sweet potatoes sprouting, not because of any foolish attraction. These people are either blind or mentally deranged to spew such nonsense, utterly insulting me and tarnishing my reputation. I could not let this go unpunished, so I dealt with them accordingly." Seeing Mu Yun so incensed, the village chief's wife's earlier doubts began to dissipate. After all, her husband was significantly older than Mu Yun, who was merely a few years older than their daughter. It was impossible for anything untoward to happen between them. The land division and housing arrangements were merely to atone for their son's misdeeds, not a reflection of any affection for Mu Yun. She realized she had been overthinking the situation. Her husband had always been exemplary, never straying outside their marriage, and she should trust him. As clarity dawned on her, the sadness in the village chief's wife's eyes vanished, replaced with a hint of guilt. The village chief sighed, inquiring, "What condition is the person in? There hasn't been any serious trouble, has there?" Mu Yun chuckled, "No, I merely left that woman's face swollen to the point where she could hardly speak. What did she expect after hurling such vile insults at me? She even claimed I seduced the son of the Zhu village chief while in Yuha village, slandering me right to my face. I could hardly contain my anger, and my retaliation was all the more forceful. That woman threatened to report me. Who knows if she was serious?" The village chief rubbed his temples, disapproving. "Mu Yun, don't you think you've gone a bit overboard? Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation is very undesirable behavior." Mu Yun retorted, "Village chief, is it acceptable to ruin someone's reputation with slander while violence is condemned? If they hadn't gossiped, I wouldn't have had to resort to such measures. The root of this issue lies with them, not me." Mu Yun's defiance left the village chief momentarily speechless. The village chief's wife stepped forward. "Mu Yun is right, those gossips are indeed bothersome and deserve to be dealt with, lest they continue to spread falsehoods and cause misunderstandings." Seeing his wife suddenly shift to support Mu Yun left the village chief both surprised and relieved. Just as he began to feel at ease, the entire Tao family arrived. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family appeared with a face that was remarkably swollen, accompanied by her in-laws and younger brother-in-law. Upon spotting Mu Yun at the village chief's home, she smiled smugly, though her grin faltered almost instantly as the movement tugged at her injured face, causing tears to spring forth. Chapter 42. In the courtroom. Village chief, my daughter-in-law has been assaulted. My son, Dejuan, has already reported it to the authorities, and we wanted to inform you first. The matriarch of the Tao family spoke, her face flushed with indignation. Although she held little affection for her daughter-in-law, she was still one of their own. That newcomer, Mu Yun, was exceedingly arrogant. It was rumored she was an orphan, and to bully the Tao family was nothing short of courting disaster. Upon hearing this, the village chief felt a weight upon his shoulders. "Sister Tao, is it really necessary to escalate this minor issue to the authorities? Wouldn't that merely hinder the officials' important duties? Did we not agree that for any matters, you would come to me for resolution?" The matriarch of the Tao family scoffed, "Seek your help. I have heard whispers that the little vixen has an affair with you. How could we expect you to be impartial in this matter? We are not fools." Mu Yun let out a cold laugh and stepped forward. "Who is the little vixen you speak of?" Unaware that the person before her was Mu Yun, the matriarch retorted, "Who are you?" With a slight smirk, Mu Yun replied slowly, "I am Mu Yun." At this revelation, the Tao matriarch's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She quickly regained her composure and coldly remarked, "Then indeed, that little vixen was addressing you. How shameless to strike my kin. When the officials arrive, you shall see what awaits you." Mu Yun merely scoffed, "Very well, I shall wait." If the Tao family's daughter-in-law were able to speak, she would have unleashed another tirade, but alas, she could only glare at Mu Yun in frustration and resentment. Just as the village chief was about to interject, two constables appeared at the entrance. "Village chief Li, a man named Tao Dejuan has reported that a woman named Mu Yun assaulted his sister-in-law, rendering her unable to speak. We are here to take her into custody, please lead the way." With a heavy heart, the village chief responded, "There is no need to search, she is right here." Ultimately, Mu Yun, along with the village chief and others, proceeded to the county office, while she instructed the village chief's family to inform her own household and ensure that Zizhu looked after her three children. At the county office, Muyan found herself in a place she had never visited before. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. In the main hall, Tao Zhuang was seated, and upon seeing his family arrive, he hurried to greet them. Father, mother, the county magistrate insists that I present myself, as my complaint alone is insufficient. The Tao matriarch patted her younger son's hand. We are here now. Do not worry. Attention, everyone, the magistrate has arrived, please maintain silence. With this announcement, a man clad in official robes strode forth from the back of the hall. He possessed a handsome countenance, with refined features that suggested nobility. Muyan scrutinized the magistrate, surprised at his youth. She recalled hearing from Pang Qingyun that he had come from the capital, likely a scion of a prominent family sent to the countryside for experience and to achieve political merit. She wondered whether he could be relied upon and feared he might act capriciously. As Muyan pondered, the magistrate spoke. Who stands before me, and what is the nature of your complaint? State your case clearly. The Tao matriarch recounted the events, portraying Mu Yun as arrogant and contemptuous, lacking in virtue. Mu Yun, however, remained calm, allowing her to finish. The magistrate furrowed his brow, observing the incessant ramblings of the Tao matriarch juxtaposed with Mu Yun's serene demeanor, deep in thought. Very well, I have comprehended your grievances. Now, Mu Yun, the accused, do you have anything to say? Finally, it was Mu Yun's turn. She refuted the matriarch's claims point by point, asserting, Your Honor, my actions were solely to defend my reputation and protect myself. It is not only blades that can take a life, words can be equally lethal. Throughout history, many a woman has perished under the weight of slander and falsehood. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. Yet, some individuals, fully aware of this, still resort to fabrications, distorting the truth without regard for the harm they inflict upon others. Should I have been any weaker, I might have succumbed to the village's gossip and taken my own life. In order to protect myself and dispel the malicious rumors, I had no choice but to act. It was a lesson to those who relish in concocting tales and fabricating lies. There must be consequences for such reckless words. Your Honor, I beseech you to grant me justice and restore dignity to those women who have suffered from slander and rumor. If you could stand in my defense and convey to all that spreading falsehoods and distorting facts is also a crime, there would be hope that people would learn to speak responsibly. For careless words not only inflict harm upon others, but also carry a price for the speaker. Mu Yun spoke passionately, her words flowing forth until she was nearly breathless. The magistrate regarded her with surprise. It was rare to encounter such articulate expression from a woman. Indeed, a woman's reputation held immense significance, and many suffered grave injustices due to the whims of baseless gossip. He had witnessed similar tragedies during his time in the capital. The sequence of events is now clear to me, the magistrate declared. As Mu Yun has articulated, the Tao matriarch bears the initial fault and shows no remorse, continuing to provoke and insult. Such behavior invites retaliation. To defame others, to spread falsehoods, to fabricate realities, these are all unacceptable actions. Tao matriarch, you ought to repent. The Tao family members could hardly believe the magistrate's ruling. They had previously resorted to bribery, attempting to sway the deputy magistrate, who was the village chief's brother, and now they found themselves without support. Your Honor, I refuse to accept this. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family, suppressing her pain, spoke up, her eyes blazing with fury. Your Honor, she was the one who struck me. Why do you not arrest her and throw her in jail? Is it because you find this little vixen appealing that you choose to protect her? Her words shocked the assembly, disbelief spread across their faces. How could this woman dare to address the magistrate in such a manner within the courtroom? Chapter 43 At the county magistrate's gratitude. The county magistrate was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening as he coldly declared, Impudent woman of the Tao family, not only have you slandered the innocent with your vile words, spreading malicious rumors and insults, but now, in this court, you have the audacity to defame the officials of the court, uttering baseless accusations at will. It appears that I have not only underestimated your guilt but also your audacity. He raised his voice, Bring forth the Tao woman. She has not only slandered her neighbors but has also publicly accused the officials of the court without remorse. For her blatant disregard for the law, let her receive 5 strokes of the board, followed by 5 days in jail, as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, the daughter-in-law of the Tao family was utterly stunned, terror flooding her heart, and only then did a sense of remorse begin to stir within her. Though her temper flared, she instinctively held her tongue, realizing the gravity of her situation in the courtroom. Instead, she cried out, Injustice, injustice, my lord, I shall never dare again, I beseech you, spare me this once. Despite her, 2 bailiffs seized her, forcing her down onto the board, while another, brandishing the punishment implement, loomed menacingly over her. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family felt her legs give way beneath her, and genuine regret washed over her. She should not have indulged in her impulsive behavior or spoken so thoughtlessly. The impending punishment would surely leave her in tatters, and the thought of imprisonment was unbearable. A fear enveloped her entirely as she began to tremble, tears streaming down her cheeks. My lord, spare my life. Have mercy. The entire Tao family knelt in supplication, yet the magistrate remained unmoved. His anger was palpable. This ignorant and coarse woman dared to spread unfounded rumors against a court official in public, revealing her audacity. Without a fitting reprimand, she would likely continue her malicious ways, potentially ruining many lives with her reckless tongue. Tao watched his wife endure her punishment with no trace of compassion. She had moved to the city due to her loquaciousness, which had garnered her the disdain of the neighbors. After a month of enduring their cold treatment and whispers behind her back, she had returned to the village. Little did they know that she would stir up such trouble, for the Tao family had never set foot in court before. Today, her actions had led them all here. Father, mother, second brother, third brother, she brought this upon herself. She deserves what she gets, do not plead for her, the magistrate has his rules, he cannot simply waive punishment because of your entreaties. Upon hearing their eldest son's words, the parents found some validity in his reasoning and rose to their feet. The family's livelihood depended on the eldest son's earnings from selling buns in the city, so they naturally heeded his words. Muyin observed Tauda, surprised by his lack of empathy towards his wife. However, it was evident that his wife's character was indeed irksome, it seemed even her husband had grown weary of her, or else he would not have remained so indifferent. The bailiffs commenced the punishment, and the sound of the first strike echoed painfully as the daughter-in-law of the Tao family cried out. Ignoring her cries, the bailiff continued relentlessly until the 5 strokes were complete. Exhausted and in agony, she could hardly summon the strength to protest, she could hardly believe that, having committed no theft or murder, merely speaking her mind as she always did would lead to such a fate. Had she known this would come to pass, she would have held her tongue. Once the punishment concluded, Taudu approached her, his demeanor cold as he spoke. Jiaofenfang, I warned you before that if you did not curb your tongue, you would inevitably suffer for it. Do you now believe me? Will you learn from this experience? Taudu was not genuinely inquiring, he was merely stating a fact. 5 days in jail is not an eternity, reflect on your actions. When you are released, I shall come to fetch you. With that, he called for his parents and younger brothers and departed. Jiaofenfang was left in disbelief. At this moment, she desperately needed her husband's support, yet he paid her no mind and simply walked away. In that instant, fear gripped her heart. Their relationship had always been strained. Taudu often criticized her for being overly talkative, accusing her of fabricating tales. She had always resisted his claims, leading to frequent arguments. Eventually, he ceased voicing such concerns and simply stopped speaking to her altogether, treating her as if he were mute. This only fueled her resentment and loneliness, prompting her to seek companionship with like-minded women. With tears of sorrow streaming down her face, Jiaofenfang was escorted away by the bailiffs. Muyin, having witnessed the conclusion of the affair, was about to speak with the village head when suddenly a young girl emerged from behind the court, her face alight with excitement as she approached her. Mu's sister, do you remember me? I am Chu Ning. Chu Ning had been watching from a distance, waiting for the right moment to approach, having refrained from interrupting the proceedings. Muyin recognized her immediately, exclaiming, of course I remember. How could I forget such a beautiful face? Chu Ning blushed at the compliment, smiling shyly as she replied, you are even more beautiful, Mu's sister, I recognized you instantly, but I held back because of the trial. Ah Ning, do you know this lady? The county magistrate, Xiaoningji, approached, casting a curious glance at the two. Chu Ning quickly took hold of Xiaoningji's arm, introducing him, Brother Ningji, this is the sister who saved me that day. Upon hearing this, Xiaoningji bowed deeply to Muyin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lady Mu, for your timely assistance. Ning informed me that had it not been for you, she might have faced grave peril. After she found me, we rushed to the inn, but regrettably, we missed you. It is a stroke of fortune that you have reunited so soon. Muyin concurred, feeling the serendipity of the situation. The girl she had aided turned out to be related to the magistrate. Their bond seemed quite profound. She smiled. You are too kind, my lord. It was merely a small act of kindness. There is no need for such gratitude. Chu Ning tugged at Muyin's sleeve. I heard there is a restaurant nearby that has been bustling with business lately, offering a variety of dishes. Shall we go together? The hour was late, and dusk was approaching, but in the county town, the populace did not retire early, and the tavern remained open. Very well, I shall not refuse, Muyin agreed readily. Ning, let me change my clothes, and we shall go together. It is not safe for two ladies to venture out alone. Wait for me, Xiaoningji said, his previous seriousness dissipating, revealing a boyish exuberance. Chu Ning nodded. Yes, do hurry, I will wait for you at the entrance with Mu's sister. Xiaoningji nodded eagerly and dashed off, his steps betraying the demeanor of a county magistrate. The village head was left in utter astonishment. Muyin had seemingly formed a connection with the newly appointed magistrate. His younger brother had mentioned that the magistrate hailed from an influential family in the capital, with an impressive background. Such a person now regarded Muyin as a lifesaver, truly remarkable. The village head remained rooted in place, and Muyin turned to him, calling out, Village head, are you not leaving? Do you intend to spend the night here? At her words, the village head snapped back to reality and hurriedly made his exit. Village head, would you care to join us for dinner? Muyin politely inquired. However, the village head, being perceptive, dared not intrude upon the occasion of dining with the magistrate. He shook his head vigorously. No, thank you, you all go ahead, I must check on how my son is faring at school. Muyin nodded, no longer concerning herself with him. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoningji re-emerged, clad in a deep blue robe that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. He was the first truly attractive man Muyin had encountered since her arrival in this world. Miss Chu, what is your relationship with the county magistrate? Muyin asked directly. Chu Ning blushed, replying, please call me Ning, Mu's sister. No need for formalities. I am betrothed to Brother Ningji, she added. Hearing this, Muyin smiled, you two make a lovely pair. Chu Ning grinned bashfully, then playfully remarked, I think so too, hee hee. Muyin was taken aback. Women of this era were typically reserved, yet Chu Ning appeared to be quite open and forthright. It seemed she had come here on her own, otherwise, a young lady from a prominent family would surely have attendants to protect her from harm. Chapter 44. Inviting Muyin to dinner. The three of them arrived at the Pang's restaurant. Although it was quite late, the establishment was still bustling with patrons. Upon seeing Muyin, the waiter hurriedly approached to greet her. Miss Mu, you have arrived. Please, come in, the place is quite crowded, allow me to escort you to the private room of the owner. Mu Yun nodded, thank you for your kindness. Xu Ningji and Xiao Ningji followed her up to the second floor. Once the waiter departed, Xu Ningji curiously inquired, Sister Mu, are you quite familiar with this place? Mu Yun smiled and replied, I wouldn't say familiar, but I am on friendly terms with the owner here. Soon after, the manager came over, warmly greeting the trio. Upon seeing Xiao Ningji, the manager was taken aback, though he concealed his astonishment. He personally attended to their order before quietly retreating. Xu Ningji could not help but rave about the dishes, exclaiming that even the fare in the capital city lacked such variety. She was genuinely astonished that such a small county boasted such culinary delights. Xiao Ningji shared her amazement. Having been in the area for 2 months, he was somewhat acquainted with the local affairs. He had heard of both the Pang's and Li's restaurants, noting their competitive nature. The owner of Li's had even sought him out through connections, but he had chosen to disregard the overture. To his surprise, the once struggling Pang family was now thriving, with their dishes both exquisite and delectable. In contrast, the Li family appeared to be floundering, their business rapidly declining, a rather intriguing turn of events. As the three dined and conversed, their topics mostly revolved around trivial matters. After they finished their meal, when Xiao Ningji attempted to settle the bill, the manager refused to accept payment. Young sir, there is no need for Miss Mu to pay for her meal. As her friends, this meal is naturally on her. If I were to accept your money, my employer would surely dismiss me tomorrow. Xiao Ningji chuckled, your words are quite amusing, dear manager. This restaurant is not owned by Miss Mu, it would be rather inappropriate for us not to pay. Please, do not stand on ceremony. It is business, and regardless of the guests, payment is due. The manager nodded repeatedly, you speak the truth, sir. However, Miss Mu is exceptional. Were it not for her, our restaurant would have closed its doors long ago. We would not enjoy such prosperity today, so we absolutely cannot accept her money or that of her friends. Xiao Ningji glanced curiously at Mu Yun, is this establishment your undertaking? Mu Yun chuckled, not exactly. I merely sold them a few recipes and offered some suggestions. The manager and Mr. Pang are kind-hearted and insisted on treating me with such hospitality. I am quite taken aback. Manager, young Master Xiao is quite affluent. Our earnings are hard-won. Please, accept the payment and do not hesitate on his account. Upon hearing this, the manager finally relented. Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony then. We warmly welcome you, sir and miss, to visit us often. Xu Ningji smiled, I will definitely return. I haven't had my fill yet. Mu Yun replied with a smile, very well, today you treat me, and next time I shall treat you. Xiao Ningji, you may head back now. I will return to the inn shortly and won't accompany you. Xu Ningji protested, Sister Mu, I have told you not to call me Miss Chu, I consider you a dear sister, you must call me a Ning, it sounds much more affectionate. As they became more familiar, Xu Ningji became increasingly talkative, her lively and innocent nature endearing to Mu Yun. Alright then. Ning. You both may return, I shall not see you off. Xu Ningji nodded, alright, Sister Mu, we shall take our leave. Are you staying at the same inn as last time? I will come find you tomorrow, and we can spend time together. Mu Yun sighed, I must return to the village tomorrow. When I next come to the city, we shall gather again. Xu Ningji's expression fell slightly, she had just made a friend she cherished, yet she did not reside in the city. Very well. Sister Mu, you must come find me next time you visit. She urged with concern. Mu Yun nodded, of course. After watching the two depart, the manager finally spoke up, Miss Mu, that gentleman is the county magistrate. We should not have accepted his payment. Mu Yun smiled, dear manager, you are mistaken, precisely because he is the magistrate, we should accept this payment. Some officials relish the advantage, seeking satisfaction from the facade of being flattered and indulged, yet Xiao Ningji is different. You articulated your reasons for refusing payment quite eloquently, yet he insisted on paying. I believe your words would not sway him, he has his own principles that cannot be easily overturned. If you persist, it may only provoke his displeasure. Thus, the payment should be accepted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the manager finally comprehended. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Mu. I had assumed you were unaware of his status. Mu Yun smiled, I have just come from the magistrate's office, naturally, I am aware. The manager was taken aback, then expressed concern, Miss Mu, have you encountered any issues? Should I inform the owner? Mu Yun shook her head, no need. It is nothing, I will return to the inn now, you may continue with your duties. With that, Mu Yun made her way to the inn alone. Chapter 45 of The Wrath of Mu Yun. Early the next morning, Mu Yun rose and strolled through the town, purchasing a few items for the children before taking a bullock cart back home. As she felt the jarring bumps of the cart, she set her sights on a new aspiration, to acquire a horse-drawn carriage. After a bumpy ride, she arrived at the village, disembarked, and collected her belongings as she made her way home. Along the route, passers-by cast curious glances her way. The news of the Tao family's report to the authorities had spread throughout the village, and everyone was eager to discern how the matter would unfold. Upon seeing Mu Yun return unscathed, speculation buzzed among the villagers, though none dared approach her with inquiries. Xiao Yun, you're back? Hurry home, trouble has befallen your family. Lu Yu, running breathlessly, suddenly spotted Mu Yun and shouted urgently. Her flustered demeanor sent a jolt of alarm through Mu Yun's heart. She rushed towards Lu Yu. Sister Yu, what happened? Is my family all right? With only 3 children and the frail Zizhu at home, Mu Yun's heart raced at Lu Yu's anxious expression. 2 men appeared out of nowhere early this morning and began to wreak havoc at your home. Your son, Yuan Bao, was clever enough to call for help. By the time the Chang and I arrived, the Chen family next door was already assisting and restraining them. According to Chen's wife, those two men intended to bully Zizhu, but thankfully, Chen's elder brother arrived just in time to intervene. The three children were also beaten. Muyan scarcely had time to absorb Lu Yu's words before she sprinted away, her figure disappearing in the distance. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she felt such fury and anxiety. Upon reaching home, she found a gathering of people in the courtyard. Mother! Mother! Aunt Yun! The 3 little ones rushed towards her, each wearing a face of grievance, their clothes caked in dirt. Mu Yang and Yuan Bao bore swollen faces, while Yuya appeared relatively unharmed, her clothing merely soiled. Mu Yun embraced the approaching Yuan Bao and Yuya, but when she noticed Mu Yang lingering back, she waved him over, her voice low but urgent. Come here, let Ajin take a look. At her call, Mu Yang finally approached, and Mu Yan gathered all 3 children close, scrutinizing them carefully. Where did they hit you? Speak clearly. Her tone was serious, then, softening, she added, Mother will avenge you. Yuan Bao pointed at his face, Mu Yang indicated his leg and faced Yuya, with a quivering voice, lamented, Mother, they threw me to the ground, it hurt so much. Hearing her daughter's plaintive tone and seeing her tear-filled eyes ignited Mu Yan's rage further. Do not fear, Mother is here. I will take vengeance for you. Lu Yu, panting, caught up from behind. De Chang was restraining one man, while another was being held down by a man from the neighboring family, accompanied by 5 or 6 onlookers. Mu Yan recognized them as the nearest family, though she was unaware of their surname and they rarely spoke, so they remained strangers. Sister Mu Yun, we have apprehended these 2 ruffians. Do not worry, Miss Zizhu was not harmed. Thanks to Uncle Chen's family, the 3 children suffered minor injuries. Only when Yuan Bao called for help, they heard him and rushed over to assist. We arrived as quickly as we could. Fortunately, nothing serious occurred. Mu Yan scanned the faces of those present and then expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Mu Yan is deeply grateful. Please allow me to resolve this matter before I thank each of you individually. Uncle Chen waved dismissively. We're neighbors. We could not stand by while someone bullied women and children. No need for formality. Chen's eldest son seemed unaccustomed to such earnest treatment and appeared flustered. Mu Yan proceeded to the kitchen, fetched some rope, and bound the 2 assailants. Then she addressed them. Now, I will ask a question, and you will answer. If you do not respond properly or refuse to speak, I shall break a bone each time. Let us see how you fare. At her words, the 2 men exchanged glances, evidently unprepared for such a turn of events. As they shifted their eyes nervously, refusing to speak, Mu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile as she pointed at one of their fingers. Then you shall go first. I ask you, why did you come to my house to attack? The man remained silent, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. He resolutely maintained his defiance, adopting an expression that suggested he was unperturbed by the threat. Crack! A sudden, jarring sound echoed, followed by the man's anguished wail as his pinky was brutally broken. Without uttering a word, Mu Yan had acted decisively. The ferocity of her actions left the onlookers in stunned silence. The other man, too, was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Mu Yan, as though he I'll tell you everything, don't break my finger, I admit my wrongs, I apologize, I repent. Mu Yan kicked the still howling man aside and approached the other one. All right, speak, I grant you the chance. My name is Zhang Daju, and this is my elder brother, Zhang Dayong. It was my brother who summoned me here. He said you had bullied his beloved woman, and he wanted to teach you a lesson, claiming you would be imprisoned and would not return, so we came to your house. Mu Yan furrowed her brow tightly. His beloved woman? Who is she? I don't know, I always listen to my elder brother, I do whatever he tells me, I have no idea who his beloved woman is. Mu Yan pinched his pinky, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I truly do not know. I am not lying, please don't break my finger, if you do, I won't be able to marry. Yet Mu Yan remained unconvinced, and with a swift motion, she broke his pinky, eliciting another scream from Zhang Daju. I really don't know. Why do you keep breaking my fingers? What I say is the truth, Mu Yan replied coldly, think carefully before you answer, or I shall proceed to your second finger. At her words, Zhang Daju became even more terrified. I guess it must be Widow Zhang, that's just a guess, I'm really not sure, please spare me, if you break my finger, I can't find a wife. Widow Zhang? A flicker of confusion crossed Mu Yan's eyes as she pondered when she might have offended such a person. Upon reflection, she recalled that the original owner had no dealings with Widow Zhang, not even a formal introduction. How could she have incurred her wrath? Mu Yan strode over to Zhang Dayong and seized him, then tossed him toward Zhang Daju. Zhang Dayong, is it? Tell me why you came to my home to attack. Zhang Dayong fell silent, turning his head away to avoid meeting Mu Yan's gaze. Ah, you refuse to speak, then I shall visit Widow Zhang and give her a beating, and expose her relationship with Xu Shang, not to mention your involvement. I am quite curious to see how she will react. At her words, Zhang Dayong's demeanor shifted dramatically. You wouldn't dare. Why are you so vicious at such a young age? Look at what you have done to her, you dare to attack her, and you have no regard for the law? Zhang Dayong was agitated and furious, his accusations absurd. Mu Yan retorted coldly, you come to my home to commit violence, and you presume to speak of the law? Her expression reflected her disdain. You may test my resolve. When Mu Yan is wronged, I will repay it 100-fold. Zhang Dayong, resigned, confessed, I acted out of concern for her and sought to avenge her. You may do as you wish, but do not trouble her. Elder brother, was it truly Widow Zhang? Did I guess right? Zhang Daju's astonished expression was almost comical as Zhang Dayong shot him a glare and barked, "Shut your mouth, you spineless wretch, do not ever call me elder brother again." Zhang Daju pouted, a hint of guilt washing over him as he turned his face away. "Very well, I shall deal with you first. As for this widow Zhang, I will settle accounts with her as well. That I am a person who harbors grudges. For every slight against me, I shall return it tenfold." With that, Mu Yun unleashed a flurry of blows upon Zhang Dayong. She was precise in her strikes, careful not to inflict any mortal harm, yet she ensured he experienced the most excruciating pain of his life. In the courtyard, only Zhang Dayong's cries and wails echoed. Uncle Chen's family stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed a woman exhibit such ferocity as Zhang Daju trembled at the side, too afraid to look at his elder brother being beaten. He curled into a ball, praying silently that Mu Yun would overlook him. Alas, his wish went unfulfilled. Chapter 46 Custom Furniture. Once Zhang Dayong had been thoroughly subdued, Mu Yun's gaze fell upon Zhang Daju, and she slowly approached him. Zhang Daju was nearly paralyzed with fear, desperately retreating. "Please don't hit me. I beg you, don't strike me again. I was wrong, truly wrong." Tears nearly filled his eyes, his heart brimming with terror. He had never felt such dread in his life. It seemed Mu Yun was impervious to his pleas for mercy, and without a trace of compassion, she unleashed her fury upon him, striking every viable target on his body before finally relenting. "This is your first lesson. Remember it well. Should you dare to provoke me a second time, your head will find itself in a new location. Now, you may leave." The two men, faces bruised and spirits broken, were in such agony that they could hardly walk, let alone roll away. Noticing their hesitation, Mu Yun cast a cold glance their way. "Are you not leaving yet?" Their battered faces concealed their expressions, but the helplessness and embarrassment in their eyes were unmistakable. In an instant, Mu Yun comprehended their plight and spoke again. "When I say leave, I do not merely mean to walk away. You are capable of rolling out. I am fully aware of the severity of my actions, and should you remain, you may find it impossible to depart at all." Upon hearing this, the two men hastily controlled their bodies and began to roll out. The scene was oddly humorous, though no one dared to laugh, for Mu Yun's expression was as cold as ice. "Mother, they look like two little caterpillars." The innocent voice of Yueya broke the tension, prompting a smile to grace Mu Yun's face. "Indeed, they do resemble caterpillars. Our Yueya is remarkably clever. I failed to notice it myself, perhaps because they are so unattractive that even caterpillars surpass them in beauty." The two men, now rolling toward the door, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and humiliation, wishing they could vanish into the earth. They had never experienced such embarrassment. They hastened their escape, rolling out of the courtyard in no time. Once they were out of sight, a faint smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. After inquiring about Ziju's condition, she expressed her gratitude to those who had assisted her. It was no surprise that two from Daqiang's family came to help Mu Yun, yet the arrival of Uncle Chen's entire family caught her off guard, filling her with gratitude. She had intended to invite them to stay for a meal, but Uncle Chen's family politely declined, citing their need to attend to their own matters. Daqiang and Luyu also expressed their intent to return to work, refusing to stay for a meal. Mu Yun did not press further, contemplating future opportunities to repay their kindness. Once everyone had departed, she meticulously checked the three children for any additional injuries. After confirming that they were largely unharmed, she finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed she could no longer leave them alone at home. Should any accidents occur, she would be left lamenting her oversight. She retrieved the snacks she had purchased and shared them among the three children before heading to the kitchen with Ziju. "Ziju, you were wrong today. I will make it up to you." After all, it was due to her that trouble had found its way to them. In this era, women held their chastity in the highest regard. Although Ziju had not been harmed, she must have been frightened, and Mu Yun felt a twinge of guilt. "Cloud sister, please do not say that. I do not require any compensation. I am your purchase maid, and you are always so courteous and kind to me. It is my duty to protect you. There is no need for recompense." Ziju's youthful face bore a maturity beyond her years, demonstrating her understanding. Mu Yun smiled, relieved that Ziju seemed unaffected psychologically. "Very well, then it shall not be compensation, but rather a reward." She presented Ziju with a couple of silver coins, considering it a form of recompense, separate from her monthly wage, which was not yet due. Ziju reluctantly accepted the coins. Mu Yun, unskilled in cooking, left the kitchen to Ziju while she stepped outside to supervise the three children as they practiced their stances. Once they had solidified their foundational skills, she could begin teaching them techniques. After breakfast, Mu Yun taught the three children to read and write. With the sun high in the sky, she was reluctant to head to the fields. There were still some sweet potato seedlings remaining, which she planned to plant once the sun had set. The sound of the three children reading aloud filled the courtyard, drawing curious glances from passing villagers, who were astonished by such a rare sound in their midst. The children were remarkably intelligent, able to remember many characters after just a single reading. However, memorization was not enough. They also needed to learn to write. Today, Mu Yun had intentionally purchased an additional set of paper and pens for Mu Yang, as she had previously completed the supplies for Yueya and Yuanbao. Yet, there was only one writing table at home, proving inadequate. Recalling that the Li family at the village entrance were carpenters, Mu Yun instructed the three children to continue reviewing their reading while she ventured out to request the crafting of several tables for them. A suitable writing surface was essential for learning to write. Upon arriving at the Li household, Mu Yun knocked and entered, finding the yard filled with wooden products, chairs, benches, and tables. Master Li appeared to be at work. He did not recognize Mu Yun but politely inquired what she needed. After assessing the craftsmanship of the items around her, Mu Yun was quite impressed by the exquisite quality. "Master Li, I would like to have a few tables made for the children to write on." "Are you able to do this?" Masterly nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face, neither overly enthusiastic nor indifferent. He asked, do you have any specific requirements? Mu Yun shook her head. No, aside from the tables, I also need a chair. However, it would be ideal if the chair could be height adjustable, so it can accommodate the children as they grow. Upon hearing this, Master Li's brow furrowed slightly. Adjustable, I have not come across such a design. Mu Yun was taken aback. Were there truly no height-adjustable chairs in ancient times? After a moment of contemplation, she explained, I mean a chair that can be adjusted to the desired height. You have not made one of these before, have you? Master Li shook his head. No, my family has been in the carpentry trade for generations. I have been a carpenter for nearly 30 years and have never seen such a thing. Mu Yun glanced around and asked, do you have paper and a pen? I can draw a sketch for you to see if it is feasible. Master Li nodded, if you can draw it, I can certainly make it, as long as I can understand your design. Curiosity sparked within Master Li. No one had ever mentioned such unfamiliar terminology to him before. He had innovated many things in his carpentry work, but the notion of a height-adjustable chair had never crossed his mind. After considering it, Mu Yun sketched the shape of a chair on paper and said, Master Li, I am not a carpenter, so I may not fully understand some aspects. I will bring this drawing to you for clarification, and you can see if it is something you can create. Though she could draw, she was unfamiliar with the mechanisms for the adjustable parts and could not illustrate them. Master Li nodded, standing beside Mu Yun as he attentively listened to her explanation. As they spoke, the door swung open, and in walked a young man, Chen Qingsong, the eldest son of the Chen family who had assisted her earlier that morning. Mu Yun was somewhat surprised to encounter him here. Master, I have arrived, he declared. Master Li acknowledged him and quickly said, Qingsong, come over here and take a look at this drawing the young lady has created. She is discussing a new method of construction with me, which I find quite intriguing. He then introduced Mu Yun, Miss, this is my only apprentice, Chen Qingsong. He has been learning carpentry from me for over 10 years and is quite skilled. Mu Yun smiled, I did not realize that Brother Chen is Master Li's prized pupil. Master Li looked puzzled, do you two know each other? Mu Yun nodded, we have just met. Brother Chen's family helped me immensely this morning. Given his apparent age, Mu Yun referred to him as brother. Master Li nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Chen Qingsong was somewhat reticent, particularly around women, and stood quietly by his master's side to observe the drawing. As Mu Yun continued her explanation, the three of them engaged in a lively discussion, generating a plethora of ideas. The more they conversed, the more inspiration flowed, revealing that many of the furniture pieces they had previously crafted could be transformed into more practical and aesthetically pleasing designs. After an extensive discussion, both Master Li and Chen Qingsong expressed their gratitude to Mu Yun, eager to bring their newfound ideas to life with great enthusiasm. Chapter 47 A foolish joke. Upon returning from the carpenter Li's residence, Mu Yun noticed that the sun had begun its gradual descent, and the weather had become less oppressive. She headed home with the children, carrying sweet potato seedlings on her back, intent on planting them in the fields. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the coolness of the evening invigorated her for the task at hand. Madame Zhang's land lay adjacent to Mu Yun's. Observing that Mu Yun was planting sweet potato seedlings and that the ones she had sown earlier were thriving, she felt a twinge of desire to follow suit. The soil in her plot had only recently been turned, originally intended for corn. However, given the poor yield of corn, the prospect of planting sweet potatoes, much tastier and more filling, tempted her greatly. Seeing Mu Yun busy with her planting once more, Madame Zhang approached, eager to inquire. Mu Yun, I see you are planting sweet potatoes, she greeted with a smile. Mu Yun nodded in response, yes, I found some free time today and decided to come out and plant. The expanse of land felt a bit overwhelming. While she aimed to complete the planting of her sweet potato seedlings today, a significant portion of the field remained vacant. She contemplated using a small section to plant some peanuts and perhaps experiment with watermelons, as this type of soil seemed promising for them. The only challenge lay in sourcing watermelon seeds, which remained a mystery to her. Mu Yun, I must say, you are quite clever to have thought of sprouting the seedlings before planting them. We had never considered such a method, Madame Zhang remarked, her face beaming with a blend of admiration and ulterior motives. Mu Yun chuckled, somewhat embarrassed by the praise. Oh, Madame Zhang, you flatter me too much. Madame Zhang, still smiling, continued, I too wish to plant some sweet potatoes, but I lack knowledge in this area. Could you kindly guide me on how to proceed? Rest assured, once the sweet potatoes are harvested, I promise you will receive my heartfelt thanks, and I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss, Mu Yun replied with a smile. Of course, I would be happy to share my knowledge. Please feel free to ask me anything, I am an open book. At this, Madame Zhang's eyes sparkled with delight. Really, Mu Yun, you are simply wonderful, you truly possess a heart of gold. Mu Yun could only laugh in exasperation, it's merely a matter of planting sweet potatoes. It is nothing extraordinary, Madame Zhang, please, spare me the compliments. Do return and procure some sweet potatoes for sprouting, you know how to do that, right? Madame Zhang responded eagerly. I have already bought sweet potatoes. As for sprouting, I can manage that with other vegetables, but I have not attempted it with sweet potatoes before, so I am a bit apprehensive, she admitted. As Mu Yun continued her work, she explained, it's quite simple. Just cut the sweet potato into several pieces and bury them in moist soil. Be sure to water them regularly to keep the soil damp. Within a few days, they will sprout. Once they do, you can reduce the watering, and after a few more days, they will grow into seedlings that can be transplanted into the ground. It's really quite straightforward. Madame Zhang nodded in understanding. Excellent. I shall try that. Is there anything else I should be aware of when planting? Mu Yun shook her head. No, just ensure you have some fertilizer on hand if the plants do not grow well. Contemplating the fertilizer, Mu Yun realized she needed to devise a method for its preparation. An expert had previously informed her that making fertilizer was quite simple. Although she struggled to recall the specific ingredients he had mentioned, she resolved to ponder this matter further once she returned home. If she could develop a suitable fertilizer, it would greatly benefit the people of this era, allowing for more individuals to enjoy ample food. Deep in thought, Mu Yun considered the necessity of researching fertilizer. She regretted not having made more detailed notes earlier. Fertilizer, what is that? Madame Zhang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Mu Yun, unable to provide a thorough explanation at that moment, simply replied, Madame Zhang, please focus on sprouting the sweet potatoes for now. I will share more information later. The process of making fertilizer is a bit complicated, but I will inform you once I figure it out. Madame Zhang nodded. Very well, I shall return home to sprout the sweet potatoes. Mu Yun, you carry on with your work. As Mu Yun continued, her thoughts lingered on the topic of fertilizer, and she quickened her pace, swiftly finishing planting the remaining sweet potato seedlings. Sitting in the field, she ruminated on the expert's words, pondering the elusive calcium phosphate powder, which was non-existent in this time. Most fertilizers were chemical in nature. She possessed a modicum of understanding on the subject, yet chemistry was a field in which she was utterly lost. However, she recalled that the expert had mentioned an alternative method of making fertilizer using tree leaves. By collecting and decomposing leaves and other organic waste, one could transform them into nutrient-rich organic matter. This method seemed simpler and required no monetary investment, although it demanded considerable effort. In comparison to other fertilizer production methods, Mu Yun deemed this approach to be the most practical for her current circumstances. With this in mind, she resolved to gather some leaves to conduct an experiment. Let us go home, Mu Yun called to the children, leading them back. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, she intended to venture into the mountains behind her house to collect leaves and begin her fertilizer experiment. Once home, she assigned the children to review their studies, reciting the three-character classic, while Zijou busied herself preparing dinner. Mu Yun grabbed her basket and headed toward the back mountain. Before long, she returned with an ample supply of leaves. Mu Yun, your family doesn't raise pigs or cows, so what do you intend to do with all those leaves? A neighbor asked curiously as she passed by. Mu Yun initially contemplated revealing her plan to create fertilizer but soon thought better of it, deciding it was wise to keep her intentions to herself until she had achieved results. I'm just gathering them for fun, Auntie. Do pigs eat leaves? I don't think they do they? She questioned hesitantly. The neighbor chuckled. Pigs don't eat leaves, but you can use them as bedding in the pigsty. In a few months, they will decompose into manure, which can then be used for farming. Mu Yun suddenly felt embarrassed. It seemed that every farmer utilized manure for their crops, and combining leaves with pig or cow manure for fermentation would yield even better results. How could she have been so foolish? Why had she not considered this sooner? After the neighbor departed, Mu Yun discarded the leaves and returned home with her empty basket. Zijou noticed her empty-handed return and curiously inquired, What happened, Sister Yun? Why did you come back without anything? Mu Yun sighed in frustration, plopping down on a stool in silence, feeling utterly foolish for overlooking such a simple solution. This was the first time Zijou had seen her. Mu Yun placed her hands on her hips and huffed in irritation. It's nothing, just frustrated with my own foolishness. Zijou looked surprised. How can that be? I think you are the smartest woman I have ever met, so please don't belittle yourself. Mu Yun felt exasperated. It wasn't that she was belittling herself, but rather she was lamenting her oversight. However, as the delightful aroma of Zijou's cooking wafted through the air, she decided to set aside her frustrations and inquired when dinner would be ready. Zijou replied, It will be ready shortly. With that, Mu Yun pushed her thoughts of fertilizer aside, focusing instead on gathering the children for dinner. Chapter 48 Gifts of Gratitude for the Chun family. The following day, after breakfast, Mu Yun made her way to Li the carpenter's residence. The master and apprentice worked with great efficiency, opting to craft chairs before tables. Upon Mu Yun's arrival, Li the carpenter was busy with other woodworking tasks in the courtyard. Upon seeing her, his face lit up with joy. Mu Yun, you're here. Come and take a look. This is the chair that Ching Song and I hastily produced yesterday. What do you think of its suitability? Li the carpenter's smile was genuine and radiant as he eagerly showcased the fruits of his labor alongside his apprentice. As Mu Yun approached, she observed Li demonstrating the chair's height adjustment feature, which was ingeniously controlled by a clasp mechanism. To elevate the seat, one merely needed to pull the clasp and insert it into the upper slot. The design was both safe and stable, and the wood was robust, clearly meant to endure for many years. Excellent work, Master Li, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. This chair is not only aesthetically pleasing but also highly functional, Mu Yun praised with a smile. Li the carpenter chuckled bashfully. Well, Mu Yun, I was hoping to create some of the ideas you shared with me for display and sale. Would that be acceptable to you? Of course, if you disagree, I shall not press the matter. His eyes were filled with both hope and apprehension, fearing she might decline. His nature was one of utmost integrity and rigidity. He held certain principles in high regard and would not easily stray from them. Without Mu Yun's consent, he felt a lingering unease. Mu Yun replied with a smile, Of course, that's perfectly fine. This is your craftsmanship. Feel free to sell it without seeking my permission. She was not so petty as to withhold acknowledgement for something that was fundamentally his skill. Upon hearing this, Li hurriedly insisted, That simply won't do. I must inform you, as without your input, we would not have created such pieces. These ideas originated from you. Mu Yun chuckled, even if I do not say anything, you would eventually discover it. You are, without a doubt, the most skilled carpenter I have ever encountered. Such minor matters can be unraveled with your own contemplation and exploration. Her compliments left Li feeling somewhat bashful yet elated. Inspired by Mu Yun's insights, he found himself brimming with fresh ideas, realizing that he could now discard his old-fashioned household designs in favor of entirely upgraded creations. You are quite the charmer, my dear. As a token of my gratitude, I shall not charge you for these 3 sets of table and chairs. I hope that should you have any new ideas in the future, you will share them with me. Mu Yun quickly countered, that is not acceptable, Master Li. This is your hard-earned money, I must compensate you, regardless of the circumstances, please do not be so courteous. Mu Yun felt that earning money was easier for her than it was for Master Li, and she had no desire to take advantage of him. The two debated the matter of payment for quite some time until Chen Qingsong arrived. Upon learning of their disagreement, Chen Qingsong interjected, let us do it this way, buy 1 set and receive 2 for free. This way, Master doesn't suffer a loss, and it also expresses gratitude for Mu Yun's assistance. Mu Yun, you need not feel embarrassed about worrying that Master might be at a disadvantage. Li the carpenter agreed, then let us proceed with that arrangement. 1 set will be 50 coins. Mu Yun sighed, Master Li, you truly are something else. Very well, thank you. Mu Yun conceded, recognizing his stubbornness. However, she thought to herself that this price was rather low. Such a fine set of tables and chairs for merely 50 coins. Master Li, isn't this a bit underpriced? I believe the quality of your craftsmanship is worth at least a tael of silver. Li the carpenter sighed, it's not worth that much. 50 coins is already considered expensive by many, there are plenty who cannot afford it. Reflecting on the economic circumstances of the time, Mu Yun understood, people were still too impoverished. Li the carpenter continued, before you came, I had already accepted other orders. I must complete those first, this one is merely a preliminary effort, the full set will take approximately 10 more days to finish. Mu Yun nodded, no worries, there is no rush, please take your time. I shall head back now, you and Chen Degu continue your work. Speaking of which, she had yet to express her gratitude to the Chen family. Tomorrow, she planned to take the children into town and look for something suitable to express her appreciation for their previous help. Upon returning home, Mu Yun began rummaging through the kitchen. In this era, presenting gifts typically meant offering food as the most sincere gesture. She prepared a substantial piece of lean meat, some sweet potatoes, a few snacks for the children, and a fine piece of cotton cloth. As evening approached, while it was still light out, she set off to the Chun household with her 3 children and Zijou in tow. Checking the time, she figured that they should all be back from the fields by now, and indeed, upon arriving at the Chen residence, she found the entire family just returning home. They appeared somewhat surprised to see her, and upon noticing the items she carried, Uncle Chen immediately understood the purpose of her visit. Uncle Chen, Aunt Chen, I wish to express my gratitude for your family's assistance the other day. Had you not arrived in time to intervene, things could have turned out quite differently. Please accept these as my tokens of appreciation. I hope you will not find them lacking, Mu Yun said as she placed the items on the table. Chen's eldest daughter-in-law, who gazed eagerly at the piece of cloth among the offerings, the light green cotton fabric would surely make a beautiful dress. She was instantly captivated, and the second and third daughters-in-law shared her enthusiasm for the fabric. Aunt Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly interjected, this is far too much, and far too valuable, you really shouldn't have gone through such trouble, it was merely a small effort on our part. Both husband and wife were simple folk who had never expected anything in return for their help. Moreover, the sheer quantity of Mu Yun's gifts, such a large piece of meat and fabric, was indeed quite generous. After much insistence, the couple reluctantly accepted her offerings. Once Mu Yun departed, the 3 daughters-in-law eagerly examined the fabric. They marveled at its smooth texture and found it irresistible. Aunt Chen, observing this, chuckled, you 3 should divide it fairly, ensure that each of you receives an equal share. Let us cook this meat for dinner tonight. We can all enjoy it together. The 3 daughters-in-law readily agreed. The eldest daughter-in-law, who remarked, this Mu Yun doesn't seem to fit the negative portrayal others have painted of her. I perceive her to have a good heart, though perhaps her temperament is a bit fiery. The second daughter-in-law chimed in, I agree. Those rumors are mere fabrications, such a beautiful young woman may have a strong demeanor, but it does not diminish my fondness for her. The youngest daughter-in-law teased, you must be enamored with the fabric she gifted you. Oh dear. You re-speaking nonsense, third sister-in-law. The 3 of them bantered playfully, causing Aunt Chen to shake her head and smile helplessly. Chapter 49. Into the fabric workshop. Mu Yun rose early, preparing her belongings and setting off for the city with Zijou and the children. They chose to stay at an inn, and after settling in, Mu Yun took them to a tavern. It was morning, and the place was nearly empty. After instructing Zijou to keep an eye on the 3 children, Mu Yun asked a young attendant to summon Pang Qingyun for a meeting. Pang Qingyun had been preoccupied with the affairs of the fabric workshop these past few days. Having just finished his breakfast and intending to head to the workshop, he was elated to learn that Mu Yun had arrived and hurried to the tavern to Miss Mu, you have finally come. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to come to fetch you myself, he exclaimed eagerly upon seeing her. We have woven a great deal of fabric, all of exceptional quality. Come, let me show you, and we can discuss the reopening of the fabric shop as well. Seeing his excitement, Mu Yun could not help but smile. Why the rush? Take your time. The business will not run away. Pang Qingyun chuckled sheepishly. Though he had not been in the best of health, he felt an invigorating surge of energy lately, as if he were brimming with vitality. Each day, he was filled with hope for the future, believing it to be bright and promising. Before meeting Mu Yun, he had been perpetually troubled, facing the relentless losses of his shop, with life seeming utterly devoid of hope. Sometimes, he wished to sleep forever, as waking meant confronting a multitude of worries. Unfortunately, he had even begun to struggle with sleep itself. Thankfully, all was well now. Indeed, I am not as composed as you, but I cannot help it. You, Miss Mu, are simply remarkable. I am in awe of your capabilities. With you by my side, I dare to dream of becoming the wealthiest person in Xia country, he jested, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Mu Yun smiled in return. Once we finish with the workshop and the shop, we can revive your other enterprises and then embark on new ventures. Pang Qingyun was even more thrilled by her words. Miss Mu, do you possess additional skills? I am genuinely curious. Mu Yun chuckled wryly. It is not something I can explain in a moment. Let us focus on our current tasks first. Come, let us visit the workshop. Pang Qingyun nodded, instructing the innkeeper to take good care of Zijou and the children before he led Mu Yun to a carriage bound for the workshop. The workshop was not in a remote location. It was merely a few kilometers from the city. In no time, they arrived. Upon disembarking, Mu Yun observed the workshop. A somewhat aged wooden door opened into a spacious interior, with the central courtyard filled with fabric drying in the sun. Surrounding the courtyard were various rooms where people were weaving, organizing threads, and so forth. Look, this is the fabric we have woven according to your methods. Isn't it beautiful? Mu Yun remarked, admiring the drying fabrics, which had a decent hue and a soft texture, though the colors were somewhat lacking in appeal. Recalling the dyeing issue, Mu Yun turned to Pang Qingyun. Where are the materials for dyeing? I would like to take a look. Pang Qingyun nodded and led her to the dyeing workshop through another door, entering a courtyard filled with large water vats and tall bamboo poles. The vats contained various dyes in shades of red, blue, and more. Are all the fabrics limited to these colors? Mu Yun inquired. Pang Qingyun affirmed, yes, these are the most common colors and sell quite well. Mu Yun felt that the colors were rather too bold. Is there nothing in lighter shades? I find these colors too intense. While they may suit the older generation, young ladies would not wear such vivid tones. Pang Qingyun contemplated for a moment. Younger women tend to prefer softer hues like pink, white, and green. We do have these options as well. Mu Yun recalled the refreshing pastel shades from modern times, various shades of pink, green, and yellow, colors that were more vibrant and translucent, creating far more beautiful garments. Please summon the dyeing master. I wish to converse with him. Pang Qingyun, slightly puzzled, asked, what is the matter? Is there an issue with the dyeing? Mu Yun shook her head. No, I simply wish to learn from him. Having experienced the complications of creating fertilizers, Mu Yun had become more cautious, not wanting to appear ignorant or foolish. She was well aware of dyeing techniques. In her previous life, Mu Qing had dyed her own fabrics and crafted her designs, from a single thread to exquisite gowns, making her creations unique and unmatched. As Mu Yun's good friend and partner, she had often observed this process, and over time, she had learned a great deal, even assisting Mu Qing with dyeing and design sketches during idle moments. Though Pang Qingyun found her request odd, he did not press further and summoned the dyeing master. The master, surnamed Lu, appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s. Upon hearing Mu Yun's intention to learn dyeing, he looked toward Pang Qingyun. Master Lu, you need not be concerned. Miss Mu is another owner of this workshop, equal in authority to me. You are to follow her instructions, Pang Qingyun assured him. After taking over the workshop, Pang Qingyun had mentioned that there were 2 owners, and everyone was aware of it, though they had yet to meet Mu Yun. Master Lu nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, but began to impart his dyeing knowledge to Mu Yun, who listened attentively. Yet determined to create beautiful colors, Mu Yun resolved to stay at the workshop for the next few days until she had produced new fabrics. Pang Qingyun, though initially reluctant, ultimately decided to remain with her, not wanting to appear lazy while she worked so diligently. Mu Yun remained to learn dyeing while instructing Pang Qingyun to fetch Zijou and the children. She quickly grasped the fundamentals of dyeing, but her primary goal was to concoct other dyes and develop new shades. After mastering the basics, she then focused on formulating dye solutions. Mu Yun's learning ability astounded Master Lu, who became more engaged and attentive in his teaching, shedding his initial reluctance. A business owner indeed learned swiftly. The formulation of dye solutions was intricate, and Master Lu began teaching her step by step. There was the technique of using fresh leaves, which was the simplest, merely crushing dyeable leaves to extract the juice, which could then be used directly for dyeing. Another method involved boiling the plant dyes that could not be directly extracted for their pigments, reaching the necessary temperature for dyeing. There were also fermentation dyeing and several other methods. Although Mu Yun had observed Mu Qing dyeing fabrics in her past life, the modern dyes differed from those of ancient times, necessitating her independent exploration and innovation. Her studies continued uninterrupted until Pang Qingyun arrived to call her for dinner. The children had been brought to the workshop, which was located in a suburban area surrounded by open grasslands, perfect for play. Zijou took the children for a stroll and returned just in time for dinner. After dining, with the evening still bright, Mu Yun decided to forage for dyeable plants and set off alone with a small basket up the mountain. Pang Qingyun had intended to accompany her, but Mu Yun, wary of his health, insisted he remain behind. Reluctantly, he complied. As she ascended the mountain, Mu Yun recalled the names of various dyeable plants. The path was adorned with an abundance of flowers and grasses. She collected any appealing specimens and filled her basket. By the time she reached the mountain summit, her basket was overflowing, yet she continued to gather more. She found that there were quite a few dyeable plants available, but if she needed a large quantity later, she would have to cultivate them herself. Wild plants, no matter how plentiful, could not supply the workshop's future demands. As her basket became too heavy to carry, she decided to descend. Upon her return to the workshop, and before darkness fell, she organized the collected plants into neat piles. After arranging everything, night had fallen. The following morning, she was nearly caught off guard when the workers almost swept away her leaves and flowers, having not informed anyone of their purpose. Fortunately, Zijou appeared just in time, recognizing their significance and preventing them from being discarded. Mu Yun awoke to find Zijou perched on a small stool, vigilantly guarding the piles of plants. Zijou, why are you sitting here? Mu Yun inquired. Elder sister Yun, these items were nearly swept away. I had to watch over them, or else others would think them useless and dispose of them, Zizhu replied hurriedly. Mu Yun, upon hearing this, expressed her gratitude. I genuinely did not consider that. I forgot to inform them. You did well, Zizhu. I am thankful and flattered by the praise. Zizhu smiled shyly. Mu Yun then instructed her to summon Pang Qingyun, and Zizhu hurried off to find him. Chapter 50. Researching. Dying. Pang Qingyun had just risen and, upon hearing that Mu Yun was looking for him, hurriedly dressed and made his way over. When he arrived, he found Mu Yun busily handling various leaves and flowers, and he curiously inquired, Miss Mu, did you go to the mountain yesterday specifically to gather these? What purpose do they serve? Mu Yun replied, I intend to conduct an experiment. Once successful, I shall inform you. I summoned you because this morning, someone nearly discarded my flowers and plants, mistaking them for weeds and thinking them useless. Therefore, please gather all the cleaning staff and convey my message henceforth. Any of my belongings must be cleared with me before being touched. Pang Qingyun nodded. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. He instructed a servant to promptly summon all the cleaning personnel, informed them of Mu Yun's identity, and relayed her message before allowing them to disperse. Mu Yun commenced her study of new dyes, categorizing the gathered flora to create dye solutions, then experimenting with mixing these solutions to produce refreshing, delicate colors. She prepared a dozen small batches of dyes in various shades, displayed them in the courtyard, and then cut numerous uncolored fabric pieces, dyeing them one by one before hanging them out to dry. At lunchtime, Pang Qingyun came to summon her and noticed the small fabric strips drying in the sun. The strips had yet to dry completely, revealing no discernible colors, leading Pang Qingyun to question, Miss Mu, what is the purpose of dyeing these small pieces of fabric? As Mu Yun was finishing dyeing the last color, she smiled and replied, just wait and see. In a couple of hours, you will witness the results. Though perplexed, Pang Qingyun chose not to press her further, seeing her confidence. It's time for lunch today. Your maid is cooking. She mentioned you enjoy her meals and that the kitchen staff here are not to your liking, so she took it upon herself to prepare food for you. Mu Yun chuckled, indeed, my Zizhu is quite the cook. Just a moment, this will be ready shortly. You may go ahead, I shall wash my hands and join you. However, Pang Qingyun did not leave but instead said, the Li family is beginning to take action against us. Just as one restaurant's business started to thrive, Li Xiaoping could no longer contain himself. If our fabric shop gains success, I fear it would drive him to desperation. He will not stand idly by as we rise but will surely resort to underhanded tactics to undermine us. Pang Qingyun had only just received the news that Li Xiaoping had sent someone to poison their restaurant's food, but the attempt had been thwarted. Mu Yun was not surprised. Competition in business was fierce, and it was not uncommon for unscrupulous individuals to resort to foul play. She remarked, no need to worry, we shall counter whatever tactics he employs. The restaurant's intent is merely to slander us by claiming our food is unclean. Just ensure that someone is watching the kitchen closely to prevent any unfamiliar faces from entering. Pang Qingyun nodded, yes, I have already given those instructions, and we have increased the number of guards at the kitchen entrance. Mu Yun agreed, that is excellent. Ensure that all staff are vigilant, only hire familiar individuals as waitstaff, avoiding any unknown hires. We should also keep customers away from the kitchen area. Generally, this will prevent any major incidents. Pang Qingyun nodded, I am merely concerned that if one restaurant's business can provoke such a reaction from Li Xiaoping, our other ventures may also face considerable challenges. Li Xiaoping seems to have connections, reportedly with the governor, and I fear that we may encounter trouble, especially since we have no ties to the local officials. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun recalled Xiaoningji and found it hard to believe that the shopkeeper had not informed Pang Qingyun about her dining experiences with Xiaoningji and Xuning. Pang, if you have something to say, please do so candidly. Since we are partners, it is best to communicate openly without any reservations. Pang Qingyun appeared somewhat embarrassed. I heard you dined with the county magistrate before, and I wanted to inquire about your relationship with him. If a situation arises, could we rely on that connection for protection? If we can cultivate a good relationship with the magistrate, we need not fear the Li family. Although the governor holds more authority, the current magistrate is not insignificant, and the governor must consider the magistrate's standing. Mu Yun did not respond immediately as she hung the last piece of fabric out to dry, then proceeded to wash her hands in the basin. I understand, she finally said, her tone somewhat vague, leaving Pang Qingyun puzzled. If it is too much trouble, there is no need to force it. I simply do not know the magistrate personally and cannot approach him without hesitation, otherwise, I would have done so already. Other merchants have mentioned that this magistrate Xiao is quite different from his predecessors, not easily bribed, making it difficult for many who wish to befriend him. Mu Yun dried her hands and walked as she spoke, no worry, I will handle it. This magistrate Xiao is an upright individual, he cannot be easily swayed by Li Xiaoping's attempts. Pang Qingyun nodded, that is reassuring. If we cannot bribe him, then neither can others, making it difficult for Li Xiaoping to execute any schemes. Mu Yun affirmed, precisely, so do not fret. After lunch, Mu Yun finally found some leisure time and accompanied the 3 children to play on the lawn outside. Mother, I wish to fly a kite. Can you make a kite? Yueya asked, her eyes sparkling with desire as she spotted a few children not far away flying kites. Mu Yun glanced over and noticed a group of maids and servants attending to several children as they flew their kites. Feeling a bit troubled, she replied, Yueya, I do not know how to make kites, how about I buy you one next time we go to the city? Yueya nodded obediently, not throwing a tantrum. Just then, they saw a kite flying over and getting caught in a large tree in front of them. Intrigued, Yueya looked on, and Mu Yang, noticing her excitement, said, Yueya, wait a moment. I will make one for you, I believe I can manage. Mu Yang was quite confident, recalling a vague memory of having made a kite before, though he could not quite remember with whom he had done it, the face he remembered was indistinct. In the distance, a child came running towards them, with a servant chasing after him, shouting loudly, "Young master, slow down, be careful not to fall." Chapter 51 of The New Companion. The chubby boy, a little boy, appearing around 4 or 5 years of age, came waddling over, eager to retrieve his kite, but halted upon spotting Mu Yun and her companions. "Who are you?" he inquired with a youthful voice, adorned with a haughty expression, his splendidly crafted attire revealing him to be a pampered young master. Mu Yun responded, "And who might you be?" With both pudgy hands placed confidently on his hips, the child announced, "I am Hu Tianxi." The name alone indicated his status as a treasured darling of his family, the characters for Tianxi clearly signifying the family's high regard for him. Soon, a servant rushed over, and behind him, 3 other children followed suit. "Little master, you mustn't converse with strangers," the servant admonished, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Yun and her companions. Frowning, Mu Yun felt a twinge of offense at his condescending gaze. They had done nothing to deserve such treatment. "Wait here, little master, I shall retrieve your kite from the tree," the servant said. Hu Tianxi nodded. "Go ahead." The other children scampered over, chattering excitedly as they called out Hu Tianxi's name, each striving to curry favor with him. Mu Yun observed the scene with a furrowed brow, then found it somewhat amusing. How could such a small child display such a myriad of expressions, one moment proud, the next frowning, then back to a haughty demeanor? Yuya curiously glanced at them, finding their interactions quite peculiar. "Tianxi, look at that little boy, he is quite handsome," one remarked. "Indeed, he is fair and chubby, with 2 little braids, so adorable." Another chimed in, and the children believed they were whispering, yet their voices carried clearly enough for all present to hear. Mu Yun chuckled softly, choosing to ignore them as she led Yuya and Yuanbao to a patch of grass to bask in the sun. "Little master, I can't reach it, and I can't come down. What should I do?" the servant cried out from the tree. Curious, Mu Yun looked up to see the servant precariously hanging from a frail branch, which seemed on the verge of breaking. The kite lay just beyond his reach, almost within grasp, yet he trembled with fear, too frightened to move. Hu Tianxi's tiny face contorted with impatience. "You can't even retrieve a kite?" "I'll have my mother sell you off if you can't." Upon hearing this, the servant was instantly filled with dread and hurriedly replied, "No, little master, I'll get it right away. I promise I can." Mu Yun felt no inclination to assist the servant, especially after his earlier disdainful look. Instead, she turned her attention to the impudent Hu Tianxi, saying, "Little Hu, at such a tender age, why do you possess such a temper? Such behavior is unbecoming and may render you unappealing." Hu Tianxi, oblivious to whom Mu Yun referred, pondered that little Hu seemed to be a name no one else held. As Mu Yun continued to gaze at him, he approached with a mix of indignation and confusion, asking, "Were you talking about me?" "Yes, indeed, I was referring to you." "Is it not acceptable to call you Little Hu, since your name is Hu Tianxi?" Mu Yun replied with a gentle smile. Hu Tianxi's round eyes reflected displeasure, his emotions evident. "I do not wish to be called Little Hu. It sounds dreadful. You may call me Hu Xiaoye instead." With that, his self-assured demeanor returned amused. Mu Yun furrowed her brow. Hu Xiaoye sounds rather unappealing. Little Hu is far more endearing. It evokes the image of a chubby, adorable child. However, Hu Xiaoye suggests a villainous figure. "Are you truly a villain?" Hu Tianxi shook his head vehemently. "I am not." Suddenly, a panicked scream erupted from the tree. The branch snapped, and the servant cried out in terror. Mu Yun frowned, witnessing the branch give way. In an instant, she darted beneath the tree, catching the servant by his clothing as he fell, and gently deposited him onto the ground. "What a trivial matter to make such a fuss over, a grown man, no less. You were so bold just moments ago when you looked at us." The boys stared at Mu Yun, wide-eyed in astonishment at her prowess. The servant, who had anticipated certain doom, was taken aback to find himself saved by someone he had previously looked down upon, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. Still clutching the kite, he quickly stood, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and, blushing, bowed to Mu Yun. "Thank you, Mississippi. I was indeed rude earlier. I hope you can forgive my insolence." Mu Yun gave him a dismissive glance. "I am naturally magnanimous, but those who are blind to others' worth are hardly worth my attention." The servant awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, miss, you were most impressive." With a huff, Mu Yun returned to her spot on the grass. "Little master, your kite," the servant said, handing it to Hu Tianxi. Hu Tianxi accepted it and declared, "Well done, I shall reward you with a silver coin when we return." The servant's face brightened at this. "Thank you, little master's chubby." Hu Tianxi turned to Yuya, asking, "Would you like to play with the kite? Let us have fun together." His invitation stirred a sense of dissatisfaction in Mu Yang, who quickly interjected, "Your kite is broken. My sister Yuya won't play with you. You should play by yourself." Hu Tianxi smiled as he approached Yuya. "So, you are called Yuya. What a lovely name. Is it the crescent moon that you're named after?" Yuya shyly nodded, feeling timid in the presence of strangers. Feeling overlooked, Mu Yang frowned and stepped in front of Yuya, blocking Hu Tianxi's view. "Don't stand so close to my sister. You'll frighten her. Step back." Mu Yang watched the children interact with amusement, finding their exchanges quite entertaining. Hu Tianxi, puzzled, asked, "Why would I frighten her? I'm quite handsome and not scary at all." Mu Yan struggled to suppress a laugh at his comment, almost bursting into laughter. Mu Yang, meanwhile, wore a look of disbelief, finding the chubby boy somewhat foolish. "Yuya, did I frighten you?" Hu Tianxi asked earnestly. Yuya shook her head. "He hadn't frightened her at all. She wasn't timid." "See, Yuya says I didn't frighten her. Are you her brother? Then we can play together. When Yuya flies the kite, you can join too, but she must go first." Hu Tianxi was quickly charmed by Yuya's adorable appearance, eager to play with her. Yuya's large, bright eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I fly your kite?" Hu Tianxi nodded eagerly. "Of course, we can play together from now on. I have many other fun toys." Yuya felt a surge of desire. She had never flown a kite before and was eager to try, though hesitant to use someone else's. Observing her hesitation, Muyun encouraged, Yue, if you wish to play, you may. Just be cautious. Tomorrow, I will have Uncle Pang buy you a kite in the city, and you can fly it whenever you like. For today, you can learn how to fly it with your new friends. With her mother's approval, Yue nodded enthusiastically. Alright, Mama. Hu Tianzi bypassed Mu Yang and took Yue's hand, leading her away. Mu Yang frowned once more at the sight. Mu Yan chuckled, addressing Mu Yang and Yuan Bao, you two go and keep an eye on your sister. They nodded and hurried after her. Zizhu chimed in, Sister Yun, I'll go along to watch as well. Mu Yan nodded, very well, come back and inform me of anything noteworthy. Once they had departed, Mu Yan returned to the fabric workshop to check on her research progress. With the sun shining so brightly, it should be dry by now. Chapter 52 The Mysterious Master of Zhuangzi. When Mu Yan returned to the courtyard, she found Pang Qingyun examining her pieces of cloth, one by one. Upon seeing Mu Yun, Pang Qingyun furrowed his brow and remarked, Mu Yun, come quickly and take a look. The colors of these fabrics are quite peculiar, and some have even faded. What are you working on? Mu Yun approached to inspect and was disheartened to see that the majority of the fabric was rather unattractive. Not a single piece caught her eye after a thorough examination. This one has a decent color. Look, Mu Yun. The last piece of cloth in Pang Qingyun's hand was a shade of blue, unlike the dull gray-green hues commonly found in the market. It appeared somewhat lighter yet possessed a vibrant quality. Mu Yun's eyes lit up as she eagerly snatched it from his hand for a closer look. It was not faded, and its quality seemed satisfactory. And nevertheless, the color was not particularly stunning. It required further refinement. At least she had achieved partial success, which brought a smile to her face. Holding the fabric, she sought out the green dye and began to concoct a new dye solution. Observing her actions, Pang Qingyun inquired curiously, Mu Yun, are you trying to create a new color? Mu Yun nodded, feeling increasingly confident and revealing her intentions. I believe the colors available in the market are too dull. I desire a hue that is more transparent and vibrant. If we can develop a new color, our fabrics will sell much better. Pang Qingyun was immensely impressed by her initiative. Despite her already remarkable abilities, she was still eager to learn and innovate. It was no wonder she excelled. Her brilliance stemmed not only from intelligence but also from her love of learning and dedication. Pang Qingyun promptly offered, if you need assistance, just let me know. I'll take care of the mundane tasks so you can focus on your studies. He felt that sharing their ventures with Mu Yun was a wise decision, as her industrious nature would surely lead their enterprise to flourish across the land. Mu Yun replied, there's nothing much, but if you return to the city tomorrow, could you please buy a few kites for Yue and the others? They saw some children flying kites and expressed a desire to join in. Pang Qingyun agreed, alright. Wait, where did they see those children flying kites? He asked, his tone curious. Mu Yun, while adjusting her dye solution, responded, it seems there is a village next door, where several children are playing. Pang Qingyun frowned and thought, I haven't seen the family living next door. They remain quite mysterious. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun felt a twinge of concern about the children playing there. Perhaps you should check on them. If they finish flying kites, call them back. It wouldn't be prudent to let them play with strangers. Pang Qingyun nodded, alright, you focus on your work, I'll take a look. After he left, he found 3 children flying kites with a chubby boy, but he did not encounter the family. Only a few maids and 2 young servants were present. Pang Qingyun suddenly inquired, but the maids and servants were tight-lipped about their master, not revealing a word. This only deepened his curiosity. Perhaps they were from a family with secrets, which would explain their reticence. Uncertain of the situation, Pang Qingyun did not allow the children to linger too long. They each had a turn flying a kite before he guided them back to the fabric shop. The chubby boy, Hu Tianzi, was reluctant to leave, having enjoyed his time with Yue and the others. Yue, Yuan Bao, Mu Yang, can we play together again tomorrow? I have many more games to share. Please come back, he pleaded. Childhood friendships blossomed quickly, and Hu Tianzi soon developed a fondness for the trio. However, Yuan Bao and Mu Yang found his numerous faults irritating. His temperament was rough, and he often shouted at others, which they did not appreciate. Yet, the chubby boy was so enthusiastic that they felt compelled to respond, albeit half-heartedly. You can come find us if you wish to play. We can't come to your house anymore, Mu Yang said. Hu Tianzi, puzzled, asked, why not? Mu Yang replied impatiently, just because, your family is too large, it's not enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianzi did not press further, stating, alright, then I will come to find you tomorrow. Watching them depart, Hu Tianzi felt a pang of regret. Tianzi, don't you want to play with us anymore? A cautious little boy asked, his expression tentative. Hu Tianzi frowned at them, you're no fun at all, you always cater to my whims, like obedient dogs, there is no joy in playing with you. At his words, the 3 boys' expressions darkened, hurt evident in their eyes. See? You don't even argue back when I say this, what's the point? Why do you insist on belittling yourselves? It's quite annoying. I detest your submissive demeanor, cowards like you are unworthy of my friendship. After shouting, Hu Tianzi's face flushed crimson. The 3 boys looked even more disheartened. No, we are not cowards. If it weren't for your privileged father, who would indulge you, do you think you're exceptional? You merely had the luck of a fortunate birth? Without your father, you are nothing. We wouldn't cater to your every whim. Hu Tianzi, you are ungrateful. One boy, unable to contain his frustration, finally exploded after spending several days at the Hu residence. They had been nothing but accommodating, yet Hu Tianzi's demands grew increasingly unreasonable. He would rather face punishment at home than endure this humiliation. Hu Tianzi was taken aback, not angry but astonished. Just then, a maid interjected, "Young Master Zhou, please mind your words. If you upset our young master, be wary of our matriarch's displeasure." The maid's haughty demeanor elicited a cold scoff from Zhou Ziru. "Let her be upset. I shall not serve any longer, I am returning home." With that, Zhou Ziru turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused and looked back at the other two boys. "Are you coming or not?" The two boys hesitated. One of them gritted his teeth and walked over to Zhou Ziru, while the other chose to remain observing this. Hu Tianzi instructed, "Fugui, have someone escort them home, I no longer need playmates." "I prefer to play alone." The young servant hesitated. "Young master, wouldn't this require the matriarch's approval?" Hu Tianzi's eyes flared with anger. "What do you mean, is my word not sufficient?" Fugui, feeling helpless, could only comply. The remaining boy, named Tang Yuan, was the shyest and least talkative of the trio. He refused to leave when Hu Tianzi called for him. However, Hu Tianzi's expression quickly softened. "Very well. Then we will all play together in the future. But my mother said every child is a treasure to their mother. If you stay here, what will your mother do if she misses you?" Tang Yuan's eyes filled with confusion. Mother, he had no mother, they said she had passed long ago. He only had a stepmother, not a mother. "My mother is not here, she will not miss me. Tianzi, I enjoy playing with you." Here, he could have enough to eat and wear decent clothes. At home, he had nothing and was often bullied. Therefore, he was unwilling to leave with Zhou Ziru and the others. Hu Tianzi did not understand. He had overheard Zhou Ziru express a desire to leave, longing for home and disliking both himself and the Hu family. Therefore, they quarreled to return. If they did not like it, why stay? He, too, disliked their company, as their smiles felt insincere and now, it seemed, they were all leaving. Perhaps his grandmother would not bring them back again, especially since he no longer desired their presence. Previously, his grandmother had invited them because he enjoyed their company. Now that he did not, naturally, she would not summon them again, allowing him to remain undisturbed in his own home. "Come on. Since you enjoy playing with me, we shall all play together from now on. Rest assured, I will not shout at you. I only yelled at them because I dislike them. But you are different. I do not dislike you." As the two children conversed, they gradually distanced themselves. As dusk descended, the workers in the fabric shop finished their tasks and began to retire for the night. While Mu Yun was in a drowsy state, she suddenly sensed something amiss. As though a strange sound was echoing, she rose to investigate, and the peculiar noise grew louder, resembling something crashing to the ground. Upon stepping out of the fabric shop, Mu Yun was alarmed to see flames engulfing the neighboring village where the children had played earlier that day. Her pupils dilated in shock at the sight of the inferno, and with countless lives potentially at stake, she had no time to ponder further. Hastily donning her outer garment, she sprinted towards the source of the blaze. Chapter 53. Rescuing in the flames. As she sprinted towards the manor, she beheld the inferno consuming every door and window, accompanied by the distant sound of galloping hooves fading into the night. It dawned upon her that this family had likely incurred the wrath of someone, resulting in their annihilation. Staring at the fiery blaze, Mu Yun felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She was at a loss as to how to rescue anyone. Perhaps, she pondered, all had perished, and the fire was merely the final act of a tragic play. Whoa, mother, please wake up. Mother, don't die. Woo Tang Yuan, what's wrong? Don't frighten me. Woo. Upon hearing the faint cries of the chubby boy from within, a flicker of hope ignited in Mu Yun's heart. The little boy was still alive. Unable to bear the thought of him being consumed by the flames, she felt a surge of urgency. There was no means at hand to extinguish the fire, and charging in without proper equipment would surely lead to her own demise, as her garments would ignite in the blaze. Her mind raced, and with no other tools at her disposal, she dashed back to the fabric workshop, swiftly retrieved a quilt, and hurried to the water vat in the courtyard to soak it. Her frantic movements disturbed the slumbering Pang Qingyun and Zijou. Both awoke and emerged to investigate, momentarily bewildered as they witnessed Mu Yun scooping water onto the quilt in the dead of night, their minds racing to the possibility of a ghostly encounter. Elder sister Yun, Zijou ventured, a hint of fear in her voice. Without pausing to address them, Mu Yun grabbed the soaked quilt and declared, "I'm going to fight the fire." With that proclamation, she vanished from their sight. Pang Qingyun, startled, hastily followed her outside, only to be met with the overwhelming sight of the manor engulfed in flames, causing him to gasp in shock. He quickly called for others to assist in the firefighting efforts. Mu Yun, swift as the wind, returned to the scene of the inferno. Draping herself in the quilt, she seized a sturdy stick and plunged into the burning building. Inside, the chubby boy, too overwhelmed by pain to cry out, grasped the grim reality that his mother and friends had perished. The servants, everyone was gone. He had narrowly escaped death by being hidden in a rice vat by his mother. Yet now, he too was on the brink of death. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, a thunderous noise resonated. He slowly raised his head toward the entrance, where he saw the door burst open, and a figure, indistinct in the flames, rushed in. Believing it to be his enemy, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. His eyes blazed with fury as he sought vengeance for his mother and dear friend through the haze. He scanned for anything that could serve as a weapon when a voice unexpectedly pierced the chaos. "Little fatty, how are you? Don't be afraid, I'm here to take you out." Mu Yun, separated from Hu Tianzi by a beaded curtain, found the beam above them ablaze and blocking her path. Hu Tianzi stared at her, his eyes wide with astonishment, tears brimming. "I am scared, I don't want to die. Woo, auntie, please save me." Woo. The chubby boy's voice was hoarse, punctuated by painful sobs. Despite the agony in his throat, he yearned to implore Mu Yun for rescue. In that moment, he was no longer the proud child he had been during the day. He resembled a destitute puppy, his soiled face framed by large, tear-filled eyes that shone with a flicker of hope. Mu Yun's heart softened with compassion. She slowed her voice. Do not fear, I will get you out for now. Stay silent, hold your breath, and try not to inhale the smoke. It will harm your throat. Observing the fire in the middle of the curtain, she assessed the ceiling to ensure it wouldn't collapse before she pushed aside the burning timber with her stick. Wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, she leaped into the fray. She swiftly scooped up the chubby boy, and upon feeling his weight, she realized it would be difficult to run with him in her arms. Thus, she resorted to carrying him on her back. Climb on, I'll carry you out, she urged, crouching down to him. Once he was secured, she draped the quilt over both of them and jumped back through the beaded curtain. However, the flames outside roared fiercely, hindering her escape. Anxiety gripped her heart. She couldn't perish here. What would become of the three children? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, water suddenly cascaded in from outside. Mu Yun, are you there? Mu Yun, elder sister Yun, please say something. The anxious voices of Pang Qingyun and Ziju reached her ears. Hearing them was a balm to her troubled spirit. Salvation was at hand. Pour water at the middle door. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Mu Yun shouted towards the outside. Turning back to Hu Tianxi, she asked, Little Hu, is anyone in your family still alive? The chubby boy shook his head, realizing she couldn't see him. He choked out. No, all had perished. He alone had escaped detection, hidden away by his mother. Mu Yun felt at a loss for words. Now was not the time for consolation. As the fire subsided slightly, she instructed the chubby boy to hold tightly to her neck before dashing out. Upon witnessing Mu Yun emerge safely, Pang Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Next time you rescue someone, at least inform us first, so we can devise a safer plan. You must be cautious, your own life is at stake, he admonished, his voice rising with genuine concern. After spending these days together and receiving her aid, he had come to regard Mu Yun as a true friend. If anything were to happen to her, it would not only jeopardize his business but also burden his heart with sorrow. Zijou's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly convinced that Mu Yun had perished in the flames. Elder sister Yun, you terrified me. Mu Yun smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, your elder sister Yun is invincible. Nothing will happen to me. Setting the chubby boy down, she realized he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. With a sigh, she lifted him once more. Let us go, we must return, the fire is of no concern. Its origins are suspicious, and should it be extinguished, it may provoke further trouble. Upon hearing this, Pang Qingyun nodded and instructed the others to refrain from extinguishing the flames. The group then made their way back to the workshop. With no physician available to tend to the chubby boy, Mu Yun carefully examined him, concluding that he had sustained no injuries. The fainting spell was merely a result of smoke inhalation combined with emotional distress. Finding an empty room, she settled him there and instructed Zijou to clean him up and fetch fresh clothing to change into. After ensuring everything was in order, Mu Yun stepped outside to survey the manor across the way, where the flames had intensified. In this countryside, apart from the manor, only the fabric workshop remained. The fire raged on until dawn, and early in the morning, Pang Qingyun sent someone to report the incident to the county office. When the chubby boy awakened, he was no longer in danger. However, he refused to speak, remaining silent. Mu Yun summoned the three children, offering them words of encouragement before allowing them to keep the chubby boy company. When the officials arrived, Mu Yun encountered Xiaoningji once more. Seeing her surprised him as well. After exchanging greetings, they fell into silence. Xiaoningji began to investigate the manor's affairs but discovered that no one knew to whom it belonged. After a round of inquiries yielded little information, they could only turn to the workers at the fabric workshop, who were oblivious to anything beyond weaving and dyeing cloth. Noticing Xiaoningji frowning in concentration, Mu Yun contemplated before speaking. This family is likely surnamed Hu. Xiaoningji looked at her in astonishment. Miss Mu, you know, Pang Qingyun assumed Mu Yun was about to reveal the chubby boy's identity, but she merely explained, yesterday, a few of my children played with the young master of this manor for a short while. The child introduced himself as young master Hu, so their family must be the Hu family. If Xiaoningji could uncover the identity of this Hu family, Mu Yun would be able to arrange for the chubby boy a safe return home. In the absence of knowledge, she was reluctant to disclose his identity or expose him, for fear of inciting further retaliation that could cost him his life. The chubby boy, already bereaved of family, was pitiable enough. Mu Yun could not bear the thought of subjecting him to further danger. Chapter 54 The annihilation of the entire family. Upon hearing that surname, Xiaoningji instinctively recalled the magistrate Hu Wei from the neighboring county, though he quickly suppressed the thought. Despite the relatively short distance between the two counties, it was improbable that the Hu family would venture here to purchase a manor, especially since their own region was not lacking in such properties. Furthermore, it was rumored that this Hu magistrate had a penchant for extravagance, thus, it seemed unlikely that he would take an interest in such a remote locale. The house had been utterly consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind, save for a multitude of hoofprints leading westward. Did you hear no commotion at all last night? With a fire of such magnitude, it is inconceivable that there was no noise, Xiaoningji inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the group, his gaze sharp and imposing. This unexpected fierceness caught Mu Yun off guard. She had not anticipated him to possess such a commanding demeanor, truly embodying the authority of an official. Were it anyone else, they might have faltered under the scrutiny, but both Mu Yun and Pang Qingyun possessed commendable fortitude, revealing no signs of trepidation. Pang Qingyun replied earnestly, No, we retired quite early, and it was only upon emerging into the courtyard that we detected the scent of charred remnants. Upon investigation, we discovered that the fire had erupted across the way. Although it was nearby, the manor is still a considerable distance from our workshop, and any disturbances would likely not carry over. Xiaoningji gazed toward the workshop across the way, indeed noting the distance. It was not particularly close. The vast number of hoofprints heading westward indicated that this fire was no ordinary blaze. The entire household of the manor had perished, certainly not from the flames but rather from murder, followed by arson. The evidence suggested that this fire had no connection to the workshop, hence Xiaoningji's inquiry was merely casual. He had no genuine suspicions. Xiaoningji departed soon after, leaving Mu Yun to return to the workshop. She contemplated visiting the city in a couple of days to seek out Chu Ning for some leisure and to gather information. To her surprise, the very next day, Chu Ning arrived unannounced. Shouting she had arranged for her a maid and 2 guards, and the 4 of them arrived at the workshop in a carriage. Upon learning that Chu Ning was seeking Mu Yun, Pang Qingyun cast a curious glance in her direction and promptly summoned Mu Yun. Mu Yun was still engrossed in her experiments, awaiting the results of her latest endeavor. When she heard a young lady was looking for her, she was puzzled, unable to ascertain who it might be. However, upon stepping out to find Chu Ning, she was momentarily taken aback. "Ah Ning, what brings you here?" Chu Ning exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to grasp her hand. "Sister Mu, you've come to the city and not sought me out for amusement. You have not kept your word." Mu Yun sighed in exasperation. "I have been occupied, you see. I intended to visit you once the matters at the workshop settled down, but I didn't expect you to arrive first." Mu Yun led Chu Ning to her dying yard, noting her maid's constant presence. With a smile, Mu Yun suggested, "Your maid must be weary standing there, let her take a moment to rest outside, there are refreshments and some fruit in the front yard." The maid quickly protested, No, miss, I am not tired." Chu Ning replied with a laugh, "It's quite all right. Go and enjoy yourself, I wish to converse with Sister Mu." The maid hesitated briefly before nodding and stepping outside. As Mu Yun and Chu Ning engaged in light-hearted conversation, Mu Yun remarked, "Yesterday, when Lord Xiao was investigating the case, I assumed you would come, but it seems you were absent. Given your close bond, I thought you would always be together." Mu Yun's teasing made Chu Ning blush sweetly, and after a shy smile, she explained, "We usually are together, but yesterday he felt this place was too far and worried I might tire, so he did not allow me to accompany him." Mu Yun observed the bliss evident on her face and couldn't help but smile in return. One would not expect such tenderness from Lord Xiao, given his stern demeanor. Yet, it appears he possesses this considerate side reserved solely for you, one that others may not perceive. Chu Ning, with a charmingly bashful smile, responded, "Oh Sister Mu, why do you always jest at my expense?" Mu Yun chuckled, "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you further. By the way, has Lord Xiao uncovered the truth behind the arson at the manor? Who could be so ruthless as to annihilate an entire family? I hardly slept last night, fearing I might meet a similar fate." Chu Ning quickly interjected, "Oh, don't say such ominous things, Sister Mu. You have not wronged anyone, who would wish you harm?" Leaning closer, Chu Ning whispered, "The owner of the manor is named Hu Wei, the magistrate of the neighboring Tianhe County. Living there were his wife and son, while Hu Wei and his mother, old Madame Hu, who resided elsewhere, were also slain. The Hu family's residence was set ablaze, leaving no trace behind. It is utterly impossible to ascertain any clues regarding this incident." Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. A magistrate's family was involved, and that was no trivial matter. They must have offended a powerful figure, or perhaps they knew too much and were silenced. How ruthless indeed. Mu Yun felt relieved that she had not disclosed Hu Tianxi's existence. Otherwise, if the perpetrator to wipe out an entire family, what enmity could provoke such barbarity? It is simply monstrous. Mu Yun exclaimed, feigning shock as she criticized the situation. Chu Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is appallingly brutal. Although this Hu magistrate was no saint, the murder of an entire family is an excessive atrocity. Curiosity piqued, Mu Yun inquired, in what manner was this Hu magistrate not a good person? Was he corrupt or something else? Chu Ning lowered her voice as she recounted the numerous misdeeds of the Hu family. The family was notorious for their tyrannical behavior, with the matriarch doting excessively on the only grandson, demanding the impossible. Furthermore, Hu Wei, as a magistrate, abused his power, oppressed the common folk, engaged in corruption, and turned a blind eye to the suffering of the populace, truly a villain beyond redemption. Mu Yun had not anticipated the depths of depravity within this portly boy's family, yet it made sense. After all, his arrogance and temper were likely influenced by such a toxic environment. However, she believed the boy himself was not inherently bad. Should she later discover otherwise, she would have to discard him. Thus, it stands to reason that this Hu magistrate deserves the most severe punishment, Mu Yun asserted, for she harbored a deep disdain for officials who oppressed the people. While corruption was commonplace among officials, it was the cruelty toward the populace that crossed the line. Without the people, how could they hold their positions? Chu Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiment. However, the family members do not deserve such a fate. The entire household has been eradicated, which is truly tragic. Mu Yun concurred, yes, it is indeed a tragedy. As she spoke, she inadvertently raised her head and caught a glimpse of the portly boy through the crack in the door, prompting an immediate sense of embarrassment. Chapter 55 Enlightening the chubby boy. Upon overhearing disparaging remarks about his father, Mu Yun found herself at a loss for expression. The chubby boy had just lost his entire family, and hearing such things about his father must have stirred some thoughts within him. Mu Yun set down the cloth strip in her hand and turned to Chu Ning, saying, I shall step outside to fetch something, please wait for me here. Chu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. As Mu Yun rose, the chubby boy bolted away. She pursued him, only for him to dart into a room and lock the door behind him. With a sigh of resignation, Mu Yun called out, Xiao, I was not speaking ill of your father. I was merely inquiring for information. I said that on purpose, so please do not be upset. Inside, Hu Tianzi remained silent, having not spoken a word for the past 2 days. Hearing their mother's voice, Yuan Bao and the others rushed in. Spotting Mu Yun standing at the door of Hu Tianzi's room, Yuan Bao asked, Mother, what is the matter? Mu Yun had previously informed the 3 children that Hu Tianzi and his family had suffered a calamity, urging them to show him more care during these trying days. Consequently, Yuan Bao and Mu Yang had been particularly considerate towards Hu Tianzi at this moment. They worried that something had happened to him. With a hint of exasperation, Mu Yan reassured them, it is nothing serious. Just keep an eye on him and show him some kindness these days. The three children nodded in agreement. Mu Yan called out again, Xiao, you are no longer a mere child. You should be able to comprehend. I spoke as I did solely to inquire about your family's situation, not to speak ill of your father. Please do not let anger consume you. It will only harm your health, and the one who suffers will be you. I shall return to my tasks, let Yuan Bao and the others keep you company. After Mu Yun departed, Yuan Bao and Mu Yang exchanged glances. Yuan Bao then knocked on the door, calling out, Hu Tianzi, why are you angry with my mother? What did she say? Tell me so I can help you analyze it and see if you have any reason to be upset. Yuya could not help but interject, Brother Tianzi, why not open the door so we can have a proper conversation? My mother always said that misunderstandings should be resolved promptly, lest they fester and damage our relationships. Mu Yang added, Aunt Yun once said that a man must be courageous. When faced with challenges, he must confront them rather than hide away like a coward. His throat, having improved somewhat after taking medicine, remained closed. He simply did not know what to say. The thought of his father and grandmother being gone filled him with unbearable sorrow. He was not angry with Mu Yun, rather, the weight of his loss overwhelmed him. His father and grandmother had perished, leaving him utterly desolate. Though he understood that his father was not a good official, he could not bring himself to resent him. His father had always treated him well, played with him, and bought him delicious treats. He had loved his father and grandmother dearly, despite others' negative opinions, but now, with his mother gone, and his father and grandmother too, he felt utterly alone. The mere thought of this drove Hu Tianzi to weep uncontrollably. Woo father grandmother woo. Hearing his cries, Yuan Bao and the others grew anxious outside. Hu Tianzi, please do not cry. If something troubles you, share it with us. We will help you. Please stop crying. Brother Tianzi, if you come out, I will give you some sweets. Eating something sweet will surely ease your tears. A man ought not to cry, Hu Tianzi. If you are a true boy, you should not only weep. The chubby boy ignored their words, continuing to cry. The three, feeling helpless, could only sit at the door and wait for him to compose himself. After an indeterminate amount of time, his sobs gradually subsided. Hu Tianzi, believing the outside voices had faded, stood up to open the door. To his surprise, he was met with the sight of Yuan Bao and the others sitting in a row at the threshold. Upon hearing the door open, the three children turned around, and upon seeing Hu Tianzi emerge, they immediately rushed toward him. Brother Tianzi, are you all right? Yuya asked with concern, noticing the tear-streaked face of Hu Tianzi. She took out a small handkerchief her mother had bought for her and offered it to him to wipe his face. Brother Tianzi, do not be sad. I will speak to my mother and ask her if you can live with us from now on. That way, you will have family again, all right? Mu Yang, observing Yuya tending to Hu Tianzi, felt a pang of jealousy. Crying, and more crying. He only knows how to weep, and now he needs a girl to wipe his tears. How shameless. Hu Tianzi was comforted by Yuya's warm gesture, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart, only for it to be interrupted when Mu Yang snatched the handkerchief from her hand. Yuya, let me help him. You are so short that it must be exhausting to stretch up on your toes. Pushed aside, Yuya glanced at Mu Yang and then at herself, realizing that indeed, the others were taller. Feeling slightly indignant, she pouted, I will eat more food and grow taller. Mu Yang, you are annoying, I am not short. Seeing Yuya upset, Hu Tianzi could not help but reassure her, I also think Yuya is not short. Other children your age are not as tall as you. Mu Yang rolled his eyes at Hu Tianzi, aren't you supposed to be sad, how can you still focus on such things? He then pocketed Yuya's handkerchief, saying, the handkerchief is now dirty with Hu Tianzi's snot and tears. It is too filthy, I will wash it properly before giving it back to you. Hu Tianzi, feeling indignant, protested, I do not have snot, I do not. Mu Yang, you are talking nonsense. The chubby boy's sorrow dissipated as he engaged with them, and Yuya beamed, it is all right. Brother Tianzi is still a child, and it is normal for children to cry and get snotty. I do not mind, the handkerchief will be clean after a wash. Mu Yan, however, did not want Yuya to touch such a dirty item and insisted on washing it himself. In truth, he wanted to get her a new handkerchief, but he lacked the funds. Finally, a smile broke through Hu Tianzi's round face, thank you, Yuya. Seeing him willing to come out and no longer crying, Yuan Bao shifted the topic, Hu Tianzi, I just saw 2 crickets outside on the lawn, but I do not know how to catch them. Would you like to go look? You know how to catch them, don't you? Hu Tianzi nodded, he used to catch crickets frequently and was quite skilled at it. The 4 children promptly set off together to catch crickets. Zijou had been watching from the sidelines. When not cooking, her role was to supervise the 3 children. Seeing them all outside and Hu Tianzi in a better mood, she went to inform Mu Yan before stepping back out to keep an eye on the children. Xu Ning had yet to leave, expressing her curiosity about the dyed fabric Mu Yan was working on, as she had little to entertain herself with at home and did not wish to return just yet. This was not Mu Yan's first attempt. After the cloth strips dried, the refreshing and tender green hue gradually revealed itself, filling her with delight. She had indeed managed to develop a new color. How splendid! Xu Ning, witnessing the vibrant green for the first time, was equally impressed. It was neither dull nor old-fashioned, it was bright and exuded a youthful charm, unlike the greens typically found in the market that seemed ill-suited for young girls. Sister Mu, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to create a new color. How did you do it? You are amazing. Xu Ning found it utterly fascinating and incredible that Mu Yan could invent a new hui. Mu Yan hurriedly replied, wait a moment. I will fetch some new fabric to dye. Our new fabric will look even better with this color, it's bound to be exquisite. Eagerly, Mu Yun dashed off to find a piece of new fabric, then prepared another batch of dye using this. Peng Qingyun had returned to the city earlier that afternoon and was not present at the moment, leaving only Mu Yun and Chu Ning in the courtyard. Upon learning of Mu Yun's new color, Master Lu, the dyer, was curious and followed suit. He held considerable skepticism about Mu Yun's ability to produce a new color. While he acknowledged her intelligence, he believed it was not so simple to create a new shade. Master Lu, you have come at just the right time. This cloth has been dyed, please assist me in hanging it out to dry, Mu Yun said. Master Lu questioned, have you truly dyed it already after such a short time? Chapter 56, Trouble at the Tavern. Mu Yun devised a rather rudimentary timer to meticulously record the duration of each dyeing process as well as the drying time. She discovered that this timing was of paramount importance. However, in this age, there were no watches or similar devices to tell time. Thus, she fashioned a simple apparatus that solely tracked the elapsed time from start to finish. At this moment, the time had arrived. The fabric strip she had just used was reliant on this timing. She had documented the dyeing duration for each piece of fabric, resulting in a substantial collection of manuscripts. Trust me, Master Lu, you shall witness the results shortly, Mu Yun assured him. Although Master Lu harbored some skepticism regarding the efficacy of her methods, he was encouraged by Mu Yun's confidence and eagerly assisted her in hanging the fabric to dry. After stretching the lengthy strips across several poles and securing them, the three of them settled down to wait. Fortunately, the sun was shining brightly, complemented by a gentle breeze. After half an hour, the fabric should be dear white. As Master Lu observed the thick pile of manuscripts Mu Yun had produced, he acknowledged her hard work, saying, my dear, you did not embark on this venture merely to learn the art of dyeing fabrics. Rather, you aimed to develop new hues, did you not? At that moment, realization dawned upon him. Chu Ning was taken aback. Sister Mu, are you the proprietor of this fabric shop? Mu Yun nodded, yes, in a sense. I am a partner with Boss Pang, thus I consider myself half a proprietor. After explaining this to Chu Ning, Mu Yun turned to Master Lu and remarked, the colors currently available in the market have become rather stale. I aspire to create some innovative hues, which would undoubtedly enhance our shop's business prospects. Master Lu, as an experienced dyer, you too could explore the creation of new colors. You may peruse my manuscript. Should you manage to develop a new hue, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver for the first color, 300 for the second, and 500 for the fourth. The more colors you create, the greater your reward. Master Lu chuckled ruefully. Though the prospect of such rewards was enticing, he understood the limit. Developing new colors is not a simple task. Mu Yun smiled and replied, if I can do it, then surely you can as well. Have a bit more confidence in yourself, Master Lu. With a resigned smile, Master Lu responded, let us first see how your color turns out. He remained skeptical of Mu Yun's ability to create new colors, lacking faith not only in her but also in himself. Thus, the three of them sat in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation as they awaited the drying of the fabric. After approximately half an hour had passed, the colors of the fabric began to reveal themselves. Under the sunlight, the cool green fabric shimmered with brilliant reflections, reminiscent of tender green shoots in the sun, translucent and glistening, pleasing to the eye. Both Master Lu and Chu Ning were left in awe. They hurried over to examine the drying fabric closely. The stunningly vivid and translucent colors were truly breathtaking. Chu Ning reached out to gently touch the material, finding it soft, smooth, and delicate, surpassing even the finest silk she had encountered. Sister Mu, what kind of fabric is this? It feels so soft and silky. Though Chu Ning had seen exquisite fabrics before, she had never encountered such a captivating color. Mu Yun named this fabric Huanhua brocade, as its patterns resembled the splashes of water when stirred, hence the name. This is a new product, called Huanhua brocade. If you like it, I shall gift you a piece. Chu Ning quickly waved her hands, that is not appropriate, I can purchase it, I cannot accept such a gift from you, Sister Mu. If anyone should be giving, it should be me bestowing a gift upon you. Master Lu examined the fabric meticulously for some time before expressing his excitement, my dear, I too wish to explore the creation of new colors. Your hue is exquisite, truly admirable. Master Lu, inspired by Mu Yun, felt a surge of ambition to experiment with new colors. Mu Yun had intended for Master Lu to attempt the formulation of new hues. It was not an insurmountable task, merely a matter of daily experimentation until the right color was achieved. Once the fabric had dried completely, Mu Yun prepared to return to the city, intending to share the dyeing formula with Master Lu so he could continue his work. She took the dyed piece and boarded Chu Ning's carriage to head back to the city. The carriage felt a bit crowded with so many people. It was Chu Ning's first encounter with Mu Yun's two children, and she instantly took a liking to them. Yueya and Yuanbao were quite striking, their features delightful, resembling cherubic figures from a painting. However, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Yuanbao's face, though she could not pinpoint its source, leaving her somewhat perplexed, which she chose not to dwell on. Sister Mu, why are you bringing so many children with you? Chu Ning assumed there were only Yuanbao and Yueya, not realizing there were two other boys as well. It seemed improbable for Mu Yun, at her age, to have so many children. Mu Yun chuckled, these two are ones I found. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning was both surprised and impressed. Sister Mu, you have such a kind heart, always doing good deeds. You will surely be rewarded for your kindness in the future. Mu Yun smiled at her innocent words. She acted solely on her conscience, not seeking any reward in return. As the carriage entered the city and approached the tavern, they encountered a throng of constables gathered outside, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers whispering and speculating about the happenings at the tavern. Muyan lifted the curtain to survey the scene, her brow furrowing in concern. What could have occurred to warrant such a presence of constables? Had the authorities intervened? Chu Ning, equally curious, inquired, Sister Mu, what has happened? Muyan turned to instruct Zizhu, Zizhu, please take these four back to the inn and wait for me. I shall investigate the matter. Ning, perhaps you should return home. Chu Ning shook her head. No worries, Sister Mu, I will accompany you, let my carriage take them to the inn. Muyan nodded in agreement, and the two women alighted from the carriage, making their way toward the tavern, only to be stopped by the constables. Do you not see that the authorities are conducting an investigation? You cannot enter. Just as Chu Ning was about to speak, Muyan interjected, I am another proprietor of this tavern, may I not enter? Another constable leaned closer to his companion, whispering Chu Ning's identity. As she was both a proprietor and the fiancée of the magistrate, the constables promptly allowed them to pass inside the hall. Xiaoningji and Pang Qingyun stood to one side, while a man lay on the ground, his face pale and eyes wide open. The coroner was examining the cause of death. The atmosphere in the hall was somber, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Upon noticing the two women who had just entered, Xiaoningji furrowed his brow and quickly pulled Chu Ning aside to shield her view. Ning, what brings you here? This place is not suitable for you, let me arrange for someone to take you home. Xiaoningji feared that the gruesome scene would frighten her, but Chu Ning was reluctant to leave and insisted on waiting at the side. Reluctantly, Xiaoningji acquiesced. Upon seeing Muyan arrive, Pang Qingyun felt a sense of reassurance and hurriedly recounted the situation to her. Chapter 57 Wrongfully accused. The incident began when a man collapsed and died shortly after finishing his meal at an eatery, with various signs indicating that he had succumbed to poisoning. The deceased was accompanied by a friend named Depang, who, upon the man's death, immediately summoned the deceased's elderly mother. At that moment, she had yet to arrive, leaving Depang by the man's side. Officials from the local government had just arrived, swiftly securing the premises and surrounding the establishment. Such a grave occurrence, irrespective of whether the man's demise was due to the restaurant's food, would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation. Henceforth, patrons would be filled with doubt and hesitation. No matter how delectable the cuisine, the specter of death would deter customers from returning. Muyan's mind raced, contemplating that there was an 80% likelihood this was the doing of Li Xiaoping, with only a slim 20% chance of it being an unfortunate accident. The last time he had attempted to capture her illustrated that Li Xiaoping was a ruthless individual devoid of any moral compass. Just days prior, he had made repeated attempts to ensnare her, and now, resorting to murder was an utterly shameless and cruel tactic. As the coroner continued his examination, Depang lamented the tragic fate of the deceased, emphasizing that he had aged parents to care for, was still unmarried, and had yet to savor the joys of life, only to be wrongfully taken by a mere meal. Those present at the scene were all dining there before the tragedy struck, and the officials had arrived just in time to detain everyone, forbidding their departure for the moment. Upon hearing Depang's words, panic spread among the patrons. Could the food they consumed be tainted? Their faces turned ashen, and they wished fervently to expel everything they had just eaten. Pang Qingyun observed the guest's distress, his heart sinking with worry. The restaurant's business had only just begun to flourish, and he feared it might collapse under such circumstances. This was a venture that promised substantial profit, and its downfall would incur substantial losses. Muyan turned to Xiaoningji and spoke, My lord, it seems the patrons are quite apprehensive about the food they have just consumed. Might I implore you to summon all the physicians in the city to inspect the kitchen's fare, the dishes on the tables, and the patrons who dined here? Should the fault lie with our establishment, we are more than willing to accept responsibility. However, if this incident is merely a malicious ploy against us, I beseech you to uncover the truth and clear our name, assuring everyone that our cuisine is pristine and poses no threat. Xiaoningji pondered for a moment before acquiescing, also considering it a favor to Muyan for rescuing Chu Ning. If it were indeed the restaurant's fault, he would handle it impartially, yet if it were not, he would certainly restore their reputation. Upon hearing the mention of summoning so many doctors, Depang's eyes flickered with a hint of distress. Just then, the deceased's mother arrived, and Depang's eyes brightened as he rushed to comfort her, feigning sympathy while subtly attempting to shift the blame onto the restaurant, hoping to incite her to seek justice for her son against the establishment. Xiaoningji furrowed his brow and approached the coroner, asking, Have you yet determined the cause of death? The coroner, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, replied, Indeed, the deceased did succumb to poisoning, but I fear my expertise is insufficient to identify the specific toxin at this moment. It may require an autopsy to examine the internal organs to ascertain the precise cause. Absolutely not, my son is already dead, I implore you to spare him a complete corpse. The elderly woman wept bitterly, her withered face reflecting a profound desolation, appearing as frail and withered as a leaf ready to fall, evoking deep sympathy in all who beheld her. Muyan furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with sorrow. If Li Xiaoping were indeed responsible for this, he was truly inhumane. Why would he choose to inflict suffering upon such a pitiable family? Turning to Xiaoningji, Muyan clasped her hands and stated, My lord, the physicians will be arriving shortly, and we welcome a thorough investigation of our restaurant's offerings. We fear nothing, for we have nothing to hide. Our business is conducted in earnest, not with the intent to poison or harm. Once the physicians arrive and conduct their examination, we shall see if the deceased's demise is linked to our food. Throughout history, there has never been a case of a restaurant causing a patron's death through their meals. I express my deepest sympathies for the deceased, but as business owners, we must continue to operate. If today's events lead to misunderstandings, who would dare dine with us in the future? Regardless of our culinary skills or innovative recipes, patrons will remain wary due to today's incident. Therefore, I beseech you, my lord, to thoroughly investigate this matter. If our negligence led to this tragic loss, we will willingly accept the consequences. Depang immediately interjected, You simply wish to evade responsibility. The man died due to your food, do not attempt to wriggle out of it. Heartless merchants, willing to resort to anything for profit, how shameless. Muyan retorted, my good sir, it is conceivable that someone may suffer from an upset stomach after dining out, but to die outright? Does this seem reasonable to you? I believe it is not I who lacks conscience, but rather you. Madam, do you recognize this individual? Was he a friend of your son? He claims your son died due to our food, yet countless others dined here today. Look around, so many patrons, all unharmed, and yet your son perished. What could be the reason for this? The elderly woman shook her head in confusion, her voice thick with sorrow. I do not know. I only wish to discover who has harmed my beloved son. Madam, it is this establishment that has caused De Yong's death. You must urge the magistrate to apprehend these individuals for questioning. De Peng exclaimed eagerly. Muyan shot a cold glare in his direction. Why the urgency? The lady has yet to speak. Could it be that you feel guilty, as her son's demise rests upon your shoulders? The man was taken aback by Muyan's fierce gaze, and upon hearing her words, he felt a jolt of fear. Stammering, he retorted, you speak nonsense, simply slandering me. Noticing his panic, Muyan turned to Xiaoningji and declared, my lord, I suspect the deceased was the victim of a premeditated murder, framed to implicate our restaurant, merely to divert attention and absolve the true perpetrator. You speak falsehoods. De Peng shouted in outrage, only to quickly temper his tone. De Yong was such a good person, who would wish him harm? Clearly, it was your restaurant's food that caused his death rather than apologize or offer compensation. You stand here arguing, shameless merchants like you deserve to rot in prison. At that moment, a constable reported, my lord, the doctors have arrived 8 in total. Upon hearing this, Muyan sighed in relief. Xiaoningji promptly instructed, please let them in. As the physicians entered and greeted Xiaoningji, he courteously remarked, I appreciate your assistance, kindly inspect everything in the kitchen and on the dining tables, and take the pulse of all patrons who dined here. The 8 physicians quickly divided their tasks. 2 remained to check the patrons' pulses, while 3 inspected the kitchen, and 3 examined the tables, their roles clearly defined. Seeing so many physicians, De Peng became increasingly anxious. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The wine cup he intended to destroy had remained in Zhu Dayong's possession, and he hesitated to smash it. Now that Zhu Dayong had collapsed, he followed the preordained plan and began summoning help, his nervousness causing him to forget about the wine cup. Muyan discerned De Peng's unease and smirked inwardly, such incompetence, and he thought to frame her truly foolish without the awareness of his own folly. As everyone awaited the results of the examination, those in line for a pulse check breathed a sigh of relief when confirmed safe. The 3 doctors from the kitchen soon emerged, bowing to Xiaoningji, and reported, my lord, we have inspected everything in the kitchen, both large and small, and found no traces of poison. It is entirely clean and poses no risk of causing illness. Xiaoningji nodded, excellent, thank you for your efforts, the restaurant owner will compensate you for your services. The 3 physicians nodded and stepped aside. Shortly thereafter, the doctor inspecting the tables returned, holding a wine cup and stating, my lord, there is poison on this cup. At this revelation, astonishment swept through the crowd as all eyes turned to the cup in the doctor's hand. De Peng's face turned ashen, his legs feeling weak beneath him. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet they came too swiftly for him to grasp, leaving his head in disarray. Chapter 58 Murder and Silence. Xiaoningji inquired, apart from the cup, are there any other items that are toxic? The physician shook his head, no, there are 2 wine cups on the table. One is poisoned while the other is perfectly safe. At this moment, the surrounding diners began to murmur among themselves, feeling a sense of relief as they realized their safety was assured, and the food was not the cause of the incident. They were now in a mood to discuss the matter. Is it possible to identify the poison? The physician nodded, yes, but it will take some time, approximately half an hour. Xiaoningji spoke, then I must trouble you, doctor, to investigate what type of poison this is. One physician interjected, my lord, it need not be so complicated. As long as the poisoner has handled the poison, we can detect it with a silver needle. We merely need to touch the silver needle to each person's fingertip, and it will reveal the presence of poison. Even if they have washed their hands, some residue will remain, and the needle will change color upon contact, unless they have washed their hands repeatedly, perhaps a dozen times, in which case it will not show. As the physician spoke, Muyan noticed that De Peng was nervously rubbing his hands together, a gesture that left little doubt that he was the poisoner. Xiaoningji promptly adopted the physician's suggestion, instructing 8 doctors to simultaneously use silver needles to examine everyone present. De Peng instinctively began to retreat, but Muyan stepped beside him, calling out to one of the doctors, Doctor, why not check this gentleman first? He appears quite anxious, sweating profusely. De Peng loathed Muyan for this, his tension escalating further, and he found himself with no chance to escape. He dared not act rashly, fleeing was out of the question with so many guards present. At that moment, he could only pray that he would not be discovered. He had washed his hands once, but only once, fearing that when eating peanuts, he might inadvertently touch the poison, which prompted him to wash. Now he regretted not having washed more thoroughly and lamented forgetting to dispose of the wine. As the doctor approached, he began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he could not contain himself. Concerned that he might suddenly lash out at the physician, Muyan remained vigilant by his side. The doctor first tested the silver needle on De Peng's left hand, lingering on each fingertip. Finding no change, he proceeded to the right hand. At this point, Depeng shook even more, for it was his right hand that had made contact with the poison most frequently. The moment the needle touched his thumb, it began to change color almost instantly. The doctor gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to stare at Depeng. Depeng, seeing the silver needle darken, felt a weight lift from his heart. The panic that had gripped him dissipated. He quickly reached for the doctor, but Muyin seized him by the arm, preventing him from causing harm. This turn of events unfolded rapidly. When the onlookers turned their attention, they saw Muyin holding Depeng's arm while the doctor stood nearby, shaken, clutching the darkened needle. Xiaoningji swiftly approached, and the other guards quickly came over to restrain Depeng from Muyin. This man is the poisoner, the doctor declared, handing the silver needle to Xiaoningji, who then passed it to the coroner for examination. The coroner compared it with the needle found on the deceased and confirmed that both contained the same poison. My lord, the toxins in both needles are indeed identical. We can almost conclusively determine that this man is the murderer. Depeng trembled uncontrollably, his legs weak, fervently shaking his head. No, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. With a swift whoosh, an arrow flew through the air, piercing Depeng's throat in an instant. The two guards holding him were left dumbfounded. Everything transpired too quickly. By the time Xiaoningji led the pursuit outside, there was nothing left to see. Returning to the tavern, Xiaoningji's gaze was icy, clearly furious. Muyin spoke up, my lord, can we now prove that the death of this man is unrelated to our tavern? Xiaoningji nodded, indeed. Xiao Shang, take the two deceased back to the yamen. Muyin observed the elderly woman, whose eyes were swollen from crying. She had not caused a scene at the tavern, only consumed by her sorrow. Unable to bear it, she spoke, my lord, although the deceased is not connected to us, seeing this lady in such distress tugs at my heartstrings. This 50 taels shall serve as her future support, please help me give it to her. My lady, that is unnecessary, with my son gone, what meaning is there in my living? The elderly woman protested. Muyin remained silent, her gaze resolute as she turned to Xiaoningji. He nodded and accepted the 50 taels she offered. Well done, Mu, for your compassion and loyalty. Though a merchant, you do not pursue profit, but instead uphold a benevolent heart. It is commendable. I shall make time to sample your tavern's fare, to see if it is as warm-hearted as you. Seeing her kindness, Xiaoningji was more than willing to lend her further assistance. With his endorsement, the tavern's business would no longer suffer. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the patron's doubts and concerns dissipated, replaced by admiration for the proprietor's benevolence, showering Muyin with praise. Muyin was taken aback by this unexpected joy. She had merely wished to help the old woman out of compassion. After Xiaoningji departed with everyone, the guests gathered around Muyin, expressing their admiration for her kindness. Muyin smiled and addressed the crowd, thank you all. Regarding today's events, whether it was the machinations of a malicious individual or mere chance, we are grateful to the county magistrate for his keen insight in restoring our tavern's honor. I also appreciate everyone's cooperation. I sincerely apologize for the time lost. Today's meals are on the house, there's no need to settle your bills. If you've already paid, please approach the counter for a refund. For those who prefer not to claim a refund, we can register you for a free meal on your next visit. Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced, and compliments flowed freely as if they were of no cost. With the tavern's troubles seemingly resolved, Muyin felt fortunate to have navigated through this ordeal unscathed. After this incident, Pang Qingyun couldn't help but reflect on how, without Muyin, he would have accomplished nothing. Chapter 59. Upon returning to the inn, Muyin found that night had already fallen. After a bustling day, she felt weary and soon succumbed to slumber following a brief wash. The next morning, she arose and made her way to the fabric shop, intending to transform the bolt of cloth in her possession into fashionable garments. Her designs had already been meticulously sketched. Upon her arrival at the shop, she encountered Pang Qingyun, who had agreed the previous day that it was time to commence the reorganization of the establishment. This reopening was akin to launching a new store. Every aspect required meticulous attention, and the shop's decor had undergone subtle adjustments, rendering it unrecognizable from its former self. The fabric store was bustling with patrons, each engrossed in their own tasks. Muyin had significantly expanded the ready-to-wear section, recognizing that selling finished garments was far more lucrative than dealing in fabric alone. She envisioned establishing a dedicated boutique for ready-made clothing, where she could recruit a cadre of designers. However, such ambitions lay in the future. For now, her priority was to ensure the successful operation of this shop. She summoned the tailor responsible for crafting the garments, providing her with the design sketches and the new fabric. The tailor, intrigued by the fresh fabric and vibrant colors, immediately began to cut according to Muyin's design, treating the exquisite material with the utmost care, unwilling to waste even a scrap. Muyin watched in admiration as the tailor deftly executed her craft, the fluidity and grace of her movements evoking genuine respect. Master Zhao, Muyin suggested, perhaps you might delegate some of the simpler tasks to others, rather than undertaking each step yourself. This approach is rather time-consuming. Master Zhao, a woman in her 40s with nearly 30 years of tailoring experience, came from a lineage of seamstresses, a family tradition passed down through generations. She was rather obstinate. If she chose to undertake a task, she insisted on completing every single step herself, no matter how trivial. Thus, she declined Muyin's proposal, explaining her customary practices. After listening to Master Zhao, Muyin refrained from arguing further. Indeed, seasoned designers often preferred to engage in every aspect of their work. Her previous life had seen Mu Qing express similar sentiments, insisting that she disliked others touching her creations, as it rendered them less authentically her own. While ordinary garments might benefit from a division of labor akin to a clothing factory, bespoke haute couture demanded the solitary expertise of a seasoned tailor. Not wishing to press the matter further, Muyin remained quietly observant as Master Zhao worked. Meanwhile, Pang Qingyun orchestrated the staff's efforts to swiftly arrange the shop's layout. The previous manager had been dismissed, and a new one, transferred from another establishment, was proving to be quite level-headed. Though Master Zhao's craftsmanship was exemplary, her pace was less than swift. After observing for some time without seeing any tangible progress on the garments, Muyun grew restless and decided to step outside. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, she inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of a face peering from a second-floor window. The individual's gaze was fixed intently upon her, and as their eyes met, an inexplicable sensation rippled through the air. Muyun found the intensity of that gaze unsettling, tinged with a certain ferocity. She couldn't recall ever having met him die in the window across the way. Li Xiaoping quickly withdrew his gaze and shut the window, severing the connection between them. Pang Qingyun, noticing her distraction, approached and remarked, "That is also Li Xiaoping's fabric shop across the street. Essentially, wherever I have a store, he has one as well, either directly opposite or next door." Muyun inquired, "What does Li Xiaoping look like?" She suspected that the man she had just seen might indeed be him. Pang Qingyun replied, "He has rather unremarkable, small eyes, a small nose, and an overall petty appearance, quite unattractive." Muyun found herself amused by Pang Qingyun's unexpectedly childish tone. "Boss Pang, when did you begin to critique others' appearances?" With a huff, Pang Qingyun replied, "The troubles at our tavern are likely orchestrated by Li Xiaoping. I have come to thoroughly despise him. While I was aware of his underhanded tactics, I never anticipated he would resort to such ruthlessness, endangering lives. The very thought of his face disgusts me." It was the first time Pang Qingyun had expressed such disdain for someone. Muyun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Li Xiaoping is a vicious individual. He previously sent men to capture me, but they were no match for me and fled without returning. Given that look he just cast my way, it seems he has set his sights on me once more," Pang Qingyun said, concern evident in his tone. "He even tried to capture you? Why didn't you mention this before? I should hire a few thugs to ensure your safety." Muyun shook her head. "There is no need for that. I can take care of myself, so do not worry." Yet Pang Qingyun remained anxious, fully aware of Li Xiaoping's malevolence. If anything were to happen to Muyun, it would be catastrophic. Thus, he resolved to find a capable maid proficient in martial arts to protect her. With nothing pressing at the moment, Muyun returned to the inn. The past few days had been hectic, leaving her little time to spend with her children. Thankfully, they now had a playmate, alleviating their loneliness. Upon her return, she encountered Chu Ning in the courtyard. "Sister Mu, I have come to return your belongings." Muyun furrowed her brow. "What happened? Did the elder woman refuse to accept it?" With a hint of sorrow, Chu Ning replied, "No, it's just that she took her own life after taking her medication, departing this world alongside her son." Muyun was taken aback. How could this happen? A wave of discomfort washed over her. Chu Ning sighed, continuing, "The elder woman passed away last night. Today, Brother Ning brought officials to bury them both. That he is also in distress, having gone off to investigate, vowing to uncover the truth behind this tragedy so that the elder woman and her son can rest in peace. The difficulty lies in that the perpetrator has died. It is impossible to ascertain who shot the arrows that day. I fear it will be quite challenging for Brother Ning to find the truth." Muyun nodded. "Indeed, it won't be easy. However, I believe that the events of yesterday were directed at our tavern. If we investigate from the perspective of competitors, we might uncover something." Chu Ning frowned, hesitant at the thought. "To take a life over mere business I'll remind Brother Ning to consider this angle in his investigation." Muyun quickly interjected, "I was merely sharing my thoughts. Please don't mention it to I won't want the magistrate to think I'm attempting to mislead him." With a naive expression, Chu Ning replied, "It's all right. Brother Ning won't think that way. I'll simply say it's my own speculation." Muyun sighed, conceding, "Very well. That if you can uncover the truth behind this, I would be delighted." As Muyun held the returned 50 taels of silver, a sense of gloom settled over her. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to confront Li Xiaoping. With the fabric shop set to reopen in a few days, she planned to give him a sound thrashing, ensuring he lacked the energy to cause trouble later, thereby simplifying matters. Otherwise, she could only wonder whether he would strike again. Having made up her mind, Muyun ventured out to the tavern, seeking a waiter to point her toward the Li family's location. She then instructed the waiter to procure a few coins to bribe the beggars on the street, asking them to keep an eye on Li Xiaoping's movements. Should he return home, they were to inform her immediately, allowing her to prepare accordingly. Chapter 60. Infiltrating the Li residence. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, she donned a suit of black attire suited for stealth, meticulously prepared the necessary items, and set forth on her mission. At that hour, the Li residence lay in slumber, with only 2 young servants stationed at the entrance, while the estate remained eerily quiet. This fortuitous stillness facilitated Muyun's covert operations. Historically, the Li residence had been a bastion of safety, devoid of any incidents, thus the vigilance was not particularly stringent. Aside from the gatekeepers, there were merely 2 patrolling young servants. Crouching against the wall, Muyun observed for an extended period, confirming the security arrangements within the estate before she leaped down. At that moment, the 2 patrolling young servants had just passed, allowing Muyun to proceed in the opposite direction. The estate was somewhat expansive, yet she had cleverly procured a layout of the Li residence through a small fee paid to an attendant, and she had committed the location of Li Xiaoping's courtyard to memory. Following the mental map, she swiftly arrived at the courtyard where Li Xiaoping resided. Within the courtyard, 2 young servants and 2 maidens stood guard, the arrangement rather grand, as if it were a spectacle to behold even in slumber. Entering through the main gate proved unfeasible, compelling Mu Yun to circumnavigate the perimeter of the courtyard, ultimately scaling the wall to gain entry. However, upon entering the courtyard, access to the bedroom. To enter the inner sanctum, she would still need to access through the main gate guarded by the maidens and young servants, as the rear windows were securely locked. It seemed the use of a sleeping agent was imperative. Fortunately, her preparations were thorough. Her years as an operative had not been in vain. She retrieved a pouch of soporific incense, ignited it with a fire stick, and swiftly covered her nose, extending the incense towards the main gate, allowing the smoke to waft gently into the air. After a brief wait, the incense burned out, yet to her astonishment, the guards displayed no signs of reaction. Mu Yun scrutinized the remnants of the incense in her hand, beginning to doubt its efficacy. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? Just as she contemplated inhaling the remnants to assess its potency, she recalled its intended purpose and quickly halted her actions, narrowly avoiding a lapse in judgment. In the midst of her deliberation, a sudden sound of something heavy hitting the ground reached her ears. Looking up, she beheld the young servants and maidens, all sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious. Elated, Mu Yun cautiously approached and prodded one of the young servants with her foot, confirming they were indeed soundly asleep and showing no signs of awakening, which eased her concerns. Hastening towards the main door of the house, she ignited another stick of soporific incense, punctured a window, and let the incense enter the room to smolder. Estimating that sufficient time had elapsed, she retrieved the incense, disposing of it in a nearby thicket, and waited a few more minutes before pushing the door open. The creaking of the door echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the night, stirring a sense of anxiety within her, as it had been a long while since she had engaged in such clandestine endeavors. The room was shrouded in darkness, and utilizing a sliver of moonlight, Mu Yun produced a fire stick to ignite a candle upon the table, illuminating the surroundings. She proceeded towards the bed, retrieving a burlap sack she had prepared earlier, and lifted the bed curtains to execute her plan, only to be met with an alarming sight. The bed was empty. Startled, she momentarily feared she had fallen into a trap, yet upon glancing around, she found the room still and silent. Remaining vigilant, she inspected her surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, gradually made her way out. Upon exiting Li Xiaoping's courtyard without incident, Mu Yun dismissed the possibility of being ensnared in a scheme. Had it been a trap, she would have been surrounded by adversaries by now. Perched against a wall, she pondered, the beggar had claimed Li Xiaoping had returned. Could the intelligence have been flawed? Not wishing to have made the journey in vain, she once more consulted the map, but the darkness rendered it indecipherable, compelling her to seek a well-lit area. After wandering through the vast estate for what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted a courtyard illuminated by lanterns and hurried towards it. Once again, she scaled the wall to gain entry, but the entrance was similarly guarded by maidens and young servants. Could it be that Li Xiaoping was within, yet this was not his designated courtyard? As she drew closer to the residence, Mu Yun suddenly heard peculiar murmurs. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly realized the source of the sounds and felt her cheeks flush. This, in broad daylight? Well, not quite, as it was nighttime, yet there were still guards stationed outside. What could possibly be happening inside? Mu Yun found herself at a loss, feeling torn between leaving and staying. After some deliberation, she resolved not to leave empty-handed. She once more produced the soporific incense to incapacitate the young servants and maidens outside. Surely, it would not be long before the activities within concluded, at which point she could enter and confront her target. As Mu Yun waited, the young servants and maidens remained unconscious for quite some time, yet the sounds from within showed no sign of abating. This prolonged silence only served to heighten her agitation, prompting her to lean closer to the door and press her ear against it. Master, I truly cannot endure. Mu Yun's face flushed crimson once more, and she quickly withdrew her ear, even covering it with her hand. How shameless of these lewd individuals. After what felt like an eternity, the strange sounds finally ceased, eliciting a sigh of relief from Mu Yun. What a tedious wait it had been. She ignited another stick of soporific incense, casting it into the room. Inside, Li Xiaoping, having satisfied his desires, lay entwined with his favored concubine, who, with a bashful demeanor, rested her head against his chest, sweetly murmuring, Master, I wish to freshen up. I feel utterly uncomfortable. Li Xiaoping chuckled lightly, his mood relatively pleasant, responding in a gentle tone, have someone prepare water, take your time, I shall This was Li Xiaoping's customary behavior. He never shared a bed with anyone, treating each woman similarly. After their liaisons, he would invariably depart, with only the most special of circumstances allowing him to linger a tad longer, yet he would never remain for the night. Very well. Then I shall forego washing for now. Will you not stay with me a while longer? The woman cooed, her voice so beguiling that it could render a man weak at the knees. Mu Yun, outside, felt goosebumps rise all over her body, silently praying for the two to succumb to slumber. Swiftly counting the seconds in her mind, she finally exhaled in relief upon hearing silence from within. After waiting an additional 2 minutes, she finally pushed the door open. This time, there was no need to light a candle. The room was brightly illuminated. Within the folds of the bed curtains lay two indistinct figures propped against the headboard. Cautiously, Mu Yun approached, extending her hand to gently lift the curtains, apprehensive that the pair might be unclothed, a thought that filled her with revulsion. Chapter 61 The brutal beating of Li Xiaoping. As soon as the curtain was drawn aside, Mu Yun hurriedly lowered the curtain, retrieved her burlap sack, and then pulled the curtain back again, squinting as she attempted to place the sack over Li Xiaoping's head. Subsequently, she dragged him down to the floor along with the blanket. Observing Li Xiaoping on the ground, Mu Yun contemplated for a moment before removing the sack from his head, realizing it served little purpose since his body was tightly wrapped in the blanket, likely rendering her blows ineffective. She could only aim for his face. Muyan produced a wooden stick she had prepared beforehand and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the figure on the ground. After a couple of resounding thwacks, noticing signs of him stirring awake, she quickly retrieved some rope and bound him up along with the blanket. She then placed the burlap sack back over his head. He had been unconscious and unaware of her identity, but as he began to regain consciousness, she could not allow him to see her, so she covered him once more. With everything in place, she finally felt at ease to continue her assault. The wooden stick resounded with dull thuds, and after 2 or 3 strikes, Li Xiaoping indeed awoke. However, with his mouth stuffed and his head covered, he was bound and utterly oblivious, unable to resist. Ugh. Ugh ugh. Muyan allowed him to struggle without uttering a word, continuing to beat him until she grew weary and, estimating that enough time had passed, she ceased her assault. She then approached the table, took up a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote a line. This is your retribution for the deaths of Zhao Daong and his mother. There is more to come, so await it. The latter part of the message was merely a threat. Once finished, she dried the ink, pressed a teacup atop the paper to prevent its loss, ensuring Li Xiaoping would not see it. After wrapping things up, she kicked Li Xiaoping's face twice, controlling the force enough to avoid disfigurement, but the bruises on his face would likely take a month to fade. Li Xiaoping howled in pain, but with his mouth gagged, the sounds merely escaped through his nostrils, too soft for anyone to hear. Having completed her task, Muyan clapped her hands together and scaled the wall to depart. It was not until she returned to the inn and settled in for a good night's sleep that the dazed servants of the Li residence finally regained consciousness. However, the first to awaken was Li Xiaoping's concubine, who, lacking a blanket, was roused by the cold. Upon regaining her senses and realizing she was utterly exposed, she instinctively let out a sharp scream. Hearing her cry, the bound Li Xiaoping immediately began to whimper again. The concubine, startled, hastily searched for clothing to cover herself, then confronted the burlap sack, demanding, "Who are you? You, how dare you come to our Li residence and commit such an act? I shall report you to the authorities at once. Someone. The concubine's loud calls roused the other servants, who, upon hearing their mistress's distressed voice, rushed in, bewildered. Anchio, what happened? One of the maids gasped upon seeing the disheveled figure bound on the floor. Ah! Mistress, what is going on? The maid asked, her voice trembling. Anchio shot her an exasperated glance. How would I know what happened? Quickly call the young servants in, let them see who this scoundrel is and take him to the authorities. Li Xiaoping, exhausted from his futile cries, could hardly believe that none among this foolish lot recognized him. He was nearly driven to madness when the young servants cautiously entered and began to untie the burlap sack. Their eyes widened in shock upon realizing it was their own young master. They froze momentarily, and then, startled by Li Xiaoping's icy glare, they hastily set about freeing him. Young master, we had no idea it was you. Anchio was equally taken aback. Sir, how could you all be so incompetent? A villain infiltrates the residence, and none of you notice. I truly wonder what purpose it serves to employ such inept individuals. Anchio hurriedly joined in to assist in untying Li Xiaoping, inadvertently yanking the blanket away. As the cold air enveloped him, he belatedly recalled the events. While the maid let out a scream and quickly turned away, the young servant stood awkwardly, unsure where to direct his gaze, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Yet, despite his discomfort, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the scene. Although she was of noble birth, she bore resemblance to their own class, and there was little difference. Li Xiaoping's expression darkened, and just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Anchio swiftly draped the blanket back over him. She, too, felt the embarrassment of the situation and feared provoking Li Xiaoping's wrath, her heart racing with anxiety. She barked at the maids, quickly, get out, all of you, out. At Anchio's command, the servants hurriedly scurried away. As they reached the door, they heard Anchio shout, immediately fetch a doctor. The young servant complied without hesitation. Anchio cautiously attempted to assist Li Xiaoping to his feet, only to be shoved away. Get away! With that, Anchio could only stand by, biting her tongue in frustration, as she cautiously hovered nearby. Draped in the blanket, Li Xiaoping stood, and seeing her still lingering, he impatiently barked, aren't you going to fetch me some clothes? Startled by his outburst, Anchio hurried to find garments for him and retreated, granting him the space to dress. Once attired, Li Xiaoping stepped outside, his visage dark and stormy. Upon returning to his courtyard and catching sight of his bruised countenance in the mirror, he was incensed and began smashing objects. Meanwhile, Anchio noticed the note left on the table, and promptly summoned someone to deliver it to Li Xiaoping. Upon reading it, his expression darkened further, eyes ablaze with fury. He crumpled the note and cast it aside, furiously barking orders for an investigation into the events of the night, rousing the entire Li household from slumber, and keeping them active until dawn. Muyan awoke that day in high spirits, relishing the thought of Li Xiaoping's furious outburst. After enjoying breakfast, she made her way to the fabric shop, where the design sketches she had provided to Master Zhao had been diligently completed overnight. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of the finished garment displayed prominently in the ready-to-wear section. The refreshing, delicate water green, complemented by silver-threaded embroidery of camellia blossoms in pristine white, rendered the dress exquisitely elegant, a beauty that defied description. Merely a glance was enough to captivate one's attention. Even Muyan was taken aback by the craftsmanship. The artisans of antiquity truly possessed remarkable skills. Upon closer inspection, she appreciated the garment's sophistication, each stitch and seam exuding meticulous artistry, a clear indication of haute couture. Isn't it stunning? I was equally awestruck when I first saw it this morning. Mu Yun, you are truly talented, exclaimed Pang Qingyun, his voice brimming with excitement. He had a strong premonition that once this dress was unveiled, it would undoubtedly draw a throng of customers to their shop, and the more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eager to open for business and allow everyone to admire the beauty of this dress, along with their new fabric and colors. Mu Yun smiled and replied, Master Zhao's skills are indeed exceptional, he must have toiled late into the night to finish it, be sure to commend him for his hard work. Pang Qingyun nodded, yes, he certainly deserves recognition. Master Zhao just left not long ago, he went home to rest after hanging the finished product. Mu Yun nodded and then inquired, how many tailors do we have respond? Since we usually sell fewer ready-to-wear items, we don't require many. Mu Yun gazed at the dress and asked, do you think many people will come to us once this dress is showcased? Without hesitation, Pang Qingyun responded, of course, many will want it. Will we be able to produce enough when the time comes? Mu Yun asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Pang Qingyun, upon hearing her concern, realized the gravity of the issue. Indeed, we may not have enough manpower. Mu Yun suggested, I believe we should establish another workshop dedicated to ready-to-wear, recruit apprentices, and find. We won't limit ourselves to just this one shop. In the future, we will expand to more locations, and the demand for labor will only increase, so we need to prepare in advance. Chapter 62. A chance encounter with the Spring Orchid sisters. Pang Qingyun pondered her proposal seriously, then sighed, your idea is excellent, but we currently lack the funds. Opening a workshop, hiring masters, purchasing a residence, and acquiring tools, all of these require capital. Pang Qingyun regretted the money lost previously. Had it been saved, they could have accomplished so much now. Mu Yun thought for a moment and said, no worries, I will think of a way out. We can also assess the income from the tavern for the time being to use, so please tally up all the funds we currently have at our disposal and let me know. Pang Qingyun nodded. Considering the establishment of a ready-to-wear workshop, Mu Yun felt it prudent to consult with Xiaoningji, as he was now the county magistrate. The economic issues of this area were his primary concern, and he needed good political achievements. She could assist him in that regard. Once their interests were aligned, many other matters would become much easier to manage. With this in mind, Mu Yun resolved to speak with Xiaoningji that very day. While he would not need to handle the financial aspects, perhaps he could assist in securing a residence for the workshop. I shall pay a visit to the county office, await my news, she declared before departing. Pang Qingyun looked on in confusion, wondering why she needed to visit the county office and what news she anticipated, but no one answered his inquiries, as Mu Yun had already left. She made her way directly to the county office, only to find that the gatekeepers refused to announce her presence, claiming that Xiaoningji was unavailable. Mu Yun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to wait outside. As she settled onto a nearby stone step, she spotted two familiar figures not far off, Spring Orchid and Spring Moon, accompanied by a man. Spring Orchid and Spring Moon appeared to be embroiled in an argument, while the man stood to the side, seemingly attempting to mediate. Mu Yun watched with interest as Spring Orchid dashed over, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression one of distress. Upon seeing Mu Yun, she quickly composed herself, stifling her tears. Explain yourself clearly. Don't even think about running away. Are you shameless, seducing my fiancé behind my back? I never expected you to be this kind of person. Spring Orchid, you usually act so high and mighty, claiming you have no interest in Chang, yet you secretly entice him. What exactly do you want? Spring Moon's voice was loud enough that it was difficult for Mu Yun to ignore. Spring Moon, upon noticing Mu Yun, chose to disregard her and continued her tirade against Spring Orchid. Unable to contain herself, Spring Orchid pushed her away and shouted, I've told you countless times, it's Xiao Deshang who has been persistently pursuing me. I didn't seduce him. I am not blind, I wouldn't stoop to such a lowly person. Li Chunyu, are you deaf? With Spring Orchid's outburst, Spring Moon's bravado faltered. The man interjected, all right, both of you, don't argue over me and harm the bond of sisterhood. In truth, Spring Orchid has no ulterior motives, I merely saw her greeting him. Spring Orchid rolled her eyes in exasperation, unable to suppress her irritation. Zhao Deshang, if you can't speak wisely, then don't speak at all. Each time he opened his mouth, it only seemed to escalate the conflict between the two sisters. She was truly fed up with him, yet Spring Moon viewed him as a treasure, which only added to her frustration. Alright, I won't say anything. Spring Orchid, don't be angry. It will only make you look ugly. Zhao Deshang spoke in a tone that resembled coaxing, causing Spring Moon to explode once more. Li Chulon, just go away. Mu Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The sisters were being toyed with by a man, and it was amusing to witness. Spring Moon, who usually appeared quite astute, seemed rather foolish when it came to matters of the heart. Enough, dear sisters, let us not quarrel. Come, sit down and speak calmly, Mu Yun said with a smile, addressing the two before they could respond. Zhao Deshang's eyes brightened at the sight of Mu Yun, and he eagerly exclaimed, yes, this lady is right. Spring Orchid, Spring Moon, come and sit down to talk slowly. As he spoke, Zhao Deshang attempted to sit beside Mu Yun. She did not hide her disdain, casting him a cold glance and retorting, who are you? Who invited you to sit here? Get away from me. Zhao Deshang felt momentarily awkward, but quickly recovered, grinning as he replied, the lady is merely jesting, I am Spring Moon's fiancé, Zhao Deshang. You must know each other, right? Spring Moon, why not make an introduction? Zhao Deshang prompted, looking at Spring Moon annoyed. Spring Moon regarded him, her heart agitated by the sight of his eager gaze fixed on Mu Yun, which only fueled her anger. Not familiar, don't know her. Let us go, Deshang. Spring Moon insisted, eager to leave. The very sight of Mu Yun unsettled her, and she feared that Zhao Deshang might develop other intentions upon seeing her. Where are you rushing off to? Spring Orchid is still here. The two of you ought to return together. Zhao Deshang insisted, his gaze continually drifting toward Mu Yun. That he had never encountered such a beautifully aloof woman, and seeing her modest status, he believed he might have a chance, making him reluctant to depart. Though Spring Moon could scold anyone, she dared not raise her voice at Zhao Deshang. Seeing his determination to stay, she felt powerless, her anger boiling within her. Mu Yun smiled at the sisters. Did you come to town today? Spring Orchid nodded. Yes, I came to sell embroidery, and Spring Moon is here to sell hairpins. Mu sister, you've been in town for several days, haven't you? Are you planning to return soon? Spring Orchid asked, having heard many rumors about Mu Yun's frequent visits to the city. Chapter 63. The so-called good family background. Mu Yun had not yet contemplated returning home. The sweet potato seedlings had been planted, and there was nothing pressing at home for the time being. However, after a few days of absence, she found herself missing her own courtyard. I may need a few more days, she replied. Chunlan nodded. Oh, I was just going to say that if you plan to return, we could go together. Chun Yu, with a hint of malice, interjected, you've been gone for several days and frequently visiting the city. Everyone is talking about you behind your back. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was curious. What are they saying about me? Chunlan shot Chun Yu a cold glance, then turned to Mu Yun. Some people in the village are just like that, Sister Mu, don't take it to heart. Ignoring Chunlan's warning, Chun Yu continued coldly, they say you found a suitor in the city, that you're neglecting proper work, and that the money you earn is tainted. Essentially, they say all manner of things. If you don't return soon, you'll be drowned in their spittle. Mu Yun was not angered, instead, she smiled, let them be, as long as their words do not reach my ears, it's fine. If they do, then they shall face the same fate as the daughter-in-law of the Tao family. If they are unafraid, then let them continue. Mentioning the Tao family's daughter-in-law made both Chunlan and Chun Yu admire Mu Yun. Even Chun Yu, who often found Mu Yun displeasing, felt a twinge of respect, mingled with a hint of fear, as she recalled her previous rudeness towards her. Remembering this, Chun Yu's voice softened, I was merely relaying their comments to you. I didn't join in their gossip. Mu Yun nodded, Zhao Deshang, who had been listening intently, finally understood that this beautiful woman was merely from a rural background, not of any distinguished family, which pleased him even more. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, I also find those gossipy villagers most bothersome, they do nothing but gather to speak ill of others. This Miss Mu clearly seems like a good person. Such rumors can truly be harmful. His sudden interruption drew the attention of the three women. Chun Yu appeared both frustrated and angry, Chunlan looked disdainful, while Mu Yun regarded him with a mocking glint and, feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhao Deshang grew somewhat embarrassed but remained oblivious to his misstep, appearing confused. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He asked, bewildered. Mu Yun chuckled, has anyone ever told you that you are quite loquacious and rather hypocritical? Chun Yu, although you may not be exceptionally beautiful, surely you can do better than this? He is utterly unworthy of you. While Mu Yun's initial words displeased Chun Yu, the latter part brought her a sense of satisfaction, causing her earlier irritation to dissipate. Deshang's family background is quite respectable, Chun Yu shyly remarked. Mu Yun found this amusing and inquired, how respectable, pray, enlighten me. Before Chun Yu could respond, Zhao Deshang eagerly replied, my family owns a blacksmith shop. My father is a blacksmith, and I shall inherit his trade, becoming a formidable blacksmith myself. Mu Yun nodded, I see. How much does this blacksmith shop earn in a month? Zhao Deshang proudly declared, when business is good, we can earn 7 or 8 taels of silver in a month. Even during average times, we still manage 4 or 5 taels. In this era, such an income was indeed substantial. Many ordinary farmers could barely earn a single tael in an entire year. Most people relied on farming for their livelihood, making a living by selling grain or raising chickens and ducks, which held little value. Farming was exhausting, and the returns were meager. Though the societal hierarchy placed farmers below merchants generally led more comfortable lives. Chun Yu, not wishing to spend her life toiling in the fields, viewed marrying Zhao Deshang as the best option, liberating her from financial worries and the anxiety of poor harvests. Thus, she clung tightly to him, having intentionally drawn his attention to herself during their initial courtship, ensuring he chose her over Chunlan. Yet, as their meetings increased, she discerned Zhao Deshang's flirtatious nature, constantly showing concern for other women, which irked her immensely. Unable to relinquish this hard-won engagement, she exploded with frustration upon witnessing Zhao Deshang's attentiveness towards Chunlan today. Zhao Deshang's arrogance, flaunting his modest earnings, struck Mu Yun as amusing. Noticing her lack of surprise and the hint of sarcasm in her smile, Zhao Deshang felt a pang of displeasure. His smile gradually faded, and he could not help but ask, Miss Mu, what are you laughing at? Mu Yun replied with a grin, oh, nothing. I simply find that Chun Yu is still rather naive. Chun Yu, puzzled, could not fathom Mu Yun's meaning. Mu Yun, do you look down on Deshang's income? Chun Yu frowned, displeased. She genuinely could not comprehend Mu Yun's audacity to think such thoughts. Mu Yun shook her head, not at all. The IT is commendable to possess the ability to earn. I do not regard one's capability with disdain, but rather, I judge a person's character. That is where my disdain lies. Much like you, Chun Yu, I find your temperament rather lacking, quick to anger and emotionally unstable. However, I do admire your proactive spirit. You find ways to earn money and have learned the craft of making silk flowers. That, I respect. Chun Yu's face flushed with alternating shades of red and green, unable to decipher Mu Yun's intent. What do you mean by that? Chun Yu's tone grew hostile. Muyan shrugged, exasperated. I mean, no offense, I simply believe you can earn your own living. There is no need to choose the wrong partner over a few taels of silver. Such a lifelong decision warrants careful consideration. After all, she was just a young girl. While not particularly likable, she was not ill-natured. Muyan thought to offer a word of caution, as Zhao Deshang clearly did not seem a suitable match. Chun Yu frowned, struggling to understand why Muyan was saying all this. Zhao Deshang, feeling irked, interpreted Muyan's words as disdainful, implying Chun Yu had chosen poorly. Just as he was about to express his anger, he was interrupted. Mu's sister. The woman approached them with a smile. Except for Mu Yun, the others gazed in astonishment. Xu Ning was strikingly beautiful, slender, with exquisite features and fair skin. Her gown was made from fabric that ordinary people had never seen, with a color resembling pearls, soft luster, and elegant nobility. She was undoubtedly the daughter of a prominent family, exuding an innate grace. The group curiously examined Xu Ning, and when they noticed Xiao Ningji, dressed in the official attire of the county magistrate, descending from the carriage, their astonishment deepened. Mu's sister, are you passing by or did you come to find me on purpose? Xu Ning asked, affectionately linking her arm with Mu Yun's, smiling brightly. Mu Yun replied with a smile, I came specifically to find you. Hearing this, Xu Ning's eyes sparkled with joy. At last, you've come to play with me. Xiao Ningji stood nearby, waiting, not approaching, as Mu Yun's status rendered it unnecessary for him to initiate greetings. Chunlan, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now, you all carry on. Mu Yun said to Chunlan. Chunlan nodded. Alright, Mu Yun, you go about your business. Xu Ning took Mu Yun's hand, leading her forward, while Xiao Ningji followed behind, accompanied by officials, as they entered the magistrate's residence. The three left outside watched, filled with confusion. Does Mu Yun know the magistrate? Who is that woman, the magistrate's fiancée? Chun Yu asked, bewildered, finding it hard to believe that someone of their status could be acquainted with the magistrate. Zhao Deshang remarked, I've heard the magistrate has an unwed fiancée who traveled a great distance to find him. It must be that woman. Upon hearing this, Chunlan and Chun Yu were both taken aback. The magistrate's fiancée? How is Mu Yun so familiar with her? When did she climb such a lofty branch? Chun Yu could not help but sound a bit sour, her heart filled with jealousy and envy. Chapter 64 Mu Yun's proposal in the government office. Xu Ning warmly welcomed Mu Yun to enjoy tea and snacks. Xiao Ningji had gone to change his clothes, and Xu Ning engaged Mu Yun in casual conversation, recounting their recent visit to someone's home. Mu Yun listened attentively, gleaning some useful information. From Xu Ning's words, it seemed that Xiao Ningji was also striving for the political achievements of Lingxi County, but it appeared to yield little effect, and he seemed rather lost. Mu Yun spoke up, Ning, I actually came to see Lord Xiao today. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with him. Xu Ning, puzzled, did not press further. I will go call Brother Ningji. He should be done changing by now. Mu Yun nodded, thank you, Ning. Xu Ning mischievously smiled, may I listen in as well? Mu Yun chuckled and nodded, of course, it's not a private matter. Besides, I have nothing confidential to share with Lord Xiao, so you can certainly listen without needing to ask. Xu Ning giggled, I'll go fetch Brother Ningji. Shortly thereafter, she returned, pulling Xiao Ningji along. He was curious about what Mu Yun could want. Miss Mu, I hear you are looking for me, what is it? Xiao Ningji inquired directly. Mu Yun smiled, Lord Xiao, I have some thoughts and suggestions I would like to discuss with you regarding the future development of Lingxi County. At her words, Xiao Ningji's eyes flickered with surprise. What does Miss Mu wish to convey? I am all ears. Although he felt puzzled and curious, he remained composed, revealing no emotion on his face. Mu Yun couldn't help but admire the adeptness of officials in managing their expressions. It was impossible to discern anything from his demeanor. Without further ado, Mu Yun continued, Lingxi County is situated in a remote area with poor soil quality. The local farmers, after paying their grain taxes each year. Hence, there is an urgent need for reform in the agricultural sector, yet such change is arduous, as those who cultivate the land largely depend on the whims of nature. Human efforts alone cannot alter their fate. Xiao Ningji frowned, Miss Mu, your statement seems rather vague. Upon hearing this, Xu Ning shot him an annoyed glance, concerned about the awkward atmosphere, and quickly interjected, Sister Mu has not finished speaking. Why the rush? Mu Yun smiled, unfazed by his comment, and continued, while it may be beyond your capacity to assist the farmers in increasing their grain yields, you can certainly aid them in earning more, thus enhancing their livelihoods. Xiao Ningji, intrigued, asked, Miss Mu, what do you mean? Do you have a solution? Mu Yun nodded, indeed, I have a plan to help, and I have come to discuss ways to boost the income of the entire county's populace with you. Do you have time, Lord Xiao? Merely discussing it may not suffice. If you are available, I would appreciate the opportunity to show you in person and discuss my proposal in detail. Before Xiao Ningji could respond, Xu Ning chimed in, yes, there is plenty of time. Brother Ningji, let us accompany Sister Mu. I am quite curious about what she has to say. Xiao Ningji cast her a resigned glance, very well, let us go take a look. Although he was troubled, he figured that visiting couldn't hurt, even if he was unsure of Mu Yun's intentions. The three of them boarded a carriage and headed to the fabric shop. At that moment, Pang Qingyun was busy at the store, preparing for the upcoming opening. A fresh batch of fabric, woven and dyed by the workshop, had just arrived. He had been directing the arrangement of the new fabrics, feeling a swell of joy and pride at the sight of the vibrant colors. As he turned, he was taken aback to see Mu Yun accompanied by Xiaoningji and Chu Ning, but quickly composed himself and approached them. Lord Xiao, Miss Chu, you may continue with your work. I will take care of the reception. Pang Qingyun nodded, though he was puzzled about Mu Yun's intentions, but refrained from asking at that moment. He stepped outside, leaving the four of them alone. Seeing the new fabrics neatly displayed, Mu Yun felt even more delighted, believing it would further convince Xiaoningji. These fabrics are produced in our own workshop. What do you think, Lord Xiao? Currently, the only new color was the water green that Mu Yun had developed herself, but there were 3 types of fabric. She introduced them to the 2 men. This fabric is called rain silk cotton. It has a delicate sheen and is as fine as raindrops. It's a new product from our workshop. Xiaoningji had never seen such fabric before. It appeared remarkably similar to the luxurious silks used by the nobility in the capital, yet the texture and pattern were entirely different. Lord Xiao, we are pricing this fabric at 5 taels of silver per piece. Do you think it will sell well? Both Chu Ning and Xiaoningji were taken aback. 5 taels, how affordable? Chu Ning exclaimed in surprise. It was well known that the silks from the capital cost 40 taels and were hard to come by. While rain silk cotton might not be as exquisite as those silks, the price difference was staggering. Xiaoningji furrowed his brow. Isn't 5 taels too low? Mu Yun smiled confidently. Not at all. The production cost for rain silk cotton is low, so selling it for 5 taels still allows us to make a profit. Additionally, we have another fabric called flower silk, which will be priced a bit higher, around 8 to 10 taels per piece. And this one is the finest of them all, named scatterflower silk. It is delicate and soft, featuring a built-in jacquard pattern. It takes 5 workers a month to weave just 1 piece, and we plan to sell it for 30 taels. Each fabric left both Xiaoningji and Chu Ning in awe, but it was the pricing that truly astounded them. Looking at the scatterflower silk, Chu Ning could hardly fathom how well it would sell in the capital. Even at 50 taels per piece, there would undoubtedly be a rush to acquire it. Sister Mu, if this scatterflower silk were sold in the capital, even if you had 100 pieces, they'd vanish in a day. You could simply sit back and count your profits, Chu Ning remarked. Enamored by the fabric, Xiaoningji then inquired, so, what is the method Miss Mu proposes for increasing the income of the entire county's population? Chapter 65. The chubby boy has disappeared. Mu Yun smiled as she turned to Xiao Ning, saying, I am planning to expand our weaving workshop, dyeing workshop, and additionally establish a ready-to-wear workshop. All of these endeavors will require a substantial number of workers, whom we can select from among the common people. I assure you, the wages I offer will be generous. This initiative will not only provide employment but also significantly enhance the income of the populace. What do you think, Lord Xiao? Xiao Ning furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns, but the common people lack the necessary skills. Your workshops may not flourish, and without success, you will not require so many workers. Mu Yun, brimming with confidence, replied, there is no need for you to worry about that, Lord Xiao. I am certain of my plan. Although the common folk may not currently know how to weave or dye, I can arrange for skilled instructors to teach them. I will recruit a group of dedicated masters to impart their knowledge, ensuring that they acquire the necessary skills. Once my 3 workshops are successfully established, the income of the entire Lingxi County will see a remarkable increase. People will no longer rely solely on farming for their livelihood. I find Sister Mu's idea quite commendable. It will assist many commoners in discovering avenues for sustenance, allowing them to learn a trade and ensuring they will never go hungry. This is a beneficial initiative for both the nation and its people, Chu Ning remarked in agreement. Xiao Ning, while not entirely opposed, harbored reservations, fearing that the situation might not unfold as favorably as Mu Yun envisioned. Indeed, Miss Mu's proposal would be a boon for the common people. What do you require from me? Mu Yun outlined her requests. I need a location. Currently, we lack the funds to purchase a property for the ready-to-wear workshop. The dyeing and weaving workshops can be expanded, but we need to find a new site for the ready-to-wear workshop, and it must be spacious. Lord Xiao, could you assist in providing a location? Rest assured, it will not be in vain. However, I can only offer payment at a later date, whether for rent or purchase. At that time, you can facilitate the county office in setting up a recruitment drive for apprentices. We will provide free instruction, and once they have mastered the trade, they can work in our workshops with generous monthly salaries. After hearing her requests, Xiao Ning did not find them excessive. Rather, he thought them rather straightforward. He inquired, why not recruit apprentices yourself? Why involve the county office? Mu Yun responded, it is different. The authority of the county office lends credibility, and people are more likely to trust it. Furthermore, once profits are generated, the community will attribute this initiative to the concern and care of the county magistrate for the welfare of the people. This will greatly enhance your reputation, Lord. Xiao Ning chuckled, realizing that this young woman from a humble background possessed a keen understanding of the significance of reputation. It was evident that Mu Yun was no ordinary individual. She was truly capable. You are right, Miss Mu. Very well, I shall find you a suitable location that is sufficiently spacious. During this time, Xiao Ning had approached several wealthy merchants to discuss the economic development of Lingxi County, but they all seemed reluctant, fearing he would request monetary contributions. They offered one excuse after another to evade his inquiries. Xiao Ning was not one to beg, intending to find a solution on his own, but he had not anticipated Mu Yun's timely visit. Just by observing the quality of the fabric, he felt confident in her weaving workshop. Such fine products at such affordable prices would surely sell well across the nation in the future. Upon receiving his agreement, Mu Yun beamed with joy. Thank you, Lord Xiao. I assure you, you will not be disappointed in the future. Mu Yun spoke with unwavering confidence, and Xiao Ning smiled, feeling a sense of anticipation. After inspecting the fabrics, Xu Ning also marveled at a finished garment, utterly captivated. However, as there was only this one piece available, Mu Yun promised to design an even more exquisite one for her in the future, using her preferred floral silk. Xu Ning eagerly looked forward to it. Once they had bid farewell to Xiao Ning and Xu Ning, Pang Qingyun arrived to inquire about their visit. Mu Yun recounted the entire situation to him, and Pang Qingyun expressed his strong support and admiration for Mu Yun's vision. This approach will indeed boost the income of the entire Lingxi County. If our fabrics and ready-to-wear clothing can sell nationwide, the small Lingxi County will thrive, becoming a place of prosperity for all its residents. This will also be a significant achievement for the magistrate. The next day, Xiao Ning took them to view a property adjacent to. The house was quite large but had been neglected for several years, appearing somewhat dilapidated and disordered. After some tidying up, it would serve well as a ready-to-wear workshop. Mu Yun was quite satisfied after inspecting it and promptly negotiated a price with Xiao Ning, expressing her desire to purchase it outright, provided the price was reasonable. This property had been constructed by a previous magistrate, but shortly after completion, he was executed for corruption, and the house was seized as ill-gotten gains, falling into the hands of the county office. It had remained unused for nearly a decade, failing to sell or rent, and was now in need of a new purpose. Xiao Ning suggested renting it to them for the time being, with further discussions to follow. Mu Yun agreed to his suggestion, and he also arranged for the county office staff to assist with some of the heavier cleaning tasks, leaving only the finer details for Mu Yun and her team to handle. Once the arrangements were settled, Pang Qingyun summoned all the household servants to assist with the cleaning. With many hands at work, the large residence was nearly spotless by the end of the day. However, as it had been designed as a residence, modifications were necessary to convert it into a workshop. This would take several more days, causing a delay in the opening of the fabric shop. Nonetheless, having extra time was beneficial. Currently, there were only a few tailors available, and even with late-night efforts, their output remained limited. With more time, they could produce additional garments. After discussing the necessary, the children had grown restless, yearning to return to their village after spending so much time there without the opportunity to play elsewhere. As soon as Mu Yun arrived back at the inn, she was met by a frantic Zijou. "Sister Yun, you finally returned. That little who has gone missing." Zijou had been searching the vicinity for quite some time without success, her worry palpable as she spoke, nearly on the verge of tears furrowing her brow. Mu Yun inquired, "What happened? How could he have disappeared?" Mu Yang and Yuan Baoyue, who had been running behind, wore equally anxious expressions. Mu Yang, filled with guilt and remorse, confessed, "Aunt Yun, I had a quarrel with him, and that's why he left." "I am so sorry." Overcome with fear, he began to cry uncontrollably. Mu Yun felt overwhelmed, perplexed as to how the children, who had been playing so well, could end up arguing. She refrained from chastising Mu Yang and instead addressed Zijou, "Keep an eye on the three of them, I will go look for him." "When did he go missing? Did anyone at the inn see where he went?" Zijou quickly replied, "The waiter said he saw him running towards West Street. I was afraid to chase after them without supervision, so I hesitated and wasted time." Mu Yun patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I will go find him." With that, Mu Yun stepped out of the inn, heading toward West Street, carefully scanning both sides of the street as she walked. Chapter 66 A Narrow Escape from Abduction. Mu Yun swiftly scoured the entirety of West Street, yet still failed to catch a glimpse of Hu Tianxi. A wave of concern washed over her. If this little chubby boy had merely lost his way, it would be one thing, but if he had encountered nefarious individuals, it could spell disaster. Standing at the end of West Street, her gaze darted anxiously in all directions, uncertain of where to search next. Noticing a man selling toys nearby, she approached him politely and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, my child has wandered off while playing and I was wondering if you have seen him?" He is of this height, a rather plump little boy. The man, being quite forthright, did not exhibit any impatience or disregard. Instead, he took a moment to ponder. "I believe I did see a little chubby boy, though I cannot be certain he is yours." Mu Yun hastened. "When was this?" The man replied, "It was not long ago. There was a man who appeared to be conversing with that little boy, but the boy seemed indifferent, which struck me as rather odd, prompting me to observe a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's heart sank with worry. Could it be that Hu Tianxi had encountered a malicious person? She urgently asked, "Did you see where they went?" The man gestured towards the outskirts, saying, "They seem to have continued walking straight ahead. I didn't pay attention afterward." Grateful, Mu Yun thanked him and hastened in the direction he indicated. The suburbs were sparsely populated. As she surveyed the landscape, all she saw were mountains and fields, along with several diverging paths. At that moment of confusion, a cart pulled by an ox ambled past her. On board were two men, one driving the ox and the other seated on a plank. So engrossed was Mu Yun in scanning the distance that she failed to notice the cart until it had moved quite far away. Just then, a gust of wind lifted a corner of the covering on the cart, and she caught sight of a small child's leg. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she quickly pursued the cart. The man seated on the cart noticed the woman chasing after them and exclaimed, "Hey, De Pang, is that woman pursuing us? What is going on?" De Pang turned around, saw it was merely a woman, and dismissed it. He cracked the whip on the ox's back to quicken their pace, saying, "No worries, let us just run a bit farther, we can capture her too, and that would be quite the profit." The man on the cart agreed. "Indeed, I was startled for a moment, but thinking about it now, a lone woman chasing us would only lead to her demise." With their fears assuaged, they accelerated ahead, underestimating Mu Yun's speed. In just a few minutes, she caught up to the ox cart. The driver, De Pang, jovially inquired, "Miss, are you trying to catch our cart? Where are you headed? If it's along the way, we can give you a lift." Upon seeing Mu Yun's appearance, Depang's spirits brightened. He thought to himself that if she were sold, she would fetch a handsome price. As he reveled in this thought, he noticed Mu Yun reaching for the covering on the cart, prompting him to leap down to stop her. With a furious expression, he demanded, "What do you think you're doing? You can't just go touching other people's belongings." Mu Yun regarded the two men and stated, "My child is missing, and I just saw that there is a child hidden beneath that cloth. I need to check if it's my son. You two aren't traffickers, are you?" Though her words startled them, they quickly reassured themselves, thinking only of the fact that she was but a solitary, fragile woman. Depang, with ill intentions, looked at her and said, "Your eyes are quite sharp, sister. Since you've seen through us, you might as well come along. I'll find you a good family. I guarantee you'll eat well and live a life of luxury." As he spoke, his disgusting hand reached towards Mu Yun. With a cold smirk, she delivered a swift kick that sent him flying, leaving the man on the cart momentarily stunned by her actions. As she approached the cart, the man jumped down, but Mu Yun disregarded him for the moment, focusing instead on lifting the cloth. Upon confirming that the child inside was indeed Hu Tianxi, a wave of relief washed over her, though she was also filled with dread at the near miss. This little chubby boy had almost been taken away to be sold. Shaking the little boy, she found him deeply asleep, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "What have you two given him? He is sleeping so soundly." The man stood by nervously, and upon seeing Depang return, he hurried over to support him. "Depang, what should we do? This woman seems to be skilled in martial arts. You've brought this upon yourself. I'm eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Daming, draw your weapon, we'll confront her together." Listening to his companion, the man obediently produced a concealed knife, and the two lunged at Mu Yun. Mu Yun met them head-on. These two were merely skilled in brute strength and lacked the prowess of the individuals sent by Li Xiaoping to capture her. These two ruffians were no match for her. With a single move, she incapacitated them. Overcome with rage towards these traffickers, she unleashed a beating upon them until they could no longer stand. Finally, she retrieved the ropes from their cart and bound them, transferring them onto the cart while moving Hu Tianxi aside. With the cart now laden, she returned to the city, delivering the two men to the authorities. When Xiaoningji learned of Mu Yun's capture of two traffickers, he was utterly astonished and hastily donned his official robes to interrogate them. To his surprise, this questioning unveiled several cases. Lingxi County was not devoid of families reporting missing children, but previous investigations had yielded no leads, leaving the cases unresolved. However, today, the interrogation revealed that the traffickers had other hideouts, with connections in the neighboring county. Furious, Xiaoningji promptly led all the officers to apprehend more culprits. Mu Yun first took the unconscious Hu Tianxi to a doctor, and upon hearing that he had merely been drugged and would awaken after a couple of injections, she felt a sense of relief. When the little boy finally stirred and saw Mu Yun, he could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. Mu Yun remained silent, allowing him to express his sorrow fully. Chapter 67. Contemplating a move to the city, the plump boy could cry quite heartily. He wept for a considerable time before finally ceasing, his little nose twitching adorably. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet Mu Yun's eyes. Once Mu Yun noticed his sobs had subsided, she gently inquired, "Have you cried enough?" Hu Tianxi still did not lift his head, merely responding in a muffled tone, "Mm." With a resigned smile, Mu Yun softened her voice and said, "Why did you run off on your own? It's very dangerous for a child to be out alone, do you understand?" Hu Tianxi shook his head, remaining silent. "Did you have a quarrel with Mu Yun? May I ask why?" Hu Tianxi continued to stay silent, and Mu Yun, feeling a bit exasperated, pondered if her loneliness in her past life had led to such a predicament. As heaven had sent her so many children this time, it was truly taxing. "Little Hu, you will be living with us from now on. You have no other relatives left. I forgot to ask if you are unwilling to live with us." Hu Tianxi raised his tear-filled eyes to look at her and replied, "No, I don't mind." Mu Yun, puzzled, asked, "Then why did you run away?" Tears the size of soybeans streamed down his cheeks as he opened his mouth in a pitiful manner. "Mu Yang said I am not part of this family, that I am an outsider. He told me not to cling to you, but I have no family left. You are all I have, yet he said this is not my home and told me to go away." Recalling this incident made the little boy feel aggrieved once more, and tears flowed endlessly. Mu Yun shook her head in exasperation. Mu Yang was not typically one to speak in such a manner. What could have caused him to say such things today? "Do you know why he said that?" Mu Yun asked. Hu Tianxi shook his head, "I don't know." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yun said, "He didn't mean to say it like that. After you left, he regretted it deeply. He was worried about you and felt guilty, even hiding away to cry. When we return, I will reprimand him for speaking such words to a family member. He is your elder brother, and you are his younger brother. You must learn to get along well. He was wrong this time, and I will address that with him, but you also made a mistake by running away alone that caused everyone great worry, and you could have encountered dangers or been captured by bad people." Hu Tianxi remembered the terrifying moment he was knocked unconscious, and the thought filled him with dread. "Aunt Yun, did you save me again?" Although Hu Tianxi was young, he had grasped many things in the past few days. He felt grateful in his heart for Mu Yun's repeated efforts to rescue him, yet he was also confused, unsure of what to do. He felt utterly useless, unable to earn money or contribute in any meaningful way, only causing trouble for others. He feared that Mu Yun, Yuya, and Yuan Bao, along with Mu Yang, would come to despise him and dislike him. Mu Yun nodded. "Indeed, you were almost sold to those people purchase children and then sever their hands and feet, discarding them on the streets to beg. People, seeing the pitiful sight of the children, would toss a few coins their way, only for those individuals to take the money and force the children to continue begging. Have you ever considered that you might end up like that? Hu Tianxi was frightened, his innocent eyes were filled with shock and fear that he had no idea that being sold could lead to such a grim fate, and at that moment, he truly felt the weight of fear. I was wrong, Aunt Yun. I will never run away again. With tears streaming down his face, Hu Tianxi spoke earnestly, genuinely aware of his mistake. Mu Yun did not intend to frighten him, rather, she knew that without such a warning, he would not comprehend the dangers. If he continued to wander off carelessly, he might indeed find himself in such a situation. Well, it's good that you recognize your error. Come, let us return. Mu Yun extended her hand, and the plump boy eagerly took hold of it. Upon their return to the inn, everyone sighed in relief upon seeing that Hu Tianxi had been found. Although Mu Yang felt somewhat embarrassed, he approached to apologize. I'm sorry, Tianxi, I shouldn't have said that to you. I won't do it again, and we will get along well as a family from now on. Can you forgive me? After Mu Yun left, Zijou shared many words with Mu Yang, informing him of the dire consequences should Hu Tianxi encounter human traffickers while out alone. Mu Yang felt immense regret. He merely disliked Hu Tianxi's constant attachment to Yuya but did not harbor any real hatred for him, nor did he wish for anything bad to happen to him. Seeing Hu Tianxi return, a great sense of relief washed over him, allowing him to finally set aside the worry that had gnawed at him. Hu Tianxi had indeed experienced some previously unknown events, leading him to mature emotionally. He turned to Mu Yun and said, "It's alright, I forgive you, but I won't run away again and make you worry. And to Yuya and Yuan Bao, I'm sorry for making you worry." After addressing Mu Yang, Hu Tianxi turned to Yuan. Seeing the concern in their eyes warmed his heart and brought him joy. Yuan Bao nodded seriously and said, "You must not do that again, it's very dangerous outside." Hu Tianxi obediently nodded in agreement. Yuya chimed in, "It's fine, brother Tianxi, what matters is that you're back." Observing the caring interactions among the children, Mu Yun felt a deep sense of gratitude. Considering that both Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi were of school age, she had to contemplate the prospect of moving to the city. Originally, her plan was to stay in the countryside for 6 months before relocating, at which point Yuan Bao and Yuya would be better suited for school. However, plans change, and unexpectedly, she now had 2 additional children to care for. Though they were not her biological offspring, she felt responsible for their well-being, yet, she currently lacked the funds to purchase a residence. Without a proper place to stay, they could not continue living in an inn indefinitely. Reflecting on these matters, Mu Yun realized she needed to expedite her efforts to earn money. "Mother, when are we going back? It's so boring here, we can't go outside and are stuck in this inn every day." Yuya pouted. Mu Yun smiled and ruffled her daughter's hair, replying, "If you're bored, then I'll take you to work today, but you mustn't complain about being tired." Yuya eagerly nodded. As long as they could go out, she was content. Noticing the children's eagerness to venture outside, Mu Yun felt a pang of guilt. It seemed she had confined them too harshly. Children by nature love to play and explore, and being cooped up in the inn would undoubtedly make them feel stifled. "Let us go, time to work." She also intended to see if the new residence had any extra rooms. If so, it would be feasible to temporarily stay there. Living there would also facilitate overseeing the garment workshop more conveniently. With a plan forming in her mind, Mu Yun arrived at the new residence and began to explore, searching for suitable living quarters. In this new place, the children were filled with wonder, their curious eyes darting around. Mu Yun guided them as they explored every nook and cranny of the residence until they were all exhausted. The house was indeed spacious, allowing Mu Yun to discover a secluded courtyard at the back, which was most suitable for habitation. The front section of the residence would undergo renovations to serve as a garment workshop, while the back courtyard, being relatively isolated, served no purpose. The front area would be more than sufficient for their needs. Additionally, there was a small door leading in and out, which would be convenient. Eventually, they could erect a wall to separate the back courtyard, leaving a door for ease. The more she examined it, the more satisfied Mu Yun became, a smile blossoming on her face. Upon learning of her return, Pang Qingyun sought her out. "Didn't you go back to rest? Why are you back again?" Mu Yun explained her intention to move into the new residence. Pang Qingyun quickly interjected, "This place is too small, you should stay at my other house on West Street. It's more spacious." Pang Qingyun no longer regarded Mu Yun as an outsider. Hearing that she intended to move to the city thrilled him. This way, Mu Yun would have more time to manage the various shops and workshops, as there were times when her presence was indispensable. Mu Yun adored this place and declined Pang Qingyun's suggestion. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Pang Qingyun reluctantly acquiesced, offering to oversee the renovations of the courtyard, promising to ensure it was made comfortable for them. After spending one last night in the city, Mu Yun took the children back to the village. At this time, she needed to resolve all matters before returning, as she might not come back again after this. Chapter 68. The news of recruiting apprentices. Upon her return to Qinghe village, Mu Yun brought back with her a boy named Hu Tianxi. As soon as they entered the village, the locals began to murmur among themselves, though none dared to speak openly, opting instead to hide and whisper. After all, Mu Yun's formidable reputation was well known throughout the village, and no one would risk being impudent in her presence. The arrival of another child with her sparked a flurry of speculation. Some claimed he was an illegitimate child, while others suggested he was the offspring of a deceased husband she was obliged to care for. Unbeknownst to Mu Yun, these idle rumors circulated freely, as no one dared to voice them in her hearing. This time, she returned without a multitude of belongings, knowing she would not be staying long and would soon have to move again. After instructing Zijou to look after the children, she first sought out the village head to inform him of her impending departure. The village head was taken aback. He had heard whispers of the rumors but refrained from commenting, merely advising Mu Yun to take care of herself. As for the land, she had only cultivated the patch of sweet potatoes at the foot of the mountain. She intended to give them to the couple, De Chang and his wife, and after explaining her intentions to the village head, he readily agreed. Once the sweet potatoes were harvested, they could return the land to him, allowing De Chang and his wife to farm it for the season. After discussing the land matters with the village head, Muyan informed him about the county office's recruitment of apprentices. The village head was astonished upon learning that the weaving, dyeing, "You truly astonish me. You have executed such a significant endeavor without a word, and I must say, you deserve admiration." It dawned on the village head just how ludicrous the village gossip had been. He had harbored some doubts and even found himself believing a portion of it, only to discover the reality was far different. At that moment, he felt that the daughter-in-law of the Tao family, who had been imprisoned for spreading rumors, had not been wronged. It seemed that these gossips were once again at Muyan, and the village head conversed at length about the county's recruitment of apprentices, and the village head, being a perceptive man, quickly comprehended that this presented a tremendous opportunity for the villagers. After Muyan departed, he pondered the matter excitedly throughout the night. The following morning, he dispatched individuals to notify each household, summoning everyone to a meeting at the dam. Only Muyan's family did not attend. The rest of the villagers gathered in the spacious area of the village. Qinghe village had a relatively large population, with over 30 households and nearly 300 individuals. At this moment, aside from the elderly and children, nearly everyone was present, as it was rare for the village head to formally call them together, indicating that something significant was afoot. The crowd buzzed with curiosity until the village head's arrival silenced their chatter. Someone could not contain their curiosity and asked, "Village head, is there something important happening? Why have we all been so?" Observing their expectant expressions, he spoke in a measured tone. "A new weaving workshop, dyeing workshop, and garment workshop have been established in the city, and they are currently seeking apprentices. Starting tomorrow, the county office will set up a stall at the entrance of the county hall for registration. Anyone interested may sign up, with age restrictions set between 12 and 35 years. Both males and females are welcome, though the demand for female apprentices is notably higher." One villager, confused, inquired, "What is an apprentice? What benefits does this bring?" An older woman asked, her face a mask of bewilderment. For farmers like them, their knowledge was limited to tilling the land, and they were unfamiliar with anything beyond that. Just as someone was about to explain the concept of an apprentice, the village head's voice rang out, prompting them to remain silent. An apprentice is someone who learns a craft. Weaving, dyeing, and garment making all require skill, and these are not simply learned without guidance. A villager interjected, "But village head, apprentices do not earn money. How can this be considered good news? Surely there must be fees involved?" "Indeed, my son wishes to learn carpentry, but even when offering payment, the master craftsman refused to teach him, claiming he lacks talent. What profit can one expect from learning weaving and dyeing? Is anyone even willing to teach us?" Many voiced their skepticism, failing to grasp the village head's notion of good news. "Silence," the village head commanded, his tone firm. The crowd fell silent at once, allowing him to continue. "They need 50 apprentices for weaving, 50 for dyeing, and 100 for the garment workshop. There are limited spots available, so listen closely to what I say and refrain from interrupting. Apprentices do not need to pay any fees, and they will receive a stipend of 50 each month, but they must assist with the work. After proving their skills, they will transition to formal employment, with a minimum monthly salary of 1 tael of silver. Those with exceptional skills can earn even more. It is said that some master weavers earn 2 taels a month or more." At this revelation, the villagers erupted with joy, their faces alight with astonishment. "Is that true, village head? You aren't deceiving us, are you? How could the village head deceive us? He is known for his honesty." "Exactly, the village head always speaks the truth. This must be genuine. Village head, can we all participate? 51 per month is astonishing. If we succeed, could we not earn a dozen taels in a year? That would surpass what most would make in business." This proclamation sent shockwaves of excitement through the crowd, akin to being struck by a heavenly pie, leaving them in disbelief. The village head, observing their relation, reiterated, "Yes, it is true. As long as you are selected, you can achieve what you have just expressed. However, as I mentioned earlier, there are limited spots. Besides our village, all other villages in Lingxi County will also be registering." Upon hearing this, the villagers grew anxious. There are several villages, with only 50 spots per workshop. It will be exceedingly difficult to secure a place. "Village head, is there any way to limit the selection to just our village? Why must others participate? If we don't get selected for such a wonderful opportunity, I would weep." "Indeed, village head, is there any solution?" The village head sighed in exasperation. Did they think he controlled the county office? Their navet left him speechless. "This is a matter for the county office. You may address your concerns with the county magistrate." As these words left his lips, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. None dared approach the county magistrate. In stark contrast to their earlier excitement and joy, they were now filled with apprehension and unease, terrified of the prospect of not being selected. Chapter 69 of the notion that the fertile water should not flow to external fields. Well, I have conveyed the news to you all. Prepare yourselves accordingly. There is one more matter I must address. You are all acquainted with the proprietors of the 3 workshops. It would be prudent for you to manage your words henceforth. Do not bring misfortune upon yourselves." The village chief's words struck like a thunderclap, instantly igniting a fervor among the crowd. The villagers widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions a tableau of incredulity. "Mu Yun, she is the owner? How could that be? There must be some mistake. Indeed, if she possessed such prowess, how could she have previously lived in such a wretched state? Village chief, you must be mistaken. This is impossible. Yes, how could Mu Yun possibly be so formidable? Voices of skepticism erupted one after another. Discussions about Mu Yun had been rampant of late, and no one believed she could manage 3 impressive workshops. Only the Spring Moon sisters recalled their previous encounter with Mu Yun at the county office, and they were now utterly astonished. Never had they imagined that Mu Yun possessed such capabilities. The village chief, undeterred by the expressions of disbelief, continued with a cold demeanor. Enough, whether this is true or not, you will come to know in due course. I share this information with you now in hopes that you will speak and act cautiously, refraining from reckless gossip and slander. Otherwise, should you offend someone of significance, you may find your future in jeopardy, and you will have no time to regret it. After delivering his admonition, he surveyed the crowd once more before departing, leaving the villagers in a state of bewilderment. Once Spring Moon regained her composure, she immediately took Spring Orchid to Mu Yun's residence, while Lu Yu and De Chang hastened towards the same destination. With one following another, a multitude of villagers made their way to Mu Yun's home. Upon the sisters' arrival, they found Mu Yun seated in her courtyard, engrossed in a book about dyeing techniques, which had been painstakingly sourced by Pang Qingyun. After perusing some pages, Mu Yun felt a surge of inspiration, contemplating new color blends to experiment with upon her return. Just then, the sound of Spring Moon's voice pierced the air from beyond the gate. Mu Yun, are you at home? This was the first time Spring Moon had spoken to Mu Yun with such warmth. Upon seeing the sisters at her doorstep, Mu Yun appeared somewhat perplexed. What brings you here? She inquired. The Spring sisters entered uninvited, with Spring Orchid unsure of how to voice her Spring Moon, however, wasted no time and asked directly, we heard from the village chief that you own a weaving workshop, a dyeing workshop, and a ready-made clothing workshop in the city. Is that true? Mu Yun nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it is true. Surprised that the village chief had openly disclosed her affairs, Mu Yun felt it was no matter, they would find out sooner or later. Hearing her affirmation left Spring Orchid and Spring Moon utterly astonished. Is it truly the case, Mu Yun? You are remarkably impressive. Spring Moon exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Spring Orchid, brimming with admiration, chimed in with a smile. I never imagined Sister Yin could be so accomplished. It truly is eye-opening. Mu Yun chuckled. So, you both came here merely to confirm if this is true? Spring Orchid replied, I am simply astonished. Spring Moon dragged me here, and now I am here. Sister Yun, I plan to register at the county office tomorrow. Do you think I would be suitable? Spring Orchid asked nervously. Mu Yun smiled reassuringly. Your sewing skills are commendable, and your craftsmanship should suffice. We are in need of skilled embroiderers. You should have a good chance of being selected. Having witnessed Spring Orchid's abilities firsthand, Mu Yun was confident in her assessment. Upon hearing this, Spring Orchid's face lit up with joy. With Mu Yun's words, she felt a newfound sense of assurance, and her smile radiated happiness. Then, Sister Mu, after I learn, will I truly be able to earn 1 or 2 taels of silver in a month? Spring Moon, brimming with anticipation, eagerly asked, and Sister Yun, do you think I would be chosen? She gazed at Mu Yun expectantly, even having altered her form of address. Mu Yun found it amusing how pragmatic this girl was, her transition in address so seamless, devoid of any embarrassment. As for you? I am not well acquainted with your skills. Each workshop has masters who will assess your craftsmanship. Their verdict holds sway, not mine. Why do you all come to me with these inquiries? Mu Yun remarked with a tone of exasperation. At that moment, she noticed an increasing number of villagers gathering at her doorstep, both familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. She sighed in resignation, pondering how much simpler it would be if the village chief had kept quiet. De Chang and Lu Yu soon arrived. Lu Yu, aware of Mu Yun's prowess, was still taken aback by her remarkable achievements. She gazed at Mu Yun with admiration, asking excitedly, Little Yun, did you truly establish 3 workshops? Mu Yun nodded with a smile. Indeed, I did, Sister Yu. De Chang grinned sheepishly. Sister Mu, you truly are impressive. Your capabilities are astonishing. Mu Yun, with a resigned smile, replied, Oh, De Chang, please refrain from teasing me. Other villagers, without abashed audacity, approached to inquire about their chances of selection. Mu Yun addressed them collectively, stating that the decision of whom to choose rested with the masters in the workshops, not with her. The villagers, feeling somewhat dejected, one among them remarked, But you are the owner, ultimately, it is your decision. We are all from the same village, it would be considerate of you to give us some insight. Indeed, indeed. We are all from the same village. If you could provide us with some guidance, it would be greatly appreciated. As a chorus of voices clamored for her attention, Mu Yun regarded the outspoken individuals with a cool demeanor. I am the proprietor, and my role is to oversee the finances. The operational aspects are managed by others. I do not intervene because I lack expertise. If my interference were to hinder my profits, what then? Such specialized matters must be entrusted to professionals to maximize benefits. Mu Yun continued, as long as you meet the criteria, there is no need to fear being overlooked. Should you fail to meet the standards, any further discussion would be moot. Now, I suggest you all return home and prepare to enter the city early tomorrow for registration. Those with a sense of propriety began to disperse, while others, more audacious, still wished to voice their concerns. Yet, upon noticing Mu Yun's indifference, they felt a pang of helplessness. Could you not select people only from our village and refrain from choosing from others? As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to external fields. We are all from the same village. Prioritizing our selection would benefit everyone and ensure we all prosper. A woman, approximately 40 years of age, spoke up. Upon hearing her words. Mu Yun turned her gaze towards her. The woman, with a sallow complexion, donned a deep blue linen garment that was far from pristine, now looked at Mu Yun with a glimmer of anticipation in her murky eyes. Mu Yun found her statement amusing and responded with a smile, why should I limit my selection to this village? Has this village nurtured me? Has it ever saved my life? The woman faltered, seemingly at a loss for it is only natural to assist your own village, is it not? Mu Yun chuckled, her expression tinged with sarcasm. To be precise, I am not a native of this village. I have only been here for a little over a month. I am not well acquainted with you all, dear aunt. Perhaps you are reading too much into this. The woman swallowed hard, her demeanor shifting to one of ingratiation. While you may not have been here long, we have all come to regard you as one of our own. You seem like a kind-hearted girl, truly endearing. I merely thought, since we are from the same village, it would be normal to lend a helping hand. Wouldn't you agree? By the way, my 2 hens at home have been laying a plethora of eggs lately. Tomorrow, I will bring you a few. I live in the east, in the Zhao household, where I have 3 daughters. The youngest is 14, and the eldest is 16, named Chunya, Chunxing, and Chunmei. When you arrive in the city for registration, please pay them some attention, and will be sure to express her gratitude to you in the future. Chapter 70. Overwhelmed with excitement to kneel before Mu Yun was amused. It was her first encounter with such a form of bribery. Before she could utter a word, Chunyu could no longer contain herself, and with a scoff, she remarked, Aunt Zhao, perhaps you should reconsider those girls of yours. They are hardly suited for delicate work, being accustomed to laborious tasks day in and day out. Their hands have grown coarse from toil. Only those with nimble fingers can excel in sewing and embroidery. None of your 3 daughters possess such finesse. Best not to harbor any illusions. Aunt Zhao, incensed by Chun Yu's words, retorted vehemently, they're all hands, capable of movement. What difference does it make between fine and coarse? Chun Yu, you are simply envious and cannot bear to see others thrive, spouting nonsense. Chun Yu let out a cold laugh, her expression dripping with disdain. Nonsense, you say? Your 3 daughters will surely falter at intricate tasks. Perhaps they could be considered for different work, but for weaving and embroidery, your daughters are simply unfit. Just wait and see. Aunt Zhao's face turned dark with fury, her patience wearing thin. Mu Yun, wishing to quell their bickering, interjected, ladies, why don't you both retreat and prepare? What is said now is superfluous. Tomorrow will reveal all. Springlawn tugged at Chun Yu, urging her to leave, but Chun Yu quickly added, Sister Yun, I acknowledge my past misdeeds. Would you kindly refrain from holding them against me? I genuinely wish to work in the workshop. I hope you can overlook my previous rudeness and not reject my candidacy. I apologize for my earlier behavior and admit that I need to improve my disposition. Thank you for reminding me. Mu Yun cast a humorous glance at Chun Yu, recognizing her ability to adapt. Noticing the concern in her eyes, Mu Yun replied with a gentle smile, I have already stated that the selection is entirely at the discretion of the masters. I do not interfere. If you possess the talent to be chosen, that will be your merit, and I shall not be petty. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu felt reassured and followed Springlawn out. Aunt Zhao, eager to voice her thoughts, was forcibly pulled away by Chun Yu, who was intent on appeasing Mu Yun. As they departed, she turned back to Mu Yun with an ingratiating smile. The couple, De Chang and his wife, were about to leave when Mu Yun called out to them, De Chang, Yu Jia, please hold on a moment. The pair exchanged puzzled glances with Mu Yun. She inquired, Yu Jia, are you planning to register tomorrow? Lu Yu nodded, yes, I wish to, but I am uncertain if I will be selected. The competition is fierce, especially with so many young girls. Mu Yun acknowledged, indeed, individuals from several villages will attend, making the competition quite formidable. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from going. I can offer you an alternative opportunity. Intrigued, Lu Yu asked, what opportunity? The couple leaned in with anticipation. Mu Yun explained, you could supply chickens to the tavern. The chickens you raise are delicious. I sampled them last time. The tavern requires a substantial quantity of chickens, and you can raise as many as you can. I will purchase them from you at 20 won per gene. How does that sound? Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 won per gene, that's exorbitant. It was well known that very few people bought chickens these days. They were primarily kept for eggs. Selling them yielded little profit, but at 20 won per gene, they would rival the price of pork. Mu Yun affirmed, yes, 20 won per gene, sold by weight. Currently, the tavern sources its chickens from various places. If you can raise a significant number, I will have them come to you for purchase, thereby increasing your income. Indeed, Mu Yun spoke the truth. If Lu Yu were selected to work in the workshop, she would have to part ways with De Chang. Given their extensive farmland, it was impractical for De Chang to abandon his duties to accompany her, and without children, the separation, though not far, would still pose challenges. The couple felt deeply moved by Mu Yun's generosity. Recently, their profits from selling mushrooms had already greatly benefited them, and now she was extending her kindness once more. Lu Yu, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly knelt before Mu Yun to express her thanks. Startled, Mu Yun quickly grasped Lu Yu's arm to prevent her from succeeding. What are you doing, Yu Jia? Please don't frighten me. With sincerity, Lu Yu declared, Xiao Yun, your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Your actions touch me so deeply that I would willingly give my life in gratitude. I am at a loss for words to express my thanks, hence my desire to kneel. Mu Yun chuckled, exasperated yet amused. Yu Jia, truly. If you wish to thank me, simply raise more chickens and send some my way to enjoy. Please, do not put me in such a position again. Lu Yu quickly replied, in the future, I will ensure you receive my chickens. I will deliver them to you every month. Seeing the earnestness in her expression, Mu Yun smiled and nodded, very well, Yu Jia, now, prepare yourself accordingly. Raising a small number of chickens is manageable, but it becomes difficult with a larger flock. Reflect on it yourself. Lu Yu nodded, and the couple returned home. Brimming with excitement, they spent the entire night discussing their plans for raising chickens, utterly devoid of sleep the following day, aware that many villagers intend. The selection of apprentices was not her concern, the masters would handle that themselves. Early in the morning, Mu Yun called the children to rise and practice their stances in the courtyard. Despite their time in the city, she had ensured they continued their training, albeit without her supervision, as she had entrusted Zijou with that responsibility. Hu Tianxi, curious, had joined them for a few days, but soon found it too strenuous and abandoned the effort. However, unbeknownst to Mu Yun, when she summoned Hu Tianxi to join in, he wore a pained expression, clearly conflicted. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? This exercise is vital for strengthening the body. You have gained a bit of weight and need to practice transforming that fat into muscle. Soon, you will become even more handsome. More handsome? Hu Tianxi's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he looked at Mu Yun with a mix of confusion and expectation. Mu Yun affirmed, yes, exercising young men grow into more attractive and charismatic individuals. Before long, you will have no trouble finding a bride. Her playful tone struck a chord with Hu Tianxi, who took her words to heart. He immediately joined the ranks of those practicing their stances, deliberately positioning himself beside Yueya. Chapter 71. Officially moving to the city. Seeing his obedience, Mu Yun smiled. The morning air was fragrant and refreshing, making her reluctant to leave. However, for the sake of future developments and the education of the children, she had no choice but to depart. After Zijou prepared breakfast, the family enjoyed their meal, and Mu Yun instructed them to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey to the city the following day. Just as they were tidying up, the village chief arrived. Mu Yun, I thought you hadn't left for the city yet, he remarked. Mu Yun, puzzled by his presence, inquired, Village chief, what brings you here? With a smile, he replied, I came to ask if you would like to join us in the city. I have borrowed an ox cart to take my eldest daughter for registration, and I thought you might still be here, as there are too many people heading to the city today, and the cart is already full. The village chief's demeanor towards Mu Yun had grown more respectful. Mu Yun nodded, indeed, there are too many people, I was planning to go tomorrow. Not at all, we can't fill the cart alone, come with us, I specifically came to fetch you, the village chief insisted. After contemplating, Mu Yun realized there was nothing else to keep her there, so she nodded in agreement. Their belongings were not extensive, and they packed quickly. The village chief brought the ox cart to her doorstep, waiting for her. As the cart gradually departed, Mu Yun cast a lingering glance at her modest courtyard, a place she had painstakingly arranged, feeling a twinge of reluctance, knowing she might never return. Upon arriving at the county town, Mu Yun was astonished to find a long line at the entrance of the county office. So many people, yet, it appeared that there were not enough positions available, and many would likely be turned away. After expressing her gratitude to the village chief, she disembarked with her luggage and, accompanied by Zijou and the children, entered through the back door. She instructed Zijou to tidy up their new abode while she proceeded to the front hall. After everyone registered their basic information at the county office, they received tags and entered the hall of the garment workshop, where masters scrutinized the applicants. Mu Yun concealed herself behind a screen, remaining unseen. Pang Qingyun, seated in the hall, noticed someone behind the screen and quietly approached. Upon recognizing Mu Yun, he exclaimed, You finally made it, I knew you couldn't miss such an important day. Come, let us sit up front and watch, why hide back here? Mu Yun hurriedly declined, No need, I merely wish to take a brief look. Let us go to the back, I have matters to discuss with you. Once they reached the rear, Mu Yun spoke, When I arrived, I saw an overwhelming number of people outside, forming a lengthy queue. Pang Qingyun nodded, There were many when I arrived too. It seems there are even more now. Mu Yun suggested, Since there are so many applicants, we should select the best among them. Let us review everyone first, particularly those skilled in garment making, as embroidery is crucial. If we find individuals with exceptional talent in embroidery, we should nurture them, this will greatly benefit our future development. Pang Qingyun nodded, You have the final say in these matters, I am not well versed in them. Mu Yun affirmed, Good, please inform the masters not to rush into selecting anyone. Let us review all candidates first, then filter those who can stay, and finally conduct a second selection based on how many remain. Following Mu Yun's instructions, Pang Qingyun conveyed the message to the masters while Mu Yun returned to the courtyard. The front hall was now separated from her living quarters, and as she entered, she encountered Xu Ning and Xiao Ningji. Mu Jia, you've arrived. Xu Ning called out with a cheerful smile. Mu Yun nodded and inquired, What brings you both here? Xiao Ningji interjected, I didn't expect such a large turnout for the apprenticeship recruitment. Miss, it seems these 3 workshops may not accommodate everyone. Xiao Ningji appeared troubled. Mu Yun smiled, Why must we accommodate everyone, Lord Xiao? We are in business, not philanthropy. Competition is natural and necessary, it compels them to appreciate their opportunities. While Mu Yun focused primarily on business, aiming to improve the villagers' economy secondarily, Xiao Ningji's foremost desire was for every villager in Lingxi County to enjoy a good life, thus showcasing his governance skills and capabilities. With a reassuring smile, Mu Yun continued, There is no need for concern, Lord Xiao. I won't limit myself to just these few workshops, there will be other industries in the future, and we will need more hands as we expand. We must proceed step by step without haste. Xiao Ningji chuckled resignedly, indeed, what we have now is already quite good, and we cannot rush things. I'll step outside for a moment. Zhu Ning nodded, Ningji, you go ahead with your tasks. With nothing else to occupy her, Muyan began arranging the rooms in courtyard alongside Zizhu. She recalled that the desk she had commissioned from the carpenter was still unfinished. She would need to transport it from the village once it was completed, which posed some inconvenience. The day passed in a flurry of cleaning and organizing their new home. Before she could inquire about the results of the apprentice selection, night had fallen, and she decided against asking. It was not until the next morning that Pang Qingyun came to summon Mu Yun, urging her to the front hall. Upon her arrival, she found the hall teeming with people, with several masters seated. Upon spotting Mu Yun, they all rose to greet her. Mu Yun surveyed the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces, including Chun Lan and Chun Yu, along with several others she had seen but did not know well. A few from Yuha village were among them, and upon seeing Mu Yun, their astonishment was palpable, but they quickly composed themselves, realizing the formality of the occasion. The proprietor, we have a total of 400 candidates who meet the criteria. From this pool, we have carefully selected 220 individuals, 60 from the weaving workshop, 50 from the dyeing workshop, and the remainder from the garment workshop. I have categorized them and they stand on either side. Here are their profiles for your review. One of the masters reported. Mu Yun accepted the documents and began to read. Each profile detailed the individual's skills, age, and other pertinent information, clearly laid out for her understanding. She felt quite satisfied with the selections. After a swift review, she addressed the crowd. Welcome to our workshop. Being chosen as an apprentice indicates that you possess certain skills. However, while skill is important, character is equally vital. Anyone wishing to learn our craft must first sign a document prepared by the government. The techniques you learn here are exclusive to our establishment. Should anyone be found leaking our unique methods, they will face severe consequences. The mention of the government instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. Mu Yun continued, those who diligently perform their duties will not be overlooked. In addition to your monthly wages, those who excel will receive extra bonuses at the year's end, ranging from 1 to 10 taels, depending on your dedication and sincerity in your work. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. The prospect of such favorable treatment was undeniably appealing. If they succeeded in their training, they could earn substantial sums over the year, alleviating future worries. Of course, being accepted now does not guarantee your place indefinitely. Those who fail to learn within a month will be asked to leave and return home. The masters will provide earnest instruction, but if you do not apply yourselves, it will be in vain. The crowd grew tense at her words, abandoning any notions of complacency. After concluding her address, she instructed the arrangement of the apprentices. Chun Yu attempted to approach Mu Yun for a closer connection but realized she had already departed, leaving her with a sense of regret. The selected individuals were elated, while those not chosen returned home disheartened. Upon learning that those selected would receive year-end bonuses, envy colored the faces of the others. Unbeknownst to Mu Yun, the rejected candidates returned home and wept bitterly, unable to emerge from their sorrow for several days. The villagers from Yuha returned and shared the news of Mu Yun being the proprietor of this apprenticeship recruitment, leaving everyone in shock, their emotions a complex tapestry of surprise and intrigue. Chapter 72, a grand opening. After successfully recruiting apprentices, the opening of the fabric shop was once again brought to the forefront of Mu Yun's agenda. Although there were now more workers, they were primarily apprentices with limited capabilities. The seasoned artisans remained indispensable. Mu Yun devised a purchasing limit, whether for ready-made garments or fabric. Each person could acquire only one item. With all preparations complete, the long-awaited day of the grand opening finally arrived. On this momentous day, a modest stage was erected in front of the fabric shop, where elegantly dressed women took turns showcasing their attire. The innovative designs, refreshing colors, and distinct fabrics immediately captivated the attention of all onlookers. Regardless of the era, it is human nature to enjoy lively gatherings. Once the eyes of the crowd were drawn in, there was no fear of losing customers. The shop's attendants were all replaced with women, trained specifically for their roles. In contrast to hiring men, women were inherently more suited for the task, yet societal norms of the time frowned upon women in public roles, deeming it improper. Mu Yun sought to challenge this convention, allowing more women the opportunity to work. As patrons entered the fabric shop, they were astonished to find themselves greeted solely by women, which facilitated a more natural and comfortable interaction. The unique attendants, combined with the novel styles and materials, rendered the shop an intriguing experience. Moreover, upon learning the prices of the fabrics, those with means did not hesitate to make purchases. However, when informed of the one-item limit, many customers expressed their dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Mu Yun had trained her workers well and patiently explained the rationale behind the purchasing restriction. After hearing her reasoning, the customers' anger dissipated, and they began to appreciate the rarity and value of the fabrics and garments. The opening of the fabric shop was met with great enthusiasm, and although Li Xiaoping's facial injuries had yet to heal, he made an appearance. After all, his own fabric shop was directly across the street, providing him with a clear vantage point. With Mu Yun's involvement, the shop was no longer named the Peng Family Fabric Shop. It was now rebranded as the Marin Pavilion. As he observed the bustling and cheerful Marin Pavilion, Li Xiaoping's expression darkened with fury. His intention was to bring the entire Peng family business to ruin, hastening the day of its collapse. Yet an unforeseen twist had arisen, thwarting his plans. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, with no outlet for his frustration. Young master, here are the fabrics and garments from Marin Pavilion. I had someone procure them for you, please take a look, the shopkeeper ventured, trembling with trepidation, but knowing he had to report back after fulfilling the young master's request. Li Xiaoping replied coldly, bring them here for me to inspect. The shopkeeper, wary of saying too much, carefully laid out the fabrics and garments on the table. Li Xiaoping ran his fingers over the fabric, his expression growing even more grim. How much is this piece of fabric? He inquired icily. The shopkeeper answered, this one costs 10 taels of silver per piece. How much? Li Xiaoping thought he had misheard. 10 taels, the shopkeeper reiterated. Li Xiaoping's fists clenched in disbelief, his voice laced with barely contained rage. Has Pang Qingyun lost his mind, selling this fabric for only 10 taels per piece? Is he willing to sacrifice profit just to steal our business? However, they have implemented a purchasing limit, allowing each person to buy only one item. I had to send 2 individuals to procure these. Additionally, there is a more expensive option at 30 taels per piece, which is even more stunning. It is said to surpass the finest brocade and is cheaper than it, making it particularly favored by affluent ladies. That fabric is called scattered flower silk. Li Xiaoping's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth. Is this fabric available elsewhere? The shopkeeper shook his head. No, I have been in the fabric business for 10 years and have never encountered these fabrics. It is said they have developed them themselves. Li Xiaoping scoffed. If Pang Qingyun were capable of creating new fabrics, he wouldn't have been reduced to this state by me. This is the work of that woman, Mu Yun, isn't it? The shopkeeper nodded. Indeed, Mu Yun is now one of the owners of Marin Pavilion. They have partnered together. Regardless of the cost, obtain their technology for me. We must also produce new fabrics. The shopkeeper replied, yes, master, I will take care of it immediately. The grand opening of He remained on the second floor, fixated on the bustling activity across the street, until nightfall, when Marin Pavilion closed its doors due to a lack of stock. The outcome left Li Xiaoping grinding his teeth in frustration. Neither Mu Yun nor Pang Qingyun anticipated such a swift success. Their meticulously prepared inventory was sold out in a single day, an astonishing turn of events. Mu Yun was unaware of the purchasing power of this era, while Pang Qingyun had never experienced business thriving to such an extent, resulting in both underestimating consumer demand. Though they counted their profits with glee, they were equally anxious about the following day's lack of stock, a situation that would persist for several days. While fabric could be produced daily, the production of ready-made, the two, burdened with worry, visited the weaving and dyeing workshops to assess the progress, but found it alarmingly slow. Mu Yun recalled the weaving machines from her past life, yet, even with electricity, constructing such machinery was beyond her capability. Pang Qingyun nodded, a furrow of concern etched on his brow. Indeed, perhaps I should close down the other shops and consolidate all our resources here. Those establishments have yielded no profit and are merely incurring losses. Mu Yun inquired, how many shops do you still possess, and where are they located? Pang Qingyun replied, there are about 20 remaining, spread across Tianhe County, Yunzhou City, and Suzhou City. I have yet to expand beyond these areas. All these were inherited from my father, and since taking over, I have failed to develop them further. If not for these properties my father purchased, I fear I would struggle to cover even the rent. They have been operating at a significant loss. Mu Yun remarked, since these shops belong to you, it should be easier to manage. Given they are currently unprofitable, it is best to close them for now. Once our affairs here are in order, we can gradually revive the business. Operating them in a half-hearted manner serves no purpose. Pang Qingyun nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her perspective. Thus, he hurried back to gather his staff and consolidate resources from various locations. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoping's associates were engaging with the masters of the weaving and dyeing workshops, intent on stealing their innovative techniques. Chapter 73 Finding schools for the children. The beauty pavilion opened its doors but closed again within a day, not due to a lack of business, but rather because the demand was so overwhelming that they ran out of stock. This news sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. The merchants were not the only ones astonished. The customers were equally amazed. Those who had purchased fabrics and garments from the beauty pavilion suddenly found themselves the envy of others, sparking curiosity about what made the pavilion's offering so exceptional as to create such a stir. As rumors escalated, the name of the beauty pavilion spread like wildfire throughout Lingxi County. Within just a few days, everyone eagerly anticipated the next opening, determined to witness the marvel for themselves. Pang Qingyun busied himself with consolidating funds, while Mu Yun focused on sketching design drafts. In addition, during these past few days, she had asked Zijou to gather information regarding the academy's enrollment, with the intention. On one particular day, as Mu Yun diligently worked on her design drafts, Zijou entered with a smile, saying, Sister Yun, I have inquired about the academy. The best one is called Iha Academy, reputed to be the finest in the county. The instructor is from Yunzhou City and is quite formidable. However, he is very strict with admissions. It seems he currently only personally teaches 3 students, while the others are taught by different instructors at the academy. Nonetheless, the other instructors are said to be quite good as well, though not as renowned as this Mr. Xiao, yet, they certainly surpass the teachers from other academies. Mu Yun nodded and inquired, what are the tuition fees? Zijou replied, it's 12 taels of silver per person per year, which is rather expensive. Other academies charge only 5 to 8 taels, this is the most costly one. Mu Yun smiled, saying, that is of no concern. As long as the education is of high quality, a higher price is acceptable. In that case, prepare some suitable gifts. I will have the children change into proper attire, and we shall pay a visit to facilitate their enrollment. Zijou nodded and hurriedly set to work. Mu Yun glanced at her design sketches, which were nearly complete. She carefully stored the papers away before calling for the children. Although Yueya and Yuanbao had not yet reached the age for schooling, they could accompany them to observe. When Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi learned they would be attending the academy, they were both taken aback. The two expressed their concerns, aware that education came at a significant cost, and they were not entirely naive children. After changing into their new clothes, Mu Yun noticed their lack of excitement and felt a pang of helplessness. Could it be that they were already disenchanted with the idea of schooling before it had even begun? With a serious expression, she asked, "Why do you both look so glum? I must tell you, education is essential. Without it, there is no future. Whether you wish to travel far and wide in business or aspire to take the imperial examinations and serve the country, literacy and knowledge are imperative. Therefore, even if you do not enjoy it, you must attend school." Mu Yang, being the older of the two and more understanding, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Aunt Yun, schooling requires a substantial amount of money. With Tianxi, Yuanbao, and Yue, there are so many of us. How much must you earn to afford our education? I am old enough now. I can forego it, and let them go instead." Hu Tianxi chimed in, "Aunt Yun, I also do not like studying. I never enjoyed it at home, and I still do not like it now. Let Yuanbao and the others go instead." Mu Yun was taken aback that their reluctance stemmed from financial concerns. It was surprising that they, at such a young age, could contemplate such matters. She couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling their hair. She said with a warm smile, "It's all right, your Aunt Yun is quite adept at earning money. Not only for your education, but when the time comes for you to marry and start families, I will also ensure you have the means to establish your own households. You are family, and you must never think of yourselves as outsiders, understood?" Upon hearing this, the two felt deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears as they felt a stronger connection to their home. They nodded in agreement, and Mu Yang, with newfound determination, declared, "Aunt Yun, I will study hard and strive to succeed, so that I can repay your kindness." Hu Tianxi eagerly added, "And I too, Aunt Yun. I will work diligently to learn, so that I can honor you in the future." Initially, Mu Yun had taken in these two children out of compassion, but over time, she had developed genuine affection for them. Seeing their innocent, tearful expressions filled her heart with warmth. She smiled again, patting their heads, and said softly, "Good, Aunt Yun will be waiting for your filial piety. Now, let us go visit the academy and meet the teachers. Remember to be polite, answer any questions the teachers may have honestly, and there is no need to feel nervous." The two nodded in agreement. Mu Yun borrowed Pang Qingyun's carriage and set off for Ehai Academy with the 4 children in tow. Ehai Academy, located on the outskirts of the city, was the largest academy in Lingxi County, established by Mr. Chiu himself. It had gained a stellar reputation, attracting wealthy families from neighboring counties who sent their children to study there solely because of Mr. Chiu's esteemed name. Upon stating her purpose, the guards at the entrance did not obstruct their entry and allowed them to pass through. As they stepped into the academy, they were greeted by the soothing scent of books, as though the very air was infused with the essence of literature. The environment was elegant, adorned with pavilions, lofts, and lush greenery, accompanied by the melodious sounds of children reading aloud. Mu Yun felt quite satisfied with the atmosphere. It was indeed a remarkable institution. Guided by a young attendant, Mu Yun led the children through various courtyards until they finally arrived at the section where Mr. Chiu taught. It was a spacious, independent courtyard, where 3 boys, around 11 or 12 years old, were engrossed in their studies in one room, while Mr. Chiu sat in another, sipping tea with a book before him. "Mr. Chiu, they have arrived," Mu Yun announced as she and the children entered, politely greeting him. Mr. Chiu glanced at the children with a neutral expression and asked, "How old are you, and what have you studied?" Chiu looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You have lost your memories?" Mu Yang nodded, "Yes, sir." Mr. Chiu then turned his attention to Mu Yun, who explained, "This child is one I have taken in. He has indeed lost his memories. If you wish to ascertain what he has studied, you may test him." Mr. Chiu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and instead directed his question to Hu Tianxi, "And you? How old are you, and what have you studied?" Hu Tianxi politely replied, "In response to your inquiry, sir, I am 5 years old. I have studied the 3-character classic, but I can only recognize a few characters." Feeling somewhat anxious, Mr. Ichio then turned to Yuanbao, asking, "What about you?" Yuanbao glanced at his mother before responding, "In response to your inquiry, sir, I am 3 years old and have not studied at all." Yueya, seeing that everyone had answered, followed suit and eagerly said, "Sir, I am also 3 years old and have not studied." Mr. Chiu smiled, "Very well, I understand." He then instructed someone to bring a book for Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi to read, so he could assess their literacy and arrange their classes accordingly. Mu Yang recognized a fair number of characters, while Hu Tianxi indeed could only identify a handful, as he had claimed. In the end, Mr. Chiu accepted the 2 boys but indicated that he would not be personally instructing them. They would be placed under the tutelage of other instructors. Mu Yun said nothing further. Good teachers could not be demanded at will. It all depended on the children's fortunes. However, Mu Yun found herself contemplating whether to enroll Yuanbao and Yueya as well. At their age, they were capable of learning, but they seemed rather young. Most importantly, with Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi attending school, she worried that Yuanbao and Yueya might find themselves bored at home. With this in mind, Mu Yun asked, "Mr. Chiu, would you accept these 2 little ones? I would like them to study as well." Upon hearing this, Mr. Chiu looked at Yueya and Yuanbao, inquiring, "Is this girl to attend as well?" Mu Yun nodded, "Yes, is that permissible?" Mr. Chiu appeared somewhat surprised, as he had only encountered wealthy families from the capital who permitted their daughters to learn a few characters at home or established girls' schools with tutors. He had never seen a farmer's family willing to send their daughter to study at an academy. "The academy is primarily for boys," Mr. Chiu stated. Mu Yun assumed he was reluctant to accept girls, and her smile faded. "Sir, do you believe that girls should not be educated?" Noticing that Mu Yun seemed a bit upset, Mr. Zhou couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Chapter 74. Tracking Li Xiaoping. He smiled and spoke. That was not my intention, dear lady, please do not misunderstand. Mu Yun interjected, Mr. Qiu, your reputation is indeed quite illustrious in Lingxi County, and I hold you in high regard. However, if you believe that girls do not require an education, I fear I may have misjudged you. Those who pursue knowledge are enlightened, education fosters progressive thought. I trust you are not a person of antiquated views or limited perspective. Mr. Qiu, taken aback by Mu Yun's eloquence, replied, I am an advocate for women's education. My own daughter is a student at the academy, yet, she often complains that the institution is filled with boys, and as the sole girl, she finds it difficult to relate to them. Consequently, she has ceased attending and has opted to learn to read at home. What I meant to convey was my concern that this young girl might also find it uncomfortable. I had no other intentions. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun realized her earlier misjudgment and felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize, Mr. Qiu, I assumed you were narrow-minded and favored male superiority, believing that girls should not be educated. It seems my perspective was indeed limited. Mu Yun had initially approached the matter with preconceived notions, thinking that all ancient scholars held such views, yet many cherished and valued their daughters, possessing a more nuanced outlook. Mr. Qiu chuckled, no matter, since you wish for your child to study, let her give it a try. If she finds it unsuitable later on, we can address that then. Mu Yun nodded, acknowledging his point. With only one girl among a sea of boys, perhaps Yueya would indeed feel out of place. Concern began to creep into Mu Yun's thoughts, however, she could not deny Yueya the opportunity for education. She did not wish to confine Yueya within the walls of their home, having someone teach her while remaining sheltered from the world. Such a life would be exceedingly dull. You are right. Let us allow Yueya to give it a try. Mu Yun declared. Mr. Qiu nodded in agreement. Following this, Mu Yun paid the tuition, and the 4 children officially became students of Yihe Academy. Filled with eagerness and curiosity about their new academic journey, the 4 children accompanied Mu Yun to procure some writing supplies and other necessities for school before returning home. Contemplating the children's lack of clothing, Mu Yun decided to design 2 outfits for each child overnight. The following morning, she promptly delivered one set to the tailors. Both the fabric shop and the tailoring establishment had been exceedingly busy lately, prompting Mu Yun to consider hiring additional hands. Previously, some of those who were dismissed during the selection process were quite capable. They were merely let go due to a lack of need. After reviewing the list, she instructed the tailors to select 10 more individuals to serve as apprentices at the tailoring shop. Once the arrangements were made, the children had finished their breakfast, and Mu Yun personally escorted them to the academy for their inaugural day of school. As she watched the 4 children enter the academy and wave at her, Mu Yun smiled and returned their gesture. Time had passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, she had been in this world for over 3 months. Under her nurturing care, Yueya and Yuanbao had grown plump and sturdy, ready to embark on their educational journey. Observing the children filled Mu Yun with a profound sense of accomplishment and joy. Only when the children's figures faded from view did she turn to leave. However, just as she did, she spotted Li Xiaoping's carriage. She recognized it from previous encounters outside the Li family's tavern and shop. Noticing the carriage seemed to be heading out of the city, she felt a twinge of curiosity. With nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to follow it. Li Xiaoping was known to be a selfish and petty individual. With the flourishing business of the beauty pavilion, he was bound to take some action. He had not spared the tavern in his earlier endeavors, and it was unlikely he would overlook this fabric store. Concealing her presence, Mu Yun trailed the carriage to a desolate area on the outskirts. Once the carriage came to a halt, she found a suitable spot to hide. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing Li Xiaoping, who stepped out and scanned the surroundings. Mu Yun crouched behind a thicket, holding her breath as he surveyed the area. Satisfied that no one was in sight, Li Xiaoping's subordinate whistled sharply. Moments later, a woman appeared, her figure somewhat familiar. Mu Yun strained to discern her identity, but the distance and Li Xiaoping's position obscured her view. The woman spoke to Li Xiaoping, handing him something. He glanced at it briefly before his subordinate presented her with it. The woman, upon receiving it, exchanged further words with Li Xiaoping. It was only when Li Xiaoping boarded the carriage that Mu Yun caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman's face. She seemed to recall having seen her at the fabric shop. Frowning in realization, Mu Yun quickly understood the nature of their transaction. It was likely a matter of confidential fabric business. After the carriage departed, the woman set off on her way back to the city. Mu Yun followed her closely, and once Li Xiaoping's carriage turned a corner and was no longer visible, she swiftly approached the woman and drew her aside into a patch of grass. Startled by Mu Yun's sudden appearance and the way she covered her mouth, the woman's eyes widened in fear, her heart racing as she struggled against Mu Yun's grip. Once released, she nervously regained her composure, attempting to feign calm. Boss, how did you come to be here? The woman was visibly tense, her entire body rigid with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down her back as she fixed her gaze on Mu Yun. Observing the woman's guilty demeanor, Mu Yun let out a cold laugh and replied, "And what brings you here, I wonder?" The woman, nervously wringing her hands, stammered, I was passing by, looking for some dying herbs. I heard there were some around here, but I couldn't find any." After concocting this excuse, she seemed to gain a smidgen of confidence, her previously shifty eyes appearing somewhat steadied, although her rapid heartbeat still betrayed her anxiety. "Are you here in search of dyes, then?" "What a remarkable coincidence," Mu Yun remarked, chuckling dryly as the atmosphere turned awkward. Chapter 75 of the Stolen Dyeing Secret. Mu Yun gazed at the woman, who was still weaving, and let out a cold chuckle before speaking, "Looking for dye. Did you come here to consult with Li Xiaoping?" Upon hearing this, the woman was instantly taken aback, her heart racing with panic. I am not, it's not what it seems, please do not misunderstand, my lord. Mu Yun directly inquired, what did you just give to Li Xiaoping? At this, the woman became increasingly agitated, her trembling hands betraying her fear. It's nothing, just a few. She dared not articulate the truth, for she knew that Mu Yun had previously made clear the rules of the cloth workshop. Stealing its secrets not only incurred financial restitution but also imprisonment. However, Li Xiaoping had offered her an irresistible sum, as his son was soon to marry. This money would not only ensure a splendid wedding but could also increase the bride price, bringing even greater joy to the bride's family. Unable to resist this temptation, she had surreptitiously stolen the new dyeing formula for Li Xiaoping. Now that her deceit had been revealed, she was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Enough, come with me to the magistrate. Mu Yun commanded. The woman immediately fell to her knees, weeping in desperation. I was wrong, I implore you, do not send me to the magistrate. Tears streaming down her face, she presented a pitiful sight, yet Mu Yun's heart remained unmoved. Had she truly feared the consequences, she would never have engaged in such treachery in the first place. Once you have acted, you must face the repercussions. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. You are well aware of the rules, and this was entirely your choice. Mu Yun replied coldly. The woman shook her head vigorously, pleading in vain. Ignoring her pleas, Mu Yun seized her and began to drag her towards the magistrate's office. The woman, however, resisted violently, unwilling to go. Faced with this, Mu Yun had no choice but to knock her unconscious before carrying her to the magistrate. At the entrance of the magistrate's office, the sound of a drum echoed. Upon seeing Mu Yun, Xiaoning was taken aback but refrained from questioning her in the public court and instead commenced the trial. The woman was awakened by a splash of water and, upon realizing she was in the courtroom, panic washed over her anew. Mu Yun recounted the events, and the woman, unable to defend or explain herself, could only plead for mercy. There was no need for extensive interrogation. She confessed, and the constables discovered the silver that Li Xiaoping had given her, providing irrefutable evidence. Xiaoning promptly rendered his judgment. As the first individual to dare commit such an act, he deemed it necessary to impose a severe sentence to deter others. She was given 20 lashes, but she could not endure the full punishment at once, receiving only 10, with the remainder postponed for a month. Additionally, she was sentenced to a year in prison. This punishment was quite severe. Under normal circumstances, such a sentence would have been unthinkable. However, the situation was different now, as it pertained to the future development of Lingxi County. Xiaoning addressed the assembly, stating, the cloth workshop and dyeing shop are both managed by the county office to benefit the citizens. I will not allow anyone to undermine this establishment. Should anyone else steal from the cloth workshop or dyeing shop, they shall be treated as foreign spies. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with fear. The term spy implied a swift execution. Many from the garment workshop were among the onlookers, and upon hearing these words, they felt a tremor of dread. Once the matter was settled, Xiaoning grew concerned that the cloth workshop might struggle to operate. He sought Mu Yun's insight. The woman sold Li Xiaoping a dyeing formula, and while it is regrettable, it does not pose a significant impact. However, other secrets must not be sold, Mu Yun stated. Xiaoning nodded. I will dispatch several constables to both the cloth workshop and the garment workshop to issue warnings. This will further intimidate them. Mu Yun agreed. That would be ideal. I will also arrange for someone to keep watch to ensure the workers refrain from any ill intentions. Xiaoning nodded in approval. Once the cloth workshop began to yield results, his political achievements would also be recognized, bringing him closer to a return to the capital. Thus, it was imperative that these workshops faced no further issues. News of the stolen dyeing formula spread swiftly among the workshops, with constables personally delivering warnings. Everyone tightened their belts, wary of any further mischief. Simultaneously, each workshop appointed dedicated overseers to prevent further incidents. In light of these developments, Mu Yun instituted a reporting system, encouraging mutual supervision among the workers. If anyone observed suspicious behavior, they could report it and, upon verification, the informant would receive a reward of 5 taels of silver. With these stringent measures in place, the atmosphere within the cloth workshop became one of diligence. No one dared to slack off, let alone steal. Li Xiaoping had obtained the dyeing formula, yet he had no weaving workshop or dyeing facility of his own. The fabrics in his shop were sourced from elsewhere, not produced by him. Now, with the formula in hand, it would yield little benefit as he awaited a weaving formula to establish his own workshops, much like Pang Qingyun and others, to produce and sell his own fabrics. It was no wonder their fabrics were sold at such low prices. Those produced in-house certainly had lower costs, allowing for more competitive pricing. Li Xiaoping brimmed with confidence, convinced that soon he too would establish a weaving workshop to create his own fabrics, expanding his business. The mere thought of this filled him with joy. However, he did not anticipate that in the following days, his contacts would be unable to reach anyone at the weaving workshop, as security had been tightened significantly. The prospect of acquiring any further information appeared increasingly bleak. Upon receiving this news, Li Xiaoping was infuriated, smashing several items in his home, yet ultimately feeling powerless. On this day, the Meiran Pavilion reopened, attracting even more patrons than before. Once again, a purchase limit was enforced. However, Mu Yun had arranged for samples to be displayed for viewing, ensuring the shop would remain open. Customers could place reservations if items were out of stock, allowing for easy collection once the fabrics or garments were ready. This time, the inventory was sufficient, and no stockouts occurred, yet, as night fell, Muyan instructed the staff to close early to allow them to finish work sooner. As she exited the shop and prepared to return home, she noticed a crowd rushing past her, seemingly in pursuit of something. Their footsteps hurried. The throng moved so swiftly that they nearly collided with her, but she deftly avoided them. She chose not to involve herself with them, sensing they were not ordinary individuals. It was wiser to remain uninvolved. Continuing on her way home, Muyan found her 4 children already there, each practicing their writing. The desks and chairs she had ordered had arrived a few days prior, fitting perfectly, and the children were quite fond of them. Their new clothes had also been completed, making them even more adorable, earning compliments from their classmates at the academy. The new educational environment suited the children well, and they displayed no signs of resistance. "Mother, you're back. Come see how well I've written. Today, the teacher praised me for my memory. I remember everything he teaches." Yuya exclaimed joyfully, pride radiating from her as she shared her achievements with Muyan. Muyan smiled and approached to examine her work. Yuya, being quite young, lacked the strength for neat handwriting, yet the fact that she could form letters at her age was commendable. "You are doing wonderfully, Yuya. Keep up the good work, and you will write even more beautifully in the future," she encouraged. Yuya nodded enthusiastically and resumed her writing. Each of the 4 children was diligently engaged in their studies, and Muyan found herself spared from the usual frustrations of assisting with homework. They were remarkably easygoing. Daily, they would each request her feedback, seeking praise before continuing their work with cheerful spirits. After going through the motions of praising each child, Muyan retreated to her study to attend to her own matters. While other workers were easy to find, the designer was not, leaving her with no choice but to draft the designs herself. Outside in the courtyard, after finishing their writing, the children ventured out to play in the expansive grassy area, devoid of any neighbors, making it an ideal playground. The aroma of the meal prepared by Ziju wafted from the kitchen. After finalizing her design sketches, Muyan stepped out but did not see the children and inquired, "Ziju, where are you, on Bao and the others?" Ziju replied from the kitchen, "They went to play at the door, Sister Yun. The meal will be ready soon, please call them back to wash their hands for dinner." Muyan nodded and walked towards the back door. As dusk settled, she spotted the children squatting on the ground. Just as she intended to approach them, a figure suddenly collapsed in front of her, startling her. Chapter 76. A person found at the doorstep. Muyan was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the individual before her appeared to be injured. The boy had visible blood at the corner of his mouth, and his clothing, though dark, hinted at further bloodstains. Yet the overwhelming scent of blood could not escape Muyan's keen senses. Help me." The youth, with delicate features and an exceptionally handsome visage, looked remarkably pale at that moment. The crimson stain on his lips only accentuated his pallor, rendering him a picture of frailty. After uttering those words, the boy closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, wake up." Muyan. No matter how she shouted, the boy remained unresponsive. With no other option, she cautiously checked for signs of life and, relieved to find he was still breathing, she let out a sigh of relief. "Mother, what happened to him?" The 4 children were drawn to Muyan's voice, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground. "Mother, is he dead?" Yuya, observing the blood at the boy's mouth, felt a twinge of fear. Yuanbao quickly covered his sister's eyes, stating, "Don't look, you'll have nightmares tonight." Yuya brushed her brother's hand away, saying, "It's fine, I'm not that timid." Muyun, facing the dilemma of the unconscious boy at her doorstep, found herself in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Muyang and instructed, "Muyang, take Tianxi and Yuanbao next door to fetch Dr. Zhou. Tell him I have a friend who was injured and needs his attention." Fortunately, Dr. Zhou, who resided just next door, was available that day. As the 3 children set off to summon the doctor, Muyan guided Yuya to walk ahead while she dragged the unconscious boy into the house. "Mother, shouldn't I help you carry him inside?" Yuya asked, concern evident in her voice. Muyan chuckled helplessly, "Yuya, he is a stranger to us, the fact that we can help him at all is commendable. We cannot concern ourselves with his comfort, I simply cannot lift him, so dragging him inside is the only option." Worried about her daughter's excessive compassion, Muyan cautioned, "Yuya, remember, you must not rescue strangers indiscriminately. The world can be treacherous. Should you choose to aid someone, they may turn on you, and that could spell disaster." She recalled tales of protagonists in dramas who, after saving a man, ended up falling in love with him, only for him to ultimately bring ruin upon her family. Though such extreme scenarios were rare in reality, stories of saving someone only to be harmed by them were not uncommon. With her daughter's safety in mind, Muyan felt compelled to impart this wisdom. Yuya nodded, "Okay, mother, but what if I can't bear to see someone die?" Muyan gave her a worried glance, anxious about her daughter's kindness, and replied, "Then would you choose to see me suffer? You must decide between your compassion for others and your desire to spare me heartache." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuya declared, "I choose to keep you from feeling sad, mother." Muyan smiled warmly, "Very well, Yuya. Remember this, in the future, do not save others without thought, protecting yourself is paramount. If you were to be harmed, it would break my heart." Yuya nodded in understanding. By the time they finished their conversation, Muyan had managed to drag the boy to the entrance of the storage room. Upon seeing Muyan bring someone in, Ziju was taken aback and inquired, "What happened, Sister Yun, who is he?" Muyan reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about, go prepare your meal. I found him outside, and he is injured, so I will take care of him." Ziju, upon hearing this, returned to her cooking without further inquiry. Though the storage room was not cluttered, it was spacious and contained an old bed that was seldom used. Mu Yun laid the boy on the ground and, out of kindness, covered him with an old quilt before placing him on the bed. Soon after, Dr. Zhou arrived to examine the youth. Beneath the black clothing, the boy bore severe sword wounds on his arms, back, and chest. Mu Yun was taken aback by the extent of his injuries, her expression finally revealing a hint of sympathy. Dr. Zhou, please administer whatever treatment he requires. Cost is no object, his injuries are far too grave, Mu Yun said, her heart stirred with compassion. Dr. Zhou nodded. Indeed, the wounds are critical and will require costly medicinal herbs. Had you not called for me promptly, his life would have been in jeopardy? Treating the boy's wounds took considerable time, and Dr. Zhou informed Mu Yun that his clothing could no longer be worn and needed to be replaced. Unable to find any suitable garments for the boy, Mu Yun hurried out to purchase a new set, returning just in time for Dr. Zhou to assist in changing him. After a flurry of activity, Mu Yun was left breathless from her errands. Once she handed the clothes to Dr. Zhou, she settled down outside to wait. Zizhu approached, asking, Sister Yun, the meal is ready, should I set the table? Mu Yun nodded, feeling her hunger pangs. Yes, please set it up. After Dr. Zhou finishes, we will invite him to join us. Zizhu complied and went to prepare the meal. After a while, Dr. Zhou emerged and said to Mu Yun, you may come in now. He has been changed. Mu Yun nodded and re-entered the room, glancing at the boy on the bed clean and dressed in fresh clothing. He appeared even more handsome, though he remained unconscious. These are his belongings, and I have placed them here. This is the prescription I just wrote, please follow it for his medication. In a few days, he should start to recover. The items on this list are for external application, to be changed every 3 days, Dr. Zhou explained meticulously. Mu Yun listened attentively, taking notes, and once he finished, she invited him to join them for a meal. Initially, Dr. Zhou declined, but upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, he could not resist and agreed to stay. Afterward, he praised Zizhu's culinary skills profusely, leaving well-fed and satisfied. Mu Yun then took Zizhu with her to the Zhou household to collect the medicine, paying the consultation and medication fees. The costs were steep, amounting to over 30 taels, which caused her some distress. Chapter 77 The Midnight Assassins. After Dr. Zhou departed, Mu Yun once again entered the storeroom to check on the boy's condition. The youth remained with his eyes closed, yet his complexion appeared somewhat improved compared to before. Beside him lay an object recently placed there by Dr. Zhou, a piece of white jade pendant. Mu Yun picked up the jade pendant, examining its fine texture, which suggested it was certainly of considerable value. It seemed that the boy hailed from a well-off family. She would need to inquire about the cost of his medication later. Just as Mu Yun intended to leave, she caught a glimpse of the boy's eyelids fluttering in her peripheral vision. She paused her steps and returned to the bedside, patiently awaiting his awakening. After a prolonged moment, the boy finally opened his eyes. His gaze was vacant as he scanned his surroundings, ultimately resting upon Mu Yun's figure. Awake, what is your name, where do you live? I shall notify your family to come and fetch you, Mu Yun inquired first. The boy's expression was momentarily blank, his brow furrowing in confusion as he hesitantly replied, who am I? I cannot remember. He attempted to raise his hand to touch his head but grimaced in pain as he discovered he could barely move his arm due to the severity of his injuries. Observing his plight, Mu Yun smiled gently and continued, you cannot remember? Her gaze, a blend of amusement and scrutiny, elicited a wave of unease within the boy. Feigning composure, he nodded, do you know me? Realizing he was intent on pretending amnesia, Mu Yun chose not to expose him. Indeed, I know you, she affirmed. At her words, the boy froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. With an expression of bewilderment, he asked, then who am I? Mu Yun chuckled softly, you are my purchased servant, named Sanchi. You nearly met your end due to offending a bandit, and I rescued you, only to find you have lost your memory. She waved the jade pendant before his eyes. Upon seeing it, the boy's gaze momentarily brightened, but he quickly concealed his reaction. Servant? Sanchi, that name doesn't sound very pleasant. Is that truly my name? His tone was hesitant, and a flicker of resistance gleamed in his eyes. He had not anticipated Mu Yun would seize this opportunity to label him a servant, let alone bestow upon him such an unappealing name. Mu Yun arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. You used to cherish that name, how is it that you now dislike it after losing your memory? The boy fell silent, at a loss for words, wary of arousing Mu Yun's suspicions. Given the circumstances, he could only maintain his act of amnesia, otherwise, being cast out might lead to his swift discovery by those from the Gene Kingdom. Very well, upon reflection, that name isn't so bad after all, he conceded reluctantly. By the way, is that jade pendant yours? The boy inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze as it fell upon the pendant in Mu Yun's possession. Mu Yun shook her head, no, this belongs to me. With that, she secured the pendant at her waist. The boy could only watch helplessly as his jade pendant was attached to Mu Yun's attire. Given his current amnesiac state, he felt powerless to reclaim what was rightfully his. I'm hungry, could you perhaps provide me with something to eat, he asked, as the enticing aroma of food lingered in the air. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, even a piece of dry, hard bread would seem delectable to him now. Mu Yun had just finished her meal, and the fragrance of the food in the courtyard had yet to dissipate. The boy's stomach growled audibly, betraying his hunger, and Mu Yun heard it clearly. She suppressed a smile, nodding, very well, wait here. Mu Yun stepped outside and instructed Zizhu to prepare some food for him. By the way, his name is Sanchi. You may call him that from now on, she added. Zizhu nodded, then remarked, Sister Yun, we've run out of food, it will take a while to cook more, should I make him some noodles instead? Mu Yun agreed, that will suffice. Zizhu promptly prepared a bowl of noodles for Sanchi and brought it to him. However, due to his injured arm, Sanchi found himself unable to eat, despite his ravenous appetite. Noticing the boy's embarrassed expression, Zizhu kindly offered, "I shall help you sit up and feed you." Despite being of similar age, Zizhu felt no shame in assuming a caretaker role, her maturity allowing her to take on the position of an elder. Sanchi smiled gratefully, "Thank you, elder sister, may I know your name?" Zizhu replied, "I am called Zizhu, you may simply call me by my name." "Alright, sister Zizhu," he acquiesced as she helped him sit up and began feeding him the noodles. Zizhu's culinary skills were exceptional, and given Sanchi's intense hunger, he deemed this bowl of noodles the most delicious meal he had ever tasted. This bowl would forever leave an indelible mark on his memory. He quickly devoured the entirety of the noodles, licking his lips in satisfaction. Still craving more, Zizhu observed him with surprise, her gaze causing him to feel somewhat bashful. "Would you like more?" she asked. Sanchi nodded, albeit a tad embarrassed, yet he had come to realize that when faced with hunger, nothing else held significance. "Is there any left? I apologize for the trouble, Sister Zizhu," he said. Zizhu affirmed, "Just a moment, please." She returned to the kitchen, and upon witnessing her bustle, Muyan curiously inquired, "Why are you cooking again?" His face flushed with embarrassment. Having lived for over a decade, he had never felt this humiliated, yet, given that he had managed to save his life, he deemed everything else inconsequential. Zizhu soon reappeared with another generous bowl of noodles, feeding him once more. Ultimately, Sanchi lay back in contentment, thoroughly satisfied. As night fell, everyone else rested, yet Sanchi remained awake, burdened with thoughts, sensing that the immediate danger had subsided. However, he remained uncertain whether those individuals had departed. Should they find their way here, the ones who had sheltered him might face dire consequences. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard a sound from the courtyard, akin to something dropping to the ground. Instantly on high alert, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He attempted to rise but found himself unable to move, the pain from his injuries rendering him immobile. If footsteps approached the entrance, light yet unmistakable to his trained ears. He could discern at least 4 or 5 individuals lurking outside. Realizing that they had come for him, Sanchi struggled to stand, disregarding the agony of his wounds, and opened the door. "I know you have come for me. I will go with you. Do not disturb anyone else," he declared, his youthful voice carrying an icy resolve as he strained to maintain his posture. The black-clad figures began to respond, but before they could utter a word, another door swung open. "What are you doing trespassing into my home at this hour?" a cold, clear voice interrupted, causing the intruders to instantly adopt a defensive stance. The bright moonlight illuminated the courtyard, casting clear shadows, though the faces remained obscured. Upon spotting Muyan emerge, the boy's voice grew urgent, "There are bad people here, you must go inside." "I will handle this." His tone was tinged with anxiety. Muyan noted his sense of responsibility, her mood lightening considerably. "Enough with the chatter, you shall all perish tonight," one of the black-clad men snarled, his eyes glinting with malice. In an instant, he hurled his sword towards Muyan, while the remaining 4 lunged at Sanchi. The boy narrowly evaded their attack, his concern for Muyan overriding his own peril, only to witness Muyan retaliate with precision, disarming one of the assailants and swiftly dispatching him. Sanchi stood frozen, astonishment etched across his face. He had not expected this seemingly ordinary woman to possess such formidable martial prowess. The remaining attackers were swiftly subdued by Muyan, who surveyed the fallen bodies with a frown. While killing was not a challenge, disposing of the corpses posed a significant dilemma. "These individuals do not appear to be from our Xia kingdom, sister. What should we do? If we kill them, will the authorities pursue us?" Sanchi's voice quavered with anxiety, a hint of fear punctuating his words. Muyan regarded him with a bemused smile, recognizing his talent for dramatics. Chapter 78, The Destruction of Evidence. Muyan stepped forward and pulled off the mask of the man in black, revealing a visage that unmistakably did not belong to someone from the Xia kingdom. He appeared to be a foreigner, his features bearing the distinct marks of an exotic lineage. Given that he was from a foreign land, the matter of disposing of the body would be considerably simpler. It would also be more challenging for the authorities to investigate. Glancing at the youth propped against the wall in the corner, Muyan approached him and, with the flickering candlelight, noticed blood seeping from his arm and chest. She assisted him to his feet and laid him down on the bed. Subsequently, she retrieved some medicinal supplies to redress his wounds. "Be more careful next time. If your injuries reopen, I won't bother to help you again," she admonished. The youth's gaze was filled with curiosity and intrigue as he observed the young woman before him, who seemed to be no older than 20, with a gentle demeanor that belied the formidable strength she had just displayed. "Are you listening to me?" Muyan's tone grew impatient upon receiving no reply. The youth quickly regained his composure. "Yes, thank you for your help." He felt somewhat embarrassed yet relieved that Muyan possessed martial prowess, otherwise, it was likely that everyone in this courtyard would have perished. Without uttering another word, Muyan tended to his wounds and then proceeded to deal with the bodies outside. After giving herself a quick change of appearance, she hoisted the bodies and discarded them into the river. It took her 4 or 5 trips to dispose of all of them, leaving her utterly exhausted. When she finally returned home, she could not resist visiting the youth's room, saying, "Once you regain your memory, we must settle the debts incurred today." In the darkness, the youth's face reflected a sense of guilt. He was grateful that the night obscured his expression from Muyan's view. She had no expectations for a response and simply left after speaking the following day. After finishing her breakfast, Muyan made a deliberate trip into the city, hoping to catch wind of any rumors. After wandering for a while without hearing anything about the foreigners, she felt a sense of relief and returned home. The children had all gone to school, and as Zizhu tidied up the house, Muyan picked up the design drafts she had created over the past few days and headed to the garment workshop. The management of the workshop had matured significantly, with everything progressing in an orderly manner. Upon entering the inner chamber, Junlan greeted her with a smile. Oh nar. Junlan had altered her address to avoid appearing overly obsequious to Mu Yun. Previously, Mu Yun had never encountered Junlan at the workshop, as she had been learning under her master and was not yet capable of independent work. After a period of training, Junlan was now able to complete part of the garment production independently, and Mu Yun had arranged a position for her. Mu Yun chuckled. Junlan, why have you become so distant? You can call me the same as before. Junlan smiled bashfully. Our statuses have changed, so it's only right to address you this way. Mu Yun smiled back. There's no need for such formality. You can call me as you did before. Junlan returned her smile but did not concur. Noting this, Mu Yun chose not to press further and continued deeper into the workshop, while Junlan remained. Mu Yun felt a sense of exasperation. The personalities of these two sisters were indeed worlds apart. Well, do your best, and strive to become a master tailor soon, Mu Yun said dismissively before moving past Chunyue. The latter smiled, undeterred by Mu Yun's apparent disinterest, as she was content that everyone recognized her close relationship with Mu Yun. Chunyue glanced around and indeed found that everyone was looking at her with envy and curiosity, which greatly satisfied her vanity and would likely yield her some advantages among them. With a sense of fulfillment, Chunyue returned to her work. Mu Yun distributed the design drafts to 6 masters, assigning each to be responsible for the creation of 2 garments. Upon receiving the drafts, the masters were filled with curiosity and eagerly began to study them. They had spent their lives making clothes but had never enjoyed the process as much as now, nor had they ever crafted such beautiful garments, which brought them a profound sense of accomplishment and pride. Master Zhao turned to Mu Yun and said, Owner, I had a client previously, the lady of the Bai family from the west of the city. Upon learning that I am a seamstress from Meiringu, she asked me to inquire if you could visit her to tailor 2 dresses for her, and the lady is quite fond of the items from Meiringu but has been unable to procure them. The dresses available for purchase do not suit her. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and nodded. That is feasible. However, custom-made items will certainly come at a significantly higher price. As long as this lady is willing to pay, we should have no issue. Master Zhao quickly agreed. Of course, the Bai family is one of the wealthiest and they can afford any price. The lady herself has stated that as long as she is satisfied, money is no object. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded approvingly. Very well, please see when the lady is available, and you can accompany me. Mu Yun nodded and proceeded to leave. As she passed by Chunyue, she was once again warmly greeted. Mu Yun acknowledged her with a nod and continued on her way. Upon returning home, Zijou hurriedly informed her, Sister Yun, Sanchi has awakened. The youth appeared to be in much better spirits, his complexion no longer as pale. Upon seeing Mu Yun, a flicker of gratitude crossed his eyes, though he quickly masked it. Can I call you Sister Yun? Is your surname Yun? The youth asked, his voice now clear and considerably stronger than the previous day. Mu Yun smiled. My name is Mu Yun. Your amnesia seems quite profound if you cannot even remember my name. The youth shyly smiled. This works to your advantage. You owe me even more now. Once you are healed, you should work diligently to repay your debt. The youth nodded in agreement without offering any rebuttal. Zijou brought him his second dose of medicine. She then advised, for the next few days, you should refrain from moving around. Rest well, and if you need anything, call Zijou for assistance, but remember to repay her kindness once you recover. Do not be an ungrateful wolf. The youth continued to nod earnestly. While Mu Yun was curious about his identity, she recognized the futility of questioning him further given his adept performance at feigning ignorance, so she chose to refrain from inquiry. Sister Yun, Lord Xiao has arrived, Zijou's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing that Xiao Ningji was here, Mu Yun felt a mix of confusion and suspicion. Could it be that he had come to investigate matters that led him to her? Chapter 79 The Legend of the God of War. Mu Yun stepped out and gazed at Xiao Ning, inquiring, What brings you here, Lord Xiao? Xiao Ning responded, I came to ask if you've noticed anything unusual in the vicinity over the past few days. Confused, Mu Yun asked, What sort of unusualness? Xiao Ning elaborated, It's nothing alarming, but several corpses were recovered from the nearby river, seemingly belonging to individuals from the Jin Kingdom. The matter strikes me as rather peculiar, so I wanted to ascertain if you've sensed anything strange or heard any odd noises in the area recently. The river was not far from Mu Yun's residence, adjacent to the— This was precisely why Xiao Ning thought to consult Mu Yun. Mu Yun was taken aback. People from the Jin Kingdom, how could they possibly be here? I haven't heard any unusual sounds. Has something happened? Xiao Ning shook his head. I do not know. The investigation is ongoing. Are you certain you haven't heard anything at all? Xiao Ning pressed on. Mu Yun replied, No. Lord Xiao, is the security in this area still satisfactory? The presence of Jin people here could pose a danger. Perhaps you should increase patrols to ensure the safety of the citizens. Xiao Ning nodded. That is precisely my thought. I shan't intrude further. You may continue with your tasks. With that, Xiao Ning departed. In the storage room, the young boy had overheard their conversation. With a creak, the door swung open, and Mu Yun stood at the threshold, addressing the boy. Sanchi, the security in the city has been poor lately. Those individuals from last night were actually from the Jin Kingdom. It is indeed perilous. I wonder what their intentions are for being here. Sanchi appeared bewildered. I have no idea. Mu Yun smiled. Very well, I must step out for a while. You should rest and refrain from moving about. Sanchi nodded, watching as Mu Yun closed the door behind her, sighing in relief. He was not particularly adept at lying and feared that Mu Yun might see through his pretense of amnesia. Mu Yun headed to the county office to find Xu Ning. She had yet to fulfill her promise of making clothing for her, and now was a fortuitous opportunity to gather some intelligence regarding the Jin Kingdom. The original owner had rarely ventured outside, remaining oblivious to matters concerning the Xia kingdom, let alone the Jin kingdom. The boy in her household likely had an extraordinary background. Anyone who could provoke the Jin kingdom was no ordinary individual. She needed to ascertain the situation thoroughly. If it turned out to be too troublesome, she would expedite the boy's departure. If not, she would be willing to assist him. Equipped with a measuring tape, Muyan proceeded to the county office in search of Chuning. Due to the sudden appearance of numerous corpses from the Jin kingdom, Xiaoning had grown concerned and forbade Chuning from leaving her home. Consequently, Chuning found herself bored and distressed until Muyan's arrival brightened her day. "Sister Mu, you finally come. I was utterly bored to death, and Brother Ning has prohibited me from going out." Muyan chuckled. "Did I not promise to make you a dress? Today, I have taken the time to measure your size and sketch a design for the tailor." Upon hearing this, Xu Ning was ecstatic. "Really? Sister Mu, that's wonderful. I've been looking forward to it for so long." With excitement written all over her face, Xu Ning had long desired a gown from the beauty pavilion. Muyan nodded and said, "Come here. Let me take your measurements." Xu Ning obediently approached, allowing Muyan to measure her. As Muyan worked, she spoke gently. "I heard from Lord Xiao that individuals from the Jin kingdom have been spotted in Lingxi County. It seems rather unsafe. You should avoid wandering about." Xu Ning pouted. "It's precisely because of this that Brother Ning won't allow me to go outside, which is why I'm so bored. I have been rather sheltered and am quite unaware of many matters." Xu Ning began. "The Jin kingdom and our Xia kingdom are sworn enemies, having been at war for many years. The Jin kingdom possesses a formidable military, comprised of fierce warriors, while our Xia kingdom boasts fertile land and abundant resources, making our economy vastly superior to theirs. However, the Jin kingdom's military might surpass our. Thanks to his guardianship, we can live in peace. He has sacrificed immensely for this, and he is a benefactor to our entire Xia kingdom." As Chu Ning spoke of Prince Ping, admiration and reverence filled her countenance, and her demeanor became notably serious. This was the first time Mu Yun had heard such tales. Indeed, throughout history, many valiant generals had emerged to defend their nations, truly deserving of respect. "Is this Prince Ping truly so remarkable?" Mu Yun casually inquired. Once Chu Ning began discussing this figure, her words flowed freely. "Of course, Sister Mu, you may not know this, but Prince Ping sustained injuries while safeguarding the people on the battlefield. It is said that he will never father children in this lifetime." When this news broke, all the noble ladies in the capital cried inconsolably. During that period, the entire capital was shrouded in gloom, devoid of laughter, and no one attended banquets. Everyone mourned in secret. Mu Yun was somewhat astonished. Is Prince Ping truly so beloved? Can he garner such adoration from the entire capital? Chu Ning nodded. Not exactly the entire capital, but at least half of the populace holds him in high regard. Yet, after his inability to bear children became known, no one dared to propose marriage for him. Mu Yun withdrew her measuring tape, smiling. This era places great importance on heirs. With Prince Ping's inability to procreate, no matter how fondly the noble ladies regard him, they would not marry him. However, there is one individual who, even upon learning of Prince Ping's condition, still wishes to marry him, but Prince Ping is unwilling to accept. Intrigued, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as Chu Ning eagerly pulled her aside to continue her tale. That lady is none other than the eldest daughter of the Xianping Marquis, Su Qingyuan. She is exceptionally beautiful, renowned as the fairest maiden in the capital. Though she possesses a haughty disposition, she undeniably lives up to her title as the first beauty. Had it not been for Prince Ping's condition, we would all have believed she would undoubtedly become his consort. Mu Yun praised, knowing full well that Prince Ping is unable to father children, she still wishes to wed him. This lady must truly have sincere feelings for Prince Ping. Why would he decline to marry her, especially when she is the first beauty? Chu Ning sighed, expressing her helplessness. Who knows, since last year, Prince Ping has retreated to Yuntai Mountain to cultivate. Earlier this year, news spread that he intended to become a monk, but the Grand Princess forced him to abandon that thought, yet he remains on Yuntai Mountain, refusing to return home. Mu Yun was taken aback. He wishes to become a monk? Why, is he so hurt that he believes there is no hope in life? Xu Ning shook her head. I cannot say for certain. No one can truly understand what Prince Ping is thinking. The Grand Princess is beside herself with worry for him, and even His Majesty is troubled, powerless to intervene. Mu Yun had initially felt distant from the royal family, but after hearing these tales, she suddenly sensed that the ancient royal court was much closer to her than she had imagined. In the not-too-distant future, her business would reach the capital, and she too would bring her children to meet these legendary nobles. There is indeed much to discuss regarding Prince Ping. If you wish to hear more, Sister Mu, I can share more with you. Mu Yun smiled. This is my first encounter with such information, and I find it fascinating. Ning, please continue to tell me about the relationship between Prince Ping and the Jin Kingdom. I am particularly curious about his exploits in battle. Chu Ning nodded, eagerly recounting numerous tales of Prince Ping's encounters with the Jin Kingdom. It was not until nightfall that Mu Yun concluded her work and returned home, as Chu Ning was quite the talkative one. Now, Mu Yun felt she had gained a considerable understanding of many matters and had formed her own plans. Chapter 80 of the Bai residence. Early the next morning, Master Zhao from the tailor shop came to find Mu Yun, informing her that she could go to the Bai residence today to take measurements for Madame Bai and Miss Bai. Having just finished her breakfast, Mu Yun followed Master Zhao to the Bai residence located in the western part of the city. The Bai family was relatively affluent, their estate grandly constructed. Guided by a maidservant, Mu Yun and Master Zhao traversed through several courtyards until they finally arrived at Madame Bai's quarters. Upon seeing Mu Yun, Madame Bai expressed her astonishment. So, the proprietor of Mayron Pavilion is such a talented and beautiful lady. No wonder you are able to design so many exquisite dresses, she praised with a warm smile, to which Mu Yun responded courteously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Madame Bai summoned her daughters to join them for the measurements. While the maidservant went to fetch them, Madame Bai engaged Mu Yun in conversation. Miss Mu, I have 2 daughters. My elder daughter is quite reserved, so her garments should be kept simple. My younger daughter, however, is lively and flamboyant, and she adores vibrant colors, thus her dresses should be splendid and intricate. Mu Yun nodded, pondering little on the matter. Before long, Mu Yun observed that one wore a plain white dress while the other was adorned in a strikingly bright red, exquisite ensemble. Based on Madame Bai's earlier description, it was easy for Mu Yun to deduce which was the elder and which was the younger. However, the sisters bore little resemblance to each other. The eldest was pure and ethereal, exuding an air of aloofness that made her seem almost untouchable, while the younger sister appeared rather ordinary, her features unremarkable, yet her attire was certainly eye-catching. Mother, I heard that the proprietor of Mayron Pavilion has arrived. I wish to have the most splendid and beautiful dresses, exclaimed the younger sister, joyfully running towards Madame Bai and clinging to her arm with a playful demeanor. Madame Bai smiled indulgently, replying, very well, all shall be as you wish. She then turned her gaze to Mu Yun, saying, please determine suitable styles for my younger daughter and create 2 sets for her. As for my elder daughter, she prefers simplicity, you may create 2 sets for her as you see fit. Thank you, mother, the elder Miss Bai spoke up. Her voice was somewhat incongruous with her appearance, though she seemed cold and distant. Her words were unexpectedly sweet and gentle, softening her demeanor. Mu Yun could not help but admire her, recognizing her as a classical beauty that captivated her heart. Madame Bai nodded, clearly displaying her lack of affection for her elder daughter, her gaze devoid of the warmth she had shown towards the younger one. Mu Yun proceeded to take measurements for Madame Bai while Master Zhao. Throughout the process, Mu Yun remained focused and silent, while Master Zhao lavished compliments upon the younger sister, which brought her much joy. After recording Madame Bai's measurements, Mu Yun turned to the elder sister. Observing this, Madame Bai's expression grew colder, though she said nothing, choosing instead to sit aside and sip her tea. Watching quietly, the elder Miss Bai had a splendid figure, and in that moment, Mu Yun finally grasped the excitement that Mu Qing must have felt upon encountering a good model. A fine model wearing one's own designs creates a harmonious synergy. The sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. As Mu Yun regarded the elder Miss Bai, her perfect form inspired a flurry of designs in her mind. After taking her measurements, Madame Bai reiterated her earlier instructions, emphasizing her desire for the elder daughter not to outshine the younger. This left Mu Yun pondering various implications. When it was time to leave, an elderly matron accompanying Madame Bai offered her a parting reminder. Miss Mu, please be aware that the elder daughter is not of Our Lady's blood. As you design the garments, bear in mind that this banquet is primarily for the purpose of selecting a suitor for our younger daughter. It is her brilliance that is of utmost importance, while the rest is secondary. The matroness words were unmistakably clear, and upon hearing them, Mu Yun comprehended the underlying message. She nodded in acknowledgement but did not dwell on it. Upon returning home, she began designing outfits tailored to each of their distinct characteristics. However, since Madame Bai had requested 2 sets for each, with 1 set as a backup for the banquet, Mu Yun first designed 1 set and assigned Master Zhao to its creation, while the second would be crafted at a more leisurely pace. That day, the children were on holiday and did not attend school. To reward them for their hard work in recent days, Mu Yun decided to prepare a barbecue feast at home, treating them to a delightful meal of grilled meat. After several days of recuperation, Sanchi's health had improved significantly. With the enhanced security measures, the Jin people had all retreated, and peace was restored. Today marked Sanchi's first venture outside his room to sit in the courtyard. Although he had known there were several children in the household, he had yet to meet them. Upon seeing the children now, he was taken aback. This family was indeed extraordinary, each child possessing striking looks. Particularly, Yuan Bao caught his attention. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the boy's face, though he could not quite place where he had seen it before. Uncle Sanchi, why are you staring at me? Yuan Bao inquired, puzzled, sensing something peculiar in Sanchi's gaze. Sanchi shook his head. It's nothing, I just find your face somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately turned her attention to him. Familiar, Yuan Bao did not resemble her, and although Yuega bore some, only their mouths shared a similarity. At that moment, Mu Yun could not help but recall the children's biological father. Chapter 81. Wishing to send the boy away even with your memory lost, you still find him familiar? Mu Yun inquired while turning the skewers on the grill. Although she was curious about the identity of the children's father, it was perhaps best to avoid any encounters or entanglements, otherwise, she would have to contend with someone trying to claim the children, which would be quite troublesome. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Sanchi chuckled. This indicates that Yuan Bao left a profound impression on me, so even after losing my memory, I still find him familiar. He concocted an excuse, believing it to be quite clever. Noticing that he displayed no excessive emotion, as if his previous comment was merely a passing remark, Mu Yun felt a sense of relief. However, she had no intention of keeping him around any longer. If he were indeed connected to the children's biological father, it would inevitably be discovered sooner or later, and she preferred to avoid any complications. Sanchi, I see that your injuries have nearly healed. Once you are better, you should leave. Mu Yun's words caused Sanchi's smile to falter immediately. He appeared bewildered. Wasn't everything fine? Why was he suddenly being told to leave? Confused, he spoke with a tone filled with hurt. Why? Sister Mu, do you dislike that I haven't been able to work these past few days? His expression was pitiable, and his eyes glistened with moisture. Mu cast him a helpless glance and replied, "In truth, you are not my servant. I only said that to tease you. We have no connection. The people from earlier were looking for you, and I do not wish to attract trouble. After all, I saved your life, so consider it a good deed on my part, and you need not repay me. Once you are healed, you should leave." Muyun's sudden change of heart caught Sanchi off guard. He could not leave now, as the outside world was still perilous. He had to wait until his people found him to be safe. Until then, he had no place to go. Maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance, Muyun continued grilling the meat, while the four children assisted eagerly. Sanchi's expression was one of sorrow, as if overshadowed by dark clouds, lifeless and despondent. In a weak voice, he spoke, resembling a wilted eggplant, "Sister Mu, I remember nothing. Where do you expect me to go? Even if I am not your servant, I am willing to serve you. Please do not send me away." Left with no choice, he could only feign grievance. In any case, he could not leave yet and must remain here. Muyun regarded him with surprise. This boy appeared to be a child of privilege, yet he was willing to lower himself. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "You wish to be my servant?" Although he could only nod, his face pleading, "Yes, I am willing, as long as you do not send me away. I truly have nowhere to go, and I remember nothing. Not if I step outside, I do not know where to turn, and I might encounter danger again. If you are concerned that I am incapable of working, I will start helping tomorrow. Just call upon me whenever you need assistance." Muyun, feeling somewhat helpless, saw that he did not wish to leave and appeared so pitiful that she could not bear to send him away. "Very well. I will provide shelter for you for another month. After that, you must leave, whether you wish to or not." Upon hearing this, Sanchi felt a sense of relief. A month was much better, and by then, if they had not found him, he could disguise himself and slowly return. The four children had already begun feasting, savoring every bite. Sanchi gazed at the meat in his bowl. This was his first experience with such a preparation of pork. After trying a piece, he was delighted to find it tasted as fragrant as it smelled. With an expression of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Sister Mu, this meat is delicious." Muyun had crafted a barbecue grill, and since charcoal was readily available in this era, she simply purchased some to use. This method of cooking, was entirely new to Sanchi, filling him with curiosity and eagerness as he reached out to join the others in grilling the meat. In addition to pork belly, there were ribs, chicken, and fish, all well marinated and grilled to perfection. "Enjoy it, and do eat your fill," Muyun encouraged with a smile. Zishu chimed in, "Sanchi, you have no idea, Sister Yun is incredibly skilled. She taught me how to handle these ingredients. Although she may not cook, she certainly understands. Her recipes are remarkable." Zishu now held Muyun in great admiration. In her eyes, Muyun was a polymath, adept at everything, only lacking the ability to transcend the heavens. Sanchi grew even more curious about Muyun and did not hesitate to flatter her. "Sister Mu, you are truly impressive." Muyun ignored his flattery, focusing on enjoying her grilled meat, occasionally serving the children. Noticing that Yueya had not finished the portion she had taken earlier and seemed lost in thought, Muyun inquired, "Yueya, do you not like it?" Yueya shook her head, her clear eyes filled with hesitation. It was evident that the little girl was troubled, yet, when asked, she remained silent. Muyun turned to the other three children, but none of them knew what was troubling her, all glancing at her with concern. "Yueya, has someone been bullying you at school? If anything happens, you must tell your mother. Do not keep it to yourself, alright?" Muyun's expression turned serious. Finally, Yueya spoke, "Mother, the other day, a boy in my class pulled my hair, but Sister Choyen at the academy helped me. I was afraid you would worry, so I didn't mention it. Yesterday, I wore a new dress to school, and Sister Choyen admired it very much. I wish to gift her a dress as a token of gratitude, as she helped me. Our teacher taught us to be courteous and to express gratitude. I am very thankful to Sister Choyen, but I cannot make the dress, nor can I afford it. I need your help, but I feel you are already so tired, and I do not wish to burden you further." Hearing that her daughter had been bullied, Muyun felt a wave of displeasure, but fearing it would frighten Yueya, she did not show it. Instead, she smiled and said, "It is alright, your mother is not tired. How tall is this Sister Choyen? I will design a set for her as well." Upon hearing her mother's agreement, Yueya felt, "Yueya will grow up quickly when I am older and can earn money. I will take care of you, so you need not work so hard." Listening to her daughter's dreams, Muyun felt a warm joy in her heart. "Alright, mother will wait for you." Yueya gestured to indicate Choyen's height, and Muyun silently committed it to memory, promising to make it for her in a few days. Yueya was thrilled. Choyen was her first friend, and she held her dear. Muyun was also happy that her daughter had made a friend. After all, as a girl, it was better to play with other girls. Boys had wildly imaginative thoughts that often leapt around. Muyang asked who had pulled her hair, but Yueya, fearing they would confront the boy, refused to say. The children chattered animatedly, while Muyun concentrated on her meal, ignoring their commotion. Sanchi, for reasons he could not fathom, felt a sense of kinship when watching Yueya and Yuanbao. Hearing that Yueya had been bullied stirred a sense of indignation within him. He declared, "Yueya, once uncle is healed, I will avenge you. If anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me, and I will make them regret it." Yueya seemed exasperated. Tianci and Muyan wanted to confront someone, and now even Uncle Sanchi was eager to fight. But their teacher had said one must not engage in fighting, which troubled her greatly. She hoped that the boy would not trouble her again. If her brothers found out, he would surely be in for a beating. Next time, she decided she would not keep it a secret from them. Yueya served each of her brothers some meat, and then Sanchi, her voice sweetly urging, "Brothers, Tianci, Mu Yang, Uncle Sanchi, please eat. This is so delicious, it might be gone soon." Cleverly diverting the topic, Yue brightened the atmosphere. Nguyen smiled, though she said little. She kept the matter in her heart and advised the older boys to look out for their sister at school. After a satisfying meal of grilled meat, everyone felt content and full. Seeing that it was still early, Nguyen decided to head to the tavern to find Pang Qingyun. Chapter 82. The Jin people reappear recently. Pang Qingyun has been extraordinarily busy, flitting between the fabric shop and the tavern, while also managing the expansion of both the ready-made clothing workshop and the fabric store. There are so many tasks at hand that he scarcely has a moment to rest. However, he does not feel fatigued, rather, he revels in the whirlwind of activity. Such fulfilling days are a far cry from the vexing times he endured previously. As he was engrossed in calculating the accounts at the tavern, he heard that Mu Yun had arrived, and he eagerly invited her in. Mu Yun, can you guess how much our tavern has earned this month? Upon her entrance, Pang Qingyun could hardly contain his excitement. Today marks 1 month and 10 days since the tavern reopened, but due to his relentless busyness, he had yet to tally the accounts. Now that he had finished the other calculations, he finally found the time to attend to this place. To his astonishment, the figures revealed an unexpected bounty. Observing his jubilant smile, Mu Yun surmised that the earnings must be substantial, though she was not well versed in the business dealings of ancient establishments and could not fathom the exact amount. With a smile, she said, I can't guess, please don't keep me in suspense, just tell me outright. Pang Qingyun, brimming with joy, raised his voice in excitement, a staggering 826 taels of silver. Over 800, this figure was beyond my wildest imagination. Not only was it inconceivable for a tavern, but even during the peak of my previous ventures, I could scarcely hope for such returns. Yet now, a single tavern has generated so much in just 1 month. Even now, as he recounted the figures, his exhilaration was palpable. He had been utterly astounded when the manager presented him with the ledger. While he had known the tavern was thriving, he had not anticipated such phenomenal success. It was utterly astonishing. Mu Yun remarked with a smile, do not be overly excited, the future business of Marin Pavilion will surpass that of the tavern. Once our fabrics gain renown, many will wish to sell on our behalf, and then we shall see true commerce. Each order will begin at several hundred taels of silver. Pang Qingyun nodded, indeed. We have taken another step closer to our goal of becoming the wealthiest in Xiagu, he said with a playful tone. Mu Yun chuckled, yes. This past month, all the staff at the tavern have worked diligently. They deserve a reward. You should consider how best to acknowledge their efforts. To expand the business, one must have capable hands, and to win hearts, wealth is generally required. Employees are crucial, regardless of the type of establishment. Pang Qingyun, puzzled, inquired, employees? Mu Yun affirmed, yes, employees is a collective term for all personnel within the establishment. Pang Qingyun nodded, feeling that sometimes Mu Yun's choice of words eluded him. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Mu Yun was no ordinary person and surely possessed vast knowledge. To my shame, I must admit I do not possess a great aptitude for business, yet I find myself deeply interested in it. Over the years, I have squandered my family's wealth, and the facts demonstrate that I indeed lack a talent for commerce. Henceforth, you shall make all decisions, I shall follow your lead, taking care of execution while you articulate our plans. Thus, the matter of rewards is entirely in your hands. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Pang Qingyun, wary of making a misstep, acknowledged that many of Mu Yun's decisions had proven to be exceptionally wise, such as her innovative choice to employ women as servers at Marin Pavilion, a notion no one else would have considered. Engaging in conversation with her revealed her many novel ideas, always distinct from others. With a playful tone, Mu Yun teased, you are, after all, a significant proprietor, how can you lack such confidence? Pang Qingyun chuckled, do not jest with me. If you continue, I shall become even less confident. Mu Yun smiled and did not pursue the matter further. She summoned the manager and, according to the number of staff in the tavern, established a reward system. The manager, upon hearing her plan, readily agreed, acknowledging that everyone had indeed worked hard this month and had even expressed some grievances. From their perspective, an overly prosperous business only led to greater fatigue, with no benefits for them, merely burdens. Therefore, if they could enhance their income while preventing any complacency, Mu Yun's proposal was most fitting. As it was mealtime, the tavern was bustling with patrons, and Mu Yun had to wait. After the guests departed and the workday concluded, she would gather everyone to distribute the rewards and explain the new regulations. Having finished her discussions with the manager and Pang Qingyun, she found herself with a moment. In the hall below, a group of individuals dressed in the attire of the Jin people entered the tavern and began to place their orders. When Mu Yun emerged from the kitchen and casually glanced downstairs, she noticed the striking presence of several Jin individuals, causing her to halt in her tracks and observe. 3 tall men, all of imposing stature, bore high noses and deep-set eyes, their skin slightly darkened. To it was immediately evident that they were from Jin, and many around them cast curious glances their way. In this era of peace between the two nations, which had persisted for 3 years without war, interactions were permissible. Xiagu individuals could visit Jin, and vice versa, provided they adhered to proper protocols, ensuring safety for all. Nevertheless, despite this peace, few dared to venture into foreign territories. Years of conflict had left some enmities difficult to forget. Jin individuals seldom ventured into Xiagu, appearing only during the annual exchange of goods or on the occasion of the Xiagu Emperor's birthday. As the emperor's birthday was still some time away, the presence of Jin individuals piqued the curiosity of all. What could bring them here? Mu Yun furrowed her brow, secretly speculating that these visitors might be connected to Sanchi. Who was Sanchi? After all, she regretted not having sent him away yesterday and had foolishly agreed to let him stay for a month. The Jin were known for their ferocity in battle and were not to be trifled with. More importantly, in this time of peace, should they come seeking her harm, she would find it difficult to retaliate. After all, these men were not like the shadowy figures who had previously infiltrated quietly, nameless and without identity, easily disposed of. Foreigners with established identities were far more complex to deal with. "Bring us your finest dishes," boomed one of the burly men, placing a silver ingot on the table in a display of grandeur, addressing the server with authority. The server nodded vigorously. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment." The server hurried off to fetch tea, then busied himself with the orders. The three men scanned their surroundings, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Their intent was unmistakable. Mu Yun understood that these individuals were likely connected to Sanchi. Choosing not to draw attention elsewhere, she found a secluded spot from which she could observe the hall unobtrusively, keenly watching the Jin visitors. Chapter 83, The Crown Prince's Disappearance. It was not until the three of them had finished their meal and exited the tavern that Mu Yun found herself too preoccupied to attend to other matters. She delegated the reward issue to the shopkeeper and hurriedly followed them out. Instead of heading to the inn, the trio began to meander through the city, their demeanor suggesting they were in search of something, casting glances at every obscure nook and cranny they encountered. Mu Yun was now utterly convinced that these individuals were indeed on a quest to find Sanchi, who would leisurely stroll through the city, specifically lingering at the doors and corners of secluded households. With her patience waning for further surveillance and the sun beginning to set, she hastily returned. The meal prepared by Zijou was just ready, and upon seeing Mu Yun return, she cheerfully remarked, "Sister Yun, you have returned just in time. Dinner is about to be served." The four children were playing in the courtyard, and Mu Yun made her way directly to the storage room. "Sister Mu, you're back!" Sanchi exclaimed with a smile upon spotting her. He had just spent the afternoon frolicking with the other children and had only come inside to rest when he felt a bit fatigued. Mu Yun sighed inwardly, finding it difficult to harbor any resentment toward the boy whose handsome countenance made him quite endearing. His large, sparkling eyes brimmed with joy, rendering her unable to utter any words of dismissal. Remembering her promise to allow him to stay for another month, she felt it would be ungracious to go back on her word. After a moment of inner conflict, Mu Yun inquired, "Today at the tavern, I spotted individuals from the Jin Kingdom. I wonder if they are searching for you, Sanchi. Just who are you?" The smile on Sanchi's face faded instantaneously, replaced by a look of helplessness as he replied, "Sister Mu, I have lost my memory." "Have you forgotten? I remember nothing, not even my own identity. However, I assure you, I am not a bad person. Do you regret taking me in?" Seeing him adopt such a pitiful expression once more, Mu Yun responded with a hint of exasperation, "No, I never regret my decisions. I will honor my promise to let you stay for another month, so rest assured. However, you must not leave this courtyard. For the duration of this month, you are not to step outside." Sanchi nodded, "Understood. I will be obedient, Sister Mu." Mu Yun nodded in return and added, "Perhaps when you regain your memory, you can reveal your identity to me. I may be able to assist you." Sanchi agreed, "All right, Sister Mu, I understand." Once Mu Yun had departed, Sanchi's expression turned sorrowful. He had not anticipated that those individuals would be so persistent in their search for him. At this rate, he might not even be able to remain here for the entire month. His heart felt heavy with melancholy, and he wondered who his father had dispatched to find him. Meanwhile, atop Yuntai Mountain in the capital, a eunuch hurriedly made his way toward the rear courtyard. Upon spotting the resolute figure, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Ping," he gasped, hastily kneeling in greeting. The man turned around, recognizing the trusted eunuch of the emperor. His brows furrowed slightly as he spoke in a cool, measured tone, "Rise, what urgent matter has prompted your haste?" The eunuch replied breathlessly, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has gone missing. His Majesty has ordered me to convey the message. At this point, you are the only one who can locate him. His Majesty has sent numerous individuals, yet none have succeeded in finding the Crown Prince, causing both him and the Empress great distress." At these words, a flicker of emotion ignited in Song Jingyan's otherwise placid gaze, and his tone grew anxious. "What has transpired? The Crown Prince has always been within the palace. How could he have vanished?" The eunuch hastily explained, "The Crown Prince expressed a desire to travel and inspect various regions, a notion that the ministers wholeheartedly. They argued that reading thousands of books could not compare to traversing thousands of miles. As the heir apparent, he ought to understand and empathize with the people. His Majesty found this reasoning sound, so 6 months ago, the Crown Prince set out incognito with a retinue of men. Everything was proceeding smoothly until halfway through the journey, when he inexplicably disappeared." After hearing this, Song Jingyan felt a measure of relief. He replied calmly, "Ian possesses commendable martial skills and should generally be safe, provided his identity remains undisclosed." The eunuch interjected, "Your Highness, it is possible that the Crown Prince's identity has indeed been revealed. Reports from Yunzhou suggest that his disappearance may be linked to individuals from the Jin Kingdom. This is why His Majesty and the Empress are so anxious. If the Crown Prince were to fall into their hands, it would be catastrophic. I will set out immediately." He had initially intended not to search for him, but the involvement of the Jin Kingdom compelled him to act. The eunuch, elated by his agreement, exclaimed, "He was last seen in the vicinity of Yunzhou. I shall return to report to His Majesty at once, assuring him of your swift action." Song Jingyan nodded. Inform His Majesty to remain at ease and attend to national matters. I will ensure Ian. From a young age, Song Ian had enjoyed following closely behind Song Jingyan. Although Song Jingyan often feigned annoyance, deep down, he held Song Ian in high regard. The eunuch eagerly affirmed, "Yes, Your Highness. I shall convey this good news to His Majesty. With your involvement, the Crown Prince will surely be safe." After the eunuch departed, Song Jingyan cast a glance at the courtyard where he had resided for several years, once believing he would spend his entire life there. Now it seemed that the Jin kingdom was not content with the status quo, and he was uncertain whether his tranquil days would continue. Song Jingyan proceeded to the main hall, where he encountered his friend Xianyang. "I am descending the mountain and do not know when I shall return," he said softly to his friend's retreating figure. Xianyang, the chief disciple of the Flying Cloud Temple, was currently managing the temple in the absence of its master, who was traveling the world. He had been the one to receive Song Jingyan upon his arrival, and over the course of 3 years, they had forged a friendship. Hearing that Song Jingyan intended to leave, Xianyang expressed no surprise, instead smiling as he remarked, "Once you depart, I fear you may never return to my Flying Cloud Temple." Song Jingyan replied, "If there is no war, I shall come back to avoid leaving you here alone, with no one to discuss the Tao with." Though a Taoist, Xianyang was not particularly old, even being a year younger than Song Jingyan. His features were softer than Song Jingyan's, exuding a gentle charm. Dressed in a blue Taoist robe, he appeared less like a Taoist and more like a refined gentleman, yet he possessed an air of untainted purity. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's words, a playful smile danced in Xianyang's eyes. "Once you leave, you may not return alone, Jingyan. Your entanglements in the mortal realm have not yet concluded. You are fated to be estranged from both Taoism and Buddhism, so hurry along." Song Jingyan was perplexed by his words. Xianyang had a tendency to speak in riddles, which he had grown accustomed to and did not take to heart. "I merely came to inform you that I am about to descend the mountain," Song Jingyan reiterated. He still cherished the tranquil life atop the mountain, yet ultimately, he found himself tethered to worldly affairs, unable to truly let go of everything. Xianyang nodded. "Go ahead." As Song Jingyan descended the mountain, upon reaching the base, he spotted the 4 guards he had previously employed, awaiting him with horses in tow. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing him, and they immediately knelt on one knee in salute. "Your Highness, you have finally come down. The horses are ready for you. We shall accompany you in search of the Crown Prince." Bai Ying, Bai Feng, Bai Mu, and Bai Xing were Song Jingyan's trusted guards, all of whom held military titles as second-rank generals and had earned their accolades in battle. During Song Jingyan's time of seclusion on the mountain, they had managed affairs in the military, and the emperor had not transferred the military seal to anyone else. It remained in Song Jingyan's possession. The 4 would occasionally ascend the mountain to report on military and court matters. Despite Song Jingyan's repeated insistence that they need not do so, they continued to act according to their own inclinations. Thus, although Song Jingyan resided in Untimely Mountain, he remained acutely aware of the happenings in the capital. "Rise," he commanded. "Bai Ying and Bai Feng, you need not accompany us, remain in the military. Bai Mu and Bai Xing, come along." Having spoken, Song Jingyan mounted his horse. Chapter 84. The Grand Princess's residence denied permission to accompany. Bai Ying and Bai Feng exchanged a resigned glance, their disappointment palpable. It had been far too long since they had last collaborated with the Prince Dai. In contrast, the 2 who had received consent to follow beamed with joy. "Indeed, Your Highness, I am fully prepared and can depart. You are to await me outside," instructed Song Jingyan as he mounted his horse and rode away. The other 3 shared a glance before hastily following suit. Within the Grand Princess's residence, the servants gasped in astonishment upon spotting a familiar figure at the entrance. Their eyes, "Your Highness, the Prince is back." The exuberant voice of the young servant quickly reached the Grand Princess's quarters, as well as the other courtyards, eliciting varied reactions. In the Haitang courtyard, where the Grand Princess resided, she reclined elegantly. 2 trusted matrons stood by her side. Upon hearing the news, the matrons' faces lit up with delight. The Grand Princess, though over 40, appeared youthful due to her meticulous care, though dark circles faintly shadowed her eyes, hinting at a restless night. "Who is shouting outside, displaying such lack of decorum?" the Grand Princess remarked, her tone tinged with displeasure. The matron quickly replied, "Your Highness, it seems they are announcing the prince's return, or allow me to go and see." With that, the matron hurriedly exited. The Grand Princess's previously calm demeanor brightened upon hearing this, her expression transforming into one of elation. "What? Jingyan has returned, is it truly so?" she exclaimed, rising excitedly from her seat, eager to step outside. Observing this, the maids knelt to assist her in donning her shoes, while the matron gently grasped her hand, saying, "Your Highness, please take care. If the prince has indeed returned, he will surely come to see you first." Just then, a tall figure entered the room. Song Jingyan, with his deep-set, piercing eyes, clad in a flowing black brocade robe, strode into the chamber. Upon seeing his mother, his gaze softened, and his tone became gentler. "Mother, I have returned to see you." A faint smile graced his lips as he approached the Grand Princess, preparing to kneel in reverence, but she stopped him. "You remember to come back. I thought you had forgotten that I exist in this residence," she said, her joy mingled with a hint of irritation at his previous obstinacy. The 2 matrons exchanged knowing smiles, then one spoke up, "Your Highness, you were just overjoyed at the prince's return. Why now do you appear vexed upon seeing him?" With a resigned smile, Song Jingyan replied, "Mother, it is my filial inadequacy. Please do not be angry, for anger is detrimental to one's health." Hearing this, the Grand Princess's irritation flared anew. "Humph. You speak of health, yet when I was ill, you showed not a shred of concern, remaining ensconced in your temple, neglecting to return home and check on your mother." Understanding her grievances, Song Jingyan, he was not skilled in the art of sweet words and could only offer his apologies. Please do not be upset, for having such an unfilial son has surely caused you distress and hardship. He felt a deep sense of guilt toward his mother, yet was equally powerless. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Princess immediately retorted, "What nonsense, who in this capital does not envy me for having such a son, well versed in both literature and martial arts, you are also remarkably handsome. In all of the capital, whose child can compare to your excellence, your mother is exceedingly proud, do not speak such foolishness." Song Jingyan chuckled lightly, "If I am indeed so admirable, then please do not be angry. My return is at the behest of the Emperor. Are you aware of Yian's disappearance?" Not wishing to linger on pleasantries, he broached the matter at hand. The Grand Princess nodded, "Yes, I am aware. I have kept it under wraps, fearing it would draw undue attention." Song Jingyan agreed, "Yes, that is for the best. I must go and search for Yian. Please take care of yourself, mother." She nodded, letting out a sigh. He had no desire to remain in the capital, which felt too chaotic compared to the tranquility of Yuntai Mountain. Seeing his silence, the Grand Princess sighed resignedly, her hopes dissipating. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Do as you wish." Over the course of 3 years, she had gradually come to accept that she could not change her son's mind and must instead adapt her own mindset. "Mother, I must take my leave now. Please take care." As Song Jingyan prepared to depart, the Grand Princess understood the importance of his mission to find the Crown Prince and did not hinder him. "Very well, go, be cautious, and take—" Song Jingyan nodded, "Take care, mother, I bid you farewell." After he left, the Grand Princess gazed at his departing figure with a heavy heart. He was her sole child, the embodiment of all her hopes, and she had never anticipated. The thought of her son facing his future alone filled her with profound anxiety. "Do not worry, your highness, since the prince has descended from the mountain, he may not return there again," one of the matrons reassured her. The Grand Princess sighed once more, her heart heavy, and she felt too weary to speak further. The matron, sensing her distress, felt helpless. Just as Song Jingyan exited his mother's courtyard, he encountered his father, the Duke of Chen. The Duke, now in middle age, had gained a bit of weight, yet his demeanor remained refined, and his features were well defined, presenting a commendable appearance. Upon spotting Song Jingyan, his face broke into a broad smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Jingyan, you have returned. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Was the food on the mountain not to your liking? Now that you are back, do not return there. What can compare to home?" Before Song Jingyan could respond, another voice chimed in. "Is it truly the prince who has returned? I thought it was just the servants making a commotion." A lavishly dressed woman approached, her voice laced with exaggerated delight. It was Lady Zhou from the Duke's residence. Song Jingyan regarded the two with an expression devoid of emotion, his tone curt as he stated, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, Chapter 85 of the redevelopment of a new business. Seeing this, Aunt Zhou spoke with a hint of resignation. It has been 3 years, yet the prince remains as taciturn as ever. Duke Chen did not respond, his countenance dark and forbidding. Now that the prince has descended the mountain, he may never visit Yuntai Mountain again, Aunt Zhou urged, linking her arm through his and attempting to lead him away. However, Duke Chen remained still, withdrawing his arm gently and stating coolly, "You may return first. I shall go to see the princess." At his words, Aunt Zhou's eyes brimmed with hurt, but Duke Chen averted his gaze. "Very well, I shall take my leave," she said, feigning a calm demeanor as she walked away. Yet, as she turned, the resentment in her eyes slowly surfaced. Duke Chen made his way to Haitang Courtyard, and upon his arrival, the princess's expression was tranquil, her eyes devoid of emotion. "Yangon, is Jingyan planning to move back?" Duke Chen inquired, having— The princess replied coolly, "I do not know. If the Duke wishes to know, he should inquire himself, there is no need to ask me." Seeing her maintain such a frosty demeanor, Duke Chen felt a sense of futility. "In that case, do not disturb Jingyan, he is now grown and does not require a father, your non-interference would be the best for him." Her words rendered Duke Chen's face a mask of displeasure. Gazing upon his wife's delicate and gentle visage, he found himself increasingly nostalgic for their past, when, in the early days of their marriage, she had been affectionate and tender, but now she offered him nothing but indifference. With a resigned sigh, he recognized that further discourse was futile and merely lowered his head as he exited. The princess watched his despondent figure retreat, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Ha! Such a hypocritical wretch, I was truly blind to have chosen him." The maid, hearing her words, felt a mix of pity and helplessness, quickly offering words of comfort. At that moment, in Lingxi village, as visitors arrived, he could only hide in the storage room. Chu Ning had come to play with Mu Yun, who was busy sketching designs. With one set of designs still pending for the Bai family, Mu Yun remained engrossed in her work, while Chu Ning, not minding the wait, relished the pastries made by Zijou in the courtyard. "These pastries are delectable," Chu Ning praised, reclining leisurely in the rocking chair. Zijou smiled and replied, "Miss Chu, if you enjoy them, just let me know whenever you want more, and I shall prepare them for you." Chu Ning chuckled, "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. I'll simply drop by to enjoy your treats, I won't be shy about it." In the storage room, Sanchi listened intently, finding the voices somewhat familiar yet unable to place them. He wished to steal a glance but feared exposing himself might cause trouble for Mu Yun, having promised her he would remain hidden. "I've finished your set as well, tell me if you like it." Mu Yun's voice called from the study. At her words, Chu Ning sprang up excitedly and hurried over. Mu Yun presented her with the designs, and upon a mere glance, Chu Ning was utterly captivated. We should use water green skin. The physical effect should be even more stunning. The fresh and pure color is perfect for this season, Mu Yun suggested. Chu Ning, brimming with anticipation, asked, Sister Mu, when can we have it made? I'm positively itching to see it. Mu Yun chuckled, it will likely take some time, please be patient. Chu Ning nodded eagerly. Mu Yun glanced towards the storage room, recalling that Chu Ning had been there for quite a while, and realizing that Sanchi had likely been cooped up for too long, she invited Chu Ning to join her for a stroll, thereby granting Sanchi some much-needed space. Naturally, Chu Ning was delighted and followed her outside. The streets of Lingxi County were neither large nor small, and as they wandered, they spotted the three Jin people once more. Chu Ning whispered to Mu Yun, these Jin people seem to be aimlessly roaming the city every day. A brother Ningji even had someone follow them before, but when it appeared they had no particular purpose, he stopped. Mu Yun laughed. She pulled Mu Yun inside. The shop was bustling with customers, though due to limited stock, most were merely browsing rather than purchasing, with many opting to reserve items instead. However, the service at Marin Pavilion was exceptional. Regardless of whether one bought anything, the female attendants diligently introduced the products, endearing themselves to every visitor. Even if they did not make a purchase at that moment, they would surely return. After exploring the shop, Chu Ning remarked, Sister Mu, have you ever considered selling these fabrics in the capital? Lingxi County is too small. If you were in the capital, your shop could truly be a goldmine. Mu Yun replied with a smile, of course, I have thought about it, but however, it won't be long, at most a year, and Marin Pavilion will open in the capital. Chu Ning envied Mu Yun's capabilities, exclaiming, Sister Mu, you are truly impressive, I feel utterly inept in comparison. With a wry smile, Mu Yun responded, Ning, being inept has its advantages. It means you have someone to protect you, allowing you to live without the burdens of survival. I envy your life as well. Chu Ning reflected on this, realizing that she had indeed lived a charmed life, her greatest worry being the potential disruption of her betrothal to Xiaoningji, aside from which everything else had proceeded smoothly. You are right, Sister Mu. I should count my blessings, Chu Ning acknowledged. Mu Yun smiled and added, Ning, Xiaoningji will likely return to the capital within a few years. By then, I should also be there, and we can reunite in the capital. Mu Yun's true home was in the capital, and she would not rest until she avenged the wrongs done to the original owner of her body. Chu Ning beamed, that's wonderful, Sister Mu, we can play together then. Considering the slow pace of profits, after escorting Chu Ning home, Mu Yun sought out Pang Qingyun. She intended to develop some new culinary delights, such as modern marinated dishes, both cold and hot, which would be simple to prepare and could be established as a chain, with outlets in every However, sourcing the raw materials posed a challenge. She discussed her ideas with Pang Qingyun, who was always amenable to her suggestions regarding the raw materials. They could only procure chickens and ducks from local farmers, though this would slightly elevate costs. Mu Yun recalled the chickens she had asked Xiang and his wife to raise. Perhaps she could encourage other villagers to engage in poultry farming, creating a specialized breeding venture. The down from the ducks could be recycled, while the ducks themselves could be prepared as roasted duck for sale, with the remaining entrails, wings, and feet utilized for marinated dishes. Yet currently, there were no suitable individuals to undertake this endeavor. Mu Yun first penned down the recipe for the marinated dishes and had the chef at the tavern prepare a sample for tasting. Afterwards, she returned to Qinghe village and consulted the village head about the duck farming initiative. She assured him that any household willing to raise ducks according to her specifications would be compensated fairly, ensuring they would not incur losses. The village head was, of course, delighted and assured her that he would take care of the matter. He immediately assigned the task to a relatively trustworthy cousin and then sought out a few reliable families to inform them of the opportunity, leaving the decision to participate up to them. In the end, a few families expressed interest in raising ducks, while others deemed it unworthy of their time and declined to try. The village head did not press the matter. Ducks raised for marinated dishes and roasted duck did not require extensive time. 6 months to a year would suffice. Mu Yun's initial plan was to open a shop in Lingxi County to test the waters. The investment for a marinated dish shop was modest, requiring merely a few dozen taels of silver. Naturally, she entrusted the shop's management to Pang Qingyun, ensuring that the necessary ducks were procured in advance and renting a secluded property to raise them as a backup. Chapter 86. The beautiful yet melancholic Miss Bai. As the days busily passed, the eve of the Bai family's grand banquet arrived. The dresses were completed only on this day, despite Madame Bai's repeated urgings. The tailor shop had been overwhelmed with work. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Mu Yun, accompanied by Master Zhao, brought 6 sets of exquisite attire to the Bai residence. Eagerly, Madame Bai summoned them to her courtyard, anticipating the fitting of her new garments. Madame Bai's ensemble was a striking vermilion silk gown adorned with large peony embroidery, the intricate floral designs coming to life with vivid detail. The innovative fabric, of superior quality, paired with red and gold thread embroidery, exuded opulence while avoiding any hint of vulgarity. The gown's design was refreshingly novel, unlike anything they had encountered before. Upon trying on the first gown, Madame Bai expressed her satisfaction, exclaiming, "My lady, you look absolutely stunning in this attire. Your patience has truly paid off, every moment was worth it." A trusted maid at her side praised her, her eyes sparkling with joy, while the other maidservants echoed their admiration, leaving Madame Bai beaming with delight. Mu Yun interjected, "Madame Bai, this dress, when complemented with suitable accessories and an elegant hairstyle, will look even more magnificent." The maid responsible for her hair quickly chimed in, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange a fitting coiffure and adornments for you, ensuring you shine even brighter." "Madame Bai, here, do give it a try," Mu Yun said, presenting the next gown. Just the sight of it captivated Madame Bai, prompting her to hastily try it on. At that moment, the spirited second Miss Bai rushed in, inquiring anxiously about her own dress. Mu Yun handed it to her, while the maiden spread out the two gowns for her to admire. Point one was a fiery red long gown made of scattered floral silk, the entire piece of vibrant crimson embellished with matching hibiscus flowers. From a distance, it appeared understated, yet up close, it was breathtakingly exquisite, devoid of any contrasting colors, showcasing a design that added depth. The hem cascaded in layers, billowing gracefully with each step, reminiscent of blooming flowers, swaying elegantly. The other was a water blue gown, intricately embroidered with daffodils, the blue and white motifs weaving together a refreshing yet regal aura, imbued with the delicate charm of a young lady. Both gowns were strikingly beautiful, and the second Miss Bai instantly fell in love, eagerly retreating to her chamber to try them on. Madame Bai emerged in a deep purple brocade gown, her presence radiating an air of nobility. The style and color suited her age perfectly, enhancing her already impressive poise. "Madam, both gowns are stunning. I have never seen such exquisite garments in my life," her loyal maidservants exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. With her appearance, it was no exaggeration to assert that Madame Bai was the most elegant lady in Lingxi. Madame Bai smiled broadly, never before having felt such satisfaction. The second Miss Bai emerged in the fiery red gown, leaving the maidservants and Madame Bai speechless. The dress flowed gracefully as she walked, a sight so enchanting it stirred the heart. "Qianqian, you look truly marvelous. I initially thought a celestial being had descended," Madame Bai remarked affectionately, beaming at her daughter. Bai Qianqian, her expression a mix of pride and contentment, replied, "Mother, I adore this gown. I shall wear it tomorrow and surely dazzle everyone." Madame Bai nodded, and the pair then turned their attention to the eldest daughter, Bai Ruoxing's gown. One was a water-green gauzy top paired with a pleated skirt of misty green, draped in delicate light green chiffon. While the colors were subtle, the style was exceptionally attractive. Madame Bai's expression soured as she examined the second gown, a simple white long dress with flowing pleats that resembled moonlight streaming softly to the ground, exuding an air of elegance and grace. It appeared ordinary yet distinctly special. Madame Bai's displeasure was palpable as she cast a disapproving glance at Mu Yun. "Miss Mu, it seems the garments designed for my eldest daughter do not quite suit her." Mu Yun had tailored the designs to reflect Bai Ruoxing's understated elegance, believing such a beautiful individual deserved nothing less than exquisite attire. "Madame Bai, these designs are crafted with your eldest daughter's essence in mind. Bai Ruoxing embodies grace akin to a chrysanthemum, her poise exceptional. I believe these two gowns are quite befitting. If there are any concerns, may I suggest the eldest daughter try them on first? I would be happy to make adjustments if necessary." Seeing Mu Yun's lack of understanding, Madame Bai's dissatisfaction grew, yet she was quite fond of the garments from the Marin Pavilion, recognizing the need to make. The total for 6 gowns amounted to 300 taels, with an additional 50 taels as a token of appreciation. "Thank you, Miss Mu, for your efforts this time. Should there be any future needs, I hope you will not hesitate," Madame Bai said, initially reluctant to offer a gratuity, yet unable to offend Mu Yun, whose designs were simply too beautiful. To ensure access to splendid gowns in the future, she felt it prudent to cultivate a favorable rapport with her. Simultaneously, she extended an invitation for Mu Yun to attend the family banquet the following day. With the invitation in hand, Mu Yun made her way to the quarters of Bai Ruoxing. In stark contrast to Madame Bai's lively courtyard, this space felt rather desolate. The garden held a few flowers and plants, but the decor within the residence was sparse, giving it an empty appearance. Bai Ruoxing greeted Mu Yun politely. Upon seeing the beautiful gowns, she displayed little anticipation, believing that wearing them might be worse than not wearing them at all. "Thank you, Miss Mu, for your efforts. I do appreciate the dresses," Bai Ruoxing spoke in a calm tone, her expression revealing no joy, only a sorrow that seemed incongruous for her age. Mu Yun smiled gently. "Miss Bai, there is no need for such formality. It brings me great joy to design garments for someone as lovely as you. I sincerely hope you appreciate my creations." Yet, the sorrow in Bai Ruoxing's eyes resembled an unyielding mist, evoking a deep sense of compassion within Mu Yun. "Is there something troubling you, Miss Bai? Perhaps sharing your thoughts with me might lighten your burden. I may be able to assist you." This was the first time Mu Yun had proactively sought to help another, compelled solely by the beauty of the young lady before her. Chapter 87. The first encounter with Song Jingyan. Bai Ruoxing glanced at Mu Yun with a hint of surprise, her eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. Within her cool, water-like gaze, a glimmer of hope seemed to surface, only to swiftly dissipate, giving way to a gentle sorrow. "Thank you, Miss Mu, but you cannot help me." Mu Yun smiled with unwavering confidence. "That may not necessarily be the case. You have yet to express your needs. How can you be certain I cannot assist you? One must learn to strategize for oneself and seize opportunities. Consider this carefully, such chances are rare." Bai Ruoxing raised her gaze to Mu Yun, her eyes brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. "But why do you wish to help me?" Mu Yun replied with a smile. In response to Mu Yun's words, she found herself at a loss for words, her fair cheeks gradually blooming with a delicate blush, enhancing her charm and allure, making her all the more endearing. Mu Yun mused that if she were a man, she would undoubtedly be captivated by a beauty like Bai Ruoxing. Even the mere sight of her was a delightful experience, soft and fragrant. "Miss Mu, you flatter me. You are evidently the more beautiful one," Bai Ruoxing remarked earnestly. In her view, Mu Yun was indeed striking, even in her simple attire, devoid of makeup or adornments, her beauty remained refreshingly ethereal. Mu Yun smiled lightly. Very well, we are both beautiful, let us not dwell on that, instead, let us discuss you. If you are certain you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave. Observing Bai Ruoxing's lingering hesitation, Mu Yun rose to depart, only to be Bai Ruoxing then recounted her predicament to Mu Yun, who, upon hearing, comprehended the gravity of her situation. It was clear to Mu Yun that Madame Bai was not her biological mother, a fact she had suspected previously, so it did not come as a surprise. Bai Ruoxing yearned to escape her household, yet a woman could only leave her family through marriage, thus, her only path lay in finding a suitable husband. She had been diligently searching for a match and had indeed found one, a person who met her expectations in every regard. However, she had yet to engage with him and was unaware of his willingness to marry her. Due to Madame Bai's influence, her outings were severely restricted, preventing her from mingling with others. If Madame Bai were to arrange her marriage according to her own whims, Bai Ruoxing knew she would be doomed to a life of misery. With the banquet scheduled for tomorrow, Madame Bai would likely begin making arrangements for her marriage, which was the source of Bai Ruoxing's increasing anxiety. Mu Yun found herself intrigued by the man who had caught the eye of such a stunning beauty. Bai Ruoxing's cheeks flushed. It was not that she was particularly enamored with him, but rather she deemed him suitable and reliable, with the potential for a promising future, hence her interest. After an extensive conversation with Bai Ruoxing, Mu Yun reassured her not to worry, promising to fulfill her wishes the following day. A sense of anticipation began to blossom within Bai Ruoxing, alleviating some of her sorrow. Upon exiting the Bai residence, Mu Yun instructed Master Jia to return alone while she made her way towards the scholar's home as described by Bai Ruoxing. To be precise, he was not merely a scholar but a shoutsite, a title for a candidate who had passed the initial examinations. His family was impoverished, consisting solely of an elderly mother and a dilapidated earthen dwelling, their circumstances as dire as one could imagine. However, the scholar was diligent and ambitious, proving to be a reliable individual. Bai Ruoxing had inadvertently crossed paths with him once, which led her to take notice of him, eventually learning more about his situation and developing her interest. As Mu Yun made her way towards the outskirts of the city, her curiosity piqued, she quickened her pace. Just as she distanced herself from the crowd, she noticed several figures darting across the rooftops ahead. She halted abruptly, scrutinizing the scene, only to see the figures leap down into an unknown residence. Furrowing her brow, Mu Yun pondered for a moment before cautiously approaching the house. The Lord has sent word, it seems someone has arrived in the capital, and we do not know when they will find us. If it becomes necessary, you should retreat. Just as Mu Yun neared the entrance, she overheard the clear voices from within. This opportunity is once in a lifetime, should we miss it, there will be no second chance. We cannot leave. As long as the person is not Song Jingyan, we need not worry about anyone else. Various voices echoed within, engaged in discussion. As Mu Yun, although she managed to suppress her voice, the old wooden door creaked ominously in response to the cat's movement. Realizing the danger, Mu Yun quickly retreated and dashed towards the outskirts of the city, but the individuals behind her were swifter, closing in on her in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun lamented her lack of martial prowess in this situation. Who are you? A man from the Jin kingdom demanded, his gaze upon Mu Yun fierce and menacing, as if he were poised to devour her. Mu Yun chuckled nervously, I am merely searching for my child, a mischievous little one who has wandered off. Your intimidating presence has frightened me greatly. She clutched her chest, feigning a frightened demeanor. The man, however, ignored her theatrics and lunged towards her neck with his hands. Just as Mu Yun prepared to evade, a branch suddenly hurtled through the air with a fierce gust. The Jin man hastily retracted his hand, narrowly avoiding the incoming branch. In the next moment, a man soared into view, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Yun. Upon seeing the man's face, the Jin soldier was struck with shock, momentarily frozen in place. Swallowing hard, the Jin man took a few steps back, retreating alongside the two others behind him. Will you leave on your own, or shall I make you? The man who had intervened was none other than Song Jingyan, a figure well known and reviled among the Jin soldiers. Suppressing his inner rage and anxiety, the Jin man retreated, turning to flee. Mu Yun, shielded behind Song Jingyan, could only admire his tall silhouette. It was a novel experience, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. She marveled at his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, finding him quite handsome. However, having spent considerable time in this world, she had yet to encounter a truly handsome man. The young boy, Sanshi, did not count. Once the Jin soldiers had departed, Song Jingyan slowly turned to face Mu Yun. The moment she beheld his features, a spark of astonishment flashed in her eyes. His visage was precisely to her aesthetic liking, clad in dark robes, his ink-black hair cascading elegantly, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his deep, cold black irises captivating. His complexion was neither pale nor dark but bore a hint of weediness. His nose was straight, and his thin lips were pressed together, the contours of his face and features appearing as if meticulously sculpted. He exuded a robust, masculine aura, imbued with an air of calm strength. Mu Yun's immediate impression was that this man was exceptionally handsome, and her second thought was that he was not to be underestimated. Seeing that Mu Yun was unharmed, Song Jingyan turned to leave without uttering a single word. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had just saved her yet offered no explanation. What could this man possibly mean? Hey, wait, Mu Yun instinctively called out. Song Jingyan paused, turning back to regard her with a puzzled expression. Mu Yun gazed at his face, softening her tone as she said, thank you for saving me. Song Jingyan replied coolly, his voice rich and deep, no need for thanks. With that, he turned once more and walked away. Mu Yun refrained from calling out again, watching the handsome figure recede into the distance. Feeling a twinge of regret, she wondered where he hailed from, possessing such striking good looks, and whether he was already married. With her thoughts wandering, Mu Yun continued her journey towards the outskirts, for she still had obligations to fulfill for Bai Ruoxing. Chapter 88. The poor scholar Chen Shangsheng. Mu Yun walked for quite some time before finally spotting two humble earthen houses on the outskirts of a remote town, which she The houses were indeed exceedingly shabby. Even Mu Yun couldn't help but frown at the sight. She mused whether Bai Ruoxing could possibly endure living in such a place. It was uncertain if she had ever laid eyes on this scholar's abode. With a sense of curiosity, Mu Yun approached the door of the earthen house, which was blocked by a few wooden stakes, forming a small courtyard. Surprisingly, the courtyard was quite tidy, adorned with some vibrant wildflowers. An elderly woman sat in the yard, fiddling with some roots, the nature of which was unknown to Mu Yun. However, the scholar himself was nowhere to be seen. Mu Yun leaned closer to the wooden door and inquired, "Might I ask if this is the home of Scholar Chen?" Upon hearing her voice, the elderly woman, he was dressed in a faded blue linen robe, its color having washed out over time compared to his worn attire. His appearance was striking. He had refined features, fair skin, and an unmistakable scholarly demeanor. "I am Chen Shangsheng." "May I ask what brings you here, miss?" His eyes reflected curiosity, as he did not recognize the young woman before him. Mu Yun smiled and requested, "Might I have a word with you in private, young Master Chen?" Chen Shangsheng nodded, offering a few instructions to his mother. Once they reached a vacant area, Mu Yun began, "You see, there is a banquet at the Bai residence in the west of the city tomorrow, and Lord Bai wishes to extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you would be inclined to attend." Chen Shangsheng appeared puzzled. "I am not acquainted with Lord Bai. Why would he desire my presence at such an event?" Though he occasionally ventured out to socialize since passing, he was aware of the Bai family but had never engaged with them directly. Mu Yun explained with a smile, "Lord Bai holds great admiration for your talents, and there will be a poetry gathering tomorrow, attended by numerous literati. It would be worthwhile for you to consider attending. You may find it unexpectedly rewarding." "This is the invitation," Mu Yun said, placing the invitation directly into Chen Shangsheng's hands, leaving him no room for refusal. "By the way, if I may be so bold to ask, do you have a romantic interest, young Master Chen?" At her words, Chen Shangsheng recalled a fleeting glimpse from months prior, a wave of nostalgia washing over him, followed by a sense of regret. Despite visiting the city frequently these past months, he had not encountered that face again. Emerging from his reverie, he gently shook his head. "I have not given thoughts to affairs of the heart. Should you wish to act as a matchmaker, I fear you may be disappointed, for I currently have no intentions of marriage." His mother often urged him to consider settling down, and although their family circumstance, however, his aspirations extended beyond that of a mere scholar, and he had no desire for matrimony, especially with someone he did not love. Thus, he had consistently rejected matchmaking proposals. Seeing Mu Yun's intent demeanor, he promptly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun looked into his eyes, which exuded calmness and resolve. It seemed he had a well-defined vision for his future, causing her to worry that Bai Ruoxing's aspirations might not materialize. Mu Yun concealed her thoughts and smiled, "I did not mean to imply that. I merely thought you had reached an age suitable for marriage and wondered aloud. Please do not take offense." Relieved that she was not there to propose a match, Chen Shangsheng felt somewhat at ease. He realized that, for some reason, he had begun to dread the notion of marriage. "Please do attend the banquet. I shall take my leave now," Mu Yun concluded before departing. Chen Shangsheng regarded the invitation in his hand, still puzzled. Upon returning to the courtyard, his mother immediately inquired, "Shangsheng, do you know that young lady?" Having lived a solitary life, Chen Shangsheng was reluctant to marry, leaving his mother perplexed and increasingly unsure of his intentions, worrying for his future. The arrival of a young lady seeking him had sparked her imagination. Sensing his mother's expression and gaze, he quickly clarified, "I do not know her. She was sent by Lord Bai's household to convey an invitation for a banquet tomorrow." His mother, unfamiliar with such gatherings, felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it was not as she had envisioned. "Very well. Will you be attending?" Chen Shangsheng replied nonchalantly, "I am uncertain. I shall decide tomorrow." His mother began her familiar refrain, suggesting he should marry, asserting that if he preferred. Chen Shangsheng, though resigned, patiently listened to his mother's ramblings, concealing any signs of impatience. Meanwhile, Mu Yun returned to the city. Passing by a tavern, she decided to take a look inside and, to her astonishment, spotted the very man who had come to her aid earlier. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over to him. "Young master, what a coincidence, it seems we meet again." Song Jingyan and Bai Mubai were dining when a young woman unexpectedly approached to engage the prince in conversation, causing both to raise an eyebrow in surprise, their curiosity piqued. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow and, upon observing Mu Yun's cheerful demeanor, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With a smile in her eyes, Mu Yun noted his aloofness and sparse words. Glancing at the food on the table, she remarked, "You have indeed ordered the specialty dishes from this establishment, young master. I, in gratitude for your earlier assistance, allow me to treat you to a meal. Waiter, come here." Hearing Mu Yun's call, the waiter rushed over. "Miss Mu, how may I assist you?" Mu Yun instructed, "Please bring a portion of the specialty dishes from the menu. This table is on me." The waiter nodded fervently and hurried off to the kitchen to place the order. Mu Yun took a seat across from Song Jingyan and cheerfully asked, "Are you visitors from afar?" Noticing that the prince had not dismissed her, Bai Mubai and Bai Xing joined the conversation. "Indeed, we are merely passing through," Bai Mu replied. Mu Yun's gaze instinctively lingered on Song Jingyan, captivated by his striking appearance and demeanor, unable to resist looking at him. "Where are you headed?" she inquired, directing her question at Song Jingyan, but it was Bai. "Are you a local?" Mu Yun confirmed, yes, I suppose so, my name is Mu Yun, and you? Bai Mu exchanged a glance with his prince before replying, I am Bai Mu, this is Bai Xing, and our esteemed. I haven't seen any elsewhere, which seems rather strange. Bai Mu expressed with an innocent curiosity, appearing genuinely perplexed however, Mu Yun regarded him with caution, suspecting ulterior motives behind his inquiry about the Jin people. I cannot say for certain. Just earlier, some Jin individuals were pursuing me, and it was this young Master Song who came to my rescue, allowing me to sit here and treat you all. Is it unusual for Jin individuals to be present? Are the two nations not coexisting peacefully now? Is there unrest again? Mu Yun glanced around and leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Seeing her inquisitive demeanor, Bai Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed she was merely naive and uninformed, unlikely to provide any valuable information. The new dishes soon arrived, and Mu Yun encouraged everyone to dig in. Suddenly, Song Jingyan turned to Mu Yun. Chapter 89. Song Jingyan arrived at the government office, where Mu Yun appeared visibly perplexed. I truly do not understand why they pursued me. I merely passed by a house and seemed to overhear someone speaking within. Suddenly, a cat leapt out, startling me, and then the door swung open, after which they charged toward me. I was terrified and fled in haste. Mu Yun's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Song Jingyan scrutinized her for a moment and opted not to press further. Subsequently, he maintained a silence throughout, uttering not a single word. Observing his aloofness, Mu Yun gradually lost interest. Ultimately, she instructed the waiter not to charge them for their meal, expressed her gratitude to Song Jingyan, and departed. As she left, Bai Mu inquired, My lord, is it truly a misunderstanding that the Jin people are pursuing her for eavesdropping on their conversation? Could there be other motives? Song Jingyan set down his chopsticks and replied nonchalantly, For now, we cannot ascertain the truth. However, the concentration of Jin individuals in this small county suggests they are likely searching for Ian. Have you finished your meal? Let us visit the county office. If memory serves, last year's top scholar, Xiaoningji, was dispatched here. Bai Mu pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, it seems quite coincidental. After the three finished their meal and attempted to settle the bill, the waiter firmly declined. It was then that Song Jingyan realized Mu Yun was the proprietor of the establishment, which was quite impressive, as the cuisine here rivaled that of the capital, even offering a greater variety. With the waiter refusing to accept payment, he did not insist further, thanked him, and the three exited, making their way toward the county office. In the courtyard behind the office, Xiaoningji was playfully engaging with Chu Ning, taking advantage of rare free time. Chu Ning was visibly delighted. As they exchanged laughter in the courtyard, their merriment was interrupted when a servant announced that a young gentleman by the surname Song wished to see him. Upon hearing the surname, both Xiaoningji and Chu Ning exhibited surprise. In the capital, the Song surname was exclusively associated with the royal family. He hurried outside to investigate. Upon entering the main hall, he spotted Song Jingyan and, filled with curiosity, noticed that Chu Ning had already knelt to pay her respects. Your humble servant, Chu Ning, pays her respects to His Highness, Prince Ping. Chu Ning had encountered Song Jingyan twice before, while Xiaoningji had not, hence he did not recognize him. Realizing Chu Ning's words, he swiftly knelt in acknowledgement, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Your humble servant, Xiaoningji, pays his respects to His Highness, Prince Ping. I was unaware of your sudden arrival and did not extend a proper welcome. I beg your forgiveness. The legendary warrior, Prince Ping, unexpectedly appearing here left Xiaoningji not only surprised but also intensely curious. Song Jingyan spoke in a calm tone, Miss Chu, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise. The two stood, and Xiaoningji then invited him to sit in the courtyard, offering tea as a gesture of hospitality. Once seated, Song Jingyan inquired, Have there been any unusual occurrences in Lingxi County of late? Xiaoningji, uncertain of what Song Jingyan meant by unusual, deduced that given the prince's prior conflicts with the Jin nation, the recent influx of Jin individuals in the county must surely be significant. He speculated privately before responding, My lord, there have indeed been some peculiar events recently. A few days ago, 4 or 5 corpses of Jin individuals were recovered from the river. The coroner's examination revealed that these deceased were formidable warriors, their bodies riddled with numerous wounds, their hands calloused from years of wielding swords, indicating they were not ordinary men. A few days later, several Jin merchants appeared in the city, claiming to be here for trade, though their true identities remain uncertain. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow and asked, Are the bodies still present? Xiaoningji shook his head. It has been nearly 20 days, my lord. The bodies were left to rot, and after a few days, the magistrate ordered their disposal. Song Jingyan nodded, then asked, Do you possess a map of the city, as well as records of the household's populations? Xiaoningji hesitated, unsure how anyone could possess such detailed records. He quickly replied, My lord, I have the map, but I do not have complete records of every household, only those for some families. Song Jingyan nodded slightly, Very well, please bring them to me. Xiaoningji personally went to retrieve the map and the population records he had. The only individuals remaining in the drawing room were Chu Ning and Song Jingyan. Though Chu Ning greatly admired Song Jingyan, she felt a twinge of fear in the face of his imposing presence. Once Xiaoningji left, her unease became palpable. Bai Mu and Bai Xing stood behind Song Jingyan, acutely aware of Chu Ning's discomfort, while Song Jingyan remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his tea and awaiting Xiaoningji's return. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and just as Chu Ning could no longer bear it, Xiaoningji finally returned, prompting her to exhale in relief. Your Highness, I shall not disturb your discussion any further. I take my leave. Song Jingyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement and redirected his attention to the map and records Xiaoningji had just handed to him. After Chu Ning exited, she breathed a sigh of relief. The previous atmosphere had been stifling, making her feel as though she could scarcely breathe inside. After reviewing the documents, Song Jingyan's brow remained furrowed. Xiao Darren, starting tomorrow, report any developments to me immediately. Xiao Ningji, though curious, did not dare to inquire further and promptly assented, yes, my lord. However, my lord, what reason should I provide? I fear that last year, Princess Baoqing, Song Qianyu, publicly requested to marry the newly appointed top scholar, Xiao Ningji, only to be refused, a matter that had gained considerable notoriety even as far as Yuntai Mountain, which is why he remembered Xiao Ningji. Xiao Ningji hailed from a reputable merchant family in the capital, with a clean background, and was engaged to a lady from the Grand Tutor's household, making him a reliable ally. After a brief period of contemplation, Song Jingyan decided to disclose the information regarding the disappearance of the Crown Prince, who was likely in Lingxi County, to Xiao Ningji, Chapter 90. Attending the banquet at the Bai residence, Xiao Ningji was utterly astonished. The disappearance of the Crown Prince, such a significant event, had occurred in his jurisdiction of the small Lingxi County, which was simply unbelievable. A wave of concern washed over Xiao Ningji as he recalled the corpse of the Jin person that had been retrieved from the river earlier, deepening his unease. Your Highness, the Crown Prince's disappearance is indeed related to the Jin people. Song Jingyan nodded, yes, the Jin people may have grown discontent with the current situation and are beginning to stir again. Not if the Crown Prince falls into their hands, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, we must locate the Crown Prince as swiftly as possible. Xiao Ningji, his expression grave, replied, yes, Your Highness, I shall give the necessary orders immediately. We will say that a valuable item has gone missing from the yamen and that we need to conduct discreet. However, this approach may result in slower progress. Song Jingyan acknowledged, understood. We shall proceed cautiously. For now, it appears the Crown Prince is safe, likely hiding in some location. As long as we keep a close watch on those few Jin individuals, we should not encounter any major issues. Xiao Ningji promptly set about his task. However, Song Jingyan expressed a desire to stay at an inn, preferring not to impose, and ultimately departed with Bai Mu and Bai Xing for the inn the following day. Mu Yan arose early to send the children off to the academy. Coincidentally, the skirt that Yueya had intended to gift a friend was completed. Concerned that the children might not hold it securely, she accompanied them to the academy's entrance before delivering the item to Yueya. On her way back, she noticed numerous officials moving about the streets, knocking on doors as if inquiring about something. She found it peculiar and considered asking, yet hesitated, fearing it might draw unwanted attention. With someone hidden at home, Mu Yan's emotions had become somewhat sensitive. Asanshi, who did not appear to be a fugitive, was being sought by the Jin people, which should not involve the court, right? Filled with questions, Mu Yan returned home to find Zizhu had prepared steamed buns and kanji, with Sanchi already seated at the dining table. His injuries had mostly healed by now. They were merely superficial wounds that had mended quickly, and he now appeared as if nothing had happened. Mu's sister, you're back, come quickly. Zizhu's sister's buns are ready and smell delicious. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. Sanchi exclaimed enthusiastically upon seeing Mu Yan. Having lived here for over half a month, he felt he had gained weight, as Zizhu's culinary skills were truly exceptional and varied. He had been indulging at every meal, naturally leading to his increased size. Mu Yan washed her hands and approached him, observing his round, fair face and bright, cheerful eyes. Even if she wished to send him away, she found it difficult to voice such a sentiment in the face of his endearing countenance. Sanchi, it's only if you continue like this, your family might not recognize you when you return home. Mu Yan teased with a smile as she took her seat. Sanchi chuckled awkwardly. It's alright. My father and mother used to say I was too thin, so being a bit plumper is better. If they knew I had gained weight, they would surely be pleased. Mu Yan's smile widened, and she feigned surprise. Sanchi, have you regained your memory? Sanchi's smile faltered, realizing he had spoken too quickly, failing to notice Mu Yan's astonished expression, and he did not react in time to his slip. What I meant was, all fathers and mothers in the world are alike. Look at how you've raised Yuanbao and Yueya to be so plump and lovely. Surely, my parents must think the same, he stammered, his justification sounding rather forced, even to himself. Noticing his downcast gaze, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't until Zizhu brought in breakfast that he slowly raised his head to glance at her. As Mu Yan locked eyes with his sheepish expression, it felt as if she could see through everything, causing Sanchi to hurriedly avert his gaze and focus on his bun. Today they were to attend a banquet at the Bai residence, where Pang Qingyun would also be present. His carriage arrived at the clothing shop, and Mu Yan emerged after preparing herself. Dressed in a pristine white satin robe and adorned with a light green overlay, she exuded a refined elegance that enhanced her soft beauty, capturing the attention of all who beheld her. This was the first time she had truly dressed up, and the moment she stepped out, even Pang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback by her grace. Mu Yan's beauty was not the kind that was immediately striking. Rather, it was of a more subtle nature, revealing itself gradually the more one looked. Until now, she had not appreciated her own allure, but with this transformation, she undeniably left a lasting impression. In addition to her attire, she wore exquisite jewelry from the Mei Rengu, each piece uniquely crafted and standing out against the sea of commonplace adornments, drawing attention effortlessly. Let us go. The banquet is likely about to commence, Mu Yan said as she approached. Pang Qingyun snapped back to reality and smiled. Everything you wear today is from our Mei Rengu. After today, we may expect an increase in orders. Mu Yan replied with a gentle smile, natural. Mu's sister, you look stunning today. Xu Ning exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration upon seeing Mu Yan's appearance. Mu Yan smiled and replied, we are heading to the Bai residence for a banquet. What brings you here, Ning? Shu Ning pouted, Brother Ningji has important matters to attend to and can't accompany me. I thought I would come to find you, Mu sister, may I go with you? Mu Yan nodded, of course, let us go together. As Mu Yan scanned her surroundings, she did not spot Bai Ruoxing but saw Bai Madam surrounded by a group of ladies, who were praising her and inquiring about the exquisite dress she wore. Your business is truly thriving, everyone adores your designs, Mu Yan remarked with a smile, pleased by the attention. Upon noticing her, Bai Madam immediately called her over with a bright smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Mu, the owner of Mei Ringuda. I designed this dress with her own hands. Bai Madam was in high spirits today, basking in the compliments, which only inflated her pride further. Before Mu Yan could speak, several ladies hurriedly surrounded her. Miss Mu, could you design a set for me as well? Money is no object. Miss Mu, my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony is next month. Would you be able to spare some time to design 2 dresses for us? I am willing to pay 100 taels for each. Miss Mu, please help me design a set too. My birthday is in 2 months, I beg you for your assistance. Miss Mu, the ladies clamored, their voices overlapping, and Mu Yan found it difficult to discern who was speaking. She did, however, take note of the one offering 100 taels. Pang Qingyun quickly interjected, ladies, anyone wishing for dresses can make an appointment at Mei Ringu. Today is Bai Madam's birthday. Let us focus on celebrating her. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted down somewhat. Mu Yan engaged with the ladies for a while, knowing they represented potential future customers for her shop, and it was wise to maintain a cordial relationship. However, with matters weighing on her mind, she soon found an excuse to excuse herself. Finally breaking free from the throng of ladies, Mu Yan eagerly took Shu Ning to the garden where the young men and women were playing, eager to see if Qin Xiucai had arrived. In the garden, a group of young gentlemen and ladies were composing poetry, painting, admiring flowers, and tossing pots, creating a lively and harmonious scene. Bai Ruoxing sat quietly in a corner, sipping tea, while Bai Qianqian was surrounded by admirers, highlighting the stark contrast between the two. Many young men had noticed Bai Ruoxing, although they could not help but glance her way. No one dared approach her. Mu Yan found it curious and walked over to Bai Ruoxing, who was wearing a dress she had designed. It suited her perfectly, the freshwater green hue enhancing her ethereal beauty, making her appear like a cold beauty. Even Shu Ning was momentarily captivated, her beauty rivaling that of Su Qingyuan, the most renowned beauty in the capital. Chapter 91 The Bai Family Banquet. Miss Bai, Mu Yan called out with a smile. Upon seeing Mu Yan, Bai Ruoxing's eyes instantly sparkled. Just moments ago, Lady Bai's personal maid had delivered. She was compelled to select one today. If she failed to do so, Lady Bai would take it upon herself to decide. One was a wealthy merchant from Yunzhou, aged 40, with a corpulent figure and an appearance that repulsed her. The other was the simple-minded son of the Zhou family from the southern part of the city, 5 years her senior, incapable of self-care, and more foolish than a child. Both men shared a common trait of their families were affluent, far surpassing the Bai family in wealth. The matron of the Zhou family had already arrived, while the merchant had yet to be seen, though it was likely he would arrive shortly. Bai Ruoxing was anxious, though she kept her composure, quietly waiting for Mu Yun. At that moment, she felt immensely grateful that she had not refused Mu Yan's offer to assist her the previous day. Otherwise, she would find herself utterly alone. Mu's sister, you've come. Bai Ruoxing spoke, her voice trembling as her eyes reddened. With her fair skin, exquisite features, and a pair of beautiful, glistening eyes full of trust and anticipation, Mu Yan felt an overwhelming instinct to protect her. She immediately inquired, what is it, have you suffered some injustice? At Mu Yan's question, the glistening in Bai Ruoxing's eyes intensified, her nose turning red as she seemed on the verge of tears. There were so many people present, fearing that she might truly cry. Mu Yan quickly whispered, it's alright. If you're facing difficulties, just tell me, and I will help you. Please don't cry, I cannot bear to see a beautiful girl in tears. Mu Yan's concern only made Bai Ruoxing more emotional. It had been many years since anyone had cared for her since her mother had passed away. A stranger like Mu Yan treated her with such kindness, while her own father remained indifferent, allowing her stepmother to mistreat her. Even regarding her marriage, he showed no interest, aware of his wife's disdain for Bai Ruoxing, yet still entrusting her fate to her stepmother without a word of protest. In this cold household, she lived in constant fear, dreading the day she might wake up belonging to someone else, losing her identity entirely. Despite her trepidation, that day had ultimately arrived. It was a stranger, someone she had only met twice, who was willing to help her, leaving Bai Ruoxing with a sense of both grievance and complexity of emotions. Shu Ning also chimed in, pretty sister, please don't cry. You'll ruin your beauty. Bai Ruoxing, momentarily overcome by her emotions, quickly regained her composure. After shedding just 2 tears, she hurriedly wiped her face with a handkerchief and smiled. Upon hearing her tale, Mu Yan remained calm, but Shu Ning was incensed. This is outrageous, your stepmother is utterly inhumane. Mu Yan quickly pulled on Shu Ning's sleeve. Ning, lower your voice. We cannot let others overhear. Shu Ning retorted angrily, if they hear, then let them, it will show everyone just how malicious this Lady Bai is. She intends to ruin Bai's sister's life. How can she be so wicked? Mu Yan replied coldly, I don't believe that Lady Bai is particularly concerned about her reputation. Shu Ning, filled with worry, exclaimed, what should we do then? Mu's sister, let us help Bai's sister. Mu Yan nodded, I came here today specifically to assist you. Bai sister, please refrain from speaking for now. Upon hearing this, Shu Ning nodded in agreement, ceasing her chatter. Bai Ruoxing, filled with concern, spoke up, Mu sister, I asked Xiaoyu to look around, but I haven't seen that young Master Chen, what if he doesn't wish to attend the banquet? Before Mu, I will take a look. He should be coming, as he accepted the invitation. Ning, stay here with Ruoxing, I will go check. Chu Ning, curious but understanding the inappropriateness of the moment, nodded, rest assured, Mu sister. I will keep a close watch over Bai sister and ensure that wicked stepmother does not bully her. Mu Yan nodded and moved away, heading towards the area where the men gathered to look for Chen Xiusai. After scanning the crowd, she found herself disappointed at not spotting him. Just as she pondered how to assist Bai Ruoxing without Chen Xiusai, she suddenly caught sight of two men approaching the garden archway, one of whom was indeed Chen Xiusai. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. He had finally arrived. She hurried back to Bai Ruoxing. Ruoxing, young Master Chen has come. Bai Ruoxing's face brightened. He really has? Mu Yan affirmed. Indeed, he must have just arrived from the garden archway. With his arrival, Bai Ruoxing felt a measure of relief. As long as he was present, she could devise a plan to facilitate this marriage. After living in this household for so many years, she had learned enough to navigate the intricacies of life. Otherwise, she would have met her demise long ago. Mu sister, please help me. Beyond those two arches is a pond filled with lotus flowers. I plan to jump in, but I must wait until young Master Chen arrives to do so. It must be him who rescues me, no one else. Mu Yan was concerned. Although the weather was not cold, and falling into water posed little harm to her body, such an act would tarnish her reputation in this era. Bai Ruoxing's plan was truly not ideal. Chu Ning quickly urged her to reconsider. You shouldn't damage your reputation like this. Bai Ruoxing gave a cold smile, speaking softly, there is no other way. Moreover, it is essential that everyone witnesses my rescue, only then can the marriage be settled on the spot, otherwise, my mother will not permit me to marry. She does not wish for me to lead a normal life. She desires me to bring her immense benefits, so she will not easily allow my marriage. Mu Yan furrowed her brows and thought for a few seconds before finally saying, very well, I will help you. We shall proceed with this plan. The outcome is what matters most. As long as it leads to the result you desire, the process can be imperfect. In this world, few things are flawless, and achieving what you truly want is already a considerable success. I only care about the outcome, everything else is inconsequential. The two exchanged smiles, feeling an instant closeness between them. Chapter 92. The plunge. Diving into the water may seem effortless, yet luring that scholar Chen over demands a clever strategy. Bai Ruoxing harbors a steadfast confidence in her appearance. Should Chen show no interest, it would merely signify that fate has not favored their meeting. Her intention is straightforward, to captivate Chen Shangsheng's attention with her beauty, enticing him to approach her. But Mu Yan believes that if Chen Shangsheng can remain unmoved in the presence of a beauty like Bai Ruoxing, there must be something amiss. Rising, Bai Ruoxing deliberately saunters past Chen Shangsheng, ensuring he notices her by slowing her pace. As she senses his gaze upon her, she casually lets a handkerchief slip from her grasp, the wind whisking it away to land gracefully on a nearby flower branch beside Chen. At the moment Chen Shangsheng catches sight of Bai Ruoxing, he is momentarily dazed, soon overcome by overwhelming joy. He never anticipated encountering the object of his long-held affection on this day. Bai Ruoxing glances at her fallen handkerchief, and as her gaze meets Chen Shangsheng's, she offers a slight nod in greeting before bending down to retrieve her handkerchief. Initially, she had hoped that perhaps Chen would assist her, thus providing an opportunity for conversation. Regrettably, he appears reluctant to help. A disappointment washes over Bai Ruoxing. Could it be that he is uninterested in her? Just as she bends to pick up her handkerchief and prepares to leave, Chen Shangsheng finally speaks. My lady. As he stands face to face with Bai Ruoxing, his heart races. She is undeniably enchanting, her skin porcelain-like and flawless, her eyes shimmering with a captivating brightness, radiating an ethereal charm akin to that of a celestial being. Bai Ruoxing furrows her brow in confusion. Sir, what do you mean, have we met before? Her voice remains cool and distant, yet to Chen Shangsheng, it is a melody that resonates deeply. He feels a wave of nervousness, his ears flushing crimson. A few months prior, we had a fleeting encounter in front of the grain shop on East Street. Bai Ruoxing seems to ponder for a moment, then nods. I believe I have a vague My apologies, dear sir, but my mother calls for me. I must take my leave. With that, Bai Ruoxing departs, leaving Chen Shangsheng's gaze lingering longingly on her retreating figure, unable to regain his composure. Mu Yan approaches Bai Qianqian and whispers, Second miss, why has your sister ventured to the back courtyard? Shouldn't she be here to greet the guests? Bai Qianqian glances over just as Bai Ruoxing's silhouette disappears and hastily rises to pursue her. Their mother had explicitly instructed that Bai Ruoxing must not wander off, as their engagement has yet to be solidified. It is imperative to publicly declare the betrothal to ensure peace of mind. As Bai Qianqian rushes after her, Mu Yan contemplates how to prompt Chen Shangsheng to follow, only to witness him heading towards the back courtyard. However, upon reaching the archway, he halts. It would be impolite to intrude upon another's home. He maintains his decorum and courtesy. Realizing he is not advancing, Mu Yan strides over. Young Master Chen, how fortunate to see you. I feared you might not attend. Chen Shangsheng responds coolly, I happened to accompany a classmate who was coming, so I joined as well. Mu Yan nods, then inquires, have you seen Miss Bai? Chen Shangsheng shakes his head. I am not acquainted with Miss Bai. Mu Yan chuckles lightly. Not acquainted? I observed you conversing a moment ago. I assumed you were familiar. I was preoccupied with a matter and intended to seek Miss Bai, only to find she had vanished. Chen Shangsheng is taken aback. Are you referring to the young lady of striking beauty, adorned in a water green gown? Mu Yun nods. Indeed, that is her. Do you know where she has gone? Chen Changsheng gestures ahead. She ventured that way. May I ask, is Miss Bai a daughter of the Bai family? I have heard that her stepmother intends to marry her off to a fool. It seems Miss Bai is aware of this and may be in distress. I thought to comfort her. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's anxiety becomes palpable. Mu Yun cannot help but smile. It appears Chen has genuinely fallen for her indeed. Bai Ruoxing's allure is boundless, one encounter, and he is utterly captivated, perhaps even smitten. What shall become of Miss Bai? Chen Changsheng exclaims, frantic yet unsure how to assist. Mu Yun shakes her head, lamenting, alas, what can be done? The will of parents and the matchmaking of others are beyond one's control. Mu Yun wears a look of regret, while Chen Changsheng grows increasingly agitated, still at a loss for how to help. Miss Mu, second miss has struck my lady. Please, I implore you to call for her. The maid Xiaoyu rushes in, on the verge of tears. Before Mu Yun can react, Chen Changsheng dashes away, recalling that she is the maid who serves Bai Ruoxing. By the pond's edge, Bai Ruoxing had deliberately provoked Bai Qianqian, who, in a fit of humiliation, slapped her across the face, timing her move. Bai Ruoxing seized Bai Qianqian's hand and pushed herself into the... Just before she fell, she caught a glimpse of Chen Changsheng, and her heart soared with relief. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the girl he has longed for being thrust into the water, expends every ounce of energy to race towards the pond, leaping in without hesitation, despite his inability to swim. Bai Qianqian, stunned by the scene, realizes too late and attempts to flee. However, Xiaoyu blocks her, vehemently denouncing her cruelty. Second miss, how could you push my lady? What if something were to happen to her? Mu Yun rushes to the pond's edge, her heart racing as she sees both of them floundering in the water. Chen Changsheng appears to struggle, and she worries that he cannot swim. Why would he leap in if he cannot? In a panic, she shouts, help, someone, please, there are people drowning. Behind the rockery, Song Jingnian turns, quickly, help rescue them, but ensure that both the young lady and that gentleman are pulled up together, I beg of you. The last two phrases are whispered urgently into Bai Mu's ear. Bai Mu is left speechless, casting a glance at Mu Yun, who is filled with desperation, and he reluctantly agrees. He tosses a rope into the water, securing it around Bai Ruoxing, and then throws the other into Chen Changsheng, pulling them together. With the support of the rope, both calm down. Bai Ruoxing drenched and shivering, her complexion a ghostly white. Chen Changsheng's heart aches at the sight, yet he maintains his decorum, refraining from touching her. Miss Bai, are you all right? Just then, a throng of onlookers rush in, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama. The maid's cries against Bai Qianqian echo loudly, and all present hear her accusations to I in the pond. Bai Ruoxing trembles as she speaks. I believe my leg has cramped. Might I trouble you, sir, for assistance? Chen Changsheng, fearing to tarnish her reputation, hesitates to touch her, yet Mu Yun's words echo in his mind. Madame Bai wishes to marry her off to a fool, and she is powerless to resist. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Chen Changsheng's heart whispers that perhaps this is an opportunity. His body moves faster than his thoughts, and he swiftly lifts Bai Ruoxing, carrying her to the shore. The crowd gasps, their eyes wide with astonishment as the two emerge from the water. Mu Yun immediately approaches, draping a cloak around them. Chen Changsheng's heart pounds furiously in his chest. He yearns to release Bai Ruoxing, but she clings tightly to his neck, fear etched across her face. His compassion prevents him from letting her go. Miss, are you unhurt? Did she wish to take your life? What shall we do? Your reputation is now in tatters. How will you proceed from here? Madame Bai swiftly intervenes, silencing the maid's ramblings with a sharp command. Bring forth this meddlesome maid who stirs up trouble. Xiaoyu misinterpreted the situation. Please, do not hold her accountable. Chapter 93, a marriage calculated by schemes. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone present understood. It was indeed remarkable that Miss Bai had managed to survive thus far. Compassionate gazes were cast upon Bai Ruoxing, while disdainful glances were directed towards Madame Bai. Proud and haughty by nature, Madame Bai could not tolerate such scrutiny, and her face flushed with anger. This maid harbors. She deserves to be sold off, Madame Bai proclaimed coldly. Bai Qianqian quickly interjected. Indeed, mother, it was clearly my sister who fell in. This maid is maliciously slandering me. Mother, you must sell her off at once to uphold justice for your daughter. The blatant distortion of truth by the mother and daughter duo left the onlookers astonished, deeming the two exceedingly shameless. Bai Ruoxing, her face a picture of desolation, spoke weakly. Mother, my reputation has been irrevocably tarnished today. I wish to leave home and seek refuge in a nunnery, to spend my remaining days in the I apologize, Miss Bai. If you are willing, I would be honored to marry you, though my family's circumstances are modest, and I fear it may bring you hardship. The crowd turned their attention to Chen Changsheng, who was immediately the subject of whispered discussion. He's quite a handsome fellow, but alas, his family is impoverished. The claim that they are destitute is no exaggeration. Indeed, his poverty makes it difficult for him to find a bride. He may have a minor reputation, but his future remains uncertain. What family would dare risk their daughter on such a gamble? Given the current situation, it would be unthinkable for Miss Bai to refuse him, especially since her reputation is already compromised. She cannot marry anyone else. Among the ladies present was the mother of a foolish suitor, who, witnessing the unfolding drama, wore a displeased expression. Her family held a respectable status, and she would not accept a daughter-in-law whose reputation was in tatters. She spoke up, a woman with a ruined reputation will find no suitor. I fear Miss Bai will have no choice but to become a nun. With that, she huffed and turned away. Madame Bai felt a throbbing headache, while Chen Changsheng awaited Bai Ruoxing's response. After a prolonged hesitation, Bai Ruoxing finally spoke. Matters of marriage are dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. I can only abide by my mother's arrangements. Young master, please consult with my mother. Seeing Bai Ruoshing in such a predicament, still needing her mother's consent, the crowd's sympathy grew. Muyin took the lead, saying, Madam Bai, I believe this young man is quite suitable for Miss Bai. Compared to becoming a nun, marrying him would be a far better choice. It would be a pity for Miss Bai's happiness to be extinguished by this unfortunate incident, and I trust you would not wish for that. Xu Ning quickly chimed in, yes, indeed. It is such a pity for a young lady of beauty and grace to have her life ruined by her sister's actions. Surely, Madam Bai would not be so cruel as to condemn Miss Bai to a life as a nun. At these, Ruoshing herself has stated that her fall was an accident, and that it bears no relation to Chanshan. Some in the crowd began to persuade her, and soon, many felt compelled to lend their support, as long as though Miss Bai is not your biological daughter, it would be unkind to treat her so harshly. Chen Xiaocai's family may be poor, but surely that is better than a life in a nunnery. Indeed, indeed. Madam Bai, you must consider this, a good young lady should not be forced into a life as a nun, it will undoubtedly affect your younger daughter's future. Miss Bai still has a chance to marry. The elder sister's tarnished reputation will impact the younger sister's prospects. It would be unfortunate for the second miss to find it hard to secure a match due to her sister's plight. The crowd. Furthermore, the reality was that such a situation would indeed affect her daughter. Chen Xianxing approached Madam Bai, bowing respectfully. Madam Bai, I wish to marry Miss Bai, I humbly ask for your blessing. Just as Madam Bai was on the verge of indecision, feeling a mix of resentment, Bai Lei arrived. I approve of this marriage. Young Master Chen, return home and prepare the betrothal gifts, you may come to propose tomorrow. Upon hearing Bai Lei's words, Chen Xianxing's heart soared, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Bai Ruoshing lowered her head, feeling a warmth spread through her body, dispelling the chill. Madam Bai opened her mouth to voice her thoughts but was silenced by a single look from Bai Lei. Alright, everyone disperse. Xiaoyu, quickly assist the young lady back to her chambers and summon the physician. Bai Lei commanded. Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, escorting her young mistress away. Chen Xiangsheng watched her departing figure, filled with concern. Bai Lei called Chen Xiangsheng to the inner courtyard for a conversation, while the remaining guests returned to the garden to continue the festivities. Madam Bai, however, found herself disinterested in the gathering, yet obliged to entertain the guests to maintain appearances. Once everyone had departed, Mu Yun made her way behind the rockery, having sensed someone lurking there. Xu Ning quickly followed suit. Where are you going, Mu Jie? Upon spotting Song Jingyan behind the rockery, Mu Yun smiled. What brings you here, sneaking around? Xu Ning, who had followed closely, was taken aback upon seeing. Are you all here to play? Feeling awkward, Xu Ning struggled to articulate her words. Mu Yun, curious, inquired, Ning, do you know each other? Xu Ning nodded, her unease evident as she felt the weight of Mu Yun's probing gaze. We are distant relatives of Xu Ning. I suppose I am her cousin. To alleviate the pressure on Xu Ning, Song Jingyan made the rare effort to speak up from certain perspectives. He did indeed have some connection to the Chu family, albeit a convoluted one. Xu Ning was taken aback. A cousin, the formidable General Wan claiming to be her cousin was an honor she could hardly bear, and she felt a wave of panic, noticing Mu Yun still. But didn't you say you were just passing through for a visit? Why has it now changed to a visit to see your cousin? Mu Yun remarked with a teasing smile directed at Song Jingyan. Xu Ning was utterly confused about what had been said before, and Bai Mu was eager to clarify, but Mu Yun's playful gaze made him feel uneasy. Song Jingyan, with a resigned expression, maintained his composure and replied, I was unaware she was here at first, but later I found out. In an instant, Xu Ning grasped the situation and quickly added, yes. I snuck away, aside from my family, no one else knows. My cousin only learned I was here when he encountered me. Xu Ning struggled to address him as cousin but had no choice but to muster the courage to do so. Chapter 94 Tracking Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan nodded and continued, indeed, that girl sneaked away to find Xiaoningji. The Chu family feels embarrassed to speak of this matter. Xu Ning felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Her actions were indeed a bit excessive, and she was uncertain whether her parents were still angry if they had not responded to the letter Xiaoningji had sent back, so it seemed they were still upset and chose to ignore her. Mu Yun smiled lightly, so that's how it is. Did young Master Song also come to the Bai residence for the banquet today? Mu Yun inquired as Song Jingyan replied nonchalantly, no, I climbed over the wall to come in. I heard quite a commotion here and was curious to see what was happening. Realizing that it was futile to fabricate further lies, Song Jingyan opted for honesty. Bai Mu wore a look of helplessness. His master had completely discarded pretense, revealing his inability to deceive. Bai Mu hurriedly added, yes, we climbed over the wall as well, and as soon as we arrived, we saw that young lady fall into the water, so my master quickly sent me to assist her. Miss Mu, why did you just now ask me to pair that young man with that young lady? In an effort to divert Mu Yun's attention, Bai Mu hastily changed the subject. Mu Yun found it difficult to explain, so she simply said, I was doing a good deed, allowing them to become a couple. Well, we're about to take our leave, young Master Song, would you care to join us? Mu Yun looked at Song Jingyan and asked. He shook his head, let us exit by the wall as well. Miss Mu, you may go ahead. Song Jingyan had come here to seek Song Yayan, and after searching the Bai residence without noting any peculiarities, he was about to leave when he witnessed the events unfolding by the pond and, upon seeing Mu Yun, decided to linger a while longer. Mu Yun directly led Xu Ning away, feeling that her involvement with the Bai family was no longer needed for the time being. Not wishing to ride in a carriage, she opted for a leisurely walk while sending Pang Qingyun to escort Xu Ning home. After the carriage disappeared from view, she took a detour to the back of the Bai residence. Upon arriving at the rear, she spotted three figures: Song Jingyan, Bai Mu, and Bai Xing. Mu Yan concealed herself, observing the trio from the shadows. The back of the Bai residence was lined with numerous households, and to her astonishment, the three of them scaled another wall, peering about cautiously. Quickly, Mu Yan hid herself, waiting until they had jumped inside before she approached. She then found a discreet location beside that household to conceal herself, patiently waiting for the trio to emerge. Before long, they climbed back over the wall and headed toward several other residences, but after taking just a few steps, Song Jingyan suddenly halted like a gust of wind. He darted toward the trees behind the wall, and at the moment he approached, Mu Yan sensed danger and swiftly moved aside. Yet, she was unable to evade him. He seized her arm and, with a twist, captured her. Mu Yan retaliated with a kick, but sensing her movement, Song Jingyan quickly dodged. In the next, "Are you a thief?" Mu Yan smiled playfully at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at her as he inquired, "Do you know martial arts?" Mu Yan chuckled, "Indeed, did you not see it for yourself, young Master Song? Are you searching for something, young Master Song?" "Perhaps I could assist," Mu Yan offered. Song Jingyan regarded her with suspicion, saying, "If you know martial arts, why did you pretend otherwise that day?" Mu Yan grinned, "I had yet to make my move when you arrived. Since a hero came to my aid, I naturally chose to wait patiently for my rescue." Observing her playful smile, Song Jingyan felt as though he had been outwitted, his brow furrowing deeper. "Are you angry, young Master Song?" "Surely not, you seem rather petty," Mu Yan teased, finding amusement in his serious demeanor. Song Jingyan chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Mu Yan pursued him, "Young Master Song, are you planning to continue scaling walls? What are you searching for? I might genuinely be able to help." Song Jingyan disregarded her, striding forward. Bai Mu interjected, "Miss Mu, your martial prowess is quite impressive. Which school did you study under?" Mu Yan laughed, "I am clever, self-taught." "Young Master Bai, I am truly curious, why are you sneaking around other people's walls? You fellows are not bandits, are you?" Bai Mu fell silent but still explained, "Miss Mu, to be frank, do we look like bandits? Where in the world would you find a master like ours, heroic, distinguished, and resembling a handsome panon, as a bandit? Please, Miss Mu, do not jest." Mu Yan burst into laughter, prompting Song Jingyan to stop and regard her as if scrutinizing something. She quickly composed herself, though a smile persisted at the corners of her mouth as she nodded. "Indeed, I have never seen anyone quite like your master. He is indeed a paragon of talent, not at all resembling a bandit, but rather like a bandit's charming consort." Mu Yan was thoroughly amused, and Bai Mu and Bai Xing could not help but chuckle as well, though they hesitated to laugh too freely at their master's expense. "Do not disturb us," Song Jingyan stated coldly. Mu Yan replied, "I do have business. As a member of Lingxi County, I naturally bear a duty to ensure the safety of its citizens. Since I have seen you, a group of outsiders sneaking into others' homes, how could I turn a blind eye? After all, I am a person of great justice." Song Jingyan frowned helplessly, his voice icy. "What do you intend to do? Meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Mu Yan smiled, "No, I am not meddling. I am addressing matters of justice. How about this? You accompany me to meet the county magistrate. It is better to clarify matters to avoid any misunderstandings." Song Jingyan was displeased by her persistence. He coldly replied, "We will not go. What will you do about it? Arrest us?" Mu Yan laughed, "How could I? Young Master Song is so skilled. How could I possibly capture you? If I could, I would not take you to the county office. Rather than deliver you to the magistrate for questioning, I would prefer to keep you as my charming consort." Though it was her first time teasing a handsome man, Mu Yan felt a bit shy. However, looking at his face, she could not help but speak playfully. Observing his shifting emotions due to her, she found the situation even more entertaining. Bai Mu and Bai Xing kept their heads down, wishing to vanish from existence. It was the first time Song Jingyan had encountered such a bold and unashamed woman, one who could jest without a hint of blushing or faltering, which was both infuriating and disheartening. "Miss Mu, I kindly ask you to maintain your dignity," he stated, disinterested in further conversation, before turning to leave. Mu Yan hurried after him, thinking it was no trouble to tease a handsome fellow. Besides, she was genuinely curious about their intentions. "Young Master Song, is your family from the capital?" Song Jingyan did not respond, prompting Mu Yan to continue, "Actually, my family is also from the capital." Upon hearing this, Song Jingyan cast her a glance. Mu Yan smiled and asked, "Do you not believe me?" Song Jingyan replied coolly, "You do not strike me as someone who speaks the truth." Mu Yan sighed with a smile, "That is quite unfair. Have I ever deceived you? Why do you hold such a judgment against me, young Master Song? You are being overly hasty, and that is not good." Song Jingyan asked, "You are from the capital?" "Where exactly in the capital? Where does your family reside?" Mu Yan chuckled, "My family lives on East Street, but I have not returned in many years, so I do not know if they have moved." Recalling the hardships the original owner had endured in that home, Mu Yan's smile faded. Song Jingyan noticed the shift in her demeanor and inquired, "How many years? As many? Why have you not returned?" A cold smile flickered at the corners of Muyun's mouth as she replied, I have not been back for 4 years because I was driven out. However, I will return. I shall make those who bullied me pay the price. So if you are from the capital, we may indeed meet again there in the future. Song Jingyan began to trust her words, noting the fleeting coldness that had crossed her face. Chapter 95. Caught in the act. Having placed his trust in Muyun's words, Song Jingyan felt less guarded. Upon arriving outside another household's courtyard, he refrained from entering and instead instructed by Mu and by Xing to go inside. Noticing this, Muyun inquired with a smile, Are you staying behind to keep an eye on me? Song Jingyan remained silent for a moment before finally responding, I am searching for him. At this, Muyun regarded him with curiosity, Your cousin, Chu Ning's brother? Song Jingyan shook his head, No, he is my blood. I wonder if you have seen him. I will have someone draw a portrait for you to help identify him. 15 or 16, does he have any distinguishing features? Muyun asked. This age was quite similar to Sanchi. Could he possibly be related to her? If so, that would be delightful, as she had been constantly worried about someone in her household connected to the Jin Kingdom. Song Jingyan pondered for a moment, struggling to articulate his cousin's characteristics. He has fair skin, double eyelids, and his eyes are neither too big nor too small. Oh, he seems to have a small mole behind his left ear. I heard my aunt mention it, though I have never seen it myself. Muyun had not noticed any mole behind Sanchi's ear, but she resolved to check when she returned. Your description is rather vague. A small mole behind the ear is easily overlooked. Not to worry, I will help you search. I am somewhat familiar with this area, and perhaps I can find him by tomorrow, she assured him. Seeing her sincerity in expression and tone, Song Jingyan's perception of her softened slightly. Thank you. Should you find him, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Muyun, would you offer your body as a token of gratitude? As she resumed her playful demeanor, Song Jingyan decided to retract his earlier impression of her and shot her a disapproving glance. Muyun, noticing his reaction, laughed heartily. His exasperated expression was quite amusing, making her feel elated. Miss Mu, as a young lady, how can you be so indifferent to your image? Such words should not be spoken carelessly, lest they tarnish your reputation, Song Jingyan remarked. Exasperated. Muyun replied with a smile, What use is an image? I do not require one at the moment. Young Master Song, are you married or bound by any engagements? Song Jingyan chose to ignore her, turning away to avoid her gaze. Muyun pressed on, Your silence suggests you are unengaged? Well, that clarifies things. With a hint of resignation, Song Jingyan said, I have no intention of marrying, not in this lifetime. Any further inquiries from you, Miss Mu, are unnecessary. Muyun chuckled, You are quite confident. I indeed find you appealing. However, I prefer those who are a bit rebellious, like yourself. Once again, Song Jingyan was at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a brazen young lady. Bai Mu and Bai Xing returned from scaling the wall, reporting, Master, there is nothing. Muyun remarked, How long will you continue searching in this manner? Would it not be more efficient to have a portrait drawn and inquire openly? Why resort to sneaking around? Bai Mu replied with a hint of exasperation, If it were that simple, we would have done so already. Song Jingyan shot Bai Mu a warning look, prompting Bai Mu to immediately recognize his error and avert his gaze. Song Jingyan explained, My cousin's identity is sensitive. We fear that our enemies may discover he is missing, which is why we must proceed with caution. Muyun nodded, Oh, I see. Her curiosity regarding Sanchi's identity and the identities of these individuals deepened. What could be so extraordinary about their identities to warrant such meticulousness? With a smile, she said, Rest assured, I will keep an eye out for you. I only hope that when the time comes, young Master Song will honor his promise and repay me with his word. Song Jingyan's expression darkened. This was still in front of Bai Mu and Bai Xing. How could she be so audacious? I have never made such a statement. Miss Mu should exercise discretion, he asserted. Muyun chuckled lightly, not wishing to pursue the matter further. Since you are busy, I shall take my leave. She needed to confirm whether Sanchi was indeed the cousin Song Jingyan sought. If so, it would be all the more entertaining. As she walked away, Song Jingyan remarked, Be mindful of your words next time. Muyun seems rather formidable. Bai Mu laughed, Master, it is evident that Miss Mu has taken a liking to you. Bai Xing tugged at Bai Mu, giving him a warning glance. Given their prince's circumstances, such comments were akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Bai Mu, oblivious, continued speaking without a filter. Upon catching Bai Xing's glare, he finally understood that their prince's situation was sensitive, and such remarks were ill-timed. He chuckled awkwardly, Well, while Miss Mu is not unattractive, her status does not align with that of His Highness. You must firmly decline her advances. Song Jingyan shot him a cold glare before turning to leave, continuing his search for Song Yayan. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Muyun found no sign of Sanchi in the courtyard. She checked the storeroom but to no avail. Furrowing her brow, she noted that Zijou was also absent, though it was normal for Zijou to be at the garment workshop learning when there was nothing else to do. Muyun proceeded to the front hall's garment workshop, where she indeed found Zijou seated beside Chunlan, both engrossed in embroidery and engaged in conversation, unaware of Muyun's arrival. Withdrawing her gaze, Muyun turned to return home, but as she stepped into the courtyard, she spotted someone leaping down from the wall. It was Sanchi. Where have you been? Why sneak in through the wall instead of using the front door? Are you a thief? Sanchi, who had been tiptoeing back to her room, froze upon hearing Muyun's voice. Turning around, she saw Muyun with her arms crossed, eyebrow raised in inquiry. Chapter 96, Your cousin has arrived. Sanchi was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. After mustering the courage to sneak out for a moment, he was promptly caught. Hee, Sister Mu, you're back, he said, a foolish grin on his face, his tone somewhat obsequious. Mu Yun approached him, her expression grave, causing Sanchi's heart to race with anxiety. Sister Mu, I was just bored and climbed up to the wall to take a look. I didn't go out, truly I didn't. He began to explain, but his words felt as futile as claiming there was no silver hidden here. Mu Yun inquired, where have you been? Sanchi, looking guilty, replied, I didn't go anywhere. I was just wandering about. I was wrong, Sister Mu, I shouldn't have run off. Please don't be angry, I'll stay at home from now on and won't run around anymore. Mu Yun sighed. Being confined at home for an extended period was indeed stifling, yet who could blame her when the pursuers were from the Jin Kingdom? It would be perilous to roam freely and risk being discovered by them. Sanchi, do you have a cousin? Mu Yun asked. Sanchi hurriedly shook his head, I've lost my memory, how could I remember if I have a cousin? Please, Sister Mu, don't test me. Mu Yun stepped closer, lower your head, let me see. Sanchi looked puzzled, what do you want to see, Sister Mu? Mu Yun replied, I want to check if you have a small mole behind your ear. I encountered someone who claimed to be searching for his cousin, about your age, with a mole behind his ear. I want to see if it's you. Sanchi immediately covered his ears, astonished, his mind raced with speculation. Cousin? His cousin was still cultivating at Yuntai Mountain, how could he possibly come looking for him? However, upon reflection, it might be true. If they knew he was missing and couldn't find him, his father might have to summon his cousin for aid. Seeing him cover his ears, Mu Yun asked, why are you hiding your ears from me? Sanchi slowly lowered his hands, looking a bit guilty, I did it instinctively, I don't know why. He had previously deceived Mu Yun about his amnesia, and it would seem too contrived to suddenly claim he had regained his memory. Lower your head. Let me see, Mu Yun insisted. Sanchi complied, feeling anxious. It had been quite some time since he had last seen his cousin, and the thought of him coming to find him filled his heart with joy. Indeed, there was a small mole behind his ear, and though he had his suspicions, the confirmation surprised Mu Yun, who would have thought it was such a coincidence. Song Jingyan was indeed Sanchi's cousin. This meant Sanchi was also from the capital, pursued by the Jin people. That he must be the son of some general, which had drawn the ire of the Jin. Mu Yun speculated, then said, tomorrow I will summon your cousin to come and fetch you. Having confirmed his identity, Mu Yun decided not to keep him any longer. Sanchi was delighted yet felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving Mu Yun. Alright, Sister Mu, I will listen to you. Mu Yun, seeing him so obedient, smiled, your cousin is quite a decent fellow. He said if I could help him find someone, there would be a generous reward. I suggested he offer himself in return, but he refused. Sanchi, now that you have amnesia, are you closer to me or to your cousin? Sanchi was taken aback by Mu Yun's words. Did she just mention his cousin? This Sister Mu already has children, how could she possibly have feelings for his cousin? Moreover, his cousin was famously unattainable. Nevertheless, he thought, his cousin would never agree to such a thing, so Sister Mu's hopes were destined to be in vain. Sanchi, I'm asking you a question. Hurry up and answer. Snapping back to reality, Sanchi quickly replied, of course I'm closer to you, Sister Mu. I can't even remember my cousin right now, you saved me and have treated me so kindly. I must be closest to you. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction, patting his shoulder, very well, if your cousin refuses to offer himself, I won't hand you over to him, you must listen carefully. Ah? Sanchi felt a rush of panic, momentarily at a loss for words. He longed to say something to Mu Yun, but given his current state of amnesia, he felt he could say nothing. What's wrong, are you unwilling? Noticing his troubled expression, Mu Yun inquired. Sanchi quickly shook his head, no, I'm not unwilling, it's just that, Sister Mu, don't you already have children? What about their father, are you not keeping him? Mu Yun responded coolly, the father of my children? He is dead, has been for many years, I am free now. Upon hearing this, Sanchi was rendered speechless. Whatever the case, it was not his concern, his cousin would handle his own affairs. Alright, Sister Mu, I will do as you say. A person under a roof must bow their head. That was all he could say. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction, good, go rest in your room, tomorrow, after your cousin comes to see you, you'll be able to go out and play, no longer confined at home. Sanchi nodded, quite pleased. He had felt stifled during his time indoors. In a good mood, Mu Yun glanced at the time, the children would soon be getting out of school, and she needed to fetch them. Take care of the house. I am going to pick up Yuan Bao and the others from school. Sanchi nodded obediently, remaining at home to keep watch, while also eagerly anticipating seeing his cousin the next day. At the academy's entrance, Mu Yun awaited the children, spotting Song Jingyan, by Mu, and by Xing as they exited the gate. She smiled and asked, did you all find your way to the academy? Were you successful? Seeing her again, Song Jingyan frowned slightly, are you still following us? Mu Yun chuckled, young Master Song, while I do have quite the fondness for your handsome face, do not flatter yourself too much. I am a respectable person and wouldn't spend my days following you around. Once again teased, Song Jingyan's expression remained sour. I am here to pick up my son and daughter from school. I just happened to see you, I'm not stalking you. Mu Yun clarified. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu and Bai Xing exchanged astonished glances, and a flicker of surprise crossed Song Jingyan's face, followed by an even darker expression. Miss Mu, you already have children? Bai Mu's eyes widened, his voice noticeably elevated. Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Muyan smiled and nodded. Yes, my son and daughter are exceptionally beautiful and adorable. If you meet them, I'm sure you will like them as well. I've also adopted 2 more, so I'm currently raising 4 children alone. I must say, it's a bit taxing. Young Master Song, would you care to join me in this endeavor? I see you're quite strong. You must be quite capable of handling work. The 3 were left speechless, and Bai Mu and Bai Xing both thought Muyan was incredibly brazen. Bai Xing, usually quiet, couldn't he help but interject, what kind of person is my master? Don't tarnish his reputation. Muyan laughed, is that what you call tarnishing? Alright, I'll admit my fault. I was merely joking. Young Master Song doesn't need to work to support the family. I am quite adept at making money and can support you all. At her words, Bai Mu and Bai Xing's expressions darkened further. Song Jingyan turned on his heel, unwilling to converse with Muyan any longer, as she always managed to affect his mood. Young Master Song, come to my house early tomorrow. I will tell you about your cousin's whereabouts. Aning knows where I live, just have her bring you along. Muyan called out to Song Jingyan's retreating figure. Song Jingyan paused, but Bai Xing, she is likely trying to lure you to her home, let us not pay her any mind. Bai Mu added, I previously thought she was quite decent, but look at her now, she already has children. How outrageous, she is a married woman and a mother, yet she still tries to tempt our master. Miss Mu truly has no shame. Song Jingyan halted, shooting Bai Mu a cold glare. Did I teach you to gossip behind someone's back? Seeing his master's displeasure, Bai Mu quickly fell silent. They had searched all day in the western part of the city, finding nothing unusual, and now prepared to return to rest, planning to search the southern part of the city the next day. Muyan, noticing their lack of response, didn't he take it to heart? After all, she would see them again soon. Chapter 97 of the Crescent Moon quarrel. Before long, the 4 children emerged together, and upon spotting Muyan, Yuya joyfully rushed over and leaped into her mother's embrace. Mother, did you come to pick us up? Muyan smiled as she caught her daughter, tenderly stroking her little head, and replied, yes, my dear Yuya, have you been well behaved today? Did you study diligently? Yuya nodded eagerly, of course I did. Today, the teacher praised me again. Muyan beamed with pride, our Yuya is truly remarkable, she will undoubtedly become a talented woman in the future. As Muyan held her daughter's hand and prepared to leave, they were suddenly halted. Muyu, stop right there. Curious, Muyan turned to see a small girl striding towards them with an air of indignation, her face contorted with anger. The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, adorned in a lovely dress, flanked by 2 maidservants. Yuya, is she your classmate? Muyan inquired. Yuya nodded, understanding her mother's meaning. Mother, she just arrived at the academy yesterday. Her name is Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian approached Yuya and Muyan, furrowing her little brows, and exclaimed with displeasure, didn't I tell you to wait for me after school? I wanted to go to your house and have your mother make me a dress too. Why did you leave without me? The little girl was unabashedly accusatory, and Muyan could only stifle a laugh, opting to observe how Yuya would handle the situation. With a serious expression, Yuya replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice, you said that, but I never agreed. Su Tiantian's face reddened further at her words. How can you refuse me? We are classmates, you gave Chiu-yin a dress but not me. Do you look down on me, or are you merely trying to curry favor with Mr. Chiu, which is why you only gave her a dress? It is utterly unreasonable to treat us differently. Yuya retorted angrily, you're talking nonsense, I gave the dress to Sister Chiu because we are good friends, it was not to flatter Mr. Chiu. Su Tiantian, you are the one being unreasonable. Who chases after others for gifts, you are not a beggar, acting like this will only lead others to look down on you. Yuya unleashed a flurry of words, her little face flushed with indignation, appearing quite adorable in her fury. Muyan was taken aback by her daughter's transformation. The little girl was no longer the timid child who hid behind her mother and brother, instead, she was capable of engaging in a well-reasoned argument. Truly, she was Muyan's daughter, bright and impressive. Su Tiantian, momentarily infuriated, shouted, you are the beggar, your whole family is a bunch of beggars. With that, the girl instinctively attempted to strike, and her maidservants made no move to intervene. Observing this, Muyan swiftly scooped up her daughter. Su Tiantian missed her target and tumbled to the ground with a thud. With a loud wail, the little girl began to cry. The 2 maidservants hurriedly called out, Miss. They rushed to help Su Tiantian, only to find her small palm scraped and bleeding, which sent them into a panic. They had failed to protect the young miss and would surely face punishment upon their return. Miss, you are hurt. You caused our young miss to be injured. I will return and inform the lady. The maidservants glared at Muyan, their expressions filled with anger. Su Tiantian was already wailing loudly, creating quite the commotion. Upon hearing the maidservants' words, Muyan was left speechless. Perhaps you should open your eyes and see how your young miss fell. Just now, she rushed at me with the intent to strike, and you did nothing to stop her. Now that she has fallen and is frightened, you shift the blame onto others. Is this how you care for children? The once arrogant maidservant was rendered speechless by Muyan's retort, her bravado diminished by half. However, she still held her ground, saying, you are the one responsible. You cannot shirk your guilt. Do you know who my young miss is? You will regret this. Recalling the influence of her mistress's family, her tone regained some confidence. Muyan scoffed, the truth will come to light at the proper authority. Why don't we report this matter now and clarify it in court? The maidservant huffed, knowing she lacked the authority to act unilaterally. Just wait. With that, the 2 maidservants Mu Yun could only shake her head in exasperation at such absurdity. As she led her daughter home, Yuya vented her frustrations about Su Tiantian, describing her as fierce and overbearing, always looking down on others with an air of superiority. Mu Yun cautioned her daughter not to allow herself to be bullied. After all, Yuya had trained in martial arts, though she had yet to master any techniques. Her strength surpassed that of most, and her agility would certainly allow her to handle Su Tiantian without issue. Upon returning home, Sanchi, seeing them arrive, hurried out from the storeroom. Yuya, Yuan Bao, you're back. Sanchi held a fondness for the two children. Even a single day apart felt incomplete. Is your wound still painful? Yuya, ever the considerate little one, frequently inquired about Sanchi's injury, and through their interactions, she had won his heart, earning his affection. Sanchi lifted Yuya into his arms, affectionately bumping heads with her. I'm much better now. Soon I can take you to the academy. Yuya's delightful laughter rang out. That's wonderful. Yuanbao called out, Yuya, come right, we must finish today's tasks assigned by the teacher before nightfall. As Yuya prepared to head down, Sanchi interjected, let uncle carry you. Seeing Mu Yun emerge from the study, Sanchi couldn't help but plead once more, Sister Mu, could you let Yuya call me brother? Uncle sounds so old. I am still quite young. Mu Yun shot him a glance, you call me sister while expecting my daughter to call you brother. Do you think that's appropriate? Remembering Song Jingyan, Mu Yun added, besides, if I were to date your cousin, the relationship would become even more complicated. Let us not discuss this matter again. Sanchi, feeling helpless, wondered if Sister Mu truly had feelings for his cousin. What was he to do? Uncle Sanchi, will you teach me to practice calligraphy? My wrist feels strong today. Sanchi had taught Yuya calligraphy several times, and she found his characters beautiful and was eager to learn. However, her wrist would often ache after a few attempts. Upon hearing Yuya's request, Sanchi replied eagerly, of course, uncle will teach you. With no time to ponder other matters, he focused on teaching Yuya her calligraphy. Meanwhile, Zijou began preparing dinner, and Mu Yun was engrossed in sketching design drafts when a knock sounded at the back door. Sister Mu, it's me. The voice of Chu Ning rang out from outside. Zijou moved to open the door, but Mu Yun stepped forward, saying, no need, continue with your cooking, I will go see. At this hour, what could bring Chu Ning here? Chapter 98. The breathless Song Jingyan. Mu Yun opened the door to find not only Chu Ning but also Song Jingyan, and although Bai Mu Baixing doubted the veracity of Mu Yun's words, Song Jingyan was nonetheless eager to see her. He felt there was something extraordinary about Mu Yun, her martial prowess was impressive, and perhaps she truly possessed information regarding Song Yun's whereabouts. Thus, he had requested Chu Ning to lead him there. Mu Yun smiled and said, come in. I thought you would not come after you ignored me at the academy gate, she remarked. Inside the children's study, Sanchi was diligently teaching Yuya how to practice calligraphy, oblivious to the sounds coming from outside. Song Jingyan remained silent as he entered, surveying the small courtyard. It was not particularly spacious but was impeccably clean, adorned with flowers and grasses, and featured a swing and a gazebo. Peering into the house, he noticed several doors ajar, and he could faintly see children writing inside. Please, take a seat, young Master Song. The courtyard was furnished with tables and chairs, typically used for their meals. Whenever the weather permitted, they almost always dined outdoors. Once seated, Song Jingyan inquired, is it true that Miss Mu has news of my cousin? Mu Yun nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Calling into the house, she announced, Sanchi, come out for a moment. Sanchi, I need to finish teaching Yuya this character. At the sound of Sanchi's voice, Song Jingyan's eyes brightened, and he stood to seek him out. Young Master Song, what is the rush? He is not going anywhere, Mu Yun called after him. With a resigned sigh, Song Jingyan sat back down and asked, how did you find my cousin, Miss Mu? From the sound alone, Song Jingyan surmised that the person inside was indeed Song Yun. Mu Yun chuckled, I found him at my doorstep, which led to some trouble with the Jin people. I nearly lost my life when I found him. He was on the brink of death, gravely injured. Fortunately, after nurturing him with various expensive herbs, he has fully recovered. Treating him cost me over 100 taels of silver, nearly depleting my family's resources. Immediately, Song Jingyan offer her whatever you have on hand. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched Bai Mu produce a bundle of silver notes from his cloak. She was astounded, guessing it must amount to several thousand taels. Bai Mu, without counting, handed the notes to Mu Yun, saying, we are truly grateful for your life-saving grace, Miss Mu, this is all we have, please do not think it insufficient. Mu Yun received the notes with a smile, saying, this is more than... Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I am a kind-hearted person who relishes helping others, you need not be so formal. Sister Mu, Song Yun awkwardly cleared his throat and approached Mu Yun, asking, Sister Mu, who are these people? Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, Song Yun's gaze had not suggested unfamiliarity, so what was happening now? Mu Yun, pleased with Sanchi's performance, smiled and said, this is your cousin, who has come to find you. Do you wish to return with him? Under the implicit threat in Mu Yun's gaze, Song Yun found himself at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Sister Mu, I do not wish to leave. I am sorry, cousin, I am being forced into this, he thought silently, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Song Jingyan's eyes. Mu Yun smiled approvingly. You do not want to leave? No matter, if you wish to stay longer, I shall not chase you away. Bai Mu interjected, young master, your family is quite anxious for your return. You should accompany us home to ease their worries. Song Yian felt trapped. Sister Mu was his savior, and he could not disregard her wishes. Moreover, he was reluctant to return just yet. He had finally escaped the confines of the palace, and what sense was there in returning only to be imprisoned again? Perhaps it was wise to enjoy a few more days of freedom before returning, lest he lose the opportunity altogether. But I do not know you, Song Yian protested innocently. Song Jingyan replied coldly, are you certain you do not know us? At his cousin's tone, Song Yian instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Mu Yun interjected, Sanchi, since you are called Song Yian, I shall refer to you as Yian from now on, instead of Sanchi. This is indeed your cousin, you should acknowledge him. Xu Ning, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. After spending so much time with Mu Yun, she had no idea that a prince was concealed within her household. It was truly surreal, something no one could have anticipated. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Song Yian immediately addressed Song Jingyan as cousin, and his expression unmistakably conveyed recognition. Song Jingyan, sensing there might be some hidden complications, decided not to press further. You will return to the capital with me tomorrow. Your family is deeply concerned for you. Song Yian did not respond immediately. Mu Yun had mentioned that as long as she did not speak, he was not to accompany his cousin. Cousin, I have yet to repay Sister Mu for saving my life. I cannot leave just yet. Song Jingyan's gaze shifted to Mu Yun, who smiled and said, Ian is truly a good child, knowing he should repay me. However, I did not save him for his gratitude. Such things as wealth are inconsequential, but if you must repay me, it would be better to let your cousin do so. At her words, Song Jingyan's expression darkened instantaneously, especially with so many people present. This woman was speaking nonsense again. Song Yian admired Mu Yun's audacity. To ask his cousin for a favor was indeed bold. Everyone pretended not to hear Mu Yun's remarks, with Xu Ning stealthily retreating several paces before hiding behind the gazebo, attempting to render herself invisible. Mu Baixing lowered his head and squatted down to play with the grass, pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding situation. Suppressing his anger, Song Jingyan spoke coldly, Miss Mu, what else do you desire? I will do my utmost to accommodate you, but please refrain from further absurdities. Internally, Song Jingyan felt exasperated. Mu Yun had become Song Yian's savior, and he could not ignore her or dismiss her. Despite his frustration, he could only maintain a civil demeanor. Mu Yun leaned in with a gentle smile. I have already expressed my desires, I want you. Song Jingyan sprang to his feet, his face a mix of crimson and pale, gritting his teeth. Such vulgarity should not escape the lips of a lady. Mu Yun chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Well, if you are willing to say it, I would be more than agreeable. Please, do tell me. Song Jingyan was genuinely taken aback. He felt caught in a predicament, unable to stand or sit comfortably. He wanted to rebuke her, yet he could not bring himself to do so, for she was not only a woman but also Song Yian's savior. He found himself at a loss regarding how to handle Mu Yun. Miss Mu, please do not compel me to utter unseemly words. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, and I will send a token of my appreciation. For now, you may stay here and bid farewell to your savior. We shall set off for the capital in the morning. With that, Song Jingyan departed with haste, his urgency evident even in his retreating silhouette. Mu Yun laughed heartily, genuinely enjoying herself. She had never encountered anyone quite like Song Jingyan. He appeared calm and reserved, seemingly aloof, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a certain innocence and shyness beneath the surface. Despite his evident anger, he could not truly act against her, only seethe in silence, which was rather amusing. Mu Baixing hurried to catch up with him. Mu Yun smiled, watching their retreating figures, unaware that her thoughts were solely occupied with Song Jingyan's countenance. Chapter 99 Attacked by the Jin people. Upon witnessing his cousin's departure, Song Yian returned to the study to continue teaching Yueya how to write, though this time his mind was somewhat preoccupied. Noticing his distraction, Yueya could not help but inquire, Uncle Sanchi, what troubles you? You look quite glum, and it does not suit you. With a gentle smile, Song Yian ruffled Yueya's hair and sighed, perhaps uncle must leave soon. Will you miss me, Yueya? Yueya furrowed her little brows, her expression tinged with discontent. Uncle Sanchi, why must you go? Aren't we family? Families are meant to be together forever, you cannot leave. Amused yet helpless, Song Yian chuckled softly, recognizing in her frown a striking resemblance to his cousin's own. However, he brushed aside the thought and continued, Yueya, my family has come to fetch me, and I must return. A wave of sorrow washed over him, for his identity dictated a lack of freedom, and many matters would conclude with regret. Yueya's eyes instantly glistened with tears, her emotions bubbling to the surface. No, Uncle Sanchi, please don't go, we are your family, do you not want us anymore? In all the time he had spent here, he had never once witnessed her cry. He hurriedly scooped her up in his arms, soothing her, do not cry, Yueya, uncle will not leave, I promise to stay a little longer. Please, stop crying. Hearing her daughter weep, Mu Yun rushed over, anxious. What is happening? Why is Yueya crying? With a quivering voice, Yueya replied, Mother, Uncle Sanchi says he must go, I cannot bear to lose him, isn't he our family, why must he leave? Mu Yun sighed in resignation, realizing that Yueya's tears stemmed from this predicament. She had not noticed how close the bond had grown between Yueya and Sanchi. Yueya, if he does not return, they will worry about him, do you understand? Song Yian interjected, Sister Mu, may I stay a while longer before departing? I, too, cannot bear to leave Yueya and Yuanbao. Where are you going, Uncle Sanchi? Yuanbao chimed in, having joined the conversation. Hu Tensi and Mu Yang, having finished their writing, approached as well. Song Yian explained, my cousin has come to take me back, but I will try to extend my stay and play with you for a few more days before I leave. The prospect, Song Yian, a playful spirit, had taught them various games, including throwing arrows and slingshot practice, and their skills had significantly improved. They cherished their time with him, and the thought of his absence weighed heavily on their hearts. After much coaxing, Song Yian finally managed to console the children, promising to meet them again in the capital that night. He found himself unable to sleep, and the next morning he appeared with dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. Determined, he volunteered to escort the children to the academy. However, considering his status and the potential interest of the Jin people, Muyan felt uneasy and decided to accompany him. Before entering the academy, Yue insisted, "Uncle Sanchi, you must not leave just yet. We agreed to play longer. You must keep your word." Song Yian nodded, "Yes, I will keep my promise, and now, hurry inside." As Mu Yun and Sanchi watched the children enter, they were suddenly blocked by an obstruction. "Madam, it was her. She is the one who caused the young lady to fall yesterday." It was the maid of Su Tiantian, the one who had attempted to shift the blame. The maid pointed an accusing finger at Mu Yun, her demeanor aggressive, addressing a lavishly dressed woman. Immediately, several servants encircled them, and the haughty Mrs. Su approached, sizing Mu Yun up with disdain. "You are the one who injured my daughter. Do you realize how precious she is? You shall pay." Su commanded without waiting for Mu Yun to respond. The servants moved to comply, but Song Yian was already prepared to intervene. However, Mu Yun interjected, "No need to drag her anywhere, we will go willingly. It would not be proper to make a scene in public." Mrs. Su scoffed, casting a contemptuous glance at Mu Yun. "At least you have some sense. Do not worry, I will spare your life." Seeing her confidence, Mu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile, hoping that Mrs. Su would maintain such bravado in the moments to come. She proceeded toward the alley, and Song Yian hurried to follow, eager to understand the situation. Mu Yun recounted the events involving Yue and Su Tiantian, which seeing that she was not needed, Mu Yun stepped back to observe. Mrs. Su, witnessing her entourage's utter defeat, trembled with rage, her finger shaking as she pointed into the alley. "You dare to resist? You are courting death. Just wait, I will not let this go." With that, Mrs. Su turned on her heel and left, disregarding the fate of her servants. Mu Yun mused that Su Tiantian's peculiar behavior must surely be a reflection of her mother's influence. As the servants cried out in pain, Mu Yun remarked, "Your mistress has fled. Why do you not follow suit? Do you wish to be beaten to death?" At her words, the battered servants scrambled to their feet and fled without another glance. Song Yian, still brimming with adrenaline, felt invigorated from the encounter. It had been quite some time since he had fought. "Sister Mu, this family is truly despicable. It seems they will continue to bully Yue. I must resolve this issue before I leave, for I cannot rest easy otherwise." Concerned about Yue's safety in his absence, Song Yian felt a nagging anxiety despite knowing Mu Yun's capabilities. Just as they were about to depart, a group of figures descended from the rooftops, those very Jin people who had previously intercepted Mu Yun. Without a word, they launched a deadly assault on Song Yian. Mu Yun rushed to defend him, engaging in combat with the assailants. One of the Jin men released a signal into the sky, which caught the attention of Song Jingyan, who had just stepped out of the inn to meet Song Yian. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Ian is in danger, quickly." Bai Mu and Bai Xing hastened to follow, as Song Jingyan's voice echoed from a distance, "Bai Mu, fine shouting." Chapter 100. Mu Yun's injury. At this moment, in the alley adjacent to the academy, Mu Yun and Song Yian were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 warriors from the Jin kingdom. These individuals fought with reckless abandon, each strike brimming with lethal intent. The martial prowess of these Jin warriors was formidable, and despite their combined efforts, Mu Yun and Song Yian found themselves at a disadvantage. Gradually, the tide turned against them. After several exchanges, Mu Yun sustained a laceration on her arm, staining her sleeve with crimson. Noticing this, Song Yian was filled with concern. His momentary distraction almost cost him dearly, as a Jin warrior nearly pierced his throat with a sword. Although he narrowly evaded the blow, he was struck in the leg, rendering him unable to stand. Just as 2 Jin warriors lunged towards him, Song Jingyan appeared, deflecting the deadly sword aimed at him. Upon witnessing Song Jingyan's arrival, the expressions of the Jin warriors shifted to one of grave concern. Yet, with a renewed determination, they charged at Song Yian once more. With the addition of Song Jingyan and Bai Xing to their ranks, the enemy's fighting capability quickly diminished. Mu Yun, with her injured arm, struggled to fend off the Jin warriors, while Song Jingyan focused on protecting Song Yian, leaving Mu Yun to fend for herself. Fortunately, she found herself facing the weakest of the adversaries, making the confrontation somewhat manageable. The alley was a chaotic swirl of blades and shadows, and in haste, Sha Ning led a contingent of soldiers into the fray, directing them to assist. A multitude of soldiers encircled the combatants from both sides, and among the 4 Jin warriors, only 3 remained, one having already been slain by Song Jingyan. Realizing their imminent defeat and unable to harm Song Yian, the 3 injured warriors exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and, with blood spilling from their mouths, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Mu Yun was taken aback. Why did they choose to end their own lives rather than flee? Were they truly deranged? Song Yian, with a sword wound in his leg, was not severely injured but was unable to walk. Bai Mu hurried to support him. Song Jingyan approached Mu Yun, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "How are you? Let me see your injury." Mu Yun's arm was wounded, her garment torn to reveal raw flesh beneath. Thankfully, the injury was not profound, yet for a woman like Mu Yun, it was considerable. Song Jingyan spoke earnestly, "Thank you for today, and I apologize for your injury." Mu Yun smiled softly, it's nothing, merely a small wound. If you could promise to dedicate yourself to me, I would gladly endure another injury. Seeing her smile amidst such turmoil and her audacity to jest, Song Jingyan was at a loss for words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wrapped it around her bleeding arm, his movements instinctively becoming more tender. This was the first time Mu Yun had observed him so closely. His complexion was remarkable, and the fine hair on his face appeared almost enchanting. His eyebrows were thick, his lashes dense, his nose elegantly sculpted, and his lips were a soft shade of red. Mu Yun scrutinized him earnestly until their eyes met, at which point, she found his eyes, dark as ink and profound as the night sky, far more captivating than his other features. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Song Jingyan's heart raced, prompting him to avert his eyes. Miss Mu, let us depart. After stating this, he moved ahead, and Mu Yun, smiling, hurried to catch up. Noticing the flush on his ears, Mu Yun felt a surge of excitement as if she had discovered something new. Master Song, wait for me, she called out, hastening to match his pace. I am injured and cannot move swiftly. Are you truly intent on leaving me behind? You wouldn't be so ungrateful, would you? Though Song Jingyan remained silent, he noticeably slowed his pace. After catching up, Mu Yun inquired, Master Song, what is your name? Having known each other for so long, we are friends, are we not? It seems unreasonable that I do not even know your name. Song Jingyan, he replied curtly. Mu Yun beamed, your name is Song Jingyan? What a lovely name, may I call you by it henceforth? This was the first time someone had addressed him by both his given and family name, and Song Jingyan glanced at Mu Yun, who was still smiling. He then glanced at her injured arm and asked, does it not hurt? You still have the energy for jesting? Mu Yun chuckled lightly, it did hurt, but upon seeing you, the pain has vanished. How peculiar. I am only so when in your presence. This is a privilege reserved solely for you, so cherish it. Song Jingyan seemed to stifle a laugh, so you are aware of your lack of decorum? Feeling as though he mocked her, Mu Yun expressed her discontent. Song Jingyan, is this how you treat the savior of your cousin? How disappointing. Ouch. Mu Yun suddenly grasped her arm, exclaiming in pain. Song Jingyan turned to her, recognizing her exaggerated performance. Nevertheless, he remarked, we are almost at the government office, the doctor will tend to your wounds shortly. I can hardly walk. It feels as though my leg is injured too, having been kicked by that short Jin warrior. The pain is quite severe, Mu Yun lamented, lifting one foot and displaying a pained expression. Song Jingyan sighed, I shall summon someone to carry you back. Absolutely not. Mu Yun quickly refused, that would be utterly humiliating. I am a woman, not a man. You cannot have me paraded before everyone like that. How could I possibly live here afterward? Song Jingyan, exasperated, asked, then what do you propose? With a haughty demeanor, Mu Yun instructed, you shall carry me back. I see you are robust, surely, it is no trouble to carry a woman. Song Jingyan frowned, there are distinctions between the sexes. Miss Mu, please refrain from jesting. Standing her ground, Mu Yun refused to budge, insisting he carry her. After a prolonged stalemate, concerned for her injury worsening, Song Jingyan reluctantly acquiesced. Elated, she climbed onto his back. Song Jingyan's broad shoulders offered a unique sensation, and Mu Yun felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart, a delightful novelty. Song Jingyan, your principles seem rather flimsy. I merely played a trick, and you agreed to carry me. Would you do the same for anyone else who tried to impose upon you? Song Jingyan remained silent, choosing instead to quicken his pace as he carried Mu Yun back to the county office. When Xuning saw Song Jingyan entering with Mu Yun on his back, her eyes widened in shock as she stared at them, momentarily frozen as he gently set Mu Yun down inside. After a brief pause, she hurried in after them. The doctor arrived to treat Mu Yun's wounds, and upon seeing her injury, Xuning expressed her concern. Sister Mu, how did you get hurt? Mu Yun looked up at her and replied, it's not. Please bear with it, the doctor advised. Mu Yun nodded, it's all right, doctor, please proceed. Song Jingyan observed Mu Yun closely. The pain of cleaning such a wound was considerable, and he had expected her to show some sign of To his surprise, she bore it without even a furrowed brow, her expression remaining impassive, leaving him somewhat taken aback.